Yeah, I got friends who wanna catch up on old times, but that just makes me feel ashamed to be me. Yeah, I got friends who wanna relive the past and deify memories, and they just scream to me that if you don't die young, you gotta live too long. If you don't die young, you gotta live too long. You gotta live too long. On the stoop of the apartment next to my shitty job, an old friend passed me on the street today. Hey, I said hello and tried to catch up on old times. She walked the other way, and maybe it seems to scream that if I got cancer or somebody shot me, I'd be like a child or something, asking doctors to do me favors, to cross my fingers and hope it gets better. Like a broken record, I seem to scream that if you don't die young, you gotta live too long. Yeah, if you don't die young, you gotta live too long. Drunk in a foreign ocean and trying to wrap my head around problems, and all my bitterness just seemed passe. Because I realized as soon as I said it, how long would it take to swim from Jones Beach to Indonesia? And maybe you're waiting on a call from me. And maybe you're working at a crowded restaurant, and you know he's got a life so fucked up if you don't know what happened. Just like you saw me working at some restaurant in Paris, 'cause my life was just so fucked up, and I don't know how it happened.
I'm hoping that I'll be somebody one day, not just a lost cause halfway house. I want a big green lawn that goes on, and a family that loves me. Yeah, that would be so sweet. Lemonade in the shade and cold brew iced tea. Yeah, I can picture it now. I'm gonna make it somehow. I'm gonna make it somehow. I wasted too much time trying to be myself, and trying to be like everybody else. 'Cause I thought what I wanted was be wanted by the wrong crap. That part of town going nowhere, hellbound, chained to the same lame brain. Wanna be daydream, just a loser with a bad team. Yeah, but that's all in the past now. I'm going fast now, going fast now. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found. Hoping that I'll be somebody one day, not just a lost cause nowhere town. I want a great big house with a loving spouse, and and kids that really love me, yeah, that would be so sweet. Lemonade in the shade, and cold brew iced tea, yeah, I can picture it now. I'm gonna make it somehow, I'm gonna make it somehow. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found.
How's everyone doing this weekend? Fuck. I love the speculation in chat. Okay. Good, happy afternoon, morning, whatever the fuck this is. I am still sick, for those who were speculating. It's not going well. Oh, so Gavnet with the 2. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing well. Somebody became a member and then retracted it. I don't know how that works. I don't know if you can retract a message becoming a member. I've never seen that before, but thank you if you became a member. And then retract. I've got no fucking idea how we doing. Okay. So, fuck me. What are we covering today? A whole range of shit, because I just wanted to come and yap about stuff, basically. Stop being sick. Thank you, Teddy. I appreciate that. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me. There is something going around and it's like murdering people, okay? But I feel like shit. So we're going with PNG. We're not going with like VTuber, because then I have to stare at a camera and move my eyes, and it's not fun. Listen, it is fun, but it's like, God. Honestly, there's only one jar video I cared about, and it was the Lovecraft power scaling video. Oh my god. I can see people asking about Tyler. I don't know. Listen, I'm not aware of another Tyler stream. What the fuck Tyler stream happened? What did he do that's so bad that I've got multiple people in chat being like, Tyler brought a spork to a knife fight. What the fuck happened? There is some Tyler content I wanted to talk about. I actually want to talk about, some of you will be aware that President Sunday's former editor, Kilo, released a hit piece video on Sunday talking about the Pixie stuff. Now, I'm not going to cover that video. I'm going to tell you why. Because it's been covered and I don't care. But what hasn't been covered is Chris Speaks' video on the topic. So I thought we'd have a look at that, because I know Chris as well. I feel... Actually, I'm just in love with you. I was playing the Monster Hunter Wilds beta with Chris the Narc for about 5 hours yesterday. And I paused to playing like for a bit while I just watched some of this with Chris, and we were both howling. It's an experience. So I was like, oh, we'll watch some of that. That'll be fun. Also, I've got like a huge thing. I've got loads of stuff that gets submitted, and we haven't really gone over it. So we'll like look at some of that. I think that'll be fun to piece through. Come and see that. I'm guessing you're going to talk about the stream Ace made covering the response video Jar made, specifically when Lio started tweaking in chat. I wasn't. I'm actually unaware of that. Wait, are you talking about Ace's like interview with Lio? I've tried to get through that 2 times and failed both times. Not because I don't like Ace. Ace is great. I think. Oh, fuck, is my voice fucking breaking while I'm saying? Okay, so here's my thing with the Jar video. Like with the Jar interview between him and Ace. The truth is that here's my cold hard take. One thing that annoys me about Jar, and has continued to annoy me about Jar, is Jar will essentially play to any audience that is sympathetic. Which means that when I hear Jar say things like, I went on a date with a black woman and asked her about chicken, I'm like, you're just saying this because you want to play to the audience that's going to think that's based, as you desperately try to hold on to an audience. And that makes me like, I don't know, it's like, I feel like I'm just playing into what Jar wants. Did I get a flu shot? No, I didn't. Maybe I fucking should have done. And I don't know how I don't know how to feel about it. M. Hopkins with the thought, sorry to hear you caught cancer AIDS. May the living ghost of Jim give you the will to carry on. Thanks, buddy. I played a Wilds beta for like 6 hours last night and sent help. Yeah, it's good. Another reason why I dislike Jar is his arrogance. Yeah, like it's just it's a weird one. I'm not feeling the Jar video at the moment. But like I will probably go over some of the stuff Lio brought out as well. So there is like a huge amount of thing. Beckett, cover you. Oh, I'm not covering you. I don't fucking care about mainstream celebrity drama. I just don't give a shit. Like I was trying to make it through an now recording stream last night. I was really not very well, obviously. And they moved on to Kanye. I was like, I'm gonna go now. I'm not talking about fucking Kanye West. Like I put out a video last night with a call between Jar and Doodle Tones. Wait, really, Rage? Oh, we will watch the shit out of that. Can you DM that to me? Is that the one that got DM'd to me? Like, I know somebody DM'd me some stuff. Give me a second. What the fuck is it? The Jar Echoes original Cinebear video interview with Cinebear. So I've got Lio's like original interview with Cinebear thing, but can somebody send me what the fuck? A call between fucking Jar and Doodle Tones? Oh, I will watch. Yes, we will watch the shit out of that. That sounds fucking amazing. It was from 2023. Wait, is this? Oh my god. Oh no fucking. Okay. Full disclosure. I did actually go and ask Lio whether there was more calls like the Mali one that he knew of, and he said he'd have a look. So is that it? Is goal VTuber Beckett? We might do VTuber Beckett as a goal later on. I'm not against that, but at the moment, just let me be alive. Actually, the first thing I wanted to start with like a really dumb like opening thing. I saw this come. I came across this on my Twitter feed, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" So we're gonna start with some conspiratorial stuff, okay? And then we'll get into actual content. I think it was after the Mali one. That's really interesting. Yeah, we'll have a look at that. And listen, I wanted to talk about the Gayop Tyler stuff. What's good, Beckett? Hey, how you doing, guys? What the fuck happened? Hey, do you want to phone me and fill me in on what the fuck happened last night? Okay. Oh, okay. This was the one that was sent to me. Right, okay, and I haven't watched it yet. The Doodle Tones call is in the Lio video. Right, okay. Okay, cool. I'm with you guys. What's this? Yeah. So did Ace? Did you go over this last night? Is that what's happening? Is that what we're doing? Fucking hell. I tried to trap Diesel into baiting him on stream, then ducked him when called out. You probably know this shit. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Somebody sent me a message explaining the Tyler shit. Okay. So I was aware of Diesel's call with Tyler. And I was aware that it was going to be off stream. Tyler did fuck up the comms. It was essentially Diesel saying, I don't want to do this publicly. And yeah, it seems to just be a miscommunication. My understanding is they're still going to talk. I don't know why. I don't know what the fucking point is. Unless Tyler actually wants to bury the hatchet and just be like, yeah, I don't really care anymore. Which I think the core thing for me and for most of commentary has always been, stop fucking pedo-jacketing people, dude. Like, stop pedo-jacketing and slandering people. If you do that, no one's going to give a shit. But it feels like this, hasn't gone particularly well for Tyler. I don't... Like, of all the things that Tyler could have done, this just seems to have gone badly for him. It seems to have hurt him more than it's hurt any of the people he's fighting with. I don't know what to tell you. What part of last night you're referring to? I've got no idea. I'm just going off what chat has told me. I've been, like, dead for, like, 3-4 days. Okay, Christopher. Thank you. Okay, we'll watch the Doodle Tone section. That sounds good. So I released the video last night. It was Jar's original. Okay, cool. Okay, I'm with you guys. I'm caught up. Thank you, chat. It's so fucking dead. Right, okay. Firstly, I want to talk about this. I want to talk about this because I was like, I've never heard this conspiracy theory before. And I think it's fucking hilarious. The most effective way to destroy people is to deny and obliterate their own understanding of their history, George Orwell. A thread unveiling the lies that rewrote our past. Tartaria, a lost empire. What the fuck? Who pedo jacketed Chris just yesterday? Oh, yeah. Fucking... Yeah, you know... Fuck. I said this to Sunday the other day. Sunday needs to chill. I have actually talked to Sunday. I was like, dude, she needs to stop, like, snapping at people. I think I hope he'll chill. I think he will. I think he'll be fine. It's like, I don't know. I will say, fuck, we're jumping all over the fucking place. So basically, with the Sunday stuff, I will come to it and I'll talk about the Chris video. I don't think the Kilo video is very good. I think it's a waste of time. I'll explain why when we get to Chris's video, okay? I will explain why. But it's like, no one's mad. What I would like to see, like, if Kilo wants to release, like, the full calls that he had with Sunday, that might help, but I don't think it will. I think if, you know, he's cutting certain sections out. And I think it's irrelevant. I don't think it's going to do any damage to Sunday, which is what Kilo wants, and it's just not. Anyway, Echoes of a Forgotten Civilization. Let's look at what the fuck this is. We're not going to read all of this thread because most of it's fucking irrelevant, but I think this was really funny.
Tartaria was everywhere, and history as we know it has been completely fabricated. At first we thought maybe the Dark Ages were just unclear, but it turns out they were invented to push a lot of events further into the past. We realized that it wasn't just small parts of history that might be wrong, everything was made up.
I love the concept of this. It's so good. Guys, you don't understand. There was a secret. The reason the Dark Ages, like, this is so historically dumb. It's kind of amazing. It's like, no. It's because they had flying technology.
Fascinating thing is the architecture we find around the world. In almost every city, you'll find ancient Gothic-style buildings with incredibly intricate designs. People look at them and say, oh, that's just how they built things.
What do you mean? They show a picture of the White House. The White House isn't that old, okay? Most of these buildings aren't that old. It's because cultures export certain things. People always do this with domes. They're like, why are there domes? It's like, what do you mean why are there domes? It's an obvious geometric shape. Like, what? What are you talking about? Gothic okay, actually, no. We'll just keep going. We'll keep going because it's great. Keep this in mind. Gothic architecture.
Back then, but some of these buildings are absolutely stunning. Think about it. If we lived in a few...
That's just a fucking Star Fort. It's a defensive structure, you absolute fucking morons.
Feudal society where everyone was working just to survive, how would anyone have had the time, resources, or motivation to build something so...
It's not a feudal society! Listen, the things you're showing were not built during a feudal period.
Elaborate, and that worked the way they did. These buildings
That's not Victorian.
Weren't just practical
That's not
structures
Gothic.
like free energy generators, they were...
This is fucking... Is this India? This is like an Indian structure, isn't it? I'm trying to think where the fuck this place is. I'm not good at GeoGuessr. But not Gothic. This is not Gothic.
Artistic expressions. They were built to be functional and beautiful, to celebrate what was being
Fucking... It's not an energy generator. It's a fucking lightning rod.
created. But we don't build like that anymore. The
Yes, we don't build like this anymore. What we do is we don't dig holes in the ground and build structures top to bottom anymore. As opposed to the one time that was done.
complexity and beauty of these structures are clues that we didn't live in the same pay-to-survive system we're trapped in now. Tartaria was a global civilization, incredibly advanced and powered by free energy, likely based on etheric energy. It existed up until about 200 or 250 years ago. Estimates place its early origins around the mid-17th century, and its destruction came shortly after. They've been...
Wait, what? Wait, what was that?
mid-17th century. Up until about 200 or 250 years ago, estimates place its early origins around the mid-17th century.
What would you mean it existed until like 200 to 250 years ago, and its origins are in the 17th century? What? When do you think the 17th century was? Am I just sick? Am I going insane? So the 17th century, yeah, I'm right. I had to check because my brain isn't working. 17th century is like 1600s to 1700s. So you're talking about a global expanding empire that was hyper advanced that existed for like what, 150 years? And everyone just forgot about it? That's not the Dark Ages! I fucking love this shit. I love conspiracy brain stuff that is like purely American because like it's like completely historically like it's completely historically illiterate for anything beyond America. It's so good.
And its destruction came shortly after. They've been lying to you all along.
That was amazing. That was amazing. That was actually incredible. He's showing structures that are like, within this video, he's showing structures that are older than the 17th century as well, which is just fucking great. Some of the structures that are shown in this video are like 2,000 years old. Oh, fuck. Okay, cool. Right. Stop sweeping. RIP Department of Education. So true. So true. Beckett, ever watch Spirit Science? I think I've seen Spirit Science, Captain Sue. I fucking love the shit like this. Thank you for the 5. I think I missed Super Chat as well. Fuck, I missed like 2? Did I miss 2? Did I miss more than 2? Okay, I missed 2. Sorry, guys. Captain C also with 5. It makes me sad how stupid people are to believe stuff like this. The stupid levels raised by the day. True. Zeke with a 5. This reminds me of that Artard who said ancient Rome was made up. Oh my god, yeah. Fuck. I love these people. I think it's fucking banging content, honestly. Genuinely, legitimately. Now look, I've got a load of things fucking set up. I've got some Vosh stuff. I really want to watch this. This is a bit of lore, but we might do it later. Actually, fuck. This isn't like super duper. Now, Nicandros pointed this out to me. This is gonna go with like the Aiden Paladin hate that I've been doing on and off for, you know, the whole of my life. I hated Aiden Paladin before I knew who Aiden Paladin was. I think I was genetically, like, I was born with the genetic knowledge that I fucking hate Aiden Paladin. That might be TOS and risky. Might be TOS risky. How can it be TOS risky if it's still up? Will I get TOS for this? Is this too far? Okay, I'll just describe to you what happens in it then. For now. I might show a bit of it later. I'll have another watch of it. It's been a little while. But essentially, this is a stream with harmful opinions on Aiden Paladin and this Spoon guy. And this guy's comments are like fucking wild. He's just like, they're like racist, sexist. Like, no, listen, I don't say that lightly, okay? Listen, I don't say that lightly. I'm not like, oh my god, guys, he is super racist. He's like an alt-right neo. No, this shit's just crazy. And Aiden sat there sweeping for it as he says mad shit. And Harmful just sat silently. He just sat quietly. And then at some point just fucking leaves. It's just like one of the most awkward streams I ever see. Okay, we might watch a bit of it later. I'll think about it. Okay, listen. Chat, where do you want to start? I'll give you a choice. We can either start with Chris Speaks exposing President Sunday, the abuse contributor. Or we can talk about the Tyler Gayop. Or we can do the jar video. We're gonna do all of them, but what do you want to do first? Okay? What do you guys want to do first? Beckett has a great gay voice. I do have a great gay voice. It's a skill. It's a talent. Also, we've got like Vosh clips to play. Actually, where's the other one? Oh fuck! This got found, and this is amazing. Okay, this is Boblax from 12 years ago. This is Boblax from 12 years ago. Okay, we've got like Tyler should be shorter. Bosch, Jar, Tyler. Do a poll about it. It's much more fun to just have chat fight. We'll do Tyler first, and then we'll do Jar. Damn, does no one care about seeing me exposed by Chris Speaks? It's not even me getting exposed. Right, okay, let's have a quick watch of this, and then we'll.
Hello, this is Gaming Guy with part 2 of Let's Play Pikmin Startup.
What the fuck? This guy has been playing Pikmin for like the whole of his life. That is his actual content legacy. It's fucking insane.
Okay, start. On a file. I'm on day 2. I was trying to do this before.
Yeah, this is. I've literally got no idea how old Boblax would have been to this. Is he like 7? He wouldn't be 7, like. But yeah, fucking ancient Boblax. He is Pikmin. He is the ultimate Pikmin player. It's his comfort game. It is his comfort game. Holy shit. Okay, listen. There's not much more of this. I don't want to rip the shit out of Boblax too hard when he was a child. I just think it's fucking interesting. Okay, cool. Let's talk about Tyler. We'll go to this one as like a background for it. But so recently there was a couple of things with Tyler. So firstly, Tyler puts up this, which is hashing it out with FPS Diesel at 9 PM EST, which didn't happen. Diesel wanted this conversation off stream, but the same night as all this is kicking off, Ico and President Sunday would reveal some information. Now, I'd actually heard whispers of this on the wind. I hadn't seen any evidence for it, but I think it's interesting. So, this is someone named Kill Mickey Mouse, who is, or was, I've got no idea if they're still with Tyler. I've got no fucking idea. This was Tyler's thumbnail artist. May still be their thumbnail artist, don't know. I mean, it's true. Just go on his social media and flip through pics until you see me and my wife pic. She will be the person who follows him, also has his wife's name and face. So this is somebody who, like, despite the, like, Tyler's rule of don't go and defend me, apparently it's fine to go and explain to people how to identify Tyler's wife? Fucking what? Wait, what is this? Well, this is very odd. We found Tyler's wife. I repeat, we found Tyler's wife. She isn't hidden. I found her in September just to see if it was difficult. It was like 10 minutes of work. Zeke for the 5. Wait, Beckett, you said 12 years ago. That's Josh's voice at 16. Oh, dude, no wonder things didn't turn out particularly well. That is less than ideal. That is deeply less than ideal. Yeah, these fuck, I've lost my place. Why must you distract me, chat? Right, so essentially, this is somebody who works for Tyler and is in somebody else's Discord explaining how to find his wife. Now look, I'm not saying Tyler has to do anything. I don't fucking care, but this is pretty fucking weird, man. Like, the narrative that the narrative that you know, the stalking was down entirely to Ico's audience just doesn't really hold up. Now, Queen Bee, I thought KMM was an obvious Tyler fan. This isn't much of a gay op unless I missed something. Now, I can't see any evidence that Tyler was gay opping. I can't. That's just how it was framed. But the the biggest problem is this, and why it's why it looks disingenuous on Tyler's part, because if you're sat there saying, hey, these people are stalking my wife, there's like this groomer defense league kind of shit, and I need to do a hit piece on ICO. Why are you not talking about the fact that one of your own staff is involved in this in another server? Because it's very easy to read this as a gay op. I don't see any evidence of that. I imagine, you know, people are independent actors. I don't know if he was just in this server chatting shit. No fucking idea. But nonetheless, pretty fucking weird. Pretty fucking weird. When this was brought to Tyler's attention by Cosmo Kitty. Cosmo Kitty? Sorry, there's important info for you. This is Cosmo trying to, like, reach out to Tyler. I don't want to disturb you or push this, but I can't really trust people from your community after this. I hope you understand. And this is Tyler just blowing them off. You can't have it both ways. You can't not care and also be like, my wife's being stalked. So, well, firstly, I mean, this is just like public information. I stand by the position that you shouldn't chat shit about Tyler's wife, by the way. I stand by that position. I think leave people's families out of it. But nonetheless, this was pretty weird. It seems like, you know, Diesel phoned into Sunday and Ico's stream to like chat to them about it and chat to them about what had gone on with the conversation. It feels very much like, I don't know, the fight that Tyler's engaged with has largely just cleaned Sunday's image. Not clean's the wrong word, but it's taken attention or criticism away from him as people have just sort of focused in on Tyler. I don't know, if I didn't know Tyler, I'd be like, this is a psyop. Tyler's actually helping Sunday. Oh my god. Anything for attention, he's desperate. Well, this is the problem as well. It hasn't helped him. As far as I can tell, the fact that I don't see comments on my side about how terrible a person I am. If I'm honest, I don't really get that. What I do get is people like in my chat being like, Tyler is done. He is bud. And I know that some of the people who are saying shit like this are former Tyler fans. I'm like, why have you done this to yourself? Connect Kel, thank you for the $2.99. A lemon person doing a thumbs up. And I am stealing Gweeman's shit. Hope you're good. Hope you're good. Well, I agree with you on the keeping relatives out of it. Very much begging for it. Not saying it's okay, but it's crystal clear. Yeah, I mean, he's invited this shit, hasn't he? To some extent. And I did say that he would turn himself into fair game, which is not helpful. But that's a sort of Tyler update. I mean, my position, broadly speaking, stays the same. If Tyler stops chatting so much random wild shit about people, like, and the slander stuff, I mean, I don't really care about anything else. And I kind of have these bursts of anger at Tyler, but I'm largely just like, nah, whatever. Who gives a shit? Okay, cool. So that's the Tyler update. I feel like I wanted to just do that. That said, let's go with chat. So what we'll do... Oh, you even put it at the timestamp. You even put it at the timestamp. Is this the timestamp? Jar Susie cool. Okay. So we're gonna do the Jar versus Doodle Tones, cool. Well, we'll have a look at that. I missed this week. Where? We'll do Jar versus Doodle Tones. And we'll see how this goes, okay? Holy shit, Beckett, you missed something massive. Nicholas gave birth. I'm happy for him. The fuck? Damn, is that Liar's drawing? I'd assume so. I'd assume so. As per Raiko, she states that they were speaking about the chatter rather than Tyler's wife. Do I believe it? Jury's out. But Kill Mickey Mouse brings attention to how to find her is fucking insane. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much I like fully fucking care, I'll be honest with you, but it's whatever. I will say that like the one thing with Tyler's community and like mod team and everything else is it does seem like everyone leaks. I listen, I know everyone leaks, but like I've never seen a community turn so hard on their streamer daddy as Tyler's community has turned on his. Now, obviously, like I haven't been banned from the Discord. I get the occasional screenshot from it or whatever. I get sent it, not that I'm going in and screenshotting things, to be absolutely clear. I don't listen. I don't care that much. But occasionally I'll get screenshots sent to me and go and like search the context of it in Tyler's server. And I'll be honest with you, I mean, it seems like there were about 4 people in his server talking about this. That's it. I've got more people in my fucking Discord trying to talk about this, and like we're actively telling people to shut up about it because it's annoying. This call makes Susie sympathetic in hindsight. I'm going to be clear. I am an unbiased... No, that's not true. I'm an incredibly biased narrator, and whatever Susie does will be bad. Whatever Jar does will be bad. Whatever Lio does will be like, nah. Go in knowing my biases, okay? Okay. Autism be damned, my boy can draw. Yeah, he, like... I think Lio said before that he's done, like, comic book shit and stuff. So... Whatever makes him happy. Kairai with the 5. You should totally watch the OG Jar Cine vid at the start too. Gave me whiplash for how hard he pivoted to defend Cine. Really? This is really long. I'll see how this call goes and I'll see how I feel. Okay? I'll see how this call goes and then I'll see how I feel. Okay? I want to be very clear. We are not doing anything to bring back fucking Doodle Tones. Fuck this shit. I'm not doing it. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. Hey, Axe, how you doing? Okay, let's go.
You fuck! You...
Hello.
Hello, Doodle Tones. Can you hear me?
Vaguely. I can probably hear you enough to have this conversation, though.
Okay, let me try this.
Oh.
What the oh god, that's a good start.
Trust me, adjusting your mic and stuff, that's not really the problem. The problem is right now I'm kind of dealing with an ear infection on top of everything else that I'm dealing with. So.
I am very sorry. So I will try to be cordial in this because I was going to wait till your health got better because you've been going through some stuff and it's not that big of a deal. But, so I'll try to make it also quick because I know you have to get back to, you know, doing your other things. And don't worry, I'm still going to give you the extra 50 once I have some extra cash laying around because, like, I think you need it with what you're dealing with.
Fair enough.
Don't worry, I'm going to give you money for the problems you have. What the fuck kind of call is this? Oh my god. Oh no.
So what is this exactly about that you needed to talk about?
Well, I basically, I've been kind of paranoid with the Art CC as of late because I feel like there's another dogpile jar coming. But with Mal, I was a lot more upset with her because of the her complaining about a tweet comment I made and talked about it in a very entitled way, but I was exhausted from that conversation that we
talked about it in an entitled way. You squirmy little weaselly bitch, Jar. You squirmy little weaselly bitch, Jar. So, okay. Full disclosure, fuck this shit. Fuck. Okay. Let me explain something here because I've heard comments about the Mali call of, well, who cares? Who cares about a call between some chick and Jar in 2003? Who gives a shit? I'll tell you why these calls are fucking relevant. Because what Jar is currently doing, and what he has been doing since the shit with Chud, is trying to play to a new fucking audience. He's trying to play to, I actually do say edgy racist things. I actually was one of the anti-SJW group. I actually will be your pet crazy. He is playing to you guys because then he thinks he can capture sections of your audience because they're like, oh yeah, Jar's a based autist. Jar has no fucking personality. You could basically start telling him that, like, rubbing dog fucking food in his face makes him based, and he would come on video, in a video, explaining how great the dog food tastes. This man has none of his own takes, none of his own personality. It is completely fucking pathetic, and I think these calls are useful to display that. Because honestly, if you're doing this thing where you're like, actually, Jar is based now, it's like, you're just giving him what he wants. Like, and sure, if you're making content out of that, if you got a vision for it, I think it's Queen put it, that's fine. You can do you. Listen, I don't fucking care. Do you. But, like, from my perspective, I'm just like, it's just fucking gay. If Jar did something where he was like, what's a good way to put it? If Jar wasn't playing the victim constantly, you can see this in his, like, fucking response video. Well, Mali and Ponder came out and get against me, but obviously they weren't planning anything. No, Jar, they weren't planning anything. I went and fucking asked them. And if you had any balls or spine, you would have responded to me rather than taking pot shots at Mali and Ponder in your little fucking response video like you're the fucking victim. It's like, we wouldn't accept this kind of wormy, pathetic, loser behavior from anything else. But, like, because Jar's prepared to, like, make a joke about fried chicken, apparently he's based now? Nah, fuck this shit. Let's have a look at what he was like at 2023. Let's have a look what he was like back in 2018 if we can. Because Jar's pattern of behavior of being absolutely fucking useless and a terrible commentator goes back a long, long way. I don't mind bringing Jar back. I think Jar can be great fucking content. Obviously, he made me a lot of money over the last 6 months. But it doesn't change the fact that that doesn't clean his fucking image. And, like, Queenman said something on stream where he was like, oh, it's a shame that people chased off Kumu because Kumu was actually, like, good content. He was, like angry and would do things. Yeah, like, at least Kumu had fucking positions. Jar doesn't have positions. He has whatever anyone else's position is. This is why in these fucking calls, he's constantly like, well, Lio and Peaches said this. They thought it was fine. Why don't you think it's fine? Because that's how Jar thinks about everything. Give it 12 fucking months, and Jar will be on streams or on calls somewhere going, well, Queeman said this, and don't you agree with Queeman? Because that's who Jar is. He is the living embodiment of a follower, which is why it is a miracle that he's managed to get 200,000 subscribers. Because it's just fucking bizarre. Listen, Queeman likes to collect pet autists. More fucking power to him. But let's not pretend that Jar is something that he's not. Like, and the insane, crazy shit that he's saying is not something that he really believes. He's saying it because he knows that people will react to it in a positive way. He knows that people will hear him say that to Ace and then have a positive reaction because he's not playing to the SJW crowd anymore. I just think it's fucking lame. I personally just think it's fucking lame. That's one of the reasons that I'm just not, like, this whole, like, aftermath with Jar hasn't really engaged me in the same way because I understand what it is. So I'm playing to a very particular audience. The same audience he was playing to back in, like, 2016. It's just fucking, it's gay. I don't know what to tell you. Right, it's over. That's also, I want to be very clear, that is not a shot at Ace. I think Ace has done fantastic fucking work, to be clear. Even though I think it's just Jar playing up, that doesn't invalidate anything Ace has done. I think Ace has been rocking it. I think if you're not subscribed to him and you're not watching him, you probably should be. Because for like low-tier ACC stuff, from what I've seen, Ace is probably one of the best creators doing it at the moment, frankly. Anyway, okay, cool. I don't know if you know this about this, but one of the girls who was at VidCon made a video talking about what happened at VidCon. I did hear about that. Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I was aware of it. Queen is like Oggy 2.0 with his rate of autism. Listen, yeah, like Quim's got a good eye for people who will be content. He's very, very solid at that. Now, I'd love if Dreadlock made his own channel and started making his own unhinged content. It would be funny. Listen, if anyone has Dreadlock calls they want to send to me, I will watch any and all calls with Professor Dreadlock in. I think Professor Dreadlock, to me, is now more interesting than Jar is. I'll be honest with you. I will watch the shit out of that content. I will watch it until I am, like bleeding out of my fucking eyes. Come and see a Discord link. It is now updated on the channel. I fixed the Discord link. If you click the fucking about section, whatever the fuck it is, there is a Discord link there that now works. You can now join the Discord. I have fixed it, okay? Oh, fuck. Okay, I should not have, like, fucking gone off on one, because now I feel worse. Let's go. Dreadlock versus Chud, I'd watch the show. That'd be fucking amazing.
We had yesterday that was exhausting. But I'm not really pleased with Linlin's video, but what's more important is I'm not super happy with you or Mal being in it. Now, I'm not saying
they went in to read tweets, Jar. They went in to read tweets, you pathetic little fucking worm. This is who Jar is. I'm not happy you did. Oh no, I just felt slightly slighted by that. What a fucking loser, bro.
You agree with all of Linlin's points, but like I'm kind of between a rock and a hard place because, like, on the one hand, I disagree with pretty much that entire video, but on the other hand, if I make a response, how Lin will have to deal with a lot of harassment, and my fan base is crazy, so I'm trying to handle this privately behind the scenes, but that hasn't really made people budge much, and I was really not.
Yeah, I'm trying to silence my critics because, you know, I don't want it to turn into a whole thing. But, you know, if you're not quiet, if you don't retract your statements, I'll have to come after you. You fucking, like, absolute psycho. Again, none of this is a joke. This is how Jar really feels. He was, like, I've spoken to these people, like, who are around during this period. This is how Jar acted with everything. He went after people. If Jar ends up in a good position again, he will come after me, he'll come after I mean, again, I hope he fucking does, frankly. It'll be great fucking content. But that's what his play will be. If he can rebuild that fucking audience, like, he will. He will utilize it again. The problem is, and I can see remnants of his old audience that still still support him. I can see them in other people's chats when the conversation comes up. And some of these people really don't fucking like me. And I'm honestly wondering why they're not saying it directly to me. I'm surprised by it. I thought I'd be getting more of this, Where are you guys? Who are these people? So a lot of them grew up, but they do still exist. They do still exist. Chud will body Jar? Yeah, of course he will. That's part of the problem as well. I think I said this on the Mali call. Jar's problem is that Jar will agree with whatever the popular take is. Doesn't mean whether he agrees with it. He will agree with whatever the popular take is. Right now, the popular take is Jar is a retard, so Jar agrees with that take. What a fucking loser, bro.
Happy with the line, if you buy Hogwarts.
What are you doing? What are you doing, YouTube? What are you doing? Come on. Come on. Okay, 150 second. How fucking we'll reload it. There we go.
But that hasn't really made people budge much, and I was really not happy with the line, if you buy Hogwarts Legacy, you can't really call yourself an ally in the video. Like, I was like, that's not very good PR for the trans community, in my opinion.
That's not very good PR for the trans community. It's not very good. I don't think it's very good. Listen, I'll be honest with you. I think the argument that if you buy Hogwarts Legacy, you're a transphobe is fucking retarded. I hate that argument. I played Hogwarts Legacy. I don't like the Harry Potter books, but a big part of my, whenever I'm depressed, I'll sit down and watch the Harry Potter films. I like that's my those are comfort films that I watch. At the same time, who the fuck is Jar to say this shit? Who cares? Like, if you're the person who is doxing people, like there was like a group running around and like a load of VTubers played Hogwarts Legacy and then they got doxed and harassed. Yeah, I get that. But if you're just coming out and saying, "Oh, I don't think you're a very good ally," it's like, well, this is a standard SJW take, Jar. What are you talking about? Like, the fact that Doodle Tones has this take, what? Obviously Doodle Tones has this take. Doodle Tones is like... Doodle Tones is multiple slurs. Ain't no one to tell me what I can and can't play? True. Listen, it needed more monster variety, okay? Hogwarts Legacy was fine. The second half of the game was not good, and I wanted it to be more like Bully. I wanted to spend time in potions class making potions, okay? You know, that's what I wanted. It's what I desired, and they didn't give it to me. They gave me a lot of other things that I wanted from a Harry Potter game, but they didn't give me the thing I wanted, okay? I wanted to experience being at Hogwarts, okay? This is very gay. We're gonna... Listen. I'm sick. Leave me alone. Don't at me.
Well, as someone who's made my own hog-like video,
Bully is a gem,
I understand kind of where that idea comes from, because the
Potato with the 2, you're stinky, take a shot. Listen, I've had a bath today, I'm good. I smell fresh. And not like death, which is what I feel like.
idea of, because a lot of it is, if you buy hog leg, you do inevitably put more money into J.K. Rowling's pocket, and she has gone on record not only saying that she was going to use that money.
I'm guessing some of Jar's old audience isn't sympathetic to you because you're more on the woke side. That is, listen, if anyone thinks I'm on the woke side, that person is completely fucking retarded. Like, legitimately, I don't know how you could read me as on the woke side. I get what you mean, though. Like, I know there's this narrative that I'm really soy, and this comes from, like, it's kind of this weird thing where have any of you actually ever seen any old Chud Logic videos? I was chatting to somebody about this last night. And Chud's massively changed over time. Chud's earlier videos are proper leftist videos. They're proper, like, you know, there's a really interesting one that I like, which is Chud talking about a right-wing comedian or, like, right-wing YouTuber. And every single criticism that Chud gives through this entire video now applies to him as a content creator. Like, one for one. It's fucking incredible. But the point is, this is over years and Chud has changed. So, like, when I left the internet and got a job and, like, was doing my career shit, I became a lot more normie. And then when I came back to the internet, I was normie for a while. So, like, the first 6 months of content that I sort of did when I was, like, a little hobbyist Twitch streamer, like, was pretty soy. But if you look at, like, where I am now, I'm just not that anymore. I have my soy moments, don't get me wrong, but the idea that I'm like woke or a leftist is fucking insane. It is a myth entirely propagated by one part of a community that hasn't watched anything from me in about 2.5 years, and I still think that's true. I think it's funny. There's always little surprises and stuff. Like, somebody was like, "Wait, Beckett will say slurs on stream? That's crazy," and I'm like, I've literally been doing that before I started on YouTube. I was doing that on Twitch. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Zeke with the 2. Beckett wants to spend more time with my... Fuck off. I just want to fucking have a nostalgic dive into... I went to boarding school, okay? I went to boarding school, and watching Harry Potter is like being at boarding school, but, you know, less... like beatings. You are a leftist, you're just not a moron. I'm definitely not a leftist. I am left wing, but I'm definitely not a leftist. Who's your favorite Harry Potter character? Oh, that's a fucking, I don't know, probably, I don't know. I actually don't know. I do like, listen, I do like Ron. Ron's a good character. Ron is a good and underrated character, okay? Left wing and seed. Oh, fuck. Okay, right, what are we doing?
For
Chat, he is not a communist. I've never been a communist, okay, ever. I was at best an actual anarchist briefly, okay. I'm not woke, said Dumbledore calmly. Why? Because he's ginger? Yeah, that is entirely the reason. Oh, fuck. Yeah, listen, what I'll do is I'll start Chamber of Secrets when I'm depressed. I'll watch Chamber of Secrets. I always skip out the first one. Watch Chamber of Secrets, then skip Prisoner of Azkaban, then it is Goblet of Fire, the Order of the Phoenix, whatever the fuck it is, and then Half-Blood Prince. And then those 4 movies are the ones that I watch. And then I don't watch the last 2. That's my depressed like curl up in bed on a Sunday and just not move kind of fucking process. Okay, kind of way with 999. Jar's pivot from anti-SJW to ACC is because of the review community 2010s era of Mr. Enter Pie Guy rules. It was common to have slap pie video responses. Jar/Doodles beef started over Pokemon for a reason. Yeah, I mean, Jar takes a lot of credit for Doodles is still getting harassment. Doodle Tones was getting harassment because of Medica. Jar always does this. He takes credit for things that he is not responsible for. Frankly, I didn't even, no one cared about Just a Robot. No one gave a shit, okay? He is a fucking nobody. He's a nobody. He's, even with the Lio and Peaches stuff, he was so ready to turn on Lio. He was going to do his Lio video, but the truth is, he's a fucking nobody. No one cares what he thinks, and no one cared what he thought about the Lio and Peaches stuff. No one gives a shit. Big Bungie ACC video when? That'd be fucking amazing, actually. That would be a great fucking video.
like to kind of push a narrative, but she also has. She's made a women's only shelter that excludes trans women. She
I'm
has.
I'm
she
aware
has,
of what J.K. Rowling has done.
Okay, well then yeah, I kind of understand where that idea comes from, and I've kind of also shared a lot of that sentiment. Maybe not to an explicit degree that Lynn did in her video. It's been a minute since I've seen it, so.
He did try to take credit for the Prison Make Loot stuff, despite Just Stop and Harley doing most of the work. Yeah, this is exactly what he was trying to do with the Cinebear stuff. I say this in my video. He was convinced that Cinebear was going to come out on top because of Kumu. He took Kumu's arguments. Unfortunately for him, Kumu's arguments were fucking bad. That's what happened. That's literally what fucking happened. Oh my god. Lizzie, I'm drawing to your stream, Beckett. Congrats. Listen, I'm glad people enjoy listening to this shit and doing stuff while it's on. Hey, Lance, how you doing? Who gives a fuck about this diaper shitting freak? So fucking true and base, Lance. How you doing, bro? Sorry, I was meant to talk to Lance the other day, and I've been sick. I completely forgot. I'm sorry, bro. Hey, we good? Jar copied the wrong homework. True and fucking accurate.
I don't remember exactly how she put it, but I think I kind of agree with that sentiment to a degree. I wouldn't say that anyone who buys hog leg is a transphobe. I wouldn't say that anyone who buys hog leg is definitely not an ally, but I would definitely put into question how much of an ally they are if they did.
I understand that.
I think that's. I actually. Do you know what? I think that is actually a completely reasonable standard. I would never describe myself as a trans ally, ever. I'm not an activist. I happen to have trans friends. That's it. I'm not a fucking ally or an activist or any of this shit. I'm not. But if you're somebody who spends your time being like, I am a fucking ally to trans people, I'm an activist, we need trans rights constantly, it needs to be the front page on it, and then you're playing Hogwarts Legacy, you know what? I think it's reasonable to question how dedicated you are to this cause that apparently means so much to you. I think that's, you know what? I hate to agree with Doodle Tones. I think that's a reasonable question to ask. Because, like, if you're one of these people who claims to really give a shit about things, but you can't carry through with stuff like boycotts, if you're somebody who, like, I don't know, you're like, corporations are bad, and then you buy stuff from Starbucks. It's like, well, do you really think that, or are you just sort of, like, fucking LARPing? I don't care if people actually believe things. I'm like, more power to you. But if you're going to start like expounding principles that you think other people should live by, and you're better because you're a better person because you have the good you have the good politics, guys, I think maybe you should follow through those things. It's one of my major shit. You need to actually live your principles. Fuck you guys. That's my position. That's my opinion. Okay. Tipster BTFO'd Boblacks. What the fuck, Tipster? Do? Yeah, Tipster's like been doing really well. Apparently he's like quitting YouTube completely. I think he's just Twitch streaming. Is my understanding. Oh fuck! I did want to have a look at the rum tweets. I don't think I've got them though. If someone sends them to me, we'll read them. Jar Kumo and Cinebear supporter are basically cautionary tales of who not to defend. Yeah, that's also true. True. Do we get lag? Am I lagging or am I alright? Am I back? Am I back? I think I'm back. I look back. Am I back? Fuck. What's this? My internet's still on. My internet's still on. If I'm lagging, I don't know why. Okay, am I back? Am I here? Tell me if Chat, am I alive? I can't tell. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, well, it's an easy way for me to tell. It's an easy way for me to tell. Okay. Back? You're okay now? Okay. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. You're all right now. Okay, I'm alive. I live. More power to me. Okay. Fine, let's go.
I mean, it just seemed... It's just like, you know, I don't have any aggression towards you, Doodle Tones, and, I mean...
Chud Logic went from criticizing chuds to becoming a chud. I'm still leftist, though, says a right-winger. I don't... Look, I can't speak for what's in Chud's soul. Chud still holds some very, very left-wing positions, frankly. And if you ever watch Chud do political coverage, which, for instance, he did around the British election, you will see bits of it bleed through. There are absolutely some things that Chud is still very, very, very left-wing on, in my opinion. There are other things where he has moved that position, but it has changed over the years, you know, and that's natural, that's normal. Audio still fucky? Is my audio still fucked? I don't know what it is. Like, everything tells me it's fine on this shit, on this side. I've not got anything that should be like pulling. Try a refresh, and then we'll do things. Are we good? Do I need to watch my own stream back? Is this what we're doing? Hold on. I'll go and open up stream and find out. I've not got anything that should be like pulling. It sounds fine. You guys are fucking with me. Refresh. Okay. Well, I feel like I've just been had. That's very hurtful. Metalman87 with the 2. Long live Beckett. Thank you. I may die from this illness, but we'll see what happens. Watch out, Theme, and Doodle Tones probably likes getting shot on. Jesus fucking Christ. How did any of the art community even let that freak into the community? Most of them didn't know, Lancer. Most of them didn't know. Most of them didn't know how bad Doodle Tones was. They didn't know her lore. They only knew that she'd been attacked by Medica. That was it. Listen, if Doodle Tones comes back, if Susie comes back, and I hope that she does, I am going to be here to cover it because I think it'll be fucking hilarious. I cannot wait for Doodle Tones to come back. There's no way she's staying away.
Yeah, I don't have any hatred. It's just, I always kind of found it weird that you were complaining about not you, sorry. Lin was complaining about one point I made, and I'm not as angry at you as I am at Millie Malware, because like I felt like she complained about something way smaller. Like when I saw you both in that video, my first reaction was, that's kind of a dick move. Oh well, I guess I'll move on with my day.
Yeah.
When I saw that message from Allie complaining about something so small, that was when I started getting angry. That's like, so Mal seems to think huh?
Oh, I was about to say, but in regards to me, I know Lio took me aside and was like, hey, yeah, this can kind of be seen as a bad thing. And I was like, you know what, that's fair. I'll be honest, when it came to me voicing in Lynn's video, I didn't think too much of it. I just kind of saw it as either me helping a friend, or, I mean, not exactly a commission, but definitely me helping out a friend, because Lynn wanted someone to read Harley's tweets, couldn't get Harley to read their own tweets, so I volunteered instead.
I understand that. Mistakes happened. My frustration came with Mal complaining about something much smaller. I don't have the same frustration towards you as I did her. But like, yeah, that was a very frustrating conversation. But I will say this: I don't have any hatred towards.
Do you think part of the issue with the ACC is that they try to fix broken people, or people who have been attacked online and never stop to ask if it was justified? I think part of it is the fact that whenever anything happens in the ACC, like somebody gets cancelled or somebody gets like somebody who's previously attacked somebody gets cancelled, they like, people crawl out the woodwork. You saw this with the Lio shit with like Buttons or whatever the fuck their name is, and like Sasu like crawling out the fucking woodwork because they wanted to like vindicate themselves and get better. Like this happens in the ACC all the fucking time, and that's why. So they looked at someone like Doodle Tones and was like, well, this is obviously somebody who's been unfairly maligned. I don't know what you guys are talking about with flutes. There's no flutes, okay? You can't trick me. You can't trick me. There's no flutes. Kind of way. That's not how I remember it. Doodles became friendly through the AC through DeviantArt content and Ponderous Sprocket because the community at the moment was more sex positive when it came to being fetishized. Doodles basically got away, like found a way in through that, but yeah, a lot of people just didn't know their lore. They didn't know about the fight with Medica. Like, you know, when I pointed out to Kristen Art that Doodle Tones was involved in this, Chris was like, "There's no wait. I thought Doodle Tones didn't exist anymore." Like,
towards you for doing that. Doodle Tones mistakes happen. It's just, I'm very paranoid right now because I know you, Mal, Harley, and a few other people all play Minecraft and other things together, and I always felt like I was an outsider to the group. Even though, you know, I've helped Harley, Oranges, and Lynn grow their channels, and Mally as well. I'm not saying you guys owe me anything, but I also showed you mercy when we had our whole back and forth, and it's just...
I showed you mercy. What a fucking psychopath. Don't you know that I showed you mercy? I showed you mercy, Doodle Tones. Dude, she read some fucking tweets. I'm surprised you never knew about the Medica vid. That's ironic on that side of the that's iconic on that side of the internet. You gotta remember as well, like, Doodle's like involvement in all this was a bit fucking weird. I think some of it has to do with Dylan Thomas, unironically, because Dylan was getting shit on. So a lot of the people who like sided with Doozy with fucking Doodles were like shitting on Dylan, which is understandable. Given where some of the stuff that happened with him. Jar talks about showing mercy and everything else. He didn't. He just didn't have enough to actually go at Doodle Tones. He sort of claimed credit for this, but he was never... Jar was never the reason Doodle Tones was getting shit on. It was Medica. It was always Medica.
Just... Sometimes I think it's me who's the problem. I understand I'm not as progressive as the rest of you. I can say some things that are a bit edgy. Like, hey guys, look at my avatar. See, it's a robot version of Andrew Tate. because we're both bald or something along those lines. And I can understand that makes people kind of uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's such an edgy comment, Jar. That's so edgy. How? No, motherfucker. No, the edgy shit that was an issue was things like, you gotta remember what the ACC was like back in like the early 2020s. Okay, like the very early 2020s, like 2020 to like 2023. It was incredibly fucking woke. I've spoken about this with Mally before. Like, I asked Mally, like, why Mally watches me, and I'm like, I say things. I say things that are like actually kind of edgy. I use slurs and things, and it's like I don't want to be like, oh my god, guys, I'm so fucking edgy. It's like, but Mally's like, listen, things have just, people have grown up. Thuman's no longer talking about racism in the same way. The ACC's not canceling people in the same way for like that they were back then, because everyone's got older. Like, the fucking creator base was a lot younger at the time, and tends to be when you're in your late teens, you're a lot more fucking cancel happy. Jar is fighting with the diaper freak. He is. This is Jar's confrontation call with Susie. How you doing, man?
But it does make me, I am paranoid because, well, I mean, you've known me longer than a lot of other people. I mean,
yes, Ash.
Drama
Yeah, this will be up.
There was the stories in Pentagon shit that happened, where I told someone they weren't 8, and and then that whole shit show happened with Spoctor, and then there was the prison mate Lou Creepshow art stuff, and I feel like every couple of years it's the fuck Jar wave, and I've tried fighting back so many times, and every time I do, I feel like half the community gets destroyed, and I want...
Butter on bread with the $4.99. Doodles is proof we need transphobia around. It's a joke. Trans people are valid. Like, the problem with Doodle Tones, fundamentally, is Doodle is another person who hides behind a moral status to stir shit and fight with people. And she's bad at it. She's always been bad at it. It's why she went after Medica and then found out that that wasn't going to fucking work. You can see this through the FCK stuff, where Doodles, to my understanding, still doesn't really understand how or why people are so pissed at her over, like, the way she utilized the victims to try and go after Akumu. When one of the victims was against Doodles, she tried to, like, question that victim's integrity. Like, that's why Doodles got driven out. Doodles got driven out because she knew far more about the FCK than she was fucking claiming. My understanding is that Akumu's video is coming out in, like, a couple of days. So, we might watch that. Apparently it is very, 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 very fucking long. Okay, so we'll see what happens. How you doing, Chris? Go back at... Did you miss just what he said? Okay, hold on a sec.
Where I told someone they weren't 8, and I've
got no context for that. I've got no context for that.
And then that whole shit show happened with Spoctor, and then there was the prison mate Lou Creepshow art stuff, and I feel like every couple of years it's the fuck Jar wave, and I've tried fighting back so many times, and every time I do, I feel like half the community gets destroyed, and I want to find a peaceful solution, but I am very paranoid, but I'm not going out of my way to do anything about that much aside from talk to people in private, but I will admit I am very paranoid.
No,
This isn't Jar paranoid, by the way. It's Jar being, like, obsessively vindictive. Where's the fucking... Hold on a second. I wanna play this. Where is it? Oh, liar, where the fuck is it? Fuck, we're gonna have to go to mine. The stuff that's recently occurred. Hey, look, it's Beckett when he's not, like, fucking dying of illness. Where the fuck is it? It's her. Jar has taken a break. And secondly, because deep down, Jar is deeply, deeply vengeful.
Every time I go to bed and I'm about to fall asleep, I just feel angry about sometimes things that have happened 10 years ago. And sometimes I feel like revenge is the only thing that keeps me going.
And don't get me twisted. I personally... Yeah. Jar is just deeply fucking... Jar is an angry, angry person and can never fucking get over it. That's the baseline. None of this is to do with paranoia. It's just Jar has this, like, insatiable need to get even with people. Oh, my God. Stories was an artsy Todd who shtick was claiming they were 8 years old. What the fuck? Half the community gets destroyed? Yes. Okay, so what he's talking about there is the fact that his audience went after people. Again, Jar is threatening people. Jar is just threatening people. That is Jar's thing. Is he wants to go after people. Stories was also one of the 3 accusers of Spock during the first Spock drama because she called herself 8 years old. She was able to use that accused Spock of being a pedo. Jesus fucking Christ. He's an angry elf, true. Which is interesting since they utilize 15-year-olds to spread the narrative then. Sorry, Pudgy, I think I missed something there. But can Doodle just drop the damn voice changer? She sounds normal enough without sounding like a squeaky toy. Yeah, I don't know how she's like kept this voice changer for what is it now? Like over a decade? And just the only thing that keeps me going. Listen, I know the feeling. Look, I've self-admitted that I built this channel off spite. Someone annoyed me. Someone annoyed me back in like the beginning of 2023, and I decided to build a successful YouTube channel just to spite them. If they hadn't pissed me off, there would be no Cope and Seethe, okay? None of this would have happened. Fuck. Right, so, oh, fuck. Okay, can I derail? Can I derail, chat? I want to tell you something funny, but it's a complete fucking derail. It might come up again. I'm gonna wait for chat to answer. Someone needs to say yes and give me permission to fucking derail. I'm basically gonna one guy myself. Oh, fuck. Okay. Fuck. So, basically, somebody came to me the other day and said, hey, I've got a story about Twitch politics and some people in Twitch politics. And I want to go live with this and talk about it. And I've approached a couple of content creators within the politics space, and they don't want to. They don't want to publish it. They don't want to run with it. Would you be interested? And I sat down on a call with this person and went through it. And it is entirely personal drama. Okay, I don't know whether I'm going to run it. I don't know yet. I might do, but it's entirely personal drama. And I asked this person during the call, I was like, okay, have you actually seen any of my streams? And they went, no. We spoke back a few years ago, so I know about your Twitch streams and stuff. I was like, okay, I'm not a 15 viewer Twitch streamer anymore. I have like a couple of hundred concurrents. Are you sure that you want me to run this story on this person you fucking hate? Because it's not going to like just reach like a couple of people in Twitch politics, because this person was shit talking them. It's a far wider audience you're talking about. And I'm like, this isn't a humble brag. I just want you to be aware before you handle this stuff to me of that you are trying to nuke somebody to potentially a wider audience than you're considering. Because the first person they went to has a concurrent audience of like 20, 30 people. And they were like, oh, yeah, I mean, I don't care, but I felt like the need to explain that. I to be honest, I don't know if I run it. I did tell them to actually go and ask somebody else, who's a bit smaller, and is more plugged into the Twitch politics community, because none of you will know who any of these people are. So it's essentially me explaining who somebody is to you from like 2 years ago, just to be mean to them for with no personal investment. The story is funny though, so we might see it on the channel. But I thought I do think it's funny that the community that I fucking like left to go and do other things from is now occasionally coming to me and going, hey, can you like, you're a drama creator now, can you run my like hit piece? I'm like, yeah, sure, maybe. Is it Xanderhall? It's not. It is somebody who's completely fucking irrelevant. Literally somebody who no one cares about. I would have to explain in detail who this person is to you for any of this to make sense. Oh fuck. Becca's big time out? No, I'm not. I'm really fucking not, guys. This is the low end of moderately successful, okay? I'm just not. I'm slightly above glub shitto level, okay? That's pretty much it. Side quest unlocked. True. Okay, let's get back to this. There you go. That's my one guy of myself. It just made me laugh. It just made me laugh.
Yeah, I get that. Friendly reminder, I was there once before. 2017 really did a number on me. But I don't know. I mean, I do hear a lot of the things that people say, that people have problems with you, and if I'm to be perfectly honest, I do have my own gripes here and there. Grant you, my gripes are much smaller, so that's why I'd never really brought them to you. Because it's been like maybe individual things in videos, like maybe an off-color joke that I feel uncomfortable by, or a point that I think is kind of wrong. Usually when that happens and I'm editing for you, I tend to call those out in editing. I don't know how many you've noticed, but I've done it a couple of times.
Wait, hold on, what?
And I'm editing for you, I tend to call those out in editing. I don't know how many you've noticed, but I've done.
Doodle Tones edited for Jar? I didn't know this. Wait, hold on. So Jar isn't just talking about, like, how he had issues with Doodle Tones who he had, like, a friendly-ish relationship with. She edited for him? And he made a fucking hit piece video on her at the first available opportunity? Are you fucking kidding? Did anyone know this? What the fuck? How does no one mention this to me? That's fucking wild! Jar, you fucking slime bag! That's why he mentioned the 50 at the beginning. He's starting drama with them while he's still paying them! No, come on! Oh my fucking god, listen, Doodle Tones is still getting still getting attacked by my community years later. I was actually very responsible for, like, doing damage to her. By the way, I'm now paying her as my editor? What the fuck? Becca is farming that. I really didn't know, Lance. I had no idea. What the fuck? Guy Rides with the 2. Rare moment. Beckett learning new law. Yeah, I literally did not know this. What the fuck? That's fucking insanity. He's like, and he's underpaying. Like, listen, I just think he has underplayed his relationship with Doodle Tones. I've never heard him mention in, like, the other conversations he's had about her, or his, like, fucking hit piece, that she was his editor. That's fucking wild. That's fucking wild.
Done it a couple of times.
I'm going to be perfectly honest. I haven't noticed them.
Yeah, I knew they were friends, like, but, like, there's a difference between being, like, if who's a good example of this? Like, Core is my friend. Core's my friend, but Core doesn't edit for me. It would change our relationship significantly if he did. If Mitch edited for me, Mitch is actually a really good editor, for those who don't know. Mitch is a really good editor. He's just really fucking lazy. But if Mitch edited for me, it would change our relationship. Legitimately. You start, like, Max and I would describe Max as somebody who I've, like, got a friendship with these days, and I can just chat to Max if I need to about shit. But fundamentally, my relationship with Max is that I pay him. He is my editor. Like, that is a professional relationship to some extent. And it means that he also gets, like, certain liberties that other people do not fucking get. Like, I wouldn't make a hit piece on Max. It would be incredibly fucking unprofessional for me to do so. Like in this, and this is the problem with Kilo coming out against Sunday the way he has. It's like there's a question of professionalism and how that's handled. It's also why when an editor comes out against a content creator, or a content creator talks about their editor in like a drama setting, that's actually not small news. That's pretty fucking significant. This is why editors can do massive damage to their creators that they work for, like the way like Cherry did with Xanderhall, or Gooby did with Demon Mama, like. Or the way, you know, Tyler's editor. The reason Tyler is worried, by the way, about the stuff with Ash is because Tyler's well aware of the power an editor has to do damage to the creator that they worked for. Like, that's just reality. So I had no idea. It would have probably changed how my coverage looked, had I known. Jack Walker 7 with the 5. Jar keeps looking worse and worse and worse anytime he's involved. Yeah, it's fucking wild. I don't know how he does it. Should have asked Chris. He made an offer for DMs. Jesus. I don't know why Doodles decided to work with somebody like Jar, especially since his community hated her on her a bunch. Yeah, it's fucking weird. You're welcome to the link for the link to Kilotonic's video, lol. Like, yeah, I mean, I'll just come clean with something. A few of you will have heard. I know we're jumping all over the place, guys. Bear with me. I'm gonna blame it on the illness, even though this is what I do every stream. A few people like sent me the Kilo's video, but for those of you who've been watching over the past like 2 weeks, whenever I've spoken about the Destiny stuff, I've said there are also gay ops going on in the background right now. Like you can go back and check the streams. I've been talking about this. I knew that Kilo was doing this video way ahead of time. I didn't say anything to Sunday. I didn't say anything to anyone. But this information reached me, and I knew exactly what that video would be before it even came out. So that's why I alluded to it. That was my little hey, guys, you're a little fucking quietly making a video about Sunday and the whole Pixie drama shit. Everyone knows. It's like, I'll talk about it during the Chris stuff, but like it kind of validates my point about leaking the DMs in the first place. No one can keep their fucking mouths shut about anything. Like, Kilo started making this video and started working on it, but from what I can understand, pretty much instantly as soon as he stopped working with Sunday, and instantly I heard about it. From like 3 different sources. It's probably not true. It's probably 2, but that's one of the reasons that, like, when I looked at these DMs with the fucking Pixie NSE DMs, I was like, yeah, these are coming out because I know the community. Look, I know these people. It's obvious what's gonna happen. Off topic, but Beckett, what time is it in British land? It's nearly 1 p.m. in New York, and I'm wondering how long you've been awake. It's like 6 o'clock in the evening. How long have I been awake? I was up really late, so I got up today probably about 11 a.m. Can't wait for Jar making a response to VidCon incidents and Mali. I mean, he sort of fucking has already. I mean, that's one of the reasons Mali was like, oh, we should probably release this. Because he talks about it in his fucking response video. And he plays victim again, because of course he does. Fucking loser. Right, let's go.
I've noticed from my other editors. I've noticed in from my other editors, like one guy was like, Jar, what are you fucking saying? Like, they like recently in the Star Wars video, someone says, no, that wasn't the code breaker they were looking for. That was just another code breaker. They met in jail. That wasn't the same code breaker. And I was like, oh fuck, yeah, I made a mistake on that.
I'll be honest, I'm probably a little bit more covert about it. I can point out some that I know offhand. So.
Since you didn't know Doodles was an editor, Doodle Tones did make a comment on Lio's first video on the first call Lio made public of him talking to Jar. I might have a look at that. Listen, I think Doodles wants to come back. And I will say this. Lio actually did talk to me about Doodles coming back. And like how bad the shit Doodles has done actually is, and whether the criticism's fair. Because it's sort of like, what's happening now is like we're sort of like 8 months on from the fucking Lyo drama, and people are like, well, is what Lyo did that bad? I'm like, yeah. Like, yeah, it is. What are you talking about? And is the shit that Doodle Tones did that bad? Yes, it was. Yeah, they did. Like, there was a reason. It wasn't just fucking random hate mobbing. And like, unless, like, with Lyo, there's an element where, like, he sort of conceded the point and understands the, like, core issues enough to try and, like, correct. Unless Doodles can actually do that. Actually, that's not true. That's not true. Doodles doesn't have a path to redemption. Doodles doesn't have a path to redemption. Nobody is interested. That's the reality. The biggest problem for Doodles is that while Lyo may have been accused of sweeping for Peaches, and trying to cover up Peach's involvement in the FCK, that's sort of like the origin point of the Lyo drama from last year, Doodles actively swept. Doodles investigated essentially herself and lied about her knowledge of the FCK. She lied about what she knew. She lied about who was involved. She weaponized the victims once again to try and silence Akumu. Doodles had an alt within the FCK. Doodles was aware of this, and she lied about it. She took the FCK, she did the research on it when Akumu was looking at it, and presented a false narrative to Lyo. She lied. She lied actively to protect her friends, in a way even Peaches didn't. I don't know how, like, yes. Doodles, like, was the shit Doodles pulled absolutely was worthy of fucking heavy criticism. Frankly, the shit that Doodles pulled is worthy of heavier criticism than it got. Actually. She had 2 accounts in the FCK, and when called out, she deleted the alt. Yeah. Yeah. It's real fucking simple. Doodles lied and tried to weaponize the victims to go after Akumu to silence him. And the reason the victims came out and attacked Doodle Tones is because they realized what was fucking happening. Doodles doesn't have a path to redemption from that. She can never come back and start doing the same fucking shit. And that's what Doodles is going to try and do. And when she does, she's going to get fucking torn apart for it. And it's going to be very good content. But yeah, she's yeah, she's fucked. Anyway.
Obvious. Huh?
I said perfectly fine, perfectly alright. Go ahead.
Yeah, so obviously there's the Spocter video, or like why Spocter went away from commentary video specifically, the one that my name is attached to, where I call you out for calling Spocter an SCC member and calling me an ArtCC member. That one's a lot more explicit.
I noticed that one. It just slipped
Yeah.
my mind, but yes, I did notice that one.
Yeah. So there is that one. In the She-Hulk video, you claimed that there wasn't an award for Best Female Lawyer. I actually name drop it shortly after you do that. I think the last time you do it, I name drop the exact award that they would be referring to, because actually that does exist.
Oh my god, who fucking cares?
Again, it's not a big deal. I just kind of call these things out in editing, see if you notice. There was you actually did notice one of them. In the live-action Disney one, there was the Through the Looking Glass one, where you had said, oh, she wasn't running from people, and I specifically edited in the point where she was running from people. Though you did clarify. Yeah, you did clarify that a bit. There was the Halle Berry thing. I zoomed into Halle Bailey's name.
This is so autistic, it really fucking is. I just...
That was fucking embarrassing on my part. Like, holy shit, did I get a lot of comments about that. I had to straight up edit that out of the video.
I noticed.
I thought
but yeah,
I get names mixed up. But now I understand that, like, I was like, dude, that's a 50-year-old? That's a fucking hot 50-year-old. And now I realize, no, wait, that's not a 50-year-old. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, so I'll admit I've been a little bit more covert about it. I've been a little shit sometimes during editing, but as I said, they're very small issues. Otherwise, I think maybe you have...
Why is this call even happening? Because Jar's trying to silence Susie. Like that's why this call. Because what Jar was doing was he was running around behind the scenes and trying to get people to shut up. And the reason people didn't talk about Jar in the ACC was because he'd come after them, and because generally speaking, ACC people. The reason the ACC utilized Lyo to shout at people is because most people in the ACC don't have the fucking spine to go and attack people. So when someone like Jar turns up and can like fucking pressure people, that's something that will get them to shut up. And that's what Jar's doing right fucking now. That's what his MO is. Also, afterthought, I'm just going to assume you know everything I would bring to you and only bring you outside cringe. Yeah, no, you're good, Jack. You're good. You're good. Though it is interesting how much Kilo fucking apparently ran around telling everybody what he was fucking doing. I'm like, bro, why? We'll get to it. We'll get to it. I'm actually looking more and more forward to doing the Chris Speaks video.
A bit of a habit of maybe... You have a bit of a bad case of foot and mouth syndrome sometimes. But other than that, no, I don't have very many, like...
Psychic friend. I don't believe the SCK was the origins of the Lyo drama. I believe it was because Kai West debate, which never happened, or even the Jack's call, if we're going back far. No. When I say the Lyo drama that happened last year, the origin of that, I mean, what actually caused it to kick off was the FCK drama. Because, the reason that was going to cause it to kick off was because everyone knew Akumu was looking into it, and everyone, like Nezzy, Doodle Tones, Peaches, in my opinion, and a couple of other people knew what was in the FCK. They knew how bad this would be for them. They knew that if it came out, it would damage them. And because Akumu had finally pushed to the point of Lyo having to look at it, they knew it was coming out. They needed to find a scapegoat, and Lyo was that scapegoat, which is why Peaches went and set up the Burger King server and tried to start opping Lyo, because she was trying to throw him under the bus so that she'd survive. That's what happened, and that's why the FCK is so relevant, because it was lied about for so long. But, like, if you want, like, the origins of the drama of, like, why go after Lyo, oh, God, yeah, there's so many fucking pieces, like the Jack's call, the Rosa call, the fucking shit that happened, even with, like, Coyote or with fucking so many other people, you know.
Like, long-term...
Vida, yeah, that's the name I was looking for. Anyway, fuck, this illness, man. Guys, come on. Killing me. It's killing me. Do you know you only need to give one more teal super chat for chat to end up on screen? I'm not trying to pressure you. I'm just telling you, okay?
issues with you, not any like major ones, but I have heard a lot of other talks about like what people have problems with. Obviously, I was talking to Mally this morning when she told me that you had something you wanted to talk to me about. I imagined it had something to do with this, and obviously I've heard her gripes, I've heard Orange's gripes, I've heard Lynn's gripes. So I hear things, but I don't know, I try to be a little bit more forgiving.
I understand that. It's just sometimes I understand I do need to work on what I say, but at the same time, I sometimes feel like 75% of it is people misunderstanding me, because like Orange is going on about the whole Jar used an accent thing. Like Jar used an accent, a West Indian accent, and like I have the whole call recorded, but he was like, "Why did you think that was okay to say?" And I didn't say this, but all I was thinking was, "Are you this much of a pussy?" Like there are people who have done.
Hey, Malini with the 6. Okay, then here you go. Thanks. That was enthusiastic. I appreciate you guys. Okay, let me set a new goal. Put chat on screen. What do we want the new goal to be? Fuck. Dan Beckett, you're extolling us harder than Fauci with the dog. Wait, hold on. Can I set a goal where for somebody else's stream, like if you meet the goal, Fauci gives a treat to his dog? Can I borrow Fauci's dog? Oh my god, fuck. We'll go We'll go more goals, and then if I can think of another goal, I'll change it, okay? Oh my god, fuck. Kill me. I'm dying. I'm dying over here. Okay. Where are you? There we go. Chat on screen. Chat on screen. Enjoy. 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 Actually, is it better up there? Can I make it slightly bigger if it's up there? Maybe I can. Can I crush it down a little bit? Yeah. I'll make it slightly bigger. There we go. Ah yes, Vida, who the Toon's evil hat corrupted to groom children in its name. So fucking true. Thank you, Kairos, for the 5. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Okay, let's carry on. Let's carry on. I've distracted myself enough.
Way worse.
Captain T with the 5. Everyone in ACC is too mentally weak to function in a normal society and should always be reminded of that at every opportunity. We're doing the Lord's work. We're doing the Lord's work. Next goal should be chat off. No, you can't give chat off screen because no one will give me money then. They'll be like, I don't want chat off screen. Why would I pay for that?
But, and I do feel like Oranges lied to my face because Oranges was like, oh, I won't, oh, I have like a list of things to go on with you. But that was the only point. And I was like, I think they realized they couldn't win because like I was very steadfast in that. And I have my gripes with everyone else. It just feels like whenever I do something, it's twisted into being so much worse than it really is, and people come after me, and
Well,
like I was not happy with Ponder saying, I think Jar is a fucking racist, while I was getting like fucking pedo allegations. I was like, if you wanted to call me a racist, fine, just why do that when I'm getting pedo allegations? That like really was like, wow.
I'm
to
not
me.
entirely sure of the context of that.
It was during the Chaos 5-5T situation, and then there was what else was there?
I mean, I find this really interesting because it's like Jar's like, I've never cared about the racism allegations, but you held that fucking close. Ponder was going to defend him. Like, if you don't care about the racism allegations, then why would it matter? But you do care. You do care, Jar. It drives you completely fucking insane. That's why. That's why this keeps coming up, bro. Dude.
There. You can find it on Leo Convoy's channel with him having all the calls. That's where I first heard it. But then there was what else was there? There was one more I wanted to bring up with you.
What Steel Sunday shit, Killjoy? Could do that.
Slipped my mind. It's just I've been so paranoid and frustrated with everything going on, and
I get it. As I said,
I don't want.
been there
I don't
before.
want to. Yeah, it's just I don't. The thing you haven't been where I am at before though is I'm a big guy. Like you're not at my size, and I'm
comparatively during the. Let's say comparatively during the alt CC stuff, I could have been seen as such. Comparatively,
Yeah, but-
relatively speaking.
What you don't seem to understand, Doodle Tones, is that I'm a massive content creator. I have 200,000 subs, don't you know? I'm gigantic. I'm huge, Doodle Tones. You don't seem to understand the pressures that I'm under. Jar's size was largely set during his earlier content period. He has not moved much since then. Well, like, again, this whole fucking... Do you know what? If I've learned anything from the last sort of, like, 4 or 5 months of drama, is that, like, viewership and sub numbers, when it comes to, like, drama, don't really fucking matter, generally speaking. They just don't. It's based on, like, wild other factors. Your sub count and your viewership are going to define what you're earning. But unless you're, like, a multi-million sub YouTuber, generally who fucking cares? Like, when you look at, like, Diori is a good example of this. Diori has finally hit 100k on his, like, stream channel. But when he was like, I don't know, what was it, like 60 to 80k, he was still talking on even footing with million sub YouTubers. It was Diorio who's taking down people like Moa Max. It's like, you're like, Oggy RFC didn't hit 100k on his main channel. It doesn't have anything to do with the amount of clout he has. And when you're talking about being involved in drama or engaging in drama with other YouTubers, your audience size is actually, generally speaking, not what's going to define your success. What's going to define your success is your type of fan base and how you leverage yourself. That has nothing to do with sub count or viewership. Might have something to do with reach, but there's other ways to gain reach than like your personal numbers. You know, like Kilo's video on Sunday. Kilo's video on Sunday has like maybe 1,000 views, but it was watched by 800 people live on Queemans. You know, it's got that VOD's probably going to have a couple of thousand views on it. And the wider narrative that's being spun isn't from Kilo's video, it's from Queeman's coverage. A lot of the Destiny stuff is actually being spun out of Queeman's coverage, not out of YouTubers or creators who are 10, 20, 30 times his size. It's out, like, you know, it's out of the fact that Queeman's coverage has been very good and it's become a reference point. Queeman's coverage probably matters more than Just Ilk's at this point. Just Ilk is just like the nexus point. But also Just Ilk's kind of bigger than Queeman is. You know, you're talking about somebody who generally speaking is 4-5k concurrent. Whereas, I don't know what he's like now, post the Destiny drama, but that's where he was sat. Whereas Queeman's sort of gone, I mean, Queeman's grown off the Destiny drama, certainly. He's gone from sort of 200 to 300 concurrent standard to about 6 to 7, which I'm very happy for him for. It's kind of based. But yeah, sorry, fuck. It's quality, not quantity, yeah. Yeah, very true. It's very true. It's very true.
With my audience and what I have, whenever I respond to someone, they keep dealing with harassment, and I don't like hurting people.
Oh, I know that.
I'm afraid I might be pushed to that point, and I don't like doing that. And
you're such a fucking liar. You're such a fucking liar. Do you know why Jar didn't want to go after these people? Do you want to know why? This is my theory, but I'll tell it to you like it's fact. Do you know why Jar didn't want to go after Mally or Doodle Tones or Lin during this fucking drama? It's because he was weighing up whether people like Lyo and Peaches would support him. That's why. Because I, from what I understand, Lyo was in the fucking background telling him to shut the fuck up. But this wasn't worth taking public. I think if Lyo had supported Jar and was like, yeah, these fucking bitches, man, he would have gone public. It was nothing to do with, I don't want to harass people. It was to do with the fact that he didn't want to catch shade from people like Lyo and Peaches. He's such a fucking worm. Complete coward. Complete fucking coward.
Realize it's either me or them. Oh my god. And like, and the sad thing is, like,
Well,
I hate that people are trying to paint me as this like very alt-right figure, because I'm like, guys, I'll argue.
Hey guys, I don't know why you're calling me alt-right. Sure, the theme tune to my videos is from American History X. Or inspired by American History X, but that's not the fucking point. Don't know what you're talking about.
So have to deal with right-wingers as well on my ass. It's just they attack and then leave. It's just,
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess if I might be a little blunt, you don't really do yourself too many favors in that regard, though.
Oh, I know that. I'm aware.
Okay.
The fuck is that laugh?
Just
It's
as long as you know
mostly
where
due
it
to-
comes from, I guess.
I do. It's just sometimes I see comments about me, like even under Lynn's video, I saw a comment like, "Oh, Jar thought the bird was voiced by thought Estelle was black because he said the bird was voiced by a black woman." And I was like, "No, I said it was rapping, and that was because Disney thinks that's the only way to get through to a black woman. I never said the bird was voiced by a black woman themselves. I don't know Estelle's race. I only know they're like." I think some,
Oh.
huh?
I don't even think it was Estelle.
No, Aquafina. That's who it was. I get them mixed up.
Yeah.
It was Aquafina.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
Aquafina,
just-
I think is she? I think she's Asian American.
Yeah, but point is, I didn't call her black in the video.
No, that's
And-
fair.
Yeah, it's just I feel like 90% of the people who don't like me misunderstand what I say, and I understand. Not very good with my words. I mess up on a lot of stuff, and
Like, I understand that I'm not very good at this whole speaking thing. You know, I'm not very good at getting my point across well. It's good that my job isn't, you know, being a fucking drama commentator. What a fucking idiot. Like, and anytime Jar is called out for anything, has anyone noticed this? Has anyone noticed the pattern? Anytime Jar is called out for anything, oh, I didn't really mean that. I didn't mean it that way. I'm sorry you took it that way. What a fucking loser, bro. Jesus. I just can't get over how detailed the art is, and then the coloring seems rushed. It's very strange, like the face is extremely well shaded, and the pauldron is a bunch of scribble. Yeah, I don't know what Lia's doing with the pauldron. Okay, I'm not here to judge other people's art, okay?
I do defend you behind the scenes sometimes, Doodle Tones. Like, I'm like, someone will bring up, oh, Doodle Tones has that diaper fetish, right? I'm like, maybe not.
Maybe
Debunk
you'll
an
fix
argument
it.
she made.
Hold on, we'll look.
I always say that. Like, I don't care whatever Doodle Tones is into. Debunk the actual argument.
No, the pauldron's still going to be a mess.
It's actually interesting.
Lia, sort the pauldron out. Listen, it's fine, it's whatever.
Apparently,
It's annoying me too, though.
like lesser and lesser people like even know of that situation than I thought, which is interesting. When I was talking to Mally about possibly being on a commentary therapy thing, she had told me she'd never heard of the Doodle diaper stuff, which was wild to me.
Oh, I'm so right. I'm so fucking right. Let's go.
Like lesser and lesser people like even know of that situation than I thought, which is interesting. When I was talking to Mally about possibly being on a commentary therapy thing, she had told me she'd never heard of the Doodle diaper stuff, which was wild to me.
I am so fucking right. Let's go. I love being right. I love being right. I love being right. It feels so good. So it gives me warm feelings.
But yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know. As far as like how I guess you present yourself and like how people tend to walk away from a lot of the stuff that you say. Well, again, you know that it's like it's very much a how you present and like implications thing, right?
Yes, I have.
Like more often than not.
Hard to say because sometimes people are so off basis with what I said. I'm like, I can't even begin to imagine how you came to that conclusion. But I know it's, you know, and I don't want to say it because people will say I'm using my autism as an excuse, but it's also due to like, you know, being homeschooled all my life, and I also have a speech impediment that really flares up when I'm recording, so I have to like force the words out, and that can be misconstrued and taken.
Jar, one of the most depressing things Jar said to me during my interview with him was like, out of all of his like brothers and sisters, he's the one who's come out like the most normal. Like, fuck, what did this person's like? His mum apparently used to read like these little like fucking Bible comic things, and she was like a fundamentalist. I mean, like, Jar sounds like he's fucked up for a reason, but he's still like fucked up. I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're kind of making everyone else's problem. Oh, fuck.
Taken the wrong way, and everything else. And the reason why, out of everybody I trust to talk about this stuff with, it's actually you and Peaches, because you and Peaches both know what it's like to be like ganged up on and dogpiled on. It's not a fun feeling.
For sure.
Yeah, I just I trust you more with this than most people. I'm just frustrated, and I try.
Excuse me, there's more of him. Yes, his siblings are worse apparently. Just picturing it. I'm picturing it, chat. It's a fucking glorious image in my head. Yeah, it's Chick Tracks. That's what it is. Yeah, it's in the interview I had with him. He would talk about it. Listen, I fucking hate this. We all know what it's like to be on it. Listen, it's the internet. People are mean to you. Do you think people aren't mean to me on the internet? Do you think people don't say mean things to me? Have you seen people talk about me in other people's comment sections? Dude, my name gets mentioned and people are like, oh, that fucking Beckett guy. I hate his accent and his stupid fucking face. Why is he so gay all the time? Who cares? Who cares, bro? It doesn't matter. It's random faceless people on the internet. Who gives a shit? Why'd you care? Why'd you care? Why'd you care? Lunar Moon T with the 5. The ACC makes me so mad. You are supposed to be talking about art. Why are they talking about anything but art? Yeah, no, it's I think the funniest shit as well is like Queeman talked about this when he went on Chuds after the card posting video. But apparently Queeman's going to do like a 2 hours of hate, and Queeman's said, well, you know, we'll do it, but I don't know how many people will turn up. Everyone's like really fucking loud in chat, but when they get the actual opportunity to say something, none of them do. One thing I will tell you that is like a weird thing to like witness. I will see people say like fucking brutal shit about me. They're like, this fucking Beckett guy needs to die. He needs to die, everybody. I hate that guy. I hate him so much. And then I'll turn up in chat like 20 minutes later or something. I'll post something. And then the same people will do one of two things. They'll either shut the fuck up and not say anything to me and pretend that they're not there. Or they'll be like, oh my god, it's Beckett. Yay. I don't know, bro. Pick a lane. You fucking cowards. You can't be mean to Sped Sheeran. So true. Thank you for the 5. This is why I really like. There's a chatter. I think she hangs around in like Vicky or in like Aiden or Morale's chat named Vicky. And I like Vicky because Vicky will like shit talk me even when I turn up. She'll like carry on, and I'm like, yes, based. Do that. Do that. Fucking hold your positions. Be based. I really like people who go against the grain of a chat. Like there are certain people who, when an entire chat is being nice about somebody, they will continue to be like, you're all fucking coping, you're fucking crazy, this person fucking sucks, and I'm like, based. Yes, fight with the rest of chat. Hold your positions. That's like, have a spine. Based. Do it. Oh, it'll be so good. So fucking good. Oh, right. I feel pretty good. Pretty good today. Oh, we got Fake Layer in chat as well. How you doing, Fake Layer? Oh, I haven't seen Fake Layer in a while. That's called Fear. I like, yeah. No one wants to actually. Very few people actually want to get on the stream and fight with somebody. That's one of the reasons I like Purple Pepsi as well. Purple Pepsi is like based for that. Purple will actually have a go at me and then turn up and talk about it. I appreciate that shit.
To be more middle of the road with my videos. Like I'm trying to also insult both sides, but like I feel like whenever I do that, I just get I get even more people angry for trying to be in the middle. And I'm sorry, I just can't do the typical talking points everybody else does. I'm just not into that. I've tried, I just can't. And
Liana Taylor, Stardust Boyfriend L from Liana. Is that the actual Liana Taylor? Hold on, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check if that's the actual Liana. Okay, because I don't know. Go to channel activity. Maybe. actual Liana. It's actual Lana. I like Liana, so I don't know. Is that the actual one? I literally can't tell. I think this is the actual Liana. Is it? I think so. I don't know why that would help me. I got no fucking idea. But Liana, did you not know? We broke up. You can't say that anymore. Can't say that anymore. You're literally attacking me for my trauma after my breakup. Okay, that's pretty dark. I'm very hurt. It's definitely me.
Just spent so much time being so angry at this community for so long because I feel like out of every community I've dealt with,
someone
almost
parodying
my
me?
entire amount of harassment has come from this section of the internet, and I'm just
Start a sex boyfriend now, thank you.
And I've seen what it turns people into. Like I've seen like Daft, Spockter, and so many others, but like at the same time, sometimes I think I'm the problem, but at the same time I'm like, then how did I make it as far as I have while everybody else around?
Sometimes I think I'm the problem, but I've survived, so it must be other people. Fucking loser. Lineman 2, the 5. I see negative reactions with people online as a way to grow better at handling conflict. Jar use it as a way to prove he's a victim. So much hate. Or shaking my head. I don't know which one it is. But yeah, this is the problem. Like, a lot of people take it really personally. I said this during the Tyler stuff. There are people who are sat in my chat pretty regularly, who I saw in Tyler's chat when this kicked off, who were like, yeah, fuck Beckett. I hope he fucking dies in a fire. And that is completely fine and normal, guys. None of those people deserve any judgment. That's just what chats are like. That's fine. It's just like, the problem is, none of this is fucking personal. Don't take it personally, okay? It's okay. It's fine. It's all good. Yeah, Taylor with the $6.99. My bad, you're good. You're good. It's good to see you. I hope you're good. I hope you're good. Listen, Liana is like one of my favorite people in commentary hell, okay? So she can get away with pretty much whatever the fuck she wants.
Around my size, anyone who was bigger than me, whether it's Daft, Spock, Creepshow Art, they have all fallen. And I'm like, am I doing the right thing or am I not? Like, I don't know.
I feel like it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Because again, there are a couple of times where I don't agree with how you approach things. I guess, you know, right and wrong is a morality thing, so that's ultimately subjective. But it's like there are a couple of times where I don't agree with how you approach things. But like, ultimately I feel like a lot of people are very forgiving of you. I'm not entirely sure why.
What? Wait, you think people are...
Okay, that's actually kind of based. I fucking hate Doodle Tones, but being like, yeah, it seems like a lot of people are like, you know, they'll let things go, they'll sort of let you get away with it. I don't know why, though. You're kind of an asshole. Based. Okay, that's the only base thing that Doodle Tones has or will ever say. Fuck Doodle Tones. That's funny. Actually, you can have that.
I do.
Okay.
Can we all agree Tyler is a giant goober? I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know whether he's trying to bury the hatchet. I don't think he's a fucking idiot. We did a tiny bit of Tyler content earlier. I don't want to get dragged back to fucking shit. Hey, it's Erify. How you doing, by the way?
Especially goes to bat for you. I think sometimes you can. Sometimes you got people who can be a little too forgiving. Sure, you definitely get those people that throw out the blatant fucking pedophilia allegations. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that you don't get those people. I've seen them. Fluffy had sat me down like months prior to releasing those, and I told her explicitly, under no uncertain circumstances, do not get me involved, because I did not want to be a part of it.
I know.
But so yeah, I've definitely seen it. But more often than not, when people do get onto your case, it's usually followed by you know, he's not like malicious, or he's, you know, he's just kind of silly sometimes, or he's, you know.
It was because of fear. It was because of fear. I have spoken to so many fucking people, and people were scared of Jar. Now you can say, why would anyone be scared of Jar? But you gotta remember, Jar was somebody who did have an audience that would go after people. You only have to look at Timos Boss for this. It was fair. People did not want to come out with things. They didn't want to fucking hassle of it. I said this during my video on him. The most common sentiment I got was, are you sure you want to make a video on Jar? You're going to be hearing about it for the next 5 fucking years. I'm like, yeah, sure, I don't fucking care. But a lot of those people didn't. And that's why. That's why they let him get away with it.
He deals with, you know, or he does fight with his autism and stuff like that. I have heard these kind of, not specifically from Lio, but I have heard these kind of sentiments raised in your defense. So I feel like sometimes people can be incredibly forgiving with you specifically. Again, I'm not entirely sure why, because I'll admit, were anyone else making the kinds of jokes that you make, they would not have a career.
Okay. I've heard that one before, and it's like I remember the whole accent thing, and I think it was either Pink Robot or someone Pink Robot was responding to. I did screenshot it, but like someone was like, "Oh, if anyone else made this made a accent, they wouldn't have a career." And it's like, I can name 50 YouTubers far more edgy than me.
Okay, but you're within the ACC, and the ACC is really woke. This is actually just true. This is actually just true. Like, Jar got away with shit that nobody else would, and partly, again, I'm retreading. I know. Literally one guy myself. Fuck. But it's because other people would like come after Jar with the most fucking insane accusations and try and call him a pedophile. So when it came to being like, Jar, you're racist, it was kind of like, okay, well, people are calling him a pedophile, so you know, grand scheme of what the drama is, who fucking cares? That's the problem.
I'm not talking specifically the black scent. I'm talking about some of the other jokes that you put, especially in that live action Disney video. Was it the Uyghur joke, quote unquote?
Okay, I will admit, I think I was out of pocket with that. I will admit, Leo talked to me about that, and he said, I don't think you should ever make that joke again. And I said, you're right. That was out of pocket. I shouldn't have done that. That's on me.
There was that one. There was the Mickey almost saying the N-word. That one's a little shaky. I understand it's more a joke at the expense of Disney. But you gotta understand, it is not a joke that very many people can get away with.
I guess so, but then again, I do have a different...
Is Lio drawing fetish art of Optimus Prime? Is that what this is? Oh no, he's like reaching, he's like flying and like got his arms out. I thought he was like strapped up. I thought Lio was doing BDSM art of fucking Optimus Prime. I was like, bro, what are you drawing? Hey, JFA, how you doing?
Audience from a lot of you, because I'm a bit more like, a lot of people who are subscribed to me are also subscribed to you. A lot of people who are subscribed to the Critical Drinker are also subscribed to me. There's not a lot of people who watch a Critical Drinker and you.
Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah, it's just some.
Imagine thinking the Critical Drinker's fucking edgy. What? What are you talking about? Listen, I watch the Critical Drinker. Okay, I actually get a lot of my movie news from the Critical Drinker because he does short videos and he just keeps me up to date on shit. But he's not fucking edgy, bro. What are you talking about? It's based on a comic cover. Listen, I'm sorry. It looks like fucking BDSM. I don't know what to tell you. Okay.
Sometimes I feel like I do have to pick a side because I remember someone said Jar flat out admitted he was openly fascist when he defended Antunes. Like, he didn't say it, but like, Jar defending Antunes means he's openly fascist. And I was like, I've only
watched him once or twice and I got bored. Okay. the best things out of the Critical Drinker are unironically his like movie Hell series, where he basically talks about like how certain films were made and the problems behind them. It's actually really good. I highly recommend it. It's really informative. It's actually very well put together. It's much, much better than his normal sort of like slop content. Some of them, like when he's talking about basically like the issues like producers and actors had with each other, like when a movie that has no right to have turned out as well as it did, and like how certain it's a really interesting series, and it's one like if you watch him on live stream as well, like Critical's actually nowhere near as bad as people think he is. It's just his daily sort of like schlop content that's a bit crap.
I wanted to strangle Antunes so many fucking times. I've told him multiple times, okay, Antunes, let's look at this joke. It's the statistic, the statistic for trans suicide rates. Okay, Antunes, this is edgy, but it's not a joke. You need a punchline. There's no humor in this. What's wrong with you? I've told him multiple times, like, you can't just say edgy stuff and expect it to be funny. You need to have a punchline. And even then, I think this is a little too edgy for my taste. And trust me, Antunes frustrates the fuck out of me. I don't.
Isn't that interesting? Isn't that an interesting take from Jar? You can't just say something as edgy. It needs to have a punchline. And now, while he's trying to repair his like reputation with the anti-SJW crowd, fucking like, I know that's not really a thing anymore, but like, shall we say the anti-woke crowd? He's like, oh well, yeah, this one time I went on this date with this girl and I asked her if she liked fried chicken because she was black. It's like, bro, you know what you're fucking doing. You're aware. I refuse to believe you're not. Fuck off. Such a piece of shit. Such a grifting piece of shit.
I don't like the guy. He is so fucking frustrating. But like, I think a lot of the information about him was wrong, and like I hate how people say, "Oh, Jar, you always go with the popular opinion." Antunes was not the popular opinion.
No, I definitely would not say you were, like, you entirely go with the popular opinion, because I know better than that. I am making my own Spockter video. I don't know if you've heard, or I don't know if I've told you before, but I am working on my own.
Hi, just peeking in for a moment to remind Beckett that I don't draw not safe working. Listen, okay, firstly, Lio, what's with this fucking, what happened with the pauldron, buddy? Listen, I like the fact you included it, because like, but what the fuck happened with the pauldron? Everything else about this is great, but also, I wouldn't do this if I wasn't here. But secondly, this is absolutely, it looks like BDSM stuff. He looks strung up. I don't know what to fucking tell you. Like, I didn't make you draw it this way. This is like, the fuck?
I don't believe you have, and I haven't heard it.
Yeah, I'm basically doing what I did to Coda, but with Spockter. That's not gonna get released until like next year, though. That's got a lot of prep work to do. But like, yeah, there was the whole video that you did with Common Butters, and that was like the one on Toby, I think. That was on Toby, right?
That was the one on Toby.
The pauldron I had no way to render with the tools I limited myself with, and drawing you're losing it over as a Jim Lee Wolverine comic reference. Okay, well, Jim Lee is drawing porn of Wolverine. There you go. That's my take. So little crotch Beckett, for shame. Fuck you guys.
I feel like people really misunderstood me in that video, and I did defend myself from both Junkie and Luke with that video, but I gave up on it because at that point I was exhausted, but like,
no, for sure, I get that, but
yeah, I was working a lot. Butters took out a lot of criticisms we had towards Toby, making it less fair, and a lot of people say, oh, then why did you let her in the video? It's like, well, I added her in, and then I didn't want to say, oh, you're not going to do what we want you to so fuck off, because like, I can be a bit of a pushover sometimes, and I will admit that was one of my weakest videos, but at the same time, looking back on it, it also aged decently well, because things did not end so well for Kai, Omnia, Creepshow.
This take is so fucking dumb. This take is so dumb. Jar absolutely is a fucking follower. Doodles. Like, okay, well, it's Doodles. What the fuck am I expecting? But at the same time, Jar is absolutely a follower. He has always been a follower. He has always gone for either the popular take or the take his friends will support, because Jar is all about utilizing a network of people to support and defend his takes. That is Jar's principal position in anything he fucking does. I know better than that. Fucking Jesus.
Luke.
Yeah. My point, though, at the end of the day is I have seen you occasionally go against the grain. And from the perspective of, like, me hearing specifically Mally mention it this morning, when she was recapping everything, apparently, like, some of the things that you feel you went against the grain on, might not fully align with the timeline of events. I don't have the entire timeline myself, so I can't exactly call you on it one way or another. But I guess I know the Junkie thing, us commentating on Junkie only came out after Junkie was, like, exposed for being kind of
No. Me and you
ridiculous as
talking
fuck.
about him. Yes. Me and you. Our video on Junkie definitely came out after it. I'm talking about the one I did on Junkie.
Well, that is usually Jar's position. He will absolutely go out of his way to defend the worst people. To remind you, I had to talk him out of doing a video defending Kai Wai's post charges. Okay, that's true. That's true, but I would add an addendum to that. The reason Jar will come out and defend the worst people is if he can leverage that to go after people he doesn't like. It's not because Jar has, like, a really strong opinion that other people are wrong. It's that Jar has an ulterior motive. And I think that is worth noting. I think that's actually quite important to note. Like, even with the fucking Cinebear stuff, Jar's reason for coming out and defending Cinebear was because he was trying to build his network with people like Kumu and fucking, like, potentially upcoming people like Romantic Goblin, because he needed a new network and support group. It's not because he actually fucking believes anything. That's absolutely correct. Yeah. I think that's fair. But it's like, yeah, if Jar can weaponize something, he'll absolutely do it because he is a fucking worm. And when Lyo was in the shit after all the friendship Jar had with Lyo, he was more than happy to throw him under the bus. Jar was more than happy to throw Lyo under the fucking bus. And you can see in the call between, like, Lyo, Akumu, and Jar that Jar is happy to sit on the fence right until he's not. Like, right until after that call happens and, like, Lyo's getting, like, shit still. Then Jar starts to move his possession.
And Box of Fox. If I said I did it with you, that was my bad, because that was...
Oh, no, I think that the thing in the specific example that Mally brought up was apparently you brought up your Creep Show video. Again, I don't know the timeline specifically of that, of when the lolcow leaks happened and when you made your video, so I can't double check that one way or another, so I'll just kind of leave that on the table. But according to Mally, that wasn't entirely...
She might be confused which one it is.
Yeah, maybe.
No, that is... Okay, let me grab it. She could be confused as to which one it is, because the problem is I did more than one. But the very first one, that was before the lolcow leaks happened, and you can tell because I'm terrified in it. Like, I'm terrified of Creepshow the whole time. Yeah, this one.
Yeah, as I said, I don't remember when the lolcow leaks happened or when you made your video, so I'll take your word for it. I'm not 100%.
I was terrified of Creepshow. I was so afraid of her. Yeah, she had more clout than you. The amount of fucking content creators who seem to admit their fear of people in private calls. I was watching Queeman last night when he was talking about some of this. It's like, guys, let's stop. Oh fuck.
On it. But I know that was like the explicit thing that Mally brought up. Outside of that, I mean, yeah, you did defend Antunes. That I don't think that was a particular popular belief. So I'd say you have your moments of going against the grain, at least from my perspective. But again, this was just kind of going off of what Mally was talking about this morning. I'm not entirely on the know on that. But, was there anything else particularly?
Well, I know this is going to sound weird, Doodle Tones, but I do actually genuinely enjoy your company.
Oh, God, shut up.
Some of my friends have been telling me that, dude, look at your size. You've given them chance after chance. Destroy the art community. Anyone who uses an avatar, just destroy them. The big ones like Daft and Spoctor are gone. It's just you. Work with Antunes, join the dark side, and commit the Art CC massacre. But like,
It's
so fucking gay. You know why Jar wouldn't go after the Art CC? Because he needed them. He needed them. He needs a group around him. If Jar can find another group, which is exactly what he was looking for with the Cinebad stuff, it's what he's looking for now, by the way. It's my biggest criticism of, like, the shit where... It's my biggest criticism with stuff like the Himpleton stuff and the Ace stuff isn't that, like, Ace is doing a bad job. I think Ace is doing an excellent job. It's just that Jar is utilizing that because he wants a new group. That's it. That's all it is. It's fucking pathetic. And then if he manages to get into that new group, find a new audience, like capture, one day he'll turn on them. Oh god, the 90s Router's newest video about Lio, Gildan, and Ace is so keen on my I've heard, Potato, we might watch it. We might watch it. The parasite can't kill the host without dying itself. True, drummer.
I believe you. I've seen your fans. Some of them can be that strange.
I know, but like these are like IRL friends who have told me that like you just destroy them, just destroy Mal or.
You have IRL friends you're talking about this with? Fucking what? What? Oh, is that router or whatever? I'm fucking know. Fuck you guys. I've got IRL friends. I talked to my neighbor about it. This is so fucking gay. You don't understand. I go into the real world and talk about YouTube stuff with people. Fuck, I won't even tell some of my... I won't tell my IRL friends what my fucking channel is. Are you kidding me?
Oranges, Harley, Lin, Dual Tones, everyone. They're all against you. They're all planning, destroy them. But like...
He's running with this narrative now, by the way. You can see it in his response video. They were actually plotting against me. Look at how they've come out against me to talk about VidCon. They were all plotting against me. No, they weren't. Ponda never named you until my video. She didn't name you. No one was plotting against you, you fucking idiot. God. Can't rise with the 2. Man, Dreadlock didn't take the that call well. I do want to hear more Dreadlocking calls. I am desperate to hear more Dreadlocking calls. This is an open bounty, by the way. I don't know if there's a fucking... I don't know, depends how, like, fucking desperate I get, but I might actually start a reward fund for calls with Dreadlock in them. Because I am very, very... I might. I'm not saying I am. I'm saying I might. I really want to hear more Dreadlock calls. Of all the people to talk about IRL this with, not once was it a therapist or a pastor. Jesus fucking Christ.
And... I'm not gonna lie, there's a small part of me that thinks I should, because it's always been this community giving me issues. Sure, I've received issues from other places, but like 90% of my issues have come from this community, but I don't want to go down that road, and I want to just talk things out with people. Yeah.
Well, if it's any consolation, I wasn't... Okay. So I too had as I mentioned, I too had an issue with your Hogwarts Legacy video. And for a brief spell that I did think about making a video on it, but I did figure that maybe I would write, like, kind of a pseudo script and then pass it to you directly, because I just got most of your fans off of my back doing, like, 2 videos with you, and I don't want to deal with that again. So I particularly, if I do have an issue with a video, I did plan on going to you directly about it. I just wanted to get all my thoughts in order, and I haven't had the time
Unless
to
it's
do
taken
that
back
yet.
at you, I'm dying.
But
My biggest issue with that whole thing though is it wasn't a Hogwarts Legacy video. That was a very
I know,
small
it was-
video.
I'm having to
It
mute
was-
myself periodically
it was
so
a
I
hate
cough and
watching
die.
video, and there
I
is a
know.
couple of issues with the Velma segment. For instance, you kind of debunk your own like premise 5 minutes in. By acknowledging the possibility that some people might be hate watching Velma. Like, you do explicitly mention the possibility that is the case.
Well, yes, but that's the point. The point is, it's not like hate watching is not making something a success. It's not just like every single transphobe is buying Hogwarts Legacy. It's not that Velma became this successful because people hate. Yeah.
It's like I get that, but
Hold on. Actually, you're wrong here. Velma got a second season through hate watching. Like, you can see this from like the demographics and like reviews and respondents. Like, no one liked Velma, and that's why when the second season came out, it fell completely flat because no one wanted to hate watch it anymore. Like, it's a dumb argument. Hogwarts Legacy didn't become successful because of people hate playing it or whatever. Hogwarts Legacy became successful largely because people will overlook Rowling's like transphobia because they enjoy Harry Potter. But I what?
Again, it really does come a lot down to like the way that you present the video, and that was actually going to be a specific note that I was going to make in the pseudo script. Was like, yeah, I don't think you're like a transphobe. I don't think that you are entirely dismissive of like the
someone sent me a fucking dreadlock video. Okay. I will watch that in a bit.
the trans plight, but a lot of the implications in that video are really harmful, especially to someone like Lynn or myself, which
I understand that.
in particular there's
Wait, they signed a contract for 2 seasons? I don't remember that being the case. I think you're fucking gaslighting me. Because I remember a lot of conversation about it. Maybe I'm wrong. But nonetheless, the viewer demographics for Velma were absolutely inflated by hate watching. Like, they just were. And that's one of the reasons that people were claiming that the show was actually successful. But it was mostly people just tuning in to be like, what the fuck is this? Beck it out here spreading misinformation. I don't know. I don't know if I care enough. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's fine.
it's like a point where you're talking about the culture war doesn't go as far as like, or it doesn't go any further than Andrew Tate bad and stuff like that.
No. That's actually one part where I was.
Yes, we're all gaslighting you. I hate it
video because there's like,
Yeah.
it wasn't right.
Haven't
after
I suffered
Hogwarts
enough?
Legacy part. It was like 4 minutes of talking about other stuff, and and then when I got to that, and Lynn.
Yeah, the thing is again, you might not have meant it this way, and I will give you that benefit of doubt that you did not mean it this way. But the implication to that, considering this was around the time that you were also talking about, like, what talking about like how much Hogwarts Legacy does not like harm people, or how much, you know, it's JK's already rich as is. It does kind of come off like you're insinuating this quote-unquote culture war, which ultimately is the trans panic that we're currently like seeing in 2023, only really affects those that are terminally online, when at the time of your video there were at least 500 anti LGBT and especially anti-trans bills that were like.
Can we? Okay. Look, I'm struck. I'm struggling to give a fuck about Doodle Tones' takes on the culture war, okay? Artemis with the 5. What are the chances that Susie was actually Smorky? I don't know who Smorky was. Smorky? I don't know. So I'm gonna say the chances were 90%. What the fuck am I talking about? Okay. Let's be clear. Jar's argument of like, I can be angry about the Hogwarts Legacy thing that Lin said and that Doodle said because I think it's bad PR and optics for the trans community. Bro, shut up. Shut up. Are you edgy or are you an ally? If you're not an ally, like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, guys, I, just a robot, understand the PR of the trans community far better than a trans person does. Dude, fuck off. Smokey is an actual child predator that's just plain cruel. Oh, okay. You don't know Smokey? Listen, I don't know. I've got no fucking idea. Okay, then I will say, I don't know. I'm gonna retract my percentage guess. Okay.
Getting passed or being very heavily considered to be passed.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
he was the one who lived with Lota. Oh, okay.
again,
oh, go ahead.
and again, to clarify, I don't think that is exactly what you had intended, but that is how that comes across.
I understand that. I was mostly referring to like the idea that like someone hates this thing so much, and like people hating on J.K. Rowling is what made it a success, or people hated on Velma, and that's why it's a success. Because right after words, I just said they're just big IPs. It's as simple as that.
Oh, okay. I actually kind of get this. Okay, I get where I understand the argument he's responding to. Yes, I actually think Jar's wrong here as well. Frankly, I don't know how much of a difference it made, but there was certainly like a lot of potentially free advertising for Hogwarts Legacy before it came out from sort of like it being attacked. You remember, like, people were like adding tags to its Discord, to its Steam page and stuff, and like there was like a 3 to 4 week period where it was just the constant conversation on Twitter. You know, I don't know how much of an impact that makes to sales figures, but it's not nothing, right? It does have an impact.
I understand the plight many trans people go through, not as probably as fully as you, because, well, you are trans, so you probably have.
I understand the plight of trans people. Please, Jar. Explain what I'm at. Fucking kill me.
26 times the knowledge on it that I do.
There's a reason my Hogwarts Legacy video is an hour, yes.
I know. That's something I did learn, because I realized, okay, when I make a short video, things tend to get more mistranslated, so that's why I started making long videos, so it would stop happening. I've been trying to use the script more, but sometimes, I'm not going to lie, Doodle Tones, sometimes I feel like the harder I try, the more people
misunderstand, maybe.
Yeah. Hey, Dread.
My God, you're such a victim. Hey, Dread, are we bringing Dread in? Let's fucking go. Dread, get on the mic, Dread.
Hi, Doodle Tones.
Oh, there he is. There he is. There's Professor Dreadlocks. There's our favorite fucking asshole. Let's fucking go.
Hey, Dreadlock.
How are you doing? You doing well?
Well, I'm currently connected to a heating pad, so
She's
that's...
very, very ill.
Yeah.
I can relate to that, but probably is not much as she has. Well, anyway, I just wanted to say hi.
Wait,
I'll let you.
wait.
What?
Come here.
No, bad touch.
Come
Gross,
on,
bad
come on.
Bad touch? Bad touch? Let's go! The fucking Jar and Dreadlock love fucking polycule. What the fuck these two are doing? Bad touch. You guys gonna bring a water bottle to share?
Yeah.
I can relate to that, but probably is not much as she has. Well, anyway, I just wanted to say hi.
Wait.
I'll let you.
Wait.
What?
Come here.
No, no, bad touch,
Come
first.
on,
Bad
come
touch.
on, one kiss.
Bye. Bye. Bye, Doodle Tones.
Alright, take care.
You never get me a kiss anymore. We
If they were
are
roommates.
romantic. Yep, we're
Yes, you are. Yes, you are, bro. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, this is so gay. Oh, dude, this is so gay. Oh.
we're romantic. We're not gay, but we will slap each other on the ass.
Alright.
But yeah, like, and it's a little also like I feel like the harder I try, like I was like, okay, I'll start using a script, because I did things unscripted, and it actually improved my grammar and spelling. I'm still dog shit at it, you know. It's cripplingly bad dyslexia. I actually have to focus on the word how and who because I can't tell them apart because the word letters dance around. But and then I felt like it got worse. And one thing, and I even have people check over some of my stuff, like Leo Convoy, Hopeless Peaches, and a few other people.
Linda now with a 199, the ambiguously gay duo. Artemis with the 5. Jar does this and knows the trans struggle, closeted like a mofo. Yeah, dude. Listen, Jar will agree with whatever take is popular, and right now in that household, the popular take is dreadlocks, and it's that they're dating. This is gay.
And I'm thinking of eventually getting a team on this, but like Mal just said, oh, you're just going of the like the court of public opinion or something along those lines. Like forgot exactly what she said, but like she was like, I was going for the like, it's not my true opinion then, but it's like it can still be my true opinion, just words can be changed. I felt like Mal was incredibly uncharitable throughout the whole thing, and I'm not happy with her saying I'm lying about the she could be wrong. I will give her the benefit of the doubt and say she probably is thinking about my newer Creepshow art videos. I mean, this thumbnail is kind of hard to tell when it's small, like it's hard to tell that Peaches and Creepshow are in there.
Didn't you have just an entire call going over the fact that Mal's issue is that you go and shit talk her? Like, isn't that the fucking problem? This isn't even reflective of the conversation he had with Mal. Jar, you're such a lying little fucking weasel. You are just lying. I don't like the fact that Mal lied about me. Well, you're fucking lying to Doodle Tones about Mally. What an absolute piece of shit.
But like,
by the way, I released the whole call on my channel with the preceding logs and some context. You guys should go and click on that video and watch it. Hey, yeah, fucking, I don't know why I'm doing things. Buy a membership, like and subscribe. I'm tired and sick. Do you know, every time one of you buys a membership, I get less sick. I die a little less inside every time my membership numbers grow. I like seeing green names in chat. It fills me with joy. Do not forget that a coping membership gets you access to the membership streams. If you would like to become seething, you'll get access to my inbox and can send me content to cover. And if you would like your name at the end of Cope and Seed videos, which we are producing another one at the moment, in fact, we've got a couple in the works, then if you're a molding member, your name will be at the end of videos, which I think is based. I think that's quite cool. Also, a stretch saying Mally lied, a large stretch. Even if she was wrong, that's not her lying. Yeah, I don't think she was wrong either. I don't remember this really coming up in that conversation.
I did absolutely call Creepshow out before the lolcow leaks happened, and that was fucking terrifying.
It's not guilt tripping.
It's just that I do
You're
feel
right, Olivia.
bad
You're good.
for that time. I threw Hopeless Peaches under the bus.
That's like a blue.
And I
The mouth
admitted to
on
it. I didn't hide it. There's no way anyone could have found out. I just came out and said, yeah, I did a shitty thing. I knew most of what was said about her was untrue, so I just tried to talk about the things that were true, and even then I was wrong. I was a piece of shit for doing that. And do you know what I did with the money that video made?
What?
I gave it all to Peaches.
What? Was
Yeah.
anyone not giving Peaches money? Dude, what the fuck did this... What did Peaches need all this fucking money for? What the fuck? Damn, Liar's never getting his 8 grand back.
I've never said that publicly.
No, that's fair.
Yeah, because I didn't do it to look good. I did it because I was like, this is blood money. This is something I got in a very dishonest and horrible way. So I gave Peaches the money because she needed it. And
Hold on, there's a reason for that? What was the reason, Leo? Explain the reason. Were you not paying her rent enough? Like, what's going on? You just need the money for McDonald's. True. What did she even need the money for? Fucking God only knows. I don't know. You don't understand. Running gay ops are an expensive venture. Like, I'm assuming it was Peaches needs the money or like whatever because or Peaches gets the money because it was like a video shitting on Peaches or some shit, but I don't fucking know. Jar promised in 2020 to Peaches to defend her, only to turn around and throw her under a bus. When he changed position, he gave her the money from the dishonest video. This was 2021. Okay. That makes sense. Nonetheless, I still don't want to be charitable, and I mean, I gave Jar money too. Leo, how am I the only person you've never given fucking money to? What is this? Bro, give me money. Give me money. What about me, Leo? Where's my money? Back out our money? No, but I'd like some money. It's not about what I need. Peaches didn't need the fucking money. She still got it. Speed door with the 2. Bring the moon is expensive, guys. True. Like, I'm 1K. I've sent you super chats. You've sent me like 1 super chat. It's not 8 grand. Where's my 8 grand? Wait, when was the last time you sent me a super chat? When did that fucking happen? It's been a while. It feels like it's been a while.
right now, I've been trying to.
I'm not even begging chat for money. I'm just like, liar, give me a super chat. I think you've given more money to Chud Logic than you have to me. Appalling state of affairs.
Use my content on bringing people together. Like, if you've seen my incel video and my Israeli spending making people more racist
Potato
video,
with the 2. Lio hasn't given me money. Where's my 8K back at? Listen. If we can start... Listen, I don't think I can... Leia's not going to talk to you even for 8K, okay? Leia's not going to do it, so it's irrelevant.
At the end...
And if you're asking where your 8K is, I don't know, talk to Peaches, bro.
of each of them, I'm trying to bring people closer together because I've noticed these things that are happening with gender and race and everything, and... Actually,
where the fuck is my Armored Core Gunpla review? Super chat, thank you for the 5 live, appreciate that. Where's my fucking Gunpla review, motherfucker? Like, Lio said he'd do a Gunpla review of one of the Armored Core models, and it's not up yet. Where is it? Where's my Gunpla review? Can I have 8K? No, I don't have 8K. I don't have 8K to give anyone, okay?
like, I grew up very homophobic because of my upbringing, and I understand what it's like to be a bit...
Hold on. I grew up very homophobic because of my upbringing. Is that why Let's fucking go.
Like, I grew up very homophobic because of my upbringing, and I understand what it's like to be a bigot. And I hated that when I admitted to that, people were like, oh, it doesn't matter, he was once a homophobe, he will always be a homophobe. It's like, the most homophobic people I knew growing up ended up being gay themselves.
You know, sometimes in Act 1 you put a gun on a table, and then in Act 2 someone uses it. What a fucking foreshadow. That's, oh fuck, okay, cool. Listen, invite me to the Dreadlocks Jar wedding, come on. Come on.
Like,
Yeah.
remember Darkseid?
Yeah, Darkseid is trans now. I actually got into contact with her, not all that long ago. It was very
I know.
interesting.
They went out of their way to misgender you. They made it clear, like, oh,
Look, this, okay, as much as I'm taking the piss, this isn't a wild take. You only have to look at, like, fucking, some of the former trolls from the 2010s and shit who've become, like, trans and stuff. The person who started 8chan is, like, a furry artist on Twitter, okay? It's, yeah, this is just, like, a fucking standard Trolls Remorse take. I mean, at least he's blaming his upbringing and not dyslexia this time. It's nice that he's got variety, man.
misgendering Doodle Tones.
Kai Rise with the 2. Wow, just said it himself. Bravo. Just a robot, bravo.
It's like, no, what's the cringiest thing I've ever seen in my life?
Hmm.
Have you seen the debate between Ben Shapiro and Blair White?
No. But that sounds really funny.
Ben Shapiro was on purposely going out of his way to misgender Blair White, and you could tell he had to put effort into it. Like, he would have to stop himself to call Blair a he, and Blair was just, like, gave him the most shit-eating grin, like, honey, you're not getting to me. I know how I look. I think at one point, I don't know if this is true or not, I don't remember this being in the debate, but someone told me, she said that it's like calling Henry Cavill an ugly man. It's not going to work.
Fair enough.
I just tuned back in. Why are they talking about Ben Shapiro? I don't fucking know, Toastify, because they're going on about, like, the trans experience. Fucking, I don't know. It's a shame the dark side they mentioned passed away last year. Is that actually true? What? R.I.P. Oh, some of us have Destiny phases, some of us have Ben Shapiro phases. Yeah, true.
It was the cringiest thing I've ever seen in my life, and I was like, Ben Shapiro, shut the fuck up.
That's everyone's
Just
reaction
call,
to Ben
if
Shapiro.
it looks like a girl, just call it a girl. Like, you're going out of your way. Like, this is, like, next level transphobia. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. And and now that I've just said that out loud, if it looks like a girl, call it a girl. I can see how that can be taken a very terrible way.
Oh my god, fuck. You can't even be woke properly. By the way, Beckett, did you know Music Biz Marty died? I'd heard that. Is that actually true? You know, listen. You reach a point in your life where you're not going to birthday parties anymore, you're going to funerals, and apparently for the internet, that's a lot earlier for some of us than others. Holy shit. Fuck.
Yeah, it's stuff like that. Again, I don't hold you to it too much to the grill, because I know you don't mean it that way, but, like, yeah, out of context, you could probably figure why that might be an issue for some other people.
I know. Like, I usually am aware of what I say after I say it. Usually. Not always. And I don't think there's much left to talk about, but I will say that, like, I am trying, and I understand you think people are forgiving of me, but
I've seen it.
I think
You
I
definitely
know.
you definitely have a lot of people in your corner. A lot more than you think.
I know. Leo Convoy has been more than patient with me, but I also hope you understand that I've been patient with people as well. Because like...
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. You've been vindictive, little fucking worm. You haven't been patient. You've been trying to throw Lio at people. Fuck. Do you know, okay, I was talking to somebody. Who the fuck was I talking to? Who was I having this conversation with? It was like 2 days ago. Because Lio and the ACC came up and we were talking about like literally this. And like the Lio drama and why I'm like not as annoyed with Lio now as I was, and why things like Jar even happened. Because the truth is, the ACC is like really squishy. It's full of people who don't really want to fight. They aren't very confrontational. The reason Lio was needed was because Lio filled in that space where they didn't want to fight. Okay? So if you remove the people asking Lio to go to bat for them, if you remove people weaponizing Lio in that way, which, you know, for someone like me or for Chris is fine, because we'll actually go at people. We don't have that problem. Then you kind of remove kind of the worst elements, if you like, of Lio going after people and phoning people's parents and shit. That was the core problem. But Jar's doing exactly the same fucking thing. Jar is actively trying to use Lio's name to pressure people like Doodles, to pressure people like Mally, pressure people like Linlin to shut the fuck up. And it's again, it's why like people like Lio were so like utilized. They filled the gap. Fight me IRL 1 versus 1, Beckett. With what? With what? That's the question. Like swords? No, I'm good. I'm good. Okay. I've seen videos of you with a samurai sword. You've got that fucking nerd rage. I'm not fucking doing that. We'll do it with the British way. Pistols at dawn, 20 paces. Okay? Pistols at dawn. Single shot. Single shot. I'll fucking duel you, mate.
Oranges really pissed me off when he just started tweeting like Jar's a racist, and then I got him to apologize in private, but he decided not to like fix that mistake publicly.
Lio will win automatically, though. He's American. He gets 1 free gun in any situation. Listen, let's not get ahead of ourselves. My school had a shooting range. I learned to shoot at school, okay? I was firing shotguns at the age of 13, okay? Britain is not a gun-free zone. It's a myth, okay? I think I'll be fine. You challenging an American to using guns? Brave, yeah. Yeah, I am. Listen, I've seen American guns with all your weird fucking attachments to them so you can hold them properly. I'm actually not that worried. Have you seen the amount of shootings that happen in America where no one fucking hits anything? I think I'll be fine, frankly. The only reason Americans need so many guns and so much ammunition is because they've got the aim of fucking children. But yeah, some people have confirmed that the only reason they dropped beefing with Jar was because they thought I'd automatically back him. Not a good feeling. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that from other people as well.
And it did really.
Careful, Beckett. Liar has the taser knuckles of justice. There's video proof of it. Yes, Kairise. Yes, I've seen. Jesus.
Frustrate me, but
Liar was an enforcer for the ACC. Yeah, I mean, this was always my problem. Thank you for the two. I mean, you can watch back the old footage with you can watch back the old footage of me and Vlad talking about this, and both of us say the same thing. If Liar was just shit talking people online and engaging with drama like that, neither of us would have had the issues we did. Because it's when it becomes this fucking accountability, justice, canceling shit that like Vlad and I are gonna have issues. Same with Cret. If you're not doing that, I don't fucking care about people being mean in calls. I don't give a shit. I've never given a shit. I mean, the Roads of Call's a different fucking situation, obviously, because it's whatever. It's whatever. So let's not retread the last fucking 12 months of content while I'm sick. You have no idea the only thing you've only shot is and over 12 gauge. No, I've done fucking rifles and things. The only thing I've never shot like type is a handgun. Actually, it's really hard to find anywhere that will do like handgun shooting in the UK, but rifles, shotguns, stuff like that. Obviously, I've not shot like fucking RPG or something, but yeah.
I'm also patient with people. I just don't understand sometimes. Maybe I wish I didn't have autism so badly.
I wish I didn't have autism so badly. Susie's just sat there being like, bro, you think you've got problems?
Well, just something to keep at, I guess.
I know. Well, I do appreciate you taking time out of your day, and I hope your health gets better. I'll try to get you that 50.
Yeah, as I said, I just didn't want you to have to wait, like, longer to talk about this if this was something that was, like, legitimately bothering you, so.
It wasn't. I'm not mad about the being in the video. I'm mad about Mally's entitlement towards me after doing something like that. Like, it did frustrate the fuck out of me, and I don't like to hurt people. I don't want it to come to that. I know a lot of my friends tell me, like, do something about it, but I'm just repeating myself if we already went through this stuff. It's just, I hope your health gets better, because, like, what you're going through must be horrible, and I still don't fully understand what you're going through health-wise.
It's certainly not fun. Gallstones, you got a lot of dental problems that I'm currently trying to go through, and the fucking dental health clinic is dragging its feet on that. Chest pains, currently, as I said, I'm dealing with a
Okay, if I listen to this, I'm gonna start being mean to Doodle Tones about their health issues, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. Johnny, just shut the fuck up about his autism. It's such a problem, then do something about it. Like, seriously. I mean, it's an excuse. It's an excuse. I know many autistic people, they're fucking fine, okay? Like, autism is not the, like, depending on how bad your autism is, I guess. Like, I know it's a spectrum, but it's not the debilitating disease excuse that people seem to claim it fucking is. Sure, there are things you have to work on, but everyone's got things to fucking work on, okay? Everyone. Jesus.
Like an ear infection. Like, I've been waking up very, like...
I'd recommend stopping the video there. Is there anything more to this? I don't need to hear about fucking Doodle Tones health problems, I'll be honest with you.
That were true, and they also said you were doxed someone, and I said, and I can say that you didn't dox someone, and that's not saying you're a perfect little angel. And then the lolcat leaks happened, and I was like, and I brought that up. I brought up in my last video the doxing example because I thought, okay, that's so fucked up.
Jar doesn't work on them, that's the problem. Yeah, Jar's got no interest in working on them. Yes, there's more, wait for it. Okay, I'll go back a little bit.
Spoctor video, and Harley will be talking about my Spock. Sometimes I do think, I feel sorry for myself. Like, I know. Well,
and like an ear infection.
Doodle Tones, I am sorry you're going through all of
that. Again, I'll probably be I guess the word would be permanent. As far as, like, the autism goes. So, and you're
Okay, that was such a good point to spit. That was such a good point to skip to. I guess the word would be permanent, with the autism. Fuck. Oh, Jesus. Gangster with the 2. Can we watch the Dreadlock video you were sent now? We'll watch the rest of this and then, yeah, we'll watch some of the Dreadlock video. I do need to talk about the Chris Speak stuff and the Sunday stuff at some point, but I think we're going for a longer stream, aren't we?
what have you.
I know. There's nothing that's fucked me up more than my mother's upbringing.
Wait, what?
My autism is manageable most of the time. I can get angry.
This is not what manageable autism looks like, bro.
Was not happy with myself for yelling at Mal in that call. I did yell at her at one point because my adrenaline got too high and I couldn't control it. But I am legitimately getting sick of people saying Jar uses his autism as an excuse. I am legitimately getting sick of that. I don't believe
Bro, you use your fucking dyslexia as an excuse. What are you talking about? Guys, you don't understand. I couldn't read the Cinebear document, which was all pictures, because of my dyslexia. What is going on?
I ever have. The closest times I've ever used my autism is, dude, like when I said about Spock, like, dude, you crumpled a bag of chips, I'm autistic, and even I'm more socially aware than that. Holy fucking shit. That was cringy.
That's gonna be fun to talk about in my video.
Yeah, but the thing I am nervous about, the last thing I will bring up to you is, I've heard rumors that I don't know how true this is, I just heard rumors that Harley is working on their own Spockter video, and Harley will be talking about my Spockter video in it. And I think Harley, people have also said that Harley wants, I remember, these are just rumors, it's unconfirmed, but apparently the rumors state that Harley is planning to deplatform me, and I'm like,
are you seriously going to... No, hold on. Pause a second. Because what this is Jar going to Doodle Tones, somebody who has a lot of community-like outreach and everything else, to basically preemptively start building a defense and accuse Harley of trying to deplatform him? Are you fucking serious? What? Bro. Are you fucking kidding?
Like...
yeah.
I don't
It was oh, fuck. Oh, my actual fucking god. Hold on a second. Where the fuck is this? I say this is like I didn't post it like, yes, like 2 days ago.
I would love to...
Okay, hold on. Let's be clear about what happened during the Harley stuff. This is why I included Linlin's video in this. Because when I went and watched it, I was like, this is actually kind of fucking pertinent. I think it's actually very relevant. So...
Well, I don't...
So Harley...
Straw was satirizing.
So Harley gets involved and starts arguing with Jar. And then the way Jar responds to this is really fucking... I think this is really revealing. Like, Jar gets pushback over his thumbnail. Now, look, I'll be clear. I don't fucking care about the Spockter thumbnail. I don't care. I get why Mally did. I get why, like, Harley did and other people did within the ACC. It's not my bag. I don't give a shit, okay? I put out fucking weird, crazy thumbnails all the fucking time. I don't give a shit. But I think this is really fucking telling.
Response would be this. I mean, if there's one person who knows about thumbnails backfiring, it's you. You're still getting hate over the one you did where you were, I think, 14, maybe 15. This
You're getting criticism, so you drag up an ancient thumbnail when Harley was a minor, being like, maybe you shouldn't be throwing stones at me about these my thumbnail being bad, because you're still getting criticism from when you were 14, 15. Bro, why would you drag this up? It's because you're trying to take a shot, you absolute fucking freak. It's so transparent. You're bad at it. How have you survived so long, bro? You made a thumbnail about CSAM nuggets and the text saying he loves CSAM. I did do that. I stand by. Actually, I didn't make that thumbnail. My editor did. But I put it up. I don't give a fuck. Like, that's what Cam said. It's not quite what Cam said, but yeah, it's what Cam alluded to. Fuck it.
Hurting people, but when it comes to either me or them, I'm always going to pick me. YouTube is the one thing I'm good at. It's the one thing that brings me happiness.
Yeah, I will say the only thing that I can confirm in that regard is that Harley is working on their own Spoctor video. I don't know anything much more than that, though.
Yeah, sometimes I do feel like it's about making the other person looking worse than actually being a good person, because as frustrated as people are with me, at least they don't hate me as much as Spoctor or Daft or Junkie.
Oh, yeah. That's for sure.
Well, oh, and I hope you don't mind, but I did record this call. I'm just doing that whole call now because I'm kind of paranoid. I'm tired of people saying, like, oh, Jar said this in the call. And I'm like, I don't remember saying that. So I'm
glad both of these voices are insufferable. Don't disagree with you. But listen, I mean, here's the baseline. Jar is in an environment full of incredibly fucking woke people saying things and then complaining behind the scenes and trying to bully people into fucking silence. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if certain people wanted to go after Jar and cancel him. Maybe fucking Harley did. It doesn't fucking matter though. You shouldn't be like running around behind the scenes trying to lay groundwork like this, because the reason people fucking disliked Jar and were worried about him coming after them was because he'd do shit like this. Like, bro, stop. Fuck.
You know.
Just now.
Oh, no, yeah, same. I live in a one-party consent state, so I don't usually tell people, but if it's a call that I think might be important later, hopefully it doesn't wind up being important, but usually I do record calls that I think are important, so.
Alright, well.
I don't think this will be important, but you never know.
246? Okay, we'll go ahead.
Speaking out against you or anything like that.
Well,
as I said,
I'm
the only thing...
I'm less worried about you because can I tell you what makes you more badass than anyone else I've dealt with? Like, Doodle Tones is pretty... I mean, not Doodle Tones. Hopeless Peaches is pretty tough. She survived a hit from Luke and all these other people. And while I did do a video, I wasn't going full power. You survived a full power hit from Jar and you kept on walking? Holy shit, most people can't say that, Doodle Tones. You're pretty badass for that.
I'm sorry, what? What? Okay. I'm going to say something that I don't know if it's going to be a popular or hot take, but I fucking deeply dislike Doodle Tones. I'm very biased on this. I don't like Doodle Tones. I've never liked Doodle Tones. But who gives a fuck about Jar? What Doodle Tones did do was carry on making content under the same fucking name with the same voice changer after fighting with Medica. After going at Medica, Doodles continued. And whatever fucking else you want to say about Doodle Tones, most people don't do that. Most people fight with Medica and spend the next 10 years coping about it. Doodles barely fucking brings it up. Just fucking moved on and got on with their life. Do you know what? Actually, as much as I fucking hate Doodle Tones, that's pretty rare. But from Jar? Dude, I followed the Doodle Tone stuff at the time. I didn't even know that Jar was fucking involved. No one cared. No one cares what... except for Jar's, like, rabid fucking audience. No one gives a shit. This dude is... Oh, he's so fucking... You survived a hit from just a robot. Bro. What a fucking loser. Actual sped behavior.
I've also dealt with Medica.
Okay, actually, that's even more... Actually, that is more impressive. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna say this, unironically, Mr. Medica I actually discovered him first, like, but before I knew you, like, about your existence.
Yeah, no.
I knew him. Yeah. Ever since I found him as Internet Aristocrat, my brain just said, danger, 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 keep away, biggest, scariest person you can ever deal with. And I was like, yeah, Mr. Medicare is, like, unironically the person I was mostly scared of.
No, it's crazy. 'Cause
What the fuck? Hey, Akumu, how you doing? When's your video coming out? He was involved behind the scenes with people like Dylan Thomas. That doesn't actually surprise me. That doesn't surprise me. I dealt with Medica, literally picked a fight with Medica. Yeah. The dumbest thing Doodle Tones has ever done. Jesus fucking Christ. Danger, danger, danger. You know, okay. Obviously, I'm a massive Medica fan. This is very well known. I've watched Medica for a very, very long time. I own multiple Medica hoodies. I'm obviously a huge Medica fan. But at the same time, like, why the fuck does... John doesn't seem to understand that Medica has, like, a really weird selection process. If you, like, watch Medica for a long time, you'll notice that his selection process is actually on the, like, outside. One of the reasons Medica is so successful, legitimately, is because while everyone else is talking about mainstream content, most of Medica's kind of, like, career, if you like, has been talking about minor stuff happening on the internet and drawing attention to smaller communities and things that weren't being fucking covered. In fact, like, a lot of the stuff that, like, Medica covers, if you start to get into that kind of content, if you start to, like, look into those different worlds, you'll find yourself treading the same grounds Medica is, just because of how small these communities are. Like, Medica's the reason that I know about a lot of the ACC stuff. Like, from back in the day, it's that connection through. But, like, I'm amazed that Medica never covered Jar, actually. I'm amazed he never fucking went at him when he was going through the fucking his Deviant series. I can imagine him talking about Jar there. It's a shame he didn't. Chris comes in. Give me the fucking video. Give me the video. Okumu, we're all waiting. Listen, I'm very excited. I might do a special stream for it. We might talk about it. If you're down, bro.
Because people forget, or actually, I don't know if people forget or if people just didn't realize, but by the time I was doing my video on Medicare, I was subscribed to him. Like...
I know, you told me you were a fan of his, and you just found that in your sub feed, and that must have been heart-shattering, and Mr. Medicare, holy fuck, is that guy a dick, like...
Yeah.
Holy fuck, is that guy a dick? Hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong. Hasn't Jar talked before about how much he liked Medica? How Medica's, like, stuff against Doodles is one of the things that informed him? Show Doodles' video response to Medica to an ex before. I'll never forget his response. She was on point. Why did she disown this? Sake. Thank you for the 5. Idra. Yay for hitting goal with Pinko. Oh, fuck, did we hit the goal? Based. Thank you, guys. Much appreciated. You guys are fucking killing it today. The problem with Doodle's video on Medica is it's like, it's something... Wow, there's so many problems with that fucking video. Medica's said before that he's got an audience that's built of people who are also furries, who are also into, like, more degenerate, like, arty things on the internet. Medica's problem isn't with the people who are necessarily into these things or being furries. Medica's issue is when you're fucking annoying about it and becomes your personality. Like, Medica one of the most interesting, like, little mini Medica arcs was Medica going to bat for the guy who built the Hamstertopia. It's this dude who built like this underwater city for hamsters. And at one point, the hamsters died. And I believe Medica was like supportive of the GoFundMe and things. Somebody else came after this guy and like tried to accuse him of being a pedophile. Medica went out, was like, fuck you, there's just no evidence for this. If you're like just into like weird things on the internet, but you're not like annoying or virtue signaling or anything, Medica doesn't care. Medica's never fucking cared. Okay. Who pissed you off to make a channel? Two people. One named Wick TV, one named Tomfoolery. Really pissed me off. And the channel was already made. The first video was up, but I was still on Twitch. But both of them at the time were pulling like around 80 to 120 concurrents, and we got into a drama. And part of the insinuation was that I didn't really know what I was talking about with YouTube because I could never build a successful channel or like get a viewership or any of this shit. So I basically said, fuck you, I'll do it properly then. that's the origin point of why I started streaming on Cope and Seethe. Okay, I need to set a new goal. Thank you so much for meeting the goal. You guys are so based. Right, we'll go for like another 3 hours. That's super chats. And what should we make the goal for this? Oh fucking I don't know. Akumu will release his video. If you hit the goal, no, I won't do that. Can you imagine if I started having goals of just like release your shit, guys? We'll do more goals. I'll think of something in a bit and then change it. Okay, and we'll keep the count of wherever you're at. There we go. You gonna work? You gonna do that? That'd be great if you did. Fuck you, apparently. Okay. Click play. Fuck.
Yeah, he was really mean to you in that video, like he is to everyone. And when I saw how upset you were, that's when I eventually told the Alt-CC, like, I'm done, we're stopping, we're going too far, guys. Because I do get angry with people, I do want to get back at them, but I legitimately don't like hurting people.
Yeah. Well, with that though, been going for roughly 55-ish minutes, so I don't want to keep you too much. And
Young Black Connor was a lot. I didn't know those guys were where you started. I was already streaming on Twitch, but yeah, that drama really pissed me off, so I decided to just come over here and actually build a proper fucking channel.
And I know you said you wanted to keep this short, so I'll try to keep this short.
Yeah, but I do genuinely enjoy your company. You're one of the very few people who I can disagree with and have a...
You made a fucking hit piece on Doodles, your first opportunity, you disingenuous lying coward!
Cordial, I cannot say that word, conversation.
Cordial.
Where I definitely cannot say that word. There are 5 words I can't say, and that's one of them.
Fair enough.
Alright, well, see you around, Susie.
Yeah, later.
Oh my fucking god. Okay. I would enjoy a short video just to see the kind of fish you keep. Okay, we're just talking about fish. Thanks, guys. Wait a minute. I thought the Medica thing happened first before the Alt-CC or the SCC. It did. The Medica thing did happen first. It was Doodle Tones' first real exposure. Was this cool before or after Jar's video on Doodles? This is long before. This is 2023, Akuma. So this call happened just after his call with Mally. Did I say after? I meant before. But we need Jar Tent from Medica now. That'd be so good. I don't think he's that interested in covering the old stuff. He's not even really talking about fucking like Ralph or anything anymore. Let's do this. Let's do this one. Let's move straight on to Dreadlocks. What is this? Why you were wrong about the ending of Cyberpunk Edge Runners. Rebecca lives and David too. Oh god. Mr. Braindead with a 5. I'm sending the super chat because I know once the Trump admin fires me from my cushy federal job that they'll surely pay me to do this. Jesus fucking Christ. That'd be good, bro. It's certainly telling what he says to Creepy. Oh, there's still a bit more in the video? Wait, really? Okay, hold on. We'll watch.
Well, up too badly if you wind up getting this
compilation, but here's the part at the very end I wanted to bring up. This is part of a personal interview that Creepy Reading did with Jar for personal notes. Sorry, but I do doubt that it will ever be fully public. But I appreciate Creepy for letting me at least upload the section where I was brought up.
Interesting. Okay, so Creepy has like a real fucking hate boner for Jar. Which, you know, fuck it, I understand. I understand. Sure. I do think it dominates him a bit, though. But we'll see what this is.
Right here.
And the last thing I would like to ask is, why did you stop reaching out to Leo Convoy when he went through his drama? Like, I know, the thing is, like, I get why...
Wait, so this is recent?
Creator, you wouldn't work with Leo. And that you wouldn't let him in in your projects anymore. But like Leo wasn't just like a creator to you. He was your friend. Like he had helped you out, and like I've talked to him recently, and like he's really fucking been there for you, both in your personal life and like outside of that. And I just don't understand why you would abandon him when he likely needed your help the most. Like when you're so willing to help Zaid, someone who's routinely thrown away his chances, why wouldn't you try to help Leo, even if it's just like private, like even if just making sure that the guy's okay in the behind the scenes?
Few reasons have to do with my personal life. Other of it had to do with like a lot of the things I heard and seen about him, and I was starting to think, oh my god, am I just being another terrible judge of character? Was he really like this the whole time? And oh, did you mute?
Yeah, just blew my nose. I didn't want to blow my nose into your ear.
But despite all of that, I think that's one of the worst things I have ever done. I should have reached out to him, and I was planning to eventually reach out to him, just never got around to it. And he was a friend, and he was in a time of need.
It just seems like with your morals, you know, you very much value second chances and like helping people out. You know, like even like I mean like that's
only when they're useful. Only when they're fucking useful, Creepy. I'm so okay. I take shit back. I'm glad Creepy asked him this. That's really fucking interesting. Also, very quickly, Toastify, unrelated, but did you take down your Baphomet vid? I've just gone to check. It's unlisted. I don't know why, but it is Jenny's video. If Jenny's... I know Jenny has, like, some major issues with the Baphomet vid. If it is taken down, I'll talk to her. I'll find out why. I know she's not as happy with it, but if she's not, I might remake it then, because I like the Baphomet vid. I think the Baphomet info is really interesting. Hydra Dancer with the 10. Any plans to cover the TISM of the alt/neo-CC versus the SCC war? I'd say Civil War, but I only remember Jar talking about it. I hate how much I remember about this crap. No plans, but if people send me things to look at, I'll cover it if it's interesting.
It's probably why we're here, because you helped out Cine, but like, you know, Leo Convoy, like I admit that guy did some really bad stuff, but like, you know, that guy was your homie. I actually didn't reach out to him because I assumed that he was a better friend with you and that you were keeping tabs.
I should have kept tabs. The thing is, though, we can talk about second chances, but the thing is, like, when I saw just the multiple different examples of what he's done, it was just like, this is like just...
Kai Rise with the 5. Lies. Jar said at the end of his OG Cine vid, he was working on a Lio video earlier in this video. Yeah. Yeah, he was working on a hit piece on Lio. The guy talking is Creepy Reading.
Such a big pile, and I did... The only thing I did for him...
Did you, like, think he was manipulating you? Like, did you think that, like, if you...
I suspected that could be the case because I'm very easily manipulated, so it's hard to know who to trust. And Lio, he has a very strong presence. He has a very authoritative tone.
Do you think that Lio was manipulating you? Were you afraid that he might twist your fragile little mind, Jar? What the fuck?
And I started questioning a lot of things. And I did help him out in the I did give him a boost with my Peaches video, but that's all I did for him. And I wish I did reach out to him and talk to him, at least with my.
I did give him a boost with my Peaches video. What? What, bro? Oh no! Come on, dude. This is so disingenuous to their relationship. What the fuck?
Roommate there because my roommate doesn't get easily manipulated like I do, and
okay, Dreadlock's a retard. I'm sorry. Like, what the fuck? What is all this? My roommate's actually very intelligent. Listen, we get it. You're in love with him. You are literally, he's your boyfriend. I get it, but please shut up.
I really wish I reached out to him because I do feel like I abandoned him.
I could easily go into what I personally think about this, and I might as a Patreon thing, but with all the interviews he's conducted, including his most recent one with A-Space, which will be linked in the description, I think you can all come to your own conclusions about what's being said here. I wanted to make sure all of these are here for public record. Whether that'll...
Creepy should release the rest of that fucking interview. Straight up, Creepy should release that. I'd be very interested to hear what the rest of that conversation is like. Acts like everyone owes him something. Wouldn't be surprised if he said he helps contributes to Beckett and Chris's success. Yeah. Yeah, listen, Beckett did really well. That's how he got his notoriety out there with the jar video. Bro. I can picture it now. Okay. Fuck. I'm gonna have a cigarette and we're gonna take 2 minutes and I'll read through chat, okay? I'll give you my undivided attention. What a fucking weaselly little scumbag. Could you imagine if I did that with like Chris the Narcs in some drama and I was like, yeah, you know, I didn't reach out to Chris. We weren't really that close. In the meantime, like we've started playing like fucking Monster Hunter and Space Marine together and chat regularly. Like, fuck off. Fuck off. What an absolute fucking what a wretched little weasel. That's really funny though. That is really funny. Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. Okay. Cigarette time. Oh. We'll get it up and ready. If you're enjoying the stream, please don't forget to like and subscribe. Or alternatively, you can dislike the video, leave a mean comment, and buy a membership. But you have to do one or the other. If you want to be mean to me, you have to buy a membership. That's the rules. I don't make the rules. I just enforce them. Yeah, look, I mean, I like Mali, I like Thuman, obviously. I don't know Ponder super well, but Ponder's been fine with me. I think I've given criticisms to Ponder. They haven't, like, screamed at me about it. In fact, actually, like the times I've talked to Ponder and given criticisms to Ponder, they've been pretty understanding of them. I do think they should sort their shit out with Akumu, but you know, obviously, like my relationships with Mali and Thuman are very good, and I think the way they were treated by Jar is fucking ridiculous. The OG Cine video nails it home on how weaselly he is. All his apologies about fucking up was a lie. Wait, hold on. So just quickly. We'll do the dreadlock thing, but you're telling me that... Wait, where the fuck is it? Are you telling me that this is like the OG actual Cine Bear video? So what was the difference? Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's watch a little bit of Dreadlock. What we'll do is this. I'm going to start a new goal. Okay? I want to know how much you actually want this. I want to know how much you want this, okay? I'm going to remove that goal. We're just going to go for a goal of 5. We're going to go for a goal of 5. And then we'll go original cine vid. Okay? I like goals. It's like having a poll but with money. Yes, I said that at the beginning. I don't fucking listen. I'm sick. Leave me alone. But we're gonna watch this fucking Dreadlock thing. If you want to see the original Cine vid, then we'll then meet the goal. Okay? It's 5 teal super chats. I don't know how long I set this for either. Did I set it for the right amount of time? Yeah, I did. Okay. You got time. You got time to decide you want it. Let's go.
There has never been a show like Cyberpunk Edgerunners. It brought back to life a AAA game that, despite all of its messages of the evils of capitalism, was in many ways ruined by being rushed out of the door by greedy corporate interests.
Sitzlick with the gifted 5 Cope and Seethe memberships. Let's fucking go. That's super based. Thank you, 07. I love gifted memberships. They're the best.
Sure, its problems were later fixed, but by then the hype around it died out. Such a shame. A game series like this had...
Guy Rise with the 5. How dare you make me pay Jenny and Max? Cheers, Beckett. Thank you, Guy Rise. Cheers for the 5.
such potential with so many people waiting for it to come out. Wait, actually, how long have people been waiting for it to come out? Holy crap, you chooms have been waiting 8 years for this, and it sucked too. Well, okay, I'm being a little hyperbolic, but come release day, it seemed almost as buggy as Fallout 76. Fans were disappointed. People wanted their money back. Like, bro, they spent 8 years on this crap. You think they could have afforded a bottle of Raid or something? But Duke Nukem Forever did it, so I guess anything's possible. It sucks because most of the hype for the game died before it could be polished up and properly enjoyed. Like, imagine you're about to have a 4-course meal at a nice restaurant, and then they hit you with the...
Okay. The issues with Cyberpunk wasn't just the bugs. It wasn't just the bugs. It's that Cyberpunk is an RPG series, a very fucking prestigious RPG series, actually, and they made an action-adventure game. CD Projekt Red made an action-adventure game out of it. Like, I was excited for Cyberpunk, and then I found out they were removing the RPG elements. And I instantly lost interest in it. I instantly lost interest in it. What the fuck is Dreadlock talking about? What is this?
appetizer. You know what I'm saying? Like, people had so much wind in their sails for the series, and the developers were trying to patch the ship up before it sank into a sea of disappointed and apathetic fans. People moved on real quick, bro. Especially when Elden Ring came along. Nah, the shit was done when my boy John Eater rolled up and... Damn, bro, he really do that? And then Zelda Tears of the Kingdom came along, so you know any attention Cyberpunk would have gotten burned up when people started simping for the main cast. Anyway, Cyberpunk was on life support at this point. Like, those advertisers were going hard, trying to pull people's interest back into a dying game. Thankfully, CD Projekt Red actually listened to the feedback they were getting and started racing to fix the bugs in their game. They had the devs rolling hard like Cyberpunk had a Trauma Team premium subscription or something. And it still wasn't enough. You know, actually, I wonder if this is going to be common practice. Like, oh no, sales of our game went to shit. Better make a hit series TV show while we hire someone to fix the game. It's possible, given how many video game companies are always trying to rush games out in time for Christmas on some we'll fix it later type shit. Like, just give me...
Oh my fucking god. Oh. It wouldn't have saved... Listen, what saved the game? What saved the game was the fact that they came back and basically overhauled the entire fucking thing. Edgerunners is a good anime from what I understand. I haven't seen it. I've only ever seen clips of it. But, like, actually, do you know a comment I've heard? A comment I've heard, unironically, is Edgerunners is really good. I wish the game was more like this. Sitzlick with the 5. I love goals. Me too. Goals are great. You should have them in life. Did people actually simp for the Zelda characters? No, not really. I mean, the second Zelda game as well. Like, the second Zelda game actually didn't have the same, anywhere near the sort of, pop culture effect as the first one did. Anywhere near it. I see exactly where Jar gets his ideas from now, 100%. Yeah, I mean, I think part of my problem with Dreadlock and why I find Dreadlock fascinating as a character is because it's really obvious listening to him talk, and it comes through in this video, that he's somebody who believes his own opinions must be the correct ones, and is just infuriatingly smug.
Give me a lump of coal instead, son. If you haven't seen Cyberpunk Edgerunners, then go watch it. Bro, why did you click on this video? I'm about to hit you with some spoilers. There's a lot of death in Cyberpunk Edgerunner. We see a cyber psycho getting wasted in the first scene, but not as hard as David's mom, though. Just goes to show you, no one in the main cast is safe. Like, look how they did my boy Pillar. You know, after that, the audience was on edge waiting to see who got iced next. Which brings us to Miles. Miles was holding the whole crew together. Like, you took one look at him and knew he was packing some serious chrome. Even though he had cool factor and spades, guy was definitely off his meds for half the time. Mans kept chroming up, then had a psychotic breakdown when his girlfriend died. David comes in and Miles is just like, nah, little man, you on your own. Then lights the whole building, killing everyone but David.
Who the fuck edited this together? What the fuck?
Oh, and also the Fortnite reskin of Lucy.
Rise with the 5. I feel like history revision, the devs messed up, so they pulled a No Man's Sky and shut up and worked on it. Yeah, they released a load of free fucking updates. Edgerunners, like, wasn't what drove people back to the game, because again, for RPG players like me, I picked up Cyberpunk when it was like super cheap, and I was like, I've heard the devs have worked on it, I've never seen the anime, and then I played it and I was like, it's still an action adventure game. It's a fine action adventure game, but it's not my kind of game.
Dies, and usually when a member of the cast dies, it's supposed to be tragic, but all I gotta say is based. We end up thinking Lucy is going to die too when she ends up getting captured by Adam Smasher, but David gets mad and shit starts popping off. See, David goes the whole series thinking he's built different, and then Adam hits him up, starts embarrassing him, and in the process whacks Rebecca for good measure. I know for a fact that Rebecca is a lot of people's favorite, so seeing her post-impact dead with parts of her brain splattered on the pavement had to be horrifying. The fight finishes with Smasher pointing a gun at presumably David's head. The camera pans up and Adam fires something. So it seems pretty cut and dry that they're both deader than Illuminati's career. But if the Cyberpunk series has taught us anything...
Okay. I'm gonna pause here, because I know Cyberpunk lore. Is bro trying to imitate CJ Dash Champ? Probably. Thank you for the 5, Gats. I don't know what this is. Okay, do people understand what Adam Smasher is? Like, Adam Smasher is the Cyberpunk equivalent of Rocks Fall, your character dies. I would have been down for a first-person version of Shadowrun games. Yeah, that would be fucking great, Artemis. I'd play the shit out of that. That'd be fucking amazing. Thank you for the 5. Adam Smasher is what kills your character. Like, this is actually one of the problems with the fucking game. You beat Adam Smasher. Like, what? Adam Smasher is, like, all the fucking drive level of a cyber psycho without being a cyber psycho. Is like, the characters dying in the anime to Adam Smasher is true to a fucking tabletop session of the game. That's what takes out character. Listen, I know I'm looping here, but this is just annoying. God awful sound effects with Dreadlock's wimpy voices. Yeah, this is not a style that fucking mashes with him. Why is Chris phoning me? Hold on. Give me a sec. Phone Chris. Like, no way to win against him. Yeah. The video is overstimulating. I've played bullet hell games and this is messing with my eyes. Yeah, this is fucking horrible. I'm literally phoning Chris, and Chris just isn't picking up. Okay, well, I tried. He can phone me again if he wants to. Rise with the 5. This vid sucks. The editing sucks. Adam Smasher is the DM, has decided to kill the party button. He has max stats except 1. You don't beat him, you run. Yeah. Oh, now he phones me back. Okay. Chris.
Okay.
Turn this video off. It's fucking garbage.
Is that where we're at? Well, we have met the goal, so we can go back to the Cinebear one.
I'm actually so unentertained. I'm playing Monster Hunter, listening to Dreadlock, and I just want to kill myself. Turn the video off. Because now Cyberpunk is garbage.
This is awful. Fuck. I thought this is the guy Jar kept saying is like super intelligent and shit. I fucking... Yeah, okay, well listen, you've met the goal. Congratulations, guys. So we will go back to the Cinebear thing. Well, listen, apparently all I need to do is torture you until you give me money so we can move on to the next piece of content. That's fucking funny. I'm a bad person. I'm a bad person. Okay. There we go. I've restarted the goal. Okay, we'll move back. We'll move back. We'll move back. Fuck that shit. Actually, the characters are alive, guys. Your favorite characters are alive. How's fucking... Chris just left the call. He just left the call. He just fucked off. Right, okay. I like the way Chris is like, I'm playing Monster Hunter and this isn't entertaining enough for me. Hey, let me update this. We'll have a look at this.
Third item is the call Jar had with Susie. Consider it...
There we go.
New. In other news...
About a recent document that was released about me, but the situation has gotten much more serious as I realize the damage that I've caused.
Another person in the ArtCC has been outed as a bad person. Gee, that's surprisingly new. In other news, there's gonna be a sunrise tomorrow morning.
Thank you for the 2, Artemis. Beckett, Shadowrun versus Cyberpunk and which editions? Probably Shadowrun, like, I don't know what edition I played, but Shadowrun. I like the world of Shadowrun. I think it's really interesting. Ask what his favorite monster is. He's not in the call anymore, but he likes... Listen, I'll say that the new, like, flagship monster for Monster Hunter is a fucking beast. It's a fucking absolute beast. Okay, let's go. What the fuck? Chris plays Monster Hunter? Yeah. Like, Chris and I are going to be doing Monster Hunter on stream when it comes out. When the full game comes out, we're going to be doing it on stream. We want to grab people. Toastify, go and buy Monster Hunter Wilds and come and play it with us. Because we'll do like 4-man streams. It'll be good.
Before I begin, I would like to make some disclaimers regarding this video. Number 1. One of the subjects involved in this video goes by a different name than they used to, due to identifying under a different name and gender. If you know the user by the name of Birdie within the animation meme community from years ago, a drama I actually made reference to in my last video, which I to this day do not know anything about, then you should know they now go by he, they pronouns, and they have changed their name to Jack. This is the...
Wait, what? John knows nothing about the Birdie drama? How is that possible? I mean, it's... Okay, sure, it's possible. But the Birdie drama was discussed at length by multiple people. We can play Beckett. Yeah, Beetle Pins. I need to pick you up a copy of it to pay for all the art you do. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. This is... How do you not know about the fucking Jack drama?
The ArtCC, half the people in it are trans.
Okay,
when talking about their drama,
like that,
I will refer to them as Birdie, but for the rest of the video, I will call them Jack as that is what they wish to be called. Number 2, this video is going to be monetized. I'm only going to use some of the money to pay the thumbnail artist and the editor of the video, but the rest of the money will go to Jack's GoFundMe to help them with their situation. If you would like to...
Wait, hold on. Hold on. So Jar's original video was condemning Cinebear and going to, like, support Jack's GoFundMe? Leo, how did you get a hold of this? This is fucking insane. So how would he come to those conclusions without reading the fucking document? What? Jar, you lying little roach!
To donate to the GoFundMe yourself, a link to it will be down below in the description and the pinned comment, along with a link to another GoFundMe to help save my friend's family restaurant. I know it doesn't seem...
What? Okay, whatever.
seem like the time for it, but I promised my friend I would shout it out in every single video until we raise the money for it. I'm bringing all of this up so people don't scream at me in the comments, "You're monetizing something serious, how dare you?" And number 3, some of the stuff you may hear me talk about in this video will be a bit troubling to some, but I am going to keep my wording simple and brief, and show evidence that will be highly censored. The evidence I gathered are from 2 documents, and I am also linking them in the description down below so you can see them for yourself, but please look with caution. Anyways, let's get on with the video. Now you might have heard of the Birdie drama, back when they were bashed by the ArtCC for seemingly no reason. After all of that drama...
Wait, hold on.
Also linking them in the description down below so you can see them for yourself, but please look with caution. Anyways, let's...
Kai rides with a 2. Remember Beckett Jar always knew Jack was bad. Yeah, what the fuck is this?
Get on with the video. Now you might have heard of the Birdie drama, back when they were bashed by the ArtCC for seemingly no reason. After...
Seemingly no reason? Seemingly no reason? He linked the second doc, which he claimed not to have seen. Fuck, he did! What the fuck is this? Seemingly no reason? What? No. No fucking way. Okay, hold on. Hold the fuck on. I know I haven't got a camera on because I'm sick, but I'm losing my fucking mind. You guys, okay. Full disclosure, we've been looking into the Cinebest stuff, the Birdie stuff, because other people have asked us to put something together. It's taking a while, there's a fucking lot of it, and it just hasn't been much of a priority, because the people who wanted it, it's yada yada, it's behind the scenes stuff, doesn't fucking matter. But, as part of that process, I went and talked to some people who covered the Birdie drama in a way that was, shall we say, more charitable to Birdie than perhaps I think it should have been. Even those people at the who like were charitable when talking about this were like, no, we realize it's bad, but also Birdie was a minor. Birdie was like trying to improve. There was like a cycle to this. It wasn't for no fucking reason. Even the people who were defensive of Birdie didn't think it was for no fucking reason. Yeah. Holy shit, you fucking rats. And to think you almost skipped this? Yeah, I'm fucking glad I didn't.
Drama, they became best friends with CineBear03, who I will just be referring to as Cine for the duration of this video. They moved in together around 10 months ago, but unfortunately, Jack found out Cine was sending very bad messages to a 14-year-old by the name of Enno. Now I want to make this clear in case you missed it. Jack wasn't the main victim in all of this, and they were also not the person who gathered all the evidence. They were just roommates with Cine, and they were the main person to do a video on this topic, which caused this situation to blow up. I wouldn't have learned about this situation for a longer time if they didn't make this video. There are 2 docs that compiled all the evidence of what Cine did. The first one has 111 pages. Sure, it's long, but it's mostly just screenshots. Now
Sure, it's long, but it's mostly just screenshots. This is why I wanted to watch you. It's what I wanted you to watch it. Thank you for the 2, Kai. Yeah, this is insane. You'd read it. You'd read the fucking thing. You knew what was in it.
Some of you may be asking, how old was Cine when this all happened? Was she 16 when she was talking to the 14-year-old? Or 17? Nope, she was 20, about to turn 21. Like her birthday was right around the corner. If you don't want to read the full thing, I will also be linking a video that goes over the full doc. The victim also made their own...
You'll also be linking... I was trying to look down in the description to like... There's a video you know of that goes over the full fucking doc? Oh. This is fucking insane. I can't believe it. This is insane. Has anyone talked to Jar about this? Does Jar know this is out in public? This is fucking insanity. I can't believe it. No fucking way. Oh, no. Jar, no. Jar Bros, I don't feel so good.
doc, and it's, oh god, 188 pages long. But it's almost entirely just made up of screenshots, so it's not as long as it may seem at first. Now, some of you might say that these screenshots are out of context, or maybe the messages are fake. After all, Discord is one of the easiest websites to use to fake messages. I mean, it's happened to me before, so it might have happened to Cinny. But the thing is, those allegations aren't just allegations anymore because Cinny admitted to it.
I've been an irresponsible content creator, and I've been acting inappropriate.
Jar saw Chud's coverage of this and saw Kumu pushing and moved his position. That's why this video never came out. Jar already had a position and he thought the position was gonna move, so he actively just took Kumu's arguments and tried to declare victory. This kind of confirms that you want something out of Cinny, right? Like favors or done fuck shit? No, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. What Jar wanted out of Cinny Bear was to he thought that Kumu was probably going to win. That once Kumu had probably explained to Jar, or he'd heard more about what Birdie was like, Jar probably weighed up the drama optics of it and thought that he could jump on the Cinny bandwagon and then go after Birdie. I think that's what was happening. Then he could exonerate Cinny, who has a large enough audience that she'd be useful to him. But I don't think it's down to fuck shit.
Towards my fans. This alone is enough for me to realize I need to make sweeping changes.
I've said multiple times that I don't want to talk to Jar anymore. That I don't see a point of having a conversation with Jar. My position might be moving on that. I would really like a fucking answer as to why you made an original video like this and changed your position. This is fucking kill shot damning. Lio, fuck, you should have brought this out ages ago. What the fuck is this?
To how I conduct myself and how I interact with my fans. But the most serious thing I've done is I've groomed a minor. I became friends with a 14-year-old after I made a mental note to myself to not become friends with minors again, and I overshared with them. I shared graphic, explicit materials with them when I shouldn't have. I groomed this child, and I knew what I was doing was wrong, and I betrayed everyone who looked up to me. I betrayed my friends. I've done the worst possible thing I could have done.
You covered it on stream? You covered the, it doesn't matter, but I don't remember this original video coming out like this. This is completely new, right? When did you cover this?
And I'm suffering from my choices.
On the one hand, I am happy she admitted to it so fast, but on the other hand, she groomed a minor!
I'm going to seek therapy. I'm stepping away from my social medias, and I'm going to try to figure out why I felt it was appropriate to talk to my fans this way.
Why is it that every YouTuber says they will get therapy in their apology? I could go over the proof in the doc, but the drama seems like it's already over. Proof of what she did came out, her roommate talked about it, making the situation blow up, and she admitted to it. It's like that one clip from Rick and Morty.
And now, another quick mystery. I just want to know who could have done something like this. It's a travesty. I did. See this knife and all the blood on it? Here's my fingerprints. Guilty. I sentenced you to life in prison.
Jar is the guy who copies other people's homework. You covered this on stream. I did his call with Cinny. How have I not heard about what's in this fucking video?
By the way, according to Jack, this was not the first time she's done something like this.
Sock has expressed discomfort with Cinny multiple times, and Cinny hasn't made an effort to change anything. She made graphic rape comics, including Sock's characters, and sent them to people she barely knew, who then leaked them because she didn't fucking know them. Sock expressed discomfort again, and Cinny doubled down and told Sock off because she can cope however she wants, I guess. I haven't looked at the screenshots. I've only heard testimony of this, but it's disturbing. She has an obsession with Boy to this very day. Before I found out about all this, Cinny actually...
Okay, I didn't want to take the time out to say fuck Birdie, unironically, Cinny Bear, obviously, groomer, fucked up, Birdie, worse somehow. Like, the whole of Birdie's Law is a fucking horror show. Hashtag free the ferret, man. Proof Beckett doesn't watch my content, sad hours, boys, listen. Wouldn't it be worse if I did? I was like, no, I need to tune in for the latest fucking Leo stream. Bro, tell me when you're doing shit like this. What are you talking about?
They DM'd me last night and said, oh, boy's yelling at me, because I think she has, like, an imaginary version of him. I don't know. And I was like, why is he yelling at you? And she's like, I don't feel comfortable saying. And then I found out from someone else what she did, and she just wasn't gonna tell me.
After looking at the doc, there's even more proof that she has done stuff like this before lots of times. I mean, the signs were there in public for years. Just take a look at her channel. There are tons of videos where she would make suggestive animations of a minor character from My Little Pony. By that I mean Scootaloo isn't a minor character from My Little Pony, but that she's a minor character. She's underage. That's the—
Tag the server you're in when I went live, dog. I never look at tags. I never look at tags. Just fucking DM me.
What I'm trying to make. Now granted, she was a minor when she made these animations, but the thing is, she was a Coomer back then, and she's still a Coomer now. A lot of the titles of her older videos have aged very, very poorly. I could end the video right here, but I think a lot of you want me to be as transparent as possible and go over the two really big dogs. I've seen a lot of false information get spread around about this situation, and I want you all to understand exactly what's going on, because let's be honest here, most people aren't going to go through two massive dogs. But basically, she had a Discord that was a 13+ server full of minors.
Most people aren't going to go through two massive docs, yeah, including Kumo, apparently. This is so fucking insane. This is so insane. I'm losing my mind.
Sure, PG-13 movies and games are a thing, but I'm not a fan of 13+ discords full of adults, minors, and people talking inappropriately.
Beckett's special, he needs to be personally DM'd. I get... Do you know how many unread messages I have on Discord? Like, unironically, I have something in the region of, like 2,000 unread pings, okay? And, like, just counting for the ones that are personal pings, I think it's something in the region of 500 that I've never checked, okay? Don't ping me in servers. Not because it's annoying, but because I will literally never fucking see it.
Cine has made it clear in her server that it's a 13+ Discord and not safe for work topics are not allowed to be discussed in it. This includes messages, images, or whatever else. Everyone else seemed to follow this rule, except for Cine herself. Hell, her YouTube banner is pretty ironic when you consider everything she got away with for so long.
I also don't read
now,
my DMs,
granted,
that's not the
the
point.
old stuff she did wasn't that bad. Sure, making a 17-year-old uncomfortable when you're 19 isn't good, but it's not pedo stuff in my book. I'm one of those people who defended Call Me Carson, so I can't say she should be kicked off the internet for doing the same. If you would like to know the story between her and the 17-year-old minor, well, basically she sent a bunch of inappropriate messages to the minor, and then she sent the minor a whole bunch of hardcore corn comics. One of these comics involved an FNL.
So you know what all of this is. You knew what all of this was. You lying little fucking... You lying bastard!
FNF character by the name of Boy. He was graphically essaying another character supposedly for the punishment of molesting children. Lovely. Oh, and by the way, to make everything worse, the OC by the name of Boy was created by a minor.
Ooh, that's bad.
The minor called out Cine for this, and she apologized and made a promise that she would never ever do something like this again.
That's good.
Now the stuff she did to the 14-year-old when she was 20 is in a whole new ballpark of bad. A 14-year-old is just 1 year older than a cupcake.
Can I go now?
But we aren't quite there.
Is that an EDP reference? I think that's an EDP reference. Oh my fucking god. He fucking knew! He fucking knew all the time!
there yet, so put a pin in that for now. 1 year before this, she did inappropriate stuff with a 15-year-old when she was 18. This is bad, but it's a 3-year age gap, and most people only gave her a slap on the wrist for this because of Romeo and Juliet laws.
Protected by the Romeo and Juliet laws.
We dated for a little while. I was a sophomore and he was a senior. It's fine.
No, it's not fine. We've got a pre-existing juvenile foundational relationship. Statute 2705-3.
Granted, a lot of people don't agree with Romeo and Juliet laws, especially when it involves a 17-year-old and a 19-year-old, or a 15-year-old and an 18-year-old. After all, a 19-year-old can vote, get drafted, and do a bunch of other stuff, but a 17-year-old is still in high school, and a 15-year-old is only in their second year of high school. However, people are also more forgiving about this stuff when it's over the internet. Me hitting on a 17-year-old in real life is different than me hitting on a 17-year-old over the internet.
That's a very ironic comment, Jar. Please continue, you fucking weasel.
After all, I can see the 17-year-old in real life, but on the internet, I can't see what they look like. On the internet, I hear someone talking to me. In real life, I see a minor in front of me. Granted, I'm a lot older than Cindy. If I'm talking to a 17-year-old, yeah, I'm gonna get a lot more crap for it.
Oh my god, that's so fucking... The foreshadowing is crazy! The foreshadowing's crazy, bro!
Example I'm giving only works if I'm 17 or 18. She would also post gore and say inappropriate things where minors as young as 14 were present. Sure, this isn't good, but it's nothing that would get you that much backlash. But she still got some backlash, and this stuff that is, let's be honest here, small potatoes compared to grooming a 14-year-old. Most of the stuff in the doc doesn't really show her doing that much bad stuff at the start. Honestly, I've seen more sus stuff in animes I watched as a kid. I don't think having your OC in a suggestive pose where minors can see it is that big of a deal. If it was, then the doc maker would also be at fault. Also, anyone who made a video about this situation, as they were linking the doc showing images of her OC in sexy outfits, would also be at fault. Guys, you can't call something porn, then put it in a video without age restricting it! Sure, the doc does censor out a few things, but it doesn't look like anything that bad was blocked out. Like this image was gore art, not her being topless. Or at least that's what I've been told. Yes, her avatar is in underwear, but they're not fully naked. But then you have things that are a little bit worse, like her saying to a 13-year-old that she's looking for a not safe for work chatbot to talk to because she's horny. She was 17 at the time, and if she was a man, he would have gotten a few side glances at him for doing something like this.
What? What the fuck is this video? Listen. Did John not release? Did he watch this back and was like, I just sound retarded? What the fuck is this? This is fucking actually insane. This is just insane. I'm fucking losing my mind. I feel like I've stepped into an alternate reality. The fuck? Like, quit. Actually, unironically quit. If you, like... Any commentator who does it, like, don't go anywhere. Keep making content. But, like, any commentator who'll do something like this, clearly pull apart the content, come to the obviously correct conclusion that Cinebear tried to groom a minor, and then make a video outlining all of that, and then, like, just flip on it entirely. This is insanity. This is crazy. This is... I'm losing it. I'm losing it, chat.
Maybe this is just me, but I don't think you need to be telling 15, 14, and 13-year-olds that you're horny. I skimmed over the doc because most of the stuff I saw in it was small potatoes compared to the accusation I heard about her grooming a 14-year-old. Then, when I finally got to the end of the shorter doc, I found out that the bigger and longer doc was the one about the grooming. Now, I want to make this clear. I do not believe Cindy is a pedo. She more than likely would have done this with anyone regardless of age. The 14-year-old who made the doc even thinks that this is the case. She was being irresponsible by talking to the 14-year-old this way, but I don't think she was doing it to get with the 14-year-old.
Okay. Fuck. Okay, we're gonna pause for a second. Okay. What is the last, 2 weeks of my life? So for those of you who've been, watching the West Side Tyler drama unfold, you might be aware of his whole thing of Beckett said that 17-year-olds aren't kids. I was like, yeah, I'm talking about the fucking, like, Dream drama, where people were accusing Dream of being a groomer. Like, 17-year-olds, like, aren't, like, it's not the same thing, okay? I've gone over this to death because I've kind of been forced into a position of doing it. Here's the other side of this. If you find somebody who is flirting with a 14-year-old and sending them graphic material, it is probably, you know what, it's fine to call that person a pedophile, because we're not talking about psychological or legal definitions, we're talking about whether somebody is prepared to have sexual interactions with a minor. Like, what are you doing? Even in your attacking city, like, I've never seen somebody sit so hard on a fence that it starts, like, bleeding through them. This is insane. What the fuck are you doing? Most people who like end up abusing kids aren't people who only target children. That's not what we're talking about here. The fact that they're prepared to. Jesus. Did an AI write his script? No, but I'm starting to God knows who wrote this fucking shit. Probably Jar. No, listen, an AI would do a better fucking job.
I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want this pattern to repeat itself. I want to be better. Nothing I do will ever make this right. But I want to make sure it never happens again.
She just wanted the 14-year-old to be comfortable with conversations like this because she wanted to talk about horny stuff. No, I do not know why she couldn't talk to an adult about this kind of stuff. She brought up that she talked to this 14-year-old because she was as open about not safe for work stuff as she was. And, yeah, of course she was. She just started puberty. Yes. Cindy knew the minor's age. She asked early in the convo. Sure, she could have forgotten this person's age. I talk to a lot of people myself, and it's hard to keep track of stuff like this sometimes.
No, it's not. No, it's not, Jar. It's not hard to keep track of whether somebody is 14 or not. You absolute fucking retard. Are you kidding me? What on earth possessed you? You couldn't waterboard these fucking takes out of me. This is so insane. You had time to work on 2 videos. You talk to Dreadlock all the time. Were you not lying in bed with him one night, curled up like as a cute little couple, and started like talking about this? You expect me to believe that you never had a fucking conversation? You talk to everyone about everything, Jar. There's no way, no fucking way you didn't know what people's takes were. In fact, I know that's not true because you went and took these takes and ended up talking to Kumo and Cinebear about them. So you were obviously like fucking shopping these opinions out. This is, oh my god. Counterpoint, you could just not have sexual combos with anyone online, right? It's not fucking difficult. Gangster with a 5. Even in his video against Cindy, he still claims she's not a pedo. I'll say it again. I'm glad I stopped watching Jar back in 2020. Yeah, this is like one of those... I said in like in response to some of the shit that's been said about Tyler with all the pedo jacketing, I'm somebody who's quite careful with the word pedophile. I don't like, I think that that's a specific word that you need like a level of evidence for, which like makes it reasonable to use, right? I think overusing that word because it can be so damaging, you shouldn't just throw it around. But in the case of Cinebear, it's like, whether there's a technical definition of grooming or pedophile or whatever, with the shit that Cindy was doing, I think it's probably fine to use the word pedophile. I think that's probably, I think that's I think it's fine. I don't think that's a contentious thing to say. Cindy is a fucking freak. In the same way, I would actually probably use that word for Birdie, frankly. Like, I don't think these are contentious things. We're talking about people who are engaging with not just like late teenagers, but actually kids. They're engaging with kids. So this is the first draft of the video that was released, first draft, and this was like an unfinished revised version. No, Toastify. This was the version before this was the version before the one that was leaked by Kumo. This is the one that he originally made where he's condemning Cinebear.
but he acknowledged that this person was young a few more times. Then they started to talk about, not safe for work stuff. I know some people will try to downplay this because Cindy is a 20-year-old girl, but if she was a 20-year-old man talking to a 14-year-old boy or girl like this, you know how you would react. Of course, she tested the boundaries of this 14-year-old more and more. After a few more messages, she started sending some softcore corn to this minor. For those of you who do not know what softcore corn is, well, think of it like the sexy jutsu from Naruto. Sure, it's a bit risque, but under the law it would not be considered—
It's not about the law. It's about the fact that Cindy Bear was grooming a minor. Holy shit. What the fuck are you talking about?
hardcore corn. She would detail sexual fantasies she had to this 14-year-old. This kept on escalating until Cindy, she sent the same not safe for work essaying comic to this minor, and requested this minor to draw even more corn of the character of Boy and Nightmare Sans. From the censoring job, it looks like a few parts of this comic would have been legally classified as hardcore corn. I should also note that Cindy did not—
TikTok needs to stay banned. I'm sorry. You're censoring people if you're banning TikTok. It's a site where you can't say kill, death, or porn on it without getting fucking not just demonetized, but your videos taken down. You can say porn on YouTube. YouTube doesn't fucking care. Porn. It's fine. No one gives a shit. Holy shit. Fuck. It's brain rot.
Not tell her roommate or friends about what she was doing. Just to make this clear, for 6 months, she was sending corn to a 14-year-old when she was 20. She knew it was wrong, but she kept on doing it.
I'm ashamed of myself for doing this and hurting everyone.
I first discovered Cindy through her video on Spocter. Other than that, I just saw her video on Lio and Peaches, along with the first few minutes of her video on Deadwing Dork. Do you think she complained about him victim blaming as she was grooming the 14-year-old? Ironically, Cindy brought up that she was moving in with Jack at the very end of her Spocter video.
I'm moving out soon.
Remember, Jar didn't know about the comic? Lies. Thank you for the 2. Yeah. Shit, what a fucking liar, bro.
My original plan was to move out in January, but things have changed. I'm going cross-country to pick up my friend so that we can roommate together. They've been an online friend for a long time, and they've been dealing with a really unsafe living situation for a while now, so I want to go get him. My family has been really adamant about me not doing this, though. They already hated the idea of me moving out so soon, but they hate my roommate even more.
When I heard this, I thought nothing of it, but now it looks like Cindy is going to have to move back in with her parents. That is, if they will take her back in.
I understand they're worried for my safety, but the way they've gone about being worried has been really stressful. I need to go on this road trip, I need to help my friend, and I need to make my own decisions. I need to get out of this house.
I maintain my previous position that both Cindy Bear and Birdie are people who need carers. Like, legitimately. I've never... Like, these two people cannot function on their own. They need carers. Download more RAM, please. Why do I need to download more RAM? What's wrong with my RAM?
Cindy, you will get a normal job and work 9 to 5, thinking back on what you could have had if you just didn't groom that 14-year-old. In a few years, people will forget all about you, and you will go from someone tons of people looked up to just another background character. The funniest part about all of this is you didn't do what you did with that 14-year-old because you wanted to get with them, you just couldn't stop cooming. You coomed until you groomed. I never—
Oh, is it because, like, the chat went out? Yeah. That's just what Opera does. That's nothing to do with my RAM. It's just Opera being shit.
Even heard of a situation like this happening until now. You didn't send nudes to the minor, nor did you ask for nudes from the minor. You just wanted them to draw porn. I swear only in the ArtCC can something like this happen. I do feel bad for Jack. They had to deal with so much drama growing up on the internet, and when they finally found someone who loved them for them, that person was revealed to be a predator. Grooming doesn't just hurt the victim, or the reputation of the person who did the grooming, but it also hurts the people around them. Those who are close to them. Now, Cindy, when you made your video on Spocter, who by the way didn't have as much proof against him as you saw what happened to him. You saw the backlash he got and how scared he was. Sure, he had the nudes of a 13-year-old on his drive, but we don't know what he did with them, only that he said he destroyed it after he turned 18. Maybe he forgot about
He feels bad for Birdie. Well, this is the problem. He's basically lying about knowing about the Birdie drama. There's no way he didn't fucking know. I don't believe it for a second. He's just painting Birdie as the sympathetic victim because that was the narrative at the time. Again, Jar has no takes of his own. His takes are either driven by malice, actual malice because he wants to go after somebody, or they're driven by committee. There is no in between.
About it, then stumbled upon it, or looked at it every day. We don't know for sure. There was a lot, I mean a lot more proof against you for what you did, and what you did was much more recent. Just like EDP,
No, that's a lie. That's a lie, Jar. That's a lie. The stuff against Birdie there's fucking tons of evidence. Birdie is openly talking about their sexual encounter with their ferret. Birdie talked about that. No one like there is so much fucking evidence against Birdie. You're fucking these people, man.
Given a lot of warnings, and you had a few close calls. I want to make this clear, I'm not saying she's as bad as EDP.
Wow, now he downplays the spot to drama lol. Yeah, of course, because time's moved on, Guy Rides. Thank you for the 2.
You had the choice to walk away, but you wanted the forbidden fruit so badly that you gave up paradise. And you didn't even really want the forbidden fruit. You just didn't care who you were talking to about this stuff because you're a Coomer. Being a big YouTuber with tons of fans is all gone, and you will more than likely never get it back. Sometimes I look back on the story of Adam and Eve and see how they had everything and gave it up to break the one rule they had to follow. They lost out on paradise forever. There's truly only 2 things that can get you canceled: pee-pee around kids or giving up. You can lie about people over and over, but still have a platform on YouTube if you don't give up. You can
What, you mean like you do, Jar? Oh my god, I fucking hate this guy!
expose your folder full of horses and anime children and still have a platform. You can do anything on YouTube as long as you don't give up or groom a minor. I want to make this clear, you'll still get backlash for doing all those things, but if you don't give up, you can still have a chance to make a comeback. You did the one thing people can't forgive, and you lost it all.
I don't know if I can ever come back to my platform, and it's my own fault.
Others will see what you did and make the same mistake, just like you did with Spocter. It's not up to me to pass judgment on you. It's up to the audience, and looking at how they pass judgment on people like EDP, Cosmodor, and others, I don't think they will forgive you anytime soon, if ever.
I draw a line here. I can't have you doing these things with kids. I can't live with someone who is taking advantage of children. I can't.
I don't want to anymore.
But you still did, and that's the issue. You can't undo this. Like, you have done this with so many people, and I
would like to note Vosh is begging for money now. Well, of course he fucking is.
It's okay.
No,
It's okay.
I want to be better. I want to do better. I want to do
You
better.
can't come back from this. You can't.
Just to be clear, the problem with Birdie doing this is Birdie doesn't care about minors. Birdie's just a manipulative psychopath. Okay? Like that's the issue. Like and as people have started digging into the Birdie drama from the commentary side, people are starting to understand that. You know, Birdie's a fucking monster. Like she did this like Birdie, he did this because he wanted to mess with her. That's all.
Come back. You can. It's okay, but Cindy.
Jack, I cannot lose you.
I don't feel safe here anymore after learning what happened.
Jack,
Dude, I was fucking crying my eyes out earlier when I found out what you did.
Jack, please.
Broke my heart, Cindy, that you would do that.
The worst part is, you didn't do this because you're
Sorry, man, don't you understand that I was groomed by a 13-year-old? Fuck off, Birdie. Fucking weirdo.
a pedo. You did it because you couldn't stop cooming. They had urges, you just didn't care. To any minors who are watching this video, I want you also to take away a lesson from this video. Be on guard when it comes to people who make animations of cartoons or games you like. Just because they don't like Andrew Tate or Sneeko, it doesn't mean they are a good person. You can watch their videos freely, but be careful when you interact or talk with them. If they say something that makes you uncomfortable, get out of there and tell someone you trust. Cindy did not start in the Art CC, but she joined the Art CC and now she has fallen. Yeah, partially thanks to PK Russell, a lot of people who made animation memes also started to make Art CC content. Other people are leaving the Art CC. Heaton Mitsuru is gone. People like Mushroom Girl and Ephraim are getting bashed. The days of the Art CC.
People like Mushroom Girl and Ephraim are getting bashed? That's a very interesting thing to say, Jar. Because as far as I'm aware, the only person who said anything shitty about Mushroom Girl or Ephraim publicly within the last, 8 months is me. No one other than me has talked about Mushroom Girl. Okay, this might be a bit fucking conspiracy brained, but because I've talked about Mushroom Girl a few times, and yeah, I know Ephraim's isn't technically ACC, but also I've covered Ephraim's on here. That's kind of bizarre that you'd bring either of those two up. Yeah, Ephraim's bash, people barely even know who he is. Yeah, the only person I'm aware of who's talked about either of those two is me. Kumu did? Okay. Who the heck is Mushroom Girl? Mushroom Girl is kind of like a Doodle Tones replacement. I don't talk about them much because they're 17. They're still a minor, and a lot of their stuff was done when they were cringy stuff was done when they were 16. They're 15, 16 or stuff. So I've not really covered them much, but I have talked about the fact that they are pretty fucking annoying. Interesting. Anyway.
CC are numbered, and one day they won't be able to hurt anyone anymore. If there's one thing I want you to take away from this video, is that this is a cautionary tale of what not to do on the internet. Anyways, I gotta get back to work on my Lio video now. So to everybody watching this video, I just want to wish you a good—
I need to get back to working on my Lio video? Bro, what a fucking... Especially considering the conversation with Creepy at the end.
Good morning, a good afternoon, and a good night.
Bro, what the fuck? Okay. Okay. Fuck, there's the jar tent. There's the jar tent, fuck. Interesting. Let's have a palate cleanser quickly. Quick palate cleanser.
Forgive me for being a bit self-centered for a moment. I'm sorry. I apologize. I know. They say privileged streamer. My job could go out like that. You know how crazy things are getting over here? Literally, at any moment. You know that? They could just say, hey, YouTube, it's un-American of you to allow left-leaning people to, post videos. These communist videos are pro-China. Kablamo, I'm out. And that's a little scary.
Bro, come on, dude, the fucking... Listen, I get it. Trump's doing some pretty insane shit, but this is shilling at a whole new level.
It's literally there's no, it's a day-by-day thing. I wake up every morning and I check. So I'm just saying, in the meantime, maybe I'm a little bit more like and subscribe-y than usual. You have a backup platform you're planning to go to if shit hits the fan? Yeah, there's a corner under, right next to the 5 in downtown Seattle that I don't usually see other people panhandling on. And forgive me for being a bit—
What a fuck, bro, come on. Guys, do you know how crazy things are getting over here right now in Britain? Things are pretty insane with the Labour government in. The Labour government over here, it's pretty crazy, guys. It's pretty crazy. I might, one day, they might turn around to YouTube and go, hey, these ginger guys talking on YouTube about internet drama, we don't like that. You need to shut it down. You need to IP block them. So, you know, if I'm asking you for more likes and subs and memberships and donations, if I'm asking you to follow me on Twitter more so I can maintain my platform, like and subscribe, guys, before I have to go and live under a fucking bridge. Vosh is like a millionaire, isn't he? Are you kidding? Like, right. Dude, I hate this shit. I fucking hate this shit. Router's released a video. I know that Router's released a video, but like I don't have a lot of the contacts for the Router stuff. Maybe I'll do a stream on it because I need Ace really. Maybe I'll talk to Ace about the Router stuff. I've picked at parts of it, but probably not enough to cover it right now. Beckett is going to convert to Islam, like all the other gingers. Jeez, listen, there is a disturbing rate of conversion to Islam. Okay, listen. I know I've got like 300 of you here because I've been doing ACC content, and I don't do it very much. That's absolutely fine. You're all very appreciated, but I also know that many of you want to talk about ACC stuff, and that's why we get higher viewership when I do stuff like this. There is one thing I want to cover today, which is I want to talk about Chris Speaks' video on President's Sunday. Okay, because I don't want to talk about the Kilo one. And it's relevant because it's a drama I'm involved in, and I find it interesting to talk about. We're not going to do like in depth on this, but we are talking about it. Okay. So for those of you who are like, nah, fuck this, we're not talking about drama. I listen. Completely understand. If you want to see me, like, if you want to stick around while I fucking tear this fucking video apart, you're welcome to do so. But thank you. Listen, it's been a good couple of hours of going through Jar Tent. I've enjoyed it. I have enjoyed it. Hey, Treshfire, how we doing? It has been fun. I haven't changed the title as well because I don't want to mislead people that there's Jar Tent. See that? Fuck it. Okay, so for those of you who are not aware, I released a Destiny video. So did Sunday. We discussed at length the evidence that was going on around the Destiny shit and brought out content on it. For like a variety of reasons, blah blah blah. I'm not doing the whole fucking justify thing again. Are there issues around that? Yeah, sure. I've been pretty fucking open and transparent about all that shit. But yesterday, we are. I'm gonna have a fucking Kilo brought out this video. Now, Kilo was President Sunday's editor. I don't want to talk about too much behind the scenes stuff with this. I'm not mentioned much in this video. I have my own opinions on it. I really can't be fucked to get into it. Kilo includes his calls with Sunday in this. I don't like care. Unless I can hear the full calls, I don't really give a shit. Reason I want to talk about this is because I think it's a really interesting attempt at a hit piece, and because it's really fucking bad. Take care, Gangster. These videos fundamentally are Twitch politics videos. They're talking about the ethics of who Sunday is, and the fact that like people don't really realize what sort of an inconsistent person. So everyone knows. These, I don't know who these videos are for. I don't know why they made them. It makes no fucking sense. Everyone who knows anything about Sunday knows. Now, I also knew that, like, I didn't know about Chris's video, but I knew about Kilo's, or at least that he was working on something. And I made allusions to that in previous streams when this drama came up. Part of the interest from my side, I guess, is these are videos for a community that doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, I saw Sunday come on Queen's stream as well. I did watch that. These videos are for a community that doesn't exist anymore, a community that has long since passed out of relevance or kind of grouping. It's just vanished into the fucking ether. This video has like 872 views from a day ago. Now, Chris is very small, that's true. But at the same time, shitting on President Sunday should be easy fucking views right now. And the pickup kind of shows not like the pickup shows the issue with the video and how they've been covered. I mean, Queeman didn't even want to fucking cover it. I offered Queeman money. He did not take the money. I would have paid Queeman like probably $50 to watch this. He didn't. I'm very disappointed in him. But anyway, let's have a look. We're gonna skip through some of this, but I do want to talk about it because I think it's interesting.
Spoken about why Destiny, or Stephen Burnell II, through his blatant disregard for consent, deserves to be on the sex offender registry. We specifically spoke about Pixie, someone who was in his community since she was 19 years old and considered him a trustworthy friend, while he leaked her sex tape to a third party without her consent. This very sex tape was later leaked publicly, and while it was not leaked to the broader public by Destiny himself, he is to blame for it. The allegations against him now go as far as him not just spreading around sex tapes he recorded legally, but also sharing audio recordings of him having sex with people who never even agreed to being recorded to begin with. Police reports have been filed, litigation has begun, and I hope that his victims will see justice. This video is going to be entirely focused on how Pixie's story was told by President Sunday, who released a video exposing Destiny for his actions that has now been seen by over 100,000 people. It is by far the single biggest video in President Sunday's 5-year YouTube career. Ever since the upload of his video and the scrutiny that followed thereafter, Sunday has been sort of crashing out by doing things like leaking his DMs with Willie Mac Show, attacking folks like Nicholas Diorio, whom he used to get higher numbers for his video, and by jumping into random chat debates in many different discords he's a part of, only to attack anyone who dares to disagree and blame his editor for his own mistakes. In his video...
Okay, so, we got to the first one. Like, obviously, I've talked about the Nick stuff to fucking death. I didn't think the Nick call should be in the fucking video. I didn't think Sunday should have released it. Really fucking open about this. I never actually saw the Willie Mac shit. I found out about it through this. So I don't know why that happened. I'd have to ask Sunday. I've got no fucking idea. But whatever. So this one's interesting. Sunday chose to exclude the DM that discounted the extortion narrative and refuses to take advice from other creators. My editor, who is as ignorant as you and disagreed on that point, is the one who put the DMs in that video. That is true. Like, Kilo, to my understanding, like, I wasn't there while Kilo was fucking editing the thing, but my understanding was that Sunday basically went, go edit. And this is what I do with Max. I hand Max an audio file, essentially, with a couple of clips put in places and go edit. Kilo had control of that, is my understanding. Just FYI, I have some simple instructions. Include the DM in a scroll. I haven't since looked. For the record, one of the first things they teach lawyers is about threatening anything beyond the law is extortion, period. Well, listen, I don't want to get into the fucking extortion shit again, discussed to fucking death. I don't want to retread it all. But include the DMs in the scroll. Sunday knew I was including the DMs. He knew I was including all the DMs in detail. Why would, like, why remove that thing about, charity? Like, it's just a weird accusation to make. And part of the problem is, with Kilo's video, and this is, you know, always going to be the problem when you're coming out as someone's editor saying shit like this, is Kilo edited the script and I don't mean like he made a little edit. Like, I think with Sunday's script, I never read the full script for his video. There's one particular point where I was sat reading through Kiwi Farms and just like going through some of the evidence, and they're arguing about a paragraph about Destiny. And I edited that paragraph because I was really, I got annoyed with them fucking arguing about the phrasing of it because they couldn't work out like the best way to do it. And I just pulled it apart and like fixed it for them. But like, it's like a minor, I think, do you know what? I don't even think it's in the final fucking video. But Kilo was sat there, Sunday dictated, and Kilo was the one who was kind of like smoothing the language of it. So if there were points where Kilo didn't like what Sunday was saying, or like the way something was phrased. Kilo actually, I think, has a lot more control over that than maybe he's claiming at this point. So if you're gonna come out with a fucking hit piece on somebody over a piece of media that's being produced, probably a piece of media that you had this much involvement for is a little bit fucking crazy. I mean, it's just like, I don't understand why. Ragemonger with a 10 for Max's patience. If you don't want to beat the exerted dead horse, you can skip ahead 1525. It's extortion stuff. I'm happy to argue, but my actual problem is with Sunday betraying his own principles. If you have any questions, let me know. I can always call it. Chris, why don't you give me a call? We'll talk about it. That's a lot more interesting. I talked to Kilo about it if he wanted to, but he's fucking fled the internet. Like... I should be clear as well. I have no issues with Chris. I think this video it doesn't work, but I've known Chris for a while. I'm not trying to like fucking kill Chris or anything. But yes, Chris, you can call him. We'll do that. We'll do that. I think that makes sense. The Kilo vid was something, all right. Yeah, it was a choice. It was a choice he made. I don't know why. Does the age really matter? I think Bro knew something, what he was doing. Are we talking about the draft? Okay, we've moved on from that. Chris speaks. How you doing? Give me a second. Let me get like a little.
Hi, no worries. Let me know if you can hear me. Okay.
Yeah. Just say a sentence for me.
Jesus, I had no idea. I set to fucking 130%.
Okay.
Did you change your microphone or something, or was that just me being retarded in the past?
I think I updated my audio settings.
That was
a little while ago.
That was a big boom to enter to.
My streamer boys are fighting. Thank you, Oz. We're not fighting, not yet. Let me just throw you up on screen. I'll throw up Discord. It's not showing anything, is it?
I mean, you've got my video playing. I think as long as, unless a third person joins, I think it's going to be relatively clear who's who. Because, like, you know, your audience knows you, and I'm the only other person here.
Yeah,
I can't be fucked to turn on VTube Studio and everything.
I've got it. Let's just put you on screen a little bit. Okay, you're fine. So, Chris, you made a video on President Sunday.
I did make a video on President Sunday.
How are you feeling? How are you feeling about that video?
I mean, I feel good overall.
Okay.
I had no... with videos, when you're a small content creator, it's sort of difficult to judge to what extent they will actually be viewed and to what extent they'll sort of just be dismissed, especially since like you've got the whole VTuber shit going on and just plenty of other things that can get in the way. Generally speaking, I think if I've watched parts of Queeman's coverage of Kilo's video, if there is something I would have probably done a little bit differently in my video is I think I would have hammered why the extortion argument doesn't make any sense to me home harder. I left too many avenues where I keep reiterating in my video that I'm not a legal expert, just like Sunday, except that he's going to pretend like he is. So obviously by default, I'm going to look like shit in comparison. I've since looked into these cases a little bit more, and I am just as unconvinced as I was when I made the video initially. The main point of complication, I think, is going to be that even though Kilo and I raise similar points and we have similar sentiments, our arguments, especially in different in different points of the video, they diverge significantly. And like, obviously it's going to be easy to discredit what I'm saying by using Kilo, and it's going to be easy to discredit what Kilo's saying by using me, if that makes sense.
Sure. Okay, so let's start with the extortion thing. The extortion argument and going the legal route with it is, in my opinion, pointless. To be clear, it doesn't matter whether Pixie, from like an ethical point of view, like most people are going to go, Pixie should get a bag, fuck Destiny. It doesn't matter. There are arguments there, which Queen goes over, that it's like, well, the way Pixie is behaving could jeopardize future stuff, yada, yada, yada. But from my perspective, that's not the main concern. The main concern is this. Everyone I have spoken to who either had access to these DMs or had seen or saw these DMs, or I went to an optics check with, the first thing they said when they saw the NSC DMs was, so Pixie was extorting Destiny. That is the read from those DMs. And part of the concern with these DMs leaking without any like wider context to them, or like a single screenshot like the one where Pixie is saying, I want this to be the most expensive mistake of his life, was somebody like Bad Empanada or another actor or whoever going, well, this is a whore just fucking extorting money from Destiny because she's a whore and her cuck boyfriend's upset about it. Because that was, broadly speaking, like the most uncharitable fucking take. Now, I didn't write Sunday's video, he's got his own fucking opinions on it. But I want to be clear, this idea that Sunday alone was talking about this as extortion is it's just not fair to Sunday. It's just not fair to the fucking reality. In fact, you can hear this in this call with Nicholas Diorio, where Diorio calls it before Sunday does, blackmail.
The issue that I have, and this is probably more so to do with the way how Sunday went about this, I don't have access to a lot of these creators, so I sort of have to rely on my own ability to judge things based just on what they say. And the problem that I've had specifically with Sunday and with some of the coverage afterwards is that Sunday is not a legal expert. I know he was raised in the law, but whatever the case might be, I've seen people tell me that, like, hey, I've got a master's degree in law. I've had people come to me and say that, like, hey, I work in the field. And all of those people seem to be on the nobody would take this argument of extortion seriously. And there is really nothing tangible there on one side. And on the other side, we've got Sunday, who's presenting to me a case that extortion might be what's happening here. And so I go through these DMs myself. Obviously, I have no interest in hiding my power level, but I also have no intention of like making an argument to authority, because the fact that I, for instance, have a master's in law doesn't really matter when it's nothing to do with American law and nothing specifically to do with extortion. Like, the best I can appeal to is say that I'm going to be better than a layman at just reading cases. But Sunday specifically was asked by multiple people whether he's spoken to lawyers, and he's been giving inconsistent answers. Sometimes he's speaking to lawyers, sometimes he was raised by lawyers, sometimes he's speaking to people who know lawyers. And the case law that he then brought as an example in the comment underneath Pixie's video, underneath his video on Pixie, is, to my understanding, was provided to him by one of the people in his Discord after he's already made the video and made his point. And if extortion is happening, and this is, I harp on this in my video a few times, if extortion is happening, he just hasn't made the point for it. In my opinion, I very much agree with Queeman on this, in that, like, most of these conversations that are going to be rooted around law, when it comes to like shitto YouTubers fighting, are absolutely retarded. No one gives a fuck, and it is a waste of everyone's brain cells to even try and talk about it, because people have this incredible fucking like perverted desire to speak as though they have infinite authority, when in reality this shit's complicated as fuck and we have no idea which way the wind's going to blow. I think that there is enough.
This comes to sort of my base criticisms of both your video and Kilo's, really. Who did you make these for?
Okay, yeah, so that brings me to the next part. This is again something, I think you might have actually been there for Queeman's coverage, because I think you've super chatted him literally as you were saying this. Queeman said something along the lines of that, like, this video was made for the one person who doesn't know that Sunday doesn't care about victims. So something to that extent. I don't want to misquote him, but I'm just paraphrasing more or less.
Sure, that's a broad paraphrase.
If you want to go that route, if you want to discredit the video because there's just one person out there who doesn't believe that President Sunday wouldn't put his own mother in a wood chipper so long as it lets him make a good YouTube video, then that is perfectly fine. As far as I'm concerned, I was under the impression that President Sunday is far more principled around these kinds of things. So at the very least, that one person I made the video for is myself. It appears to be the case that there are quite a few people. There are quite a few people who also were under the impression that he has some principles at the very least, who have reached out to me since and were like, yeah, obviously, look, this video should have been made. Sunday's video, to be clear, to Our Destiny, it should have been made. It was important to be made, which I agree with, by the way. But Sunday also doing the whole like holier than thou thing when talking to people like Smith, or when talking to people like Mr. Girl, or just historically pretending like he gives a fuck about any of this when he so very clearly doesn't. Still feels like a thing that I have no issues making a video about. It seems like a moderately interesting thing, and I don't see how it's any different to when we make a video about like outcome retards being retards. Like, this is the same thing, except that Sunday's friends with a few people. But like, I refuse the argument in its entirety that like a video like that shouldn't be made because everyone already knows that President Sunday's like a vile cunt.
It's not that it shouldn't be made because of that reason. It's that when you're making a hit piece around something like this drama, you're making it entirely for a community that no longer exists. So one of the things that's been really interesting to watch is there's a bit where Kilo's talking to Sunday in his video. He's like, so you don't think people care about the Destiny drama? You don't think people give a shit? They just want it for their own personal grievances? And Sunday's like, yes, absolutely. And anybody who has watched the former Twitch poll creators go at it on Twitter will tell you that's true. Because what people have done with the Destiny drama is, sure, there is a large proportion of people who care very deeply and feel aggrieved or feel betrayed or whatever about the Destiny stuff. But let's be clear about what the content creators have done from the space. Sick and Tom have been fighting. Mantis has been fighting with Queeman. Kilo went after counterpoints. Like people have been dragging up stuff with Wu and Pisco from their dramas. Viv went after Wick. People have used this to air grievances that have been going on for like from like 2 years ago. Because fundamentally, and this is the problem with like Twitch poll generally, was people don't really care about the politics. What they care about is their own personal slights and problems. And this was always going to be the case with DMs like this. One of the reasons that certainly once we found out the like extent of them being shared, the reason I was pretty convinced these were going to come out. Actually, I feel I said maybe on stream today, but certainly in a call to somebody else who asked me about this, I feel kind of vindicated in that position by the fact that you and Kilo even made this fucking video, because Kilo clearly just wants to go after Sunday. That's fine, by the way.
Wait, vindicated in what position, sorry?
Well, lots of people right now hate Sunday for this. And there were people much better positioned to make a hit piece and do damage to Sunday than Kilo was. And I know that Kilo was shopping this around and other people offered to help him with this. And rather than taking people who would have been in a better position to do damage to Sunday, he wanted to do it himself and has essentially killed his own story. And that's the problem with
I get that, but the problem, like, none of that has really anything to do with me, strictly speaking.
It doesn't have to do with you. But you
yeah, but that's sort of when I was saying earlier that like there's going to be me and Kilo diverge significantly in where we went with our videos. That's sort of what
I'm talking to you about.
But
I'm talking to you about the videos themselves and about the process, because the thing is, and let's be clear actually, if Kilo had just handed everything to you and said, make the video and I'll do an interview with it and explain what happened behind the scenes, your video probably would have been better. So Kilo's inability to hold back hurt your video. And it hurt the story. And this is the problem when you've got things floating around this particular community. People weaponize things for their own personal grievances. I mean, Quim talked about this with Sunday last night. Sunday didn't look at these DMs just from the perspective of this story needs to be out. He looked at it also from the perspective of like, I hate fucking Destiny. Like
the reason that the fact that he hates Destiny isn't really that big of a deal. Like I don't blame him for hating Destiny. They've had a fucking ancestral battle for as long as
I never said it was a big deal. I said that it causes driving factors.
Sure, but at that point, let's say that Kilo would have decided to do that, and then my video would have been out. If the debate would have been centered around the extortion argument, then I don't think I would have seen any different reaction from people like Quimmen, for example, than Kilo did. And if my video was, if the second part of my video, which is the bit where I'm basically just sort of playing clips for why Sunday's reasoning makes no sense and why he said things in the past that are contrary to what he's saying right now. And then the final bit, which is about his conversation with Diorio, like all of those should be able to stand on their own.
Sure,
at the end of the day, I can't
it doesn't,
control...
because the story is Sunday's former editors come out to make a hit piece on him because he's personally aggrieved.
Sure, and I mean, at the end of the day, there's quite little I can do about that. It is a bit of a shame that that's the angle that people are taking. I feel like Kilo raises points in his video that should stand on their own irrespectively of that. But at the end of the day, if people watching this want to discredit it because it's just Kilo airing out the dirty laundry, then there's fuck all I can do about that to begin with.
Well, I mean, at a core basis, it's like what people care about. This is like the baseline of what makes a hit piece effective, right? Like when we put out the Demon Mama video, a lot of it's dismissed because, like, well, who cares what Jenny Matrix thinks about Demon Mama? But the minute, like, Tyler starts talking about Demon Mama or Sunday starts talking about Demon Mama, there's much more of, like, an in-route there. Like,
I mean, sure. And if you want to give me tips on how to go after Sunday more effectively, if I ever decide to make another video for whatever reason, I'll be more than open to those. But at the end of the day, the main frustration that I've had, and this is going to be when you say that this is a video for people who sort of are no longer around, I don't know, like, you're better at this than I am, so I'm sort of inclined to take your word for it. But Aiko scrutinized Sunday's approach to this situation. Diorio did, Willie Mac did, according to the DMs that Sunday leaked. Kid Not Kin was ranting about this as well. I feel like there are enough people who do not like Sunday's behavior surrounding this situation that it's worthwhile to say, like, hey, yeah, what he did was fucked up. Even though that video had to be made, there was literally no reason for him to go after Pixie the way he did. There was no reason for him to triple down on going after Pixie the way that he did. And there's no reason for him to effectively be in this weird situation right now where it looks like the strongest single, like, joint point that both Destiny and Sunday are apparently in agreement on is that Pixie's doing all of this for her own gain. Like, it's just weird to see these two in agreement over that specifically, given what the subject of the video was supposed to have been.
Well, I mean, from the perspective of, like, let's divorce it from Sunday slightly, because the issue here isn't like my, I guess, thoughts on the video of the perspective, from the perspective of it being Sunday. It's the problems with the video from the perspective of making something like this on anyone given the, like, surrounding circumstances of the people making it. Like, you have similar problems to Kilo in some respects in that you're a Twitch poll creator, which makes you very close to a community that, frankly, Sunday's already been heavily ostracized from. Like, and you can see this in, like, the live of Kilo's premiere with the certain people who are in that chat and certain people who want to talk about, who genuinely want to talk about this. And even like F-bombs showing up in Quima's chat, for example. Now, the baseline problem, like, of making a hit piece on certain people is like, well, how do you make a hit piece on someone like President Sunday? The answer is you probably don't, actually. The Queen points this out. The best hit piece on Sunday, and all you really need is the sound bite of him saying, well, that would make me a psychopath, right? The truth is that the only way you really hit at somebody like Sunday, and there are other people who this is also true of, is a way to get them to break with our audience, and the only way you can really cause that is a long-term crash out.
I mean, if you have, I don't know, so it's difficult to tell because at the end of the day, when I make my videos, I don't know how well they will do, like, in terms of the algorithm, so I don't try and conduct myself in those videos in a way that tries to get a certain outcome. It's more like, hey, Sunday says, the person, because this, we can divorce it from Sunday. The given person says they believe in X, then they've performed an action that is contrary to X. Here is an example of them saying this is what they believe. Here is an example of them doing something that goes against that, but basically that behavior. Subscribe, leave a comment down below. And is it true that with Sunday, basically, for starters, I will say that is a huge blind part on my side. Like I've said multiple times in my streams and when I talk to people, I'm a Twitch poll creator in the sense that, like, I've been on a few panels and I exist in these spaces, but I don't watch other streamers. So until I started now specifically, ever since I started making YouTube videos, which was sort of, I started doing them consistently in December-ish, people now link me content creations reactions to those videos or to videos around the same topic. So I now have a better insight into how many people are aware of things. I knew that Sunday doesn't have the best reputation out there. I knew he's been considered unreliable, but with his whole, like, I will beat you over the head over how unethical you are spiel that he does, like, every other day, I genuinely didn't know that everyone apparently in these spaces specifically is aware of the fact that, like I said earlier, he'd put his own mother in a wood chipper so long as it gets him a good YouTube video. On that note, though, and sorry, I know I'm monologuing a lot.
Go on.
On that note, with how I've been doing my content lately, I feel like, other than just talking about politics, I've delved more into, like, Polish side of things, obviously being Polish and whatnot. I've had a pretty good uptick in subscribers as a result of that. And for example, in my stream, in my last VOD and in my Discord and in some of those comments, there are people in there who have started following me who don't know Sunday that well or don't know him at all in some cases, and now know that he's like a slimy piece of shit. So my video might not have done algorithmically as well as I would have maybe liked it to, but at the end of the day, that's a small dub that I can take home with me.
Sure, and there's always going to be elements where, like, you make something on somebody that they don't know, and they're like, wow, I fucking hate this guy. But I don't know how much of a victory point that is. I mean, part of the problem, part of the problem when we're talking
if I
about,
can,
I mean,
just on the victory point, on that bit, because I'm sort of curious where you stand on this. Obviously, I haven't gotten to that bit yet. You're at the very start of my video. I do apologize for jumping in before you've even had like a
you're
chance
fine.
to actually watch
I've
it
seen bits of it. I've
independent
seen like the
me,
interview between you and Kilo.
Yeah, at the end there is the part of the video. If you want to disregard the extortion thing, which I think is perfectly fair to do, because I'm going to literally fucking kill myself if I have to have another legal argument.
Sure.
If we want to move past that one, and we potentially also might want to move past the bit where, you know, Sunday says that he was a little bit ill, that's why he sounds accusatory, which again sort of makes sense because, like I say in the video, if you look into symptoms of COVID, for instance, you do find out that in fact, you know, losing your own principles is a part of it. At the end, there is the call with Nicholas Diorio, where, like, in that call, Sunday's a little bit fucking mental. Are you aware of that call? Have you watched that call, the 6 minutes that Diorio published?
Yeah.
Yeah, because so I feel like even if we wanted to disregard the earlier part, which obviously with how I've structured my video, if you want to disregard the earlier part, odds are you're not going to watch the later part. But even if we want to levy all the criticism about the extortion shit being irrelevant because everyone's like a glub shitter when it comes to law, no one gives a fuck, and then we want to disregard Sunday being, you know, a slimy piece of shit, that final bit in and of itself, I feel like that should still warrant people being like, yeah, that's a bit weird, it's a bit out there. It's sort of strange that Sunday said I'd have to be a psychopath to, you know, burn Pixie like this, and then he goes and burns Pixie like this.
So what I'd say is, what's a good way to put this? What people say in private calls isn't necessarily what they'd say in public. People can be a lot looser in those private calls, which is, you know, understandable.
Yeah, but that's a part of the longer call that Sunday himself was recording, right?
Yeah, sure. I don't think that Sunday recorded that call because he'd like planned something. I think Sunday recorded that call, realized what he had, and then started planning something. That's not the, you know, lots of people record calls. It's an unfortunate reality. But this is the reason that Diorio also recorded the call, so he could release the like final 7 minutes where Sunday sounds completely fucking insane. I think it's worthy of like critique and everything else, but I think part of the problem is I'm trying to find like the clarity, because again, I'm sick. The problem is this: you have a situation where Sunday is somebody who has regularly gone out of his way to like take pretty hard shots at people when he feels like he has justification to do so. And when you're looking at content creators like this, it's kind of like taking someone like Chud Logic, and I was talking about this earlier, and going, well, what was Chud's position like 3-4 years ago? It's like, well, Chud was a very different person back then. Sunday, like the entire environment of some of these conversations, like the Matt's call and who Sunday was actually just a different fucking person. Yes, Sunday is like, I guess the way Sunday sounds callous in that call is something that absolutely is like a psycho moment, if you like. But also Sunday was prepared to put out other things that, like, either he doesn't think about the fact that they'll harm him, or they're, you know, he's blatantly aware, he'll just do it out of fucking anger. Like reading off Willie Mack's DMs. You know, like, you're talking about somebody who does have like a very, very poor filter. Now, did Sunday care about Pixie's plight, if you like? I think Sunday gives a shit, but also Sunday like just prioritized this needs to come out, we need to go off Destiny, fuck this. If it goes, we're at the point where it's basically public anyway. And I do think Sunday is also influenced by the fact of Straighter Raid's DMs. I've read those DMs. I like the way Straighter Raid paints shit is essentially Pixie wants money and she's going to like suicide bait until she gets it. And I think that part of the conversation that gets missed with how a lot of people ended up reading these DMs is they weren't ever presented in a pure vacuum. There's always some element where Aaron's reading seems to be bleeding through. And that's an issue. Even with the fucking law school stuff, right? That seems to have come through Aaron. And that's bled into like multiple retellings of this. So the idea that this existed just purely in a vacuum just isn't true. Like, I don't think there's any issue with criticizing Sunday. I think that if you make stuff like this, the response is going to be very, very obvious. The response is obviously, Kilo's an aggrieved former employee. Sunday's a bit of a bastard, but like everyone knows this. Sunday's the guy who leaked Chud's mod chat. Like people, I don't know if people remember this fucking drama, but like Sunday got a hold of Chud's mod chat. A lot of people were trying to op Chud at the time, and Sunday blew the entire thing up and basically, like in the opinion of quite a few people, fucked the story. And then we got like the President Run Day meme for like a year as he like bounced from debating people like Smugbug. There's a lot of lore with Sunday that people don't know, but also at the same time, that's true of basically every content creator.
Yeah, but that's going to be part of where I usually have issues with. Every content creator does some stupid shit, and every content creator will do things that you can probably make a YouTube video about, say, hey, yeah, that was kind of fucking stupid. We watch that, and then we all kind of move on with our lives. Sunday fundamentally betrayed principles he claims to stand for by firstly weaponizing a victim, then throwing her under the bus, and then proceeding to provide his opposition with potential arguments to use against that victim to discredit her claims even more. In a video that wasn't prioritized to go after Destiny, because there's an entire segment where he names her, shows her, and shames her over something that he is refusing to provide concrete clarification over where he got that information from. And when you press him on where he got that information from, you always get a similar but slightly different answer. Like that the problem isn't just the fact that the issue that I have with him is not just that he did a bad. The issue is that he did a bad, and it makes no sense for him to do the bad if he is the kind of person that he claims to be. And if he's not the kind of a person that he claims to be, then...
Just quickly, hold on.
Go on.
Is your claim that Sunday came up with the extortion narrative purely to go after Pixie?
No, I wouldn't go that far. I think when it comes to, it's sort of like what you said earlier. A lot of people could have read these DMs, and I wouldn't fault anyone for arriving at the conclusion of this being extortion. The problem that you have is that the longer you exist on the internet as a content creator, and the more you talk about the things that you believe in, or the kind of person that you want to be, or the kind of person that other people ought to be, then the easier it is to point out your specific moral failing when you don't live up to standards that you have set out for yourself. And that's what Sunday did. My problem isn't that he said that the extortion was happening. My problem is that he either didn't do his due diligence, or for some reason beyond my understanding has been secretive about it. And that shows itself at multiple points of the video, not just the extortion argument.
Okay, just to be quick, like with the arguments around blackmail and extortion, this wasn't Sunday just like looking at the DMs between Erudite and Pixie and coming to that conclusion. That's established very early on with his conversations with Erin, with how Erin is presenting this. Sunday is actively in the DMs going, this seems like blackmail, you shouldn't be pushing for this. Why is Dan pushing them in that direction? Because Erin was telling Sunday that Dan was pushing Pixie in that direction. It doesn't exist in a vacuum, is my point. I understand that it doesn't exist in a vacuum. My problem is that straighter rate, as far as I'm concerned, cannot be used as like a reinforcing argument for any of this, because I don't know how much I can trust a person who's been feeding someone like President Sunday information about like her close friend allegedly for what, 52 days, 48 days, something like this. I go over the exact timeline in my video where she not only is feeding someone like Sunday information that Pixie doesn't know she's feeding him, so I'm already not inclined to sort of think that straighter rate's got Pixie's best interest at heart, but there are also explicit messages where straight rate will tell someone like Sunday that she doesn't think Pixie is really suicidal and this doesn't even warrant a wellness check, and then she will turn around and tell to Destiny that Pixie should talk to a therapist, but the reason why Erin feels helpless is because even if she called someone to do a wellness check, Pixie will just lie to them, and then they won't institutionalize her. I don't disagree with you, but this is part of the problem with a drama like this, where we're coming to it weeks later. I mean, like, one of the questions was like, well, why were you worried about things being like instantly coming out? It's like the weekend all this was happening, You had Bad Empanada releasing 2 videos. You had Corontos on Just Ilk stream screaming Pixie's name over and over again. You had multiple debates on multiple streams. You had Lonerbox coming out and essentially disavowing Destiny. Like, this was hitting a massive boiling point, and I think people are kidding themselves that if Sunday wasn't releasing a video, this would all be buried. It's just not the case. We just hit
but
that
I don't
point.
know. But I don't know anyone who's making that argument. Is the problem that I have. That's my particular pet peeve with a lot of this is that people are making it sound like anyone, and maybe someone is, and I just don't know these people. My problem is that people are making it sound like if Sunday didn't make this video, then no one would ever know. Part of the reason.
Okay, so
why...
again, that's what I'm. That's something that's thrown at me. So obviously, I'm in here more of.
Well, no, hold on. Just to be perfectly, just so that I can maybe get my my opinion out there in a way that's like as clear as possible. Since I'm talking to you right now and people are listening.
Sure.
Not only did the video have to be made, because there are a few points. Assuming you'll watch the video, because I don't know if there will be any point by the time we're done. But I mean that will be entirely up to you. I reiterate in my video at a few points that. If there are only 2 options that I have, and one of them is Pixie is outed, but Destiny has to face the music, or Pixie deals with this behind the scenes and all of this goes away, I'm taking option number 1 any day of the week, because the problem that I have with that is that if this gets buried, I already know that Destiny's going to do this again. He's going to do this to more women, and any and all women in his life deserve to know that if he has the chance to record you when you're having sex, he will, even potentially without your consent, if we're going by what Cherry's saying, and then he most probably will send that shit to another random e-girl that he wants to fuck. So that video needed to be made. But at the same time, to my understanding, you guys started working on this video around 16th or 18th of December, somewhere around that period, and it was released on 20th of January. And I reject any argument of time constraint where it took you over a month to get a video out, and somehow did you have too little time? When I say you, I don't just mean you, I'm talking about Sunday mostly. Did you guys have too little time to maybe not put Pixie on blast for this and maybe focus specifically on Destiny so that Destiny also doesn't have an argument simply given to him in the same video that's calling him out that will then later allow him to go on Twitter and also suggest that Pixie's extorting him? What was the point of that angle? I just don't understand the reason why this couldn't have been focused on Destiny. And you can even talk about Pixie, but why the fuck blame her for this?
Well, again, I didn't write Sunday's video.
Well, no, but again, yes, and I understand that.
Sure. In the same way, I'm not going to get you to
yeah.
answer for kilos. Again, I didn't write Sunday's video. We have
okay,
there are certain positions where we're going to share a perspective. But generally speaking, this is why. If you want my opinions of how this should be looked at, look at the fact that I released an uneditorialized video just showing everything, right? I got asked before this came out when the premiere went up, why do you what's your opinion on the DMs by Queeman? And I said I wouldn't give him my opinion. I wanted him to make his own mind up. That's my viewpoint. But at the same time, from a time pressure side, there were multiple factors. One of which is probably Ashcorp himself. But yes, it was. Sunday wanted to release. We wanted to get it out very quickly.
And again, I understand all of that, but I would not even. But so, in part of my problem with the time constraint argument is that when I was judging, so again, I was apparently not there for the town hall meeting where everyone's decided, and not just decided, where everyone's apparently acknowledged that Sunday's like a spineless fuck. I was evidently not present for that meeting. So that is a failing on my part, no issues whatsoever. When I was making my video, when I was writing the script and I was bouncing ideas off of people, what I basically did is I wrote it out for myself in a way that would maybe try and, I was trying to explore avenues for why Sunday did something that he did in that video in a way that doesn't paint him as the bad guy. So I was thinking, there's a time constraint, as per what he said, right? Because he said, I know we could have done better, but we were rushing this, we're pressured. So why could he have been pressured? And again, I go over this step by step in the video. He might have been pressured for a variety of reasons. So for instance, if you want to beat someone like Bad Empanada to that video, that could be in and of itself a valid reason to get that video out as soon as possible. But then, why do you want to beat Bad Empanada to that video? One of the reasons, if you happen to be the leftist that President Sunday claims to be, could be something like, for instance, keeping the victim relatively safe, because you might suspect that someone like Bad Empanada is going to put her on a blast and just insult the shit out of her. Now, Sunday didn't really do this. He didn't really do this, and there's still discourse as to whether she's committed a fucking felony by trying to extort Destiny. So he didn't protect her. So maybe there were other parties that he was trying to protect. Like, who else could have been involved in this that he might be trying to protect? Most of the Orbiters rightfully got shat on, especially people like Erudite, who, even if I try and understand where she was coming from, she still fucked up massively, so more than warranted to include her in the video and put her on the blast. He clearly doesn't give a shit about Lona's thoughts and feelings in all of this. He's literally been in, I think someone's told me he was in Spicy Chat last night, specifically weaponizing this against Lona. So what reason could he have had to feel pressured to release this video as soon as possible that doesn't basically boil itself down to, I wanted to make some money?
Okay, so...
And if you want to make money, that's fine. But
very
has
simply,
established himself as like a...
But here's my kind of problem if you've talked to Kylo about this, because Kylo presents this in the video as they wanted to beat Bad Empanada. It's like, there's no other context for that. But that context is actually very clearly given. Bad Empanada was already bringing out videos presenting this as Lona Box was cucked by Destiny. That was the read and the line of attack. If this had come out through Bad Empanada, the focus would have been largely driven towards Lona Box and the sweepers, as in everyone's sweeping for this, including for Pixie. And that was already happening. So the concern was, let me just give you an example of something that happened with a similar situation. Let's talk about the Bo Black's dress leak. A lot of commentary knew about the Bo Black's dress.
Just so you know, I have no idea about any of that.
So there is before the Mr. Manchi stuff, there was an image that had been shared by Bo Blacks of himself in a dress. Many people knew this image existed, but it was never brought up. It was never mentioned. It was never referenced. It was never shown during the original Bo Black's drama when everything kicked off. But because everyone knew about it, one night on a live stream, Chud Logic lets slip that image exists. And then you get like this thing that everyone's tried to keep a bit quiet for a variety of reasons, comes out. Now, what was likely going to happen with the Pixie escalation was, in my opinion, just to give you a hypothetical, someone sat on a stream, much like the New Year's stream, and somebody says, well, we don't know if Destiny's like actually done this. And then someone says, well, of course he has. You know, the Erudite Pixie DMs where she's literally negotiating Pixie's silence. And this is why I put out everything. And part of the problem with, like, I guess Kilo coming out with the retelling is Kilo, in my opinion, I don't want to throw too much fucking shade here, you know, it's his fucking video, whatever, is downplaying things a bit. And I mean, my question to you was, you spoke to Kilo. What did Kilo say? Because you only include a clip of the interview. How much involvement did Kilo say he had in this video?
From my conversation with him, to my understanding of what Kilo said to me, is quite a lot. He's been pretty open about the fact that he was quite enthusiastic and he was quite happy to be taking part in it. He realized the potential for how big that video might be, and he was more than happy to be on board. He obviously edited it. He finished editing it when he sent it to Sunday. I think he said that in terms of the actual script, he didn't have that much to do with it. And I think there's even a clip in his video where Sunday sort of confirms that he didn't have much to do with the script itself.
That is not accurate. That is not accurate. Kilo was sat there editing through the script and changing the wording and making sure it sounded and smoothed out because Sunday was dictating it. So there's that one. Also, did Kilo mention who he wanted to reach out to about this? Because he says, well, why wasn't Pixie contacted? Did Kilo ever tell you who he wanted to talk to?
I don't believe so, no.
He wanted to talk to Not So Erudite. His instant reaction was, I need to reach out to Not So Erudite.
Yeah, obviously, I can't speak to why he might have wanted to do that. In terms of changing the wording...
Neither can I. But here's the problem. But here's the problem. Kilo's made a video talking about like, well, why didn't Sunday reach out to Not So Erudite? Like, I obviously had fucking issues.
Not So Erudite or Pixie?
With to Pixie. He never mentions reaching out to Not So Erudite, which was his primary fucking concern. He never mentions that. So why doesn't he bring that up? He never mentions reaching out to Pixie. On the other hand, just very quickly. I've apologized for not reaching out to Pixie. I think it was a mistake.
I know you did, yeah.
Yeah. But what I did do, despite the fact that Sunday was like, well, we need to keep things quiet, I reached out to Diorio on the 18th. I reached out to Diesel to get an optics check on stuff. I actually talked to other people. Kilo had that ability. He chose not to do it. So you're like at the other side of this fucking drama, where Kilo has done none of those fucking things, has utilized this video to go after people like Connor, who he has a previous grievance with, and then taking shots with Sunday. My issue around Kilo is the fact that this seems to be a personal grievance with Sunday, not out of a principled stance. I think, like, part of my problem is, I think your video going after Sunday is like, yes, it's for a very select audience and a community that, in my opinion, doesn't exist anymore. But, you know, I started this section by going, like, I don't hate Chris or anything. I like Chris. I've spoken about you before on stream. You know, we've had a good relationship for a while. But my problem generally is the fact that, well, now we're on the other side of it. Kilo gets to go and take his shot at Sunday because he's got a fucking axe to grind with Sunday, which is what Twitch Poll always does. So what everyone's done in this fucking drama, that's where my kind of like core issue lies. I don't think you're doing that. My biggest criticism of you in this video is around the interview with Kilo. Because I was watching it, I was just like, holy shit. That's where my criticism really lies. I don't, like, I paused on this screenshot, it's in Kilo's video as well anyway, because I just think it's, like, pretty disingenuously presented. But generally speaking, like, yeah, I mean, if people want to talk about the fact that Sunday's got no principles, I mean, that's, like, not fucking news. He is.
Yeah, but that's the point. What you just said is not even the point. That's the problem. Everything that you've just told me means that Kilo's open to more scrutiny too. Not that Sunday isn't. And my issue, broadly speaking, is that like Sunday's gotten to a point of being like such a fucking worm-like homunculus that every time any critique is thrown at him, everyone just goes like, yeah, I mean, he is literally a vile piece of shit with no principles. But also, I kind of like it when he says something funny sometimes, and like I get that. Sure, if we want to exist in an ecosystem where that's just basically the relationship that people have with other content creators, I don't think that's probably not for me. But at the same time, like it is what it is.
This is what Twitch Poll became, right? You've right now got people like Tomfoolery, like soft sweeping for Destiny on the basis that it might let him back into the fucking house, like. You've got
sure, and that's super ripe for criticism. But I feel like when we move to this part, I feel like we're starting to lose the forest for the trees, because you've mentioned earlier something that I want to bring us back to before we jump into like we can talk about other people in a moment. But you said something with the bad empanada angle specifically, that like there is a possibility that if Bad Empanada was to cover this as Loner Box getting cooked, then that would have been the focus, and then the actual story would have been lost in the weeds. We sort of had that happen with the Nick Fuentes blowjob meme, like you remember, like because that was part of the same leaks, and that was a month earlier, more than a month earlier, strictly speaking.
Sure, again,
and everyone was paying attention to that, and I get what you're saying there, but I disagree with the idea that. I disagree with the idea that you wouldn't have been able to make a video exposing Destiny for leaking the sex tapes without consent. That would maybe be true for people like Sunday who have an established history of lying about people like Destiny. And even then, I don't think that would have actually worked as a counter argument against Sunday because of the sheer number of receipts. Like the idea that like the video needed to be rushed for that reason, I don't know. It just doesn't. That doesn't ring true to me.
But fundamentally, the problem was this. The Pixie situation's really unique because everyone knew Pixie was in the leaks. And I say this in my video. Fundamentally, the silence around it is one of the things that made this story as eye-catching as it was. Because everyone
it was an open secret for a while.
Yeah. And this is part of the problem. I mean, you can just go through the Kiwi farms that was so active the Kiwi Farms thread that was so active that it crashed the fucking site. It's not about you can't make a video criticizing Sunday, because like again, I plenty of people are talking about like Sunday being a piece of shit for this and like throwing shade at Sunday. Like Aiko's had her criticisms, so obviously Diorio's gone like very hard, completely understandably. The issue is this: you guys are the first people to make a video on him. The reason I keep referring to you guys as well is because of the irony of kind of the criticism that's been thrown at me. It's like, well, you know, Beckett releases a video around with the timeline of Sunday's video. I was like, well, yeah, I knew what Sunday was doing, and I wanted that out. Again, transparent.
For the record, I'm not surprised that you guys went about releasing that the way you did. I even say in this video specifically, the way how Sunday went about releasing his video is really smart. He like literally ensured the maximum outreach by also talking to people like Nick and including him in his video. Would have been nice if he hadn't done that secretly, but at the end of the day, he did what he had to do to expose Destiny.
I fundamentally disagree with his points on Nick. I still disagree with that. I don't think it was necessary at all. I don't think it was necessary at all. But nonetheless, again, there's this idea that it maximizes clout or monetary gain. You can actually hear in his conversation with Kilo that Sunday is actually pretty concerned about the exposure to this. Sunday's like original idea was, and Queeman talks about this on stream, because he was like, he asked both Sunday and I whether we were going to talk about this, and both of us said no. Frankly, I don't want a politics audience. I don't want to make my content around Destiny. And Sunday, it's like the minute you start jumping on streams, especially in like from Twitch Polarity, you end up defending the video you've made, and that it like opens up to scrutiny. I don't know how true it is, this idea that Kilo wanted to talk about and go and debate this stuff on stream. I would say from knowing Kilo, there's a possibility that's true. That's what he's done previously. I don't know. Did Sunday want the clout from this? I am sure that's like you want a video to do well, sure. But Sunday also burnt like his connections through doing this. Like his reputation with commentary wasn't bad. It now is really fucking bad. He knew it would be bad. Listen, I said like with the Nick stuff, if you do this, it is going to fucking blow up on you. Aside from the fact that I think it wasn't needed, and there's an asshole.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, I don't fault him for wanting clout. I don't fault him for wanting money. He's a full-time content creator. I expect him to want money out of this. This is how he puts food on the table. Like, there is no side of me that's deluding myself as to like what people who make content on the internet do.
Do you think a hit piece on someone like Chud, where it's like he used to be a leftist, now he's a drama creator, is like an effective hit? Okay, well, actually, let me ask you this: do you think your video on Sunday is
the question that you've asked there is good, because you've alluded to this earlier, and it completely popped out of my head. I reject any narrative where years have passed since Sunday established himself as the thing that I'm criticizing him for not living up to the standard of. There are clips in my video of him lambasting Smith for using Pixie's name in order basically to sort of just be on stream and yell at the clouds, which is from late December or early January. Unless we now believe that like a period of roughly 20 days is already such an ancient history that we can't talk about it, in which case you have
Sunday's
16 days
position clearly did change. No, but Sunday's position clearly did change because he had this information well ahead of time. He had pieces of this information where he could have gone public with the Pixie stuff with enough evidence just using Straighter Aid's DMs with him. And he didn't. There were changes.
Say that again. I don't understand. I don't understand what you mean.
Okay. Sunday's original position, even when he's talking to Nick, it is actually his position. He's not just saying that to like goad Nick into a conversation.
Yeah, I would have to be a psychopath to do X, and then he does X.
Yeah, but there were changes in the circumstances that drove the change to the. And again, like change to release. I'm not talking about Sunday's positions on Pixie. Like, Sunday can talk about his positions on Pixie. But that position of not naming Pixie and not, like, and having a go at the people who are driving this in some way to push her out is a position that changed, not just for Sunday, but for multiple people as this progressed. Because when we're talking late December versus early January, Sunday's in conversations where he probably does have the evidence that if he just wanted to blow the lid on this, he could have done it and didn't. I mean, this is part of the sweeping allegations. This is part of the problem.
Sure, but so what is the evidence that made him change his mind? Because my issue isn't that he named Pixie.
What changed his mind was a couple of fundamental things. So, firstly, the conversation with Nick.
Okay, give me a list. Yeah.
So
the conversation with Nick.
The conversation with Nick post New Year's and watching what had happened in that New Year's stream, his coverage of that, finding out that the DMs themselves had spread as far as they had because nobody was aware. Everyone was in little fucking bubbles with these things. But once you find out, like, everyone fucking knows about them, and they'd spread pretty far in commentary, and they'd spread, from what I can tell, pretty far in Twitch poll as well. You know, I've had other people who've fucking said, hey, yeah, no, I knew about those. This wasn't little contained. And then that's the point where you've got a heightened risk. And then you've got, like, the final thing that starts happening, which is the week in the lead up to the release of these videos. You've got things like Lonerbox's stream, where he's, like, actively saying, nah, I don't think I'd go to Destiny. Nah, I don't want anything to do with that. I'm taking a break. You've got Bad Empanada's video talking about it. You've got this conversation being broached multiple times on streams. You've got Kelly Jean being kicked off Just Stilks because she's vaguely alluding to Pixie's existence within those leaks. This was hitting a boiling point over January, and that those material changes is what changed Sunday's position. It's what changed a few people's positions.
Sure, but it changed this position in a way that's sort of irrelevant to the broader point that I'm making in my video. My issue is not with the fact that he named Pixie, or my issue is not with the fact that he made this video to begin with. My issue is with the fact that he has established certain values that he holds other people to that he doesn't hold himself to. Like, let me ask you this. Do you agree that Sunday's video was the primary reason why Destiny had to go into damage control? Like the sort of the battering ram that broke the gates?
Sure.
Yeah, so then definitionally, if we agree that that's why Destiny had to go into damage control, then we agree that it's because of that video that most people found out that it is Pixie in those leaks.
No,
because
no, that's not why. That's not why. It's not because most people found out that it was Pixie in those leaks. It's because the DMs with Erudite are so damning. Because it actively shows negotiations. Because it's not, the videos aren't about...
Yeah, but the DMs with Erudite are the DMs with Erudite are relevant insofar that they give us an absolute confirmation that it's Pixie who was in those leaks when she was denying it earlier.
No, you're missing the point. It's not about that. It's about the people around Destiny who are hoping this phases out and sweeps, and just go. You can see this actually in the DMs Erudite herself releases with Destiny, where she is talking about the fact that best case scenario, this fades out and you lose a few friends. Erudite actively knew what was going on and was middle grounding it while also cleaning Destiny's image.
I've had, for what it's worth, I've had someone tell me that the reason for that is because, like, Erudite apparently doesn't know lore or didn't know the prior cases of Destiny haven't done this. But I think even if that's true, I don't even think it's worthy of including the narrative of it. It's just that's thoroughly retarded. I've said in the past that when you latch your career onto someone like Destiny in the way that Erudite did, you kind of lose the ability to say, I'm not going to go on the bad websites to read about the leaks. Like, you're not really allowed to do that anymore when the person you latched onto is someone like Destiny. But so with all of this, this is the part that this is essentially the part that I'm trying to get to. So there were changes in, obviously the DMs were more widespread than people had thought that they were at that point.
Sure.
But even though they were pretty widespread, and even though fucking what's his face, the dude with a balaclava was yelling Pixie's name 10 times over, and people were talking about this in the background, it was still an open secret at that point. A lot of people knew. I knew, right? I didn't have access to any of those messages that you did, but I knew it's Pixie because I've seen the leaks when they were released. I've even spoken about this on my stream a few times shortly after they were released. I didn't name Pixie, but I specifically said that, like, hey, I'm gonna do a full fucking pause on watching anything Destiny related. I'm gonna wait for a statement because I think he's done this without consent. Turns out I was right. What I don't get in all of this is why what part of that, which element of it necessitated going after Pixie for extortion, which also I don't know too. So you're telling me that from the start this was sort of the angle. Why is it so poorly researched or poorly established in the video then, if that was something that Sunday was considering from day one? Like, he had to release a clarifier for this, and even that clarifier is questionable at best.
The problem, okay, so again, I'm not Sunday, I didn't write Sunday's video, but the argument from Sunday is the fact that that may jeopardize the further cases or whatever, or like actually getting some justice, or it's a way to like throw, or it's an easy line of attack on Pixie, yada yada yada. But Sunday's clarifier is the fact that it, like, in his opinion, it doesn't matter, she should still get paid out, which again is the take most people seem to have had, which is like, well, even if she was extraordinary, because again, it's not about the legal argument, it's about the ethical argument.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I would like for those to entirely be the avenue. It's just Sunday decided to go the legal route. It is what it is. He could have not done that and we wouldn't be here right now.
Well, I don't know if that's true.
When you accuse someone of extortion, depending on the extent of the extortion, that goes as far as being a felony. So when you accuse someone of a felony, you are making a legal argument.
No,
We're no
what
longer
I mean
talking
is
ethics.
when you say we wouldn't be here right now, I don't know if I agree with you there, because in the same way that, like, for instance, when Queen's talking about, hold on, let me finish the sentence. When Kilo is talking about the video, like, you're naturally going to pick at the weakest points of it, and one of the weakest points of Kilo's video is about the DM scroll. So I think we'd still be here. It would just be something else in the video. Like, again, it would be over the Nick call, or it'd be over recording things. We'd find something. Again, like, I am somebody like, fucking generally with the like commentary and conversation.
Sure, but now, but the thing is, I'm being shoehorned to sort of stand in for a position that I don't hold. I'm not here because of any other part of his video. I'm here specifically because he introduced law into the equation and he went after Pixie and he didn't live up to his values when he's also told people in like the fucking tail end of 2024, he was telling people to not levy legal accusations as people without thinking them through.
Okay, but
like,
you're
I
asking,
understand the broad argument that you're
on,
making.
but you're also shoehorning me, and I get this, you're not Kilo, that's fine, that's completely legitimate, but you're also shoehorning me into talking about Sunday's side of a video that I am somebody who multiple times on stream and pretty regularly has said, I don't care about legal arguments, I'm not a lawyer. I'd ask a lawyer. I've done that previously in dramas. I've just gone to a lawyer. So my position is ask a lawyer.
Let me rephrase then, because I sort of understand what you're saying when you say that I'm also shoehorning you, and that wasn't my intention. Let me just clarify this, because this is something that Queeman said, and I hadn't thought about this before, but this is actually absolutely spot on. If I tell you right now, and this doesn't just go for you, this can go for anyone in the audience, for instance, right? Part of the whole thing of me releasing videos is just also so that I have a little like catalog of my own, of sort of my thoughts, my feelings, and my takes on given matters as we go through like this entire bullshit fucking journey of being edgelords on the internet. So now that I've made a video essentially where I say Sunday is spineless. If you say yes and so what, or if you say yes but I don't care, or if you say any version of yes, even a weak, meek yes, a yes that I kind of like, I know what you're saying and you know what you're saying, but like you have a working relationship with Sunday, so it is what it is. If we're at this point, then there is nothing else for me to add, because that was my main frustration with Sunday's video. If somebody wants to open the avenue to legal discussion, I don't know if I would take that at this point. I don't know if I'd, maybe with Sunday specifically, because like obviously the video's about him. I would have to think about who, if somebody wants to have a legal debate, I'd have to think about who it is, because again, just a lot of people don't know anything about law. I know enough about law to know that I don't know anything about law, and it's just a fucking shit show of a conversation. But as long as like we arrive at some form of Sunday is a loser, then like that's my whole point. That's the whole video. Granted, it's 39 minutes long, but as long as that's the conclusion, then I have nothing more to add.
So my issue is around the point, and this is why I keep coming back to Kilo, not as a stand-in, but because Kilo is an intrinsic part of this video's timeline, is this video gets coupled with Kilo's, and Kilo
Yeah,
himself.
but I can't do anything about that.
No,
I think that's fair.
sure you
Like
can't.
what you said about like everything that you said about parts of Kilo's part in the video that I don't know about, or why that video. Like I understand that my video comes with Kilo's because like I released mine right before his. We did the same thing that you did with Sunday, right? Like I understand that I'm gonna have to deal with a certain level of criticism that has sort of nothing to do with me, but there's just nothing I can do about that. Like so that's okay. At some point, when you make questionable decisions, there's a little bit of shit that you have to eat, and you eat the shit and then you move on with your life. That's really all it is. But as long as the point of Sunday is spineless, yes, has been made, then that's me happy to go on about my life. Because I didn't know that it's just as much open secret as it apparently was with those leaked nudes, that Sunday genuinely doesn't believe in anything he says.
Yeah, I think a baseline issue with and why the video's gonna catch criticism from people like me, or like why Kilos catches criticism, is because the timing of it is lined up with the fact that I know for a fact that other people want to go after Sunday. I actually like fully understand why. I said this earlier on. I've alluded to multiple times on stream the fact that there are gay ops going on in the background. That's because I know Kilo was running around. I never went to Sunday about it. I never told him, hey buddy, better watch out. There's a fucking hit piece coming on you, because I was like, yes, whatever, it's nothing to do with me.
Yeah, we all know you'd only do that for Leo.
Yeah, but you know, I know that other people Kilo talked to also hate Sunday, and wanted to talk about their own things. There are things in both of your videos, if framed in a different light, talked about in a different way, if targeted at a different audience, could have been effective. So I guess, I mean, if you're in the same way, if you're like, well, if Sunday's a loser, whatever. I mean, it's one of those, if you're like, this is just a video that's come out and I wanted to talk about the fact that Sunday's a piece of shit. Like, I don't have any like major criticism. I mean, you can hear from my tone, I'm not like fucking screaming at you, Chris. But it's one of those where like
I am taking everything personally.
Yeah, that's fine. You're Polish. Don't blame you. It's one of those
Unsubstantiated
where
numbers, but do carry on.
It's one of those where I think Kilo wanted to take a serious shot at Sunday, and my criticism is like how he went about that is just self-defeating. It's just a weird thing to do. My only real issue with anything Kilo said about me, to be clear, is the fact that I think he takes the bad empanada comment in the most uncharitable way possible, and I'm just like, dude, I don't fucking care. Like I state very clearly actually in the video, and I've stated it multiple other times, you know, when I saw this, I did feel the fact that people were dancing around this topic and watching people like Erudite Sweep, watching certain other people from the old Sphere Sweep was incredibly fucking frustrating. I found it
and I don't blame,
you know,
just to be clear, I don't blame any of you. That's why, so I've spoken to Kilo about obviously we didn't watch each other's videos before they were released, but we had the general gist of an idea of where everyone's going with this. And I knew from the get-go that my video is going to substantially diverge. It's going to substantially diverge on account of just the fact that we have disagreements over how this entire situation should have been handled to begin with. And it's just like the impression that I had from Kilo, honest hand to God, when I spoke to him, it felt to me like he is very cognizant of his part in that video ending up where it was. He was obviously bothered by it enough that he ended his relationship with Sunday. Sunday was bad-mouthing him in quite a few places, which I suppose he was Sunday too, so, you know, tit for tat. I had a moment where I was slightly concerned over the fact that Kilo redacted a lot of his messages to Sunday. Generally speaking, that's just a little bit problematic because I don't know what the fuck those messages might have said, and now I'm in a blind situation. But it felt to me like whatever his actual, however that video is going to be interpreted, however much people are going to say that it's just like a hit piece and that's all that it was supposed to be, in my conversations with Kilo, it felt to me like he genuinely is unhappy with how Pixie was treated and all of this, and that's why he's doing what he's doing. He was aware that there's going to be, that like Sunday's probably going to take it quite personally, and that Kilo will probably just disappear from the internet for a little while. I knew that that might be a possibility and that I'll be here sort of on my own defending myself and maybe him a little bit, depending on who I'm talking to. But I just figured, do you know what? I'm bothered enough by Sunday's behavior in this that I am okay with that at the end of the day.
Sure. I mean, do I agree with you? I don't know, the Kilo stuff. My read on it is it feels a lot more personal. I don't.
From Kilo, it might be. From me, I don't have.
Yeah, but we're talking about what you've just said about Kilo. I think your read is charitable because what's a good way to put this?
I think
your read is charitable on the idea of like, well, the video didn't like. He looks at the video and how it came out, and then got angry at something. Like, it feels like it just feels like he got personally slighted. Now that's fine. That's okay. That's fine. But my criticism of a video like this is, and generally with dramas, at a core point, if you're the person who has been personally slighted, the video you're probably going to put out is probably not going to be very good. That's my general feeling. And if the goal from Kilo's side was to put out a video where Sunday gets damaged, all that was going to happen with it, all that was ever going to happen with it, was it would get covered by Queeman and torn apart. And that's
for what it's worth, I think Kilo was much how you've probably seen President Sunday a number of times now. He will read a chatter saying something like, yeah, Destiny's finally getting what he deserves. And then President Sunday's like, well, no, hold on. He's not. He deserves much worse. And in the grand scheme of things, this will, like, his media empire plans are dead, but he's still a streamer. He's still a millionaire, all of that shit. Kilo had, to the best, as far as I can tell, Kilo had the same exact approach towards Sunday. Like, no one was going into this with the idea that, like, this is going to be the end of Sunday's career. It's more like, hey, Sunday did the bad, here is the bad that he did. And whether that was for Kilo motivated by the fact that he just feels bad about his part in all of this, or how complicit he was, or just how personal it might have been with Sunday over like their arguments or debates or whatever the fuck, that's one thing. That's a valid conversation to be had. But like at the end of the day, from my side personally, if you look at the history of my uploads, there are going to be a sparse few where I'm sort of trying to see if this will be, like if this will go well with the algorithm, something like, you know, like pop culture, but for streamers, shit like Elon Musk, Asmongold, that type of bollocks. But broadly speaking, the way I operate is I find something, I feel strongly about that thing, I double check if I have any reason to feel strongly about that thing, and if the answer is yes, I make a video about it and I move on with my life.
Okay, I mean, the way I'd say this, and again, like this is just us talking about things, right? I get where you're coming from. I've known you for a while. I mean, I think that explanation is pretty good. I was surprised to see you attached to this, if I'm honest. So I did have questions. I didn't want to push too hard into you.
No, you're okay. I just,
but
if this wasn't clear enough, I say that, well, obviously, well, for you, there's no way for this to be clear. You haven't gotten to that part of the video yet. But for what it's worth, I got in touch with Kilo. Kilo didn't get in touch with me. Someone who knows both of us, I was running like, I basically went to someone who knows the two of us, and I was just like, hey, President Sunday did this and that, and I think this based on this video. Can you tell me if I'm fucking insane or if he did literally say and do this and that? And that person was like, yeah, and I know one other person who feels similar, and then we got in touch with Kilo, basically.
So, I mean, like, my criticism, I guess, is highlighted in my chat. You have people in my chat who don't know who Sunday is, really, and they don't care. You have people kicking around from Twitch Bowl who have very strong opinions. Johnson is sat here being like, yes, Chris W, like, fuck Sunday. Sunday is evil. It's worth highlighting. It's like, well, you know,
if they don't know who Sunday is, if they don't know who Sunday is, then my video is right for them.
Let me finish the statement. This video, like, again, no one looks at this and thinks and is going to draw massive conclusions. What they're drawing conclusions on from a commentary side is the shit that happened with Diorio. People's minds are pretty made up on that. Okay, like, that damage is, like, long fucking done. Queeman's right. Like, that clip that Diorio released is where the damage lies. But I guess the way I approach this, as I've said a few times, is it's a case where we're dealing with a community that doesn't really exist anymore. This is a video for a community that doesn't really exist anymore. And a lot of the stuff that has come out after the Destiny stuff of people kind of having a last hurrah from that community is people talking about a space that just doesn't exist anymore. And because of that, because that's what these videos are, they end up in a situation where you're... What's the best way to put this? Both videos are open to the basic criticism of this doesn't make any sense in the current climate. And your video gets overridden with that. Now, like, admittedly, I jumped immediately to the interview with Kilo, because I think that's, from my perspective of seeing Kilo's video and then seeing yours come out, that's what I wanted to hear. And that interview, I mean, like, I have opinions on. I think it's a bit leading, and that's fine. I don't think you've done many videos like this, but it's also one of those where
that part is sort of that's kind of what I'm getting at, because what you're talking to me right now is you're talking to me about operating with a specific audience in mind that you're making that video for, and I don't really do that. Now, I understand that it's not perhaps the smartest thing to do as a content creator, and I know that you do that, and that it's really good for you, and that's working out really well for you, and it's probably something that I should do, but I don't. Like, it's sort of like what you just said. There are people in your chat, for example, who don't know Sunday. If someone like that stumbles into my video, they end up liking the sound of my voice, the VTube avatar, that for what it's worth is getting changed soon. I know people don't like it. I'm not too fond of it either. It is what it is, okay? That point notwithstanding, if someone doesn't know anything about Sunday and they stumble into my video, that's the second video. That's sort of like a second part to my earlier video about Destiny, where I go over the entire fucking mess and basically outline my position on Destiny. Then they're in luck, because I use clips of Sunday that showcase his hypocrisy. And then they do know something about Sunday, and that is that person cannot be trusted if you ever happen to find yourself in a situation where you maybe should trust them, because they burn everyone, and they made a video which fundamentally does not give a flying fuck about at the time, at least as far as we knew, the main victim, so to speak, of the entire situation. And I can't help but to feel like Sunday had no valid reason to not take Pixie's claim of suicidality correctly. And if Pixie had, God forbid, done something to herself as a result of him talking about her the way that he did, then I don't think anyone at all would be defending Sunday.
Wait, how many people do you think are defending Sunday?
In what sense?
I mean, like, over this video and everything else, how many people do you think are defending
Sunday? Over my video, I don't think anyone would. If they actually, like, if they watch the video, if they listen to the words that I'm saying, then I don't really think anyone would. There is currently there is a huge. I mean, I might be overstating it a little bit. Like I said, I don't watch that many people, but I've watched quite a few streamers talking about this who are doing the, not so much a defense of Sunday, but like the greater good argument. So, like, yeah, I don't like what Sunday did, but Destiny needed to be exposed, so it is what it is. But I never said he didn't need to be exposed. I just have issues with the way how Sunday went about this. And that argument is difficult to get across, because that's constantly misconstrued as something that I'm not saying. And it does I do have the impression at times that people are sweeping. But I don't know, like, I don't think they're doing it on purpose. I just think everyone's sort of fine with Sunday being a piece of shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those where it's like, somebody in my chat would, like, when this started, what about Sunday recording calls? It's like, well, yeah. What do you mean? What about Sunday releasing DMs? Well, yeah, what do you mean? Like, we all watched the West Side Tyler drama happen. We've seen.
Yeah, but again, but the problem that I have is even with what you just said, that's sort of, and again, I understand, maybe I just feel too strongly about things, and that's something that I need to look into. But even that just then, what I said is that I think that Sunday had no valid reason to disregard Pixie's suicidality. And then he put out a video constructed in a way that contributes to the odds of her killing herself. And the response I'm getting is that, yeah, he leaks DMs sometimes, he records conversations, he's not the best of guys. I'm not saying he's the best of guys. I'm saying he was shown that Pixie is suicidal, and then he went, I don't really buy it, and then released a video which, if he did buy that Pixie suicidal, would have heightened the chances of her fucking killing herself. That's the problem that I have.
Okay, I mean, again, that's fine. What's a good way to explain? No, just very quickly. I mean, what's a good way to explain why that's getting the reaction it is?
Because Pixie didn't kill herself. Because Pixie went. Because the best thing happened that could have happened, and Pixie went public with it.
It's not just that. There's another element to this. Of Bug Squanderer came on my stream. We chatted about this. And we watched the dance.
I don't think
he's the moderator for Spicy Chat.
Shoulds.
Yeah.
I don't know if there are more than one. Okay. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. So when the problem with the suicide baiting take is this, and this is something that like is like an annoying thing to talk about because it gets very moral posting. And as somebody who has covered a lot of cases of people basically sat there going, I'm going to kill myself in a Discord over and over and over again, like through the ACC, you'll see this with Peaches, you'll see it with like fucking multiple fucking people. Like the read of, and this is part of the frustration when it gets pinned on, well, this was just Sunday's take. It wasn't. Like when Pixie was brought up in Spicy Chat and came in with the Spicy Chat messages of every time somebody mentions my name involved in this, I'm going to kill myself. Well, the general take is, well, that's suicide baiting. Now, that might not be fair. That might not be accurate. That might be something that, like, in my opinion, I'm like, fuck, I don't think that's fair. And I've got issues with it down the road. When Sunday sat in the position of it being painted that way by people like Straight Raid, when he's being sent the DMs where Pixie's literally saying, hey, I'm going to post a note on Twitter, try not to do this again as I fucking end myself. Yeah, there are reasons he came to those conclusions. Now, those conclusions may be bad conclusions, but they don't exist in a vacuum. And they didn't exist in the vacuum for the other people who had those takes, because it wasn't just Sunday.
The problem that you have with that line of argumentation is that I'm not going after those other people who had those takes. My problem is with Sunday, because people in Spicy Chat, to my understanding, are incredibly cognizant of the fact that, like, they don't really care about this in the way that Sunday pretends that he does. And I think that's okay. More power to them as far as I'm concerned. Spicy Chat does not have a history of moral superiority over every person they bump into. Sunday does. Spicy Chat doesn't have a history of lambasting people for using Pixie's name when covering this story. Sunday does. Spicy Chat doesn't have a history of pretending like they care for victims. Sunday does. Sunday relied on Straight Raid's word in order to arrive at the conclusion that Pixie's not suicidal, when not only is Straight Raid simultaneously DMing Destiny that Pixie needs to be institutionalized, but on top of that point, she's also betraying Pixie at every step of the way here. So I don't understand why her words being treated as though some kind of gospel when we have no reason to think that. The reason why I had criticisms for you
through the DMs,
this is about Sunday is because this is about Sunday.
No. I'm engaging with that. Through the DMs, Sunday is not aware that Straight Raid is talking to Destiny. He has no idea until the end of the DMs, and that's again where his position seems to flip. At the same time, Straight Raid seems to be coming to Sunday within those DMs for Sunday's advice in trying to get this public. And trying to like refine those statements and what Pixie should do. That's the nature of their conversation for a significant period of time. And when you come to this afterwards, and again, just to be clear, I have my own criticisms of Sunday, right? Like, I have my criticisms of the way certain things about this have gone down. I've got criticisms of myself, and that's why I did a stream, apologize privately, and take ownership of those positions that I feel were like either an incorrect read or like slightly unfair or like things can be better, right? I'm not sat here just being like, actually, no, we didn't do anything. That's never been my position with any of this. But it's one of those where you've got this position with Sunday where you're showing previous clips. So let's put the Smith thing aside for a second because I think we've discussed it. But one of the things that came up as a question, Sunday asked me when we were reviewing evidence. He was like, well, I want to show all the fucking crazy shit Destiny's done. And what about the time he groped somebody on stream? And I was like, dude, why would you show that? Like, why show something that far back? When you're looking at like the videos and the output that's put out, we're talking years worth of stuff, like the Mr. Girl stuff, for example. Now, these things exist in almost different time periods from where things have moved to. And I suppose the problem is that when you're talking about Sunday, you're pointing out things that exist in a vacuum that no longer exists. And what matters, what's important, what's pertinent to the current story is, and when I say current story, I mean like your video just coming out and the timeline of it, is Kilo is Sunday's editor. Kilo worked on the video. Where you know, generally speaking, we have Kilo's word to go on from what happened in those calls. If Kilo's like owning his position to you, again, we've only got sections of his conversations with Sunday to go on. We've got nothing deeper than that. And what's on the grapevine? What matters to this story is Sunday's done something that people are critical of. Kilo has released a video on him. You have released a video on him. And it is misaligned to where the drama is. So in similar fashion to when Westside Tyler releases a video on Demon Mama and starts talking about wage theft, it's like, okay, well, you started this video talking about the fact that Demon Mama's partner was grooming a minor, and now we're on to wage theft. It feels like a bit of a jump. With like the Sunday stuff, we're talking about an extortion take that's already been largely like brought out, or like Sunday's a hypocrite or whatever, or he doesn't hold principles. But those things feel a million miles away from where people's general perception of Sunday is, right? Because people's general perception of where Sunday is after this drama are that Sunday was prepared to go to extreme lengths and leak calls and leak DMs and go after people in a really extreme way. Whereas like when it comes down to like what are his principles talking to Smith, it's like, well, like how much do people care? Because Kilo becomes the story, which is, and again, the beginning and sort of like roundabout ending point of where my sort of like initial reaction and criticism to your video comes from. Because, and criticism may be a strong word as like we're talking through it, but it's like the first thing I jump to is your interview with Kilo. That's the first thing I do. Because that's
sure,
the story.
But is there anything, so in that interview with Kilo, is there anything specific that you would, for instance, say that Kilo's not telling me the truth on? Because the problem that I have currently is that
why don't we watch the interview?
So we can do that. But just before we jump there, the problem that I have currently is that, for instance, you're giving me an analogy with what Tyler's video did, but the only way for you to arrive at that kind of conclusion from my video, I feel like, is if you're just not listening, which you haven't watched the video yet. So obviously I understand that. But I'm not jumping from something like grooming a minor to wage theft. I'm being specific in the entire video from start to finish about the fact that President Sunday betrayed his own principles by going after Pixie the way that he did when it wasn't pertinent to the story.
I see the confusion. It's mostly the fact that what an audience is going to instantly care about, or what I'm going to care about when I come to like commentate or view something or review something, is disconnected from the other stuff you're talking about. So it's not that you've jumped in a really extreme way from grooming to wage theft. It's that you're going from what is maybe like core parts of the story to like either what you're going from vagaries around the story of who Sunday is to where the core story sits at. And I'd expect you to know where that core story sits at because you've talked to Kylo, because you've put that in your video. If you'd released this without Kylo's interview in it, or said that you'd spoken to Kylo and you'd seen his video or whatever, or you'd referenced in that video, my reaction to your video would be very different, but it's not. It's released on the same day and it's got Kylo in it as an interview. In the same way that people are going to respond to my like video on Destiny in a very different way because it's released the same day as Sunday's and includes his DMs with Straighter Raid. So like there is a shift in how that video then becomes presented to people for the first time, and that shift is going to change the tone in which people interact with it. But let's watch.
I get that. It's just that's something that I can, aside from like the benefit of hindsight of just removing my, like, let's just say doing this on my own, which I think I would have still moved with Kilo the way, I think I'm still more or less happy with the way how the video has worked out. Obviously the criticism is valid, don't get me wrong, but that just sounds like something I can't really do that much about, especially since on my side of things, which admittedly you have no reason to give a fuck, nobody in the audience does, right? Especially when they bump into one of these videos, but I specifically covered the entire Destiny situation first before I moved on to President Sunday. Like I spoke about what Destiny did, I spoke about who did it to, I spoke about the fact that Destiny should go on the fucking sex offender registry and potentially jail. Even in my video, I specifically go over the sweepers and like why, even if we take the best possible angle, it's still dog shit.
But this is why it's like, why we're having a description of it as a conversation, and like, I'm not, what's the best way to put it? My comments there aren't a criticism as much as a descriptor of why my reaction's the way it is. Does that make sense?
No, that makes perfect sense. It's just there's going to be nothing in the moment that I can do about it. It's just some food for thought for when I'm releasing videos in the future. But then I don't know how often realistically I release videos that are about like any current drama that's happening. It's really rooted around the fact that like somebody
of
did
course.
X.
But again, this
video.
is why again I'd have a conversation with you about this video in a way that I probably wouldn't about any other. But this exists in a very particular vacuum. I keep saying vacuum today. This illness is fucking killing me. This exists in a very particular climate of basically the next stage of the Sunday criticism drama, which, you know, is what we're talking about. Let's have a look at the Kilo video. You watching the fucking Discord stream?
Yes, I'm in here.
Okay, let's go.
Their partnership over Sunday's behavior regarding Pixie. I do want to make it clear that Kilo is not some star witness here to blow the case open, despite him being privy to more behind-the-scenes stuff than myself. He is simply a like-minded content creator who was gracious enough to respond to my DMs reaching out to him.
Okay, here's the problem with this, and it also, like, I know this is an uncharitable take, it's just what hit me in the moment. It's the same thing as when Kilo says in his video, just so we're clear, I'm not a fucking ex-employee with a grudge. I'm like, well, now I think you are. I mean, I think that's what it is anyway, but it's like, it's just a way sometimes that you phrase things in an instantly defensive way that's just going to make me go, oh, shit. Okay. Anyway, let's keep going. I'm just
but for that bit specifically, again, I don't know. So maybe you can give me advice on this specifically, because I don't. When we're in these calls, I don't know to what extent I'm supposed to defend the video, and to what extent I'm supposed to. No. I don't mean in what you said. I understand what you said. I just don't understand how much. Like, I don't know if I'm supposed to give context for why I disagree with you, or just take the criticism on the chin and move on.
Oh, I'm just sort of noting this, but like, okay, so the best way,
and I think that's fair, but that's why I use clips of Sunday, right? Specifically.
Sure. The best way I'd put this though is Kilo is the star witness. Like, this just isn't true. Kilo is the star witness. He was on the inside. He is the star witness. Like, his statements and comments on this entire production carry far more weight as Sunday's editor than a random content creator just bringing out a piece of content. It's just not true. Because he was in
sure, but then, like, the thing is, I get that angle, and I understand that, but that's sort of exactly why I'm saying that, like, hey, there is the other 30, like, 3 odd minutes of this video where I specifically walk you through how I arrived at this conclusion using clips from President Sunday and my feelings associated with those clips. And here is what Kilo has to say, who was like privy to more inside information than me. Like, if this is going to come across like he is the star witness, I think that's, look, there's not much I can do about that past the point that I said he's not.
But it's also one of those things where you can have your own opinions in the same way that I can make a video on somebody. If I made a jar video without talking to any of the people from the ACC, no one would give a shit. Because who the fuck am I and why would I know anything? You're making a Sunday video where you are talking actively to Sunday's former editor. That is your star witness. And this isn't even a criticism. That's good. You should be doing that. You actively should be doing that. That is the correct thing to do. Because you can only see things from clips. You should be talking to Kilo. My criticism isn't that you talk to Kilo. My criticism is that you talk to Kilo and it's not the focus of your video. It actually should have been. Far more.
But that's the thing. The problem that I have, so you've discredited Kilo's ability to stay objective on this, for lack of a better word. I'll just put it that way. If my video was centered around my conversation with Kilo, and Kilo has just been discredited, then none of the points I raise in my video make any sense. But I arrived at those points, I arrived at those conclusions, I showcase you with Sunday's own words why I arrived at those conclusions, and then I spoke to Kilo. And granted, you might not know that from my video itself, because how could you, right? You don't know the exact timeline. I could have spoken to him and then made the rest of the video. But now that you're privy to, like, us talking to one another, and I'm telling you that, like, my points were made, then I spoke to Kilo, then, like, beyond that point, I'm not too sure. Like, I can't help but to feel like it would have been a massive mistake to route this entirely around Kilo.
So, like, again, it's one of those things where, generally speaking, what you do is, and this isn't criticism, this is just like a pointer, I guess, as somebody who uses interviews an awful lot. When I use an interview with somebody, I will, for instance, like, I'll use the jar example because it's the one that's got the most interviews in it and conversations. I will take that interview I will frame stuff around it, and then I'll match it up with the interview statements. And at points where I disagree, or there is another statement, then you dispute that. For example, like in the Jar video, I say, I've heard other accusations which I'm not running with. These people have a platform. I asked Jar himself. So when you've got something like this, it looks like the impression is you've got a section here of your interview of talking about to Kilo, which is obviously an incomplete part of a conversation, deeply incomplete. So my question instantly is, why aren't you asking Kilo about the Nicholas Diorio call? Why aren't you asking Kilo about Pixie's self-harm? Why aren't you asking Kilo about like Sunday being sick, or the extortion argument, or Sunday's flexible morals? Because Kilo is already making a video where he's talking about those things. So it looks like an addendum support point where like Kilo's obviously had some involvement and you've chosen to remove that. That's the impression. I'm not saying that's what you did.
I get what you're saying. With Pixie's suicidality, I do ask him. I think that must be in the video.
Listeners, I say I watched this yesterday and my brain's like fucked. But we'll
well, there is to the earlier part though, because this is maybe something I can take more advice on. So I did ask Kilo about the Nicholas Diorio call, and he told me that he hasn't seen the one that I linked. So I just didn't include that in the video, because if he hasn't seen it, then there's fuck all to talk about.
Wait, so Kilo never saw the 7-minute Diorio call?
I mean, when I asked Kilo about that call and his thoughts on it, if I remember correctly, and I think I mean I still have I'll be able to re-listen to our conversation later. Unless I fucking deleted it in my infinite retardation. But I do believe that he's told me that he hasn't seen it. Yes, that specific the one that Nicholas Diorio released, the 7 minutes. The the one that not the bit that Sunday released, the bit that Nicholas did.
Okay,
the bit where Sunday goes, I'd have to be a psychopath to do X, Y, and Z. That one.
Okay. I can't. Maybe that's true. But anyway, I mean, what I'd say though is the point still stands. I would have intermingled, in other interviews. In fact, I would have spoken to more people personally, and that's fine. That's just me. But you know, it's not like it's not like you're hurting for people who right now desperately want to take a shot at Sunday. Like for a variety
I am
of reasons.
hurting for in general ways of getting in with people because of my I don't network with people.
Okay, so what I'd say in future then is like, Chris, if you're working on a story or something, come talk to me, and if I can link you up with somebody, or if I can help or advise or direct you, I'm very happy to do that, because like again, I think talking to people is the right way to do that. I'd give that advice and opinion to literally everyone about making videos like this. I think that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind.
But yeah. Okay, cool.
Hey, you've got my Destiny video in the top left corner, okay? Right corner.
Okay. Well, I might have a look at.
He even says fucking sex offender on his face, all right?
Yeah, listen, I know you're critical of Destiny. I mean, we've been over that, and it's fine. That's good. I mean, I think it's helpful talking to you about this in a way that doesn't come across quite in the video, over the fact that it's, you know, it's interesting to see a critical video of Sunday, which is by a creator who's like, listen, I think the story should have come out, because I know that other people are like, it should have been completely fucking silent. Anyway, let's have a look at the interview.
Oh, and also in my absolute genius, I did record the call, but I didn't record the Discord screen, so you'll just have to make do with our voices and some gameplay footage in the background. The only voice you will hear, other than mine own, is Kilos, and it kind of goes without saying, but, you know, he's explicitly aware of the fact that I'm using his footage in this video. As his editor, I'm guessing that you were there for the entire process of making the video?
Yeah, I was from start to finish. There was a little bit beforehand of him maybe compiling evidence or something that I wasn't really involved in, and he looped me in at the end. But as far as making the video, yeah, start to finish.
Roger that. And you ended your relationship with him over basically where you felt like his priorities were at when making the video.
Priorities, yeah, we had disagreements about those priorities. Arguments, the way he spoke to me during those arguments, the way he kind of deflects and runs from criticism and stuff like that. Yeah, all that stuff together.
To the best of your knowledge, did Sunday consult an actual lawyer when determining?
Okay, so with this just beginning point, like it moves on quite quickly. It's like, well, why did you end your relationship? Yeah, it was inconsistent. Like, Yeah, and this is why I don't like in Kilo's video this thing of, well, they wanted to beat Bad Empanada. I'm like, it wasn't just like, yeah, we want to beat Bad Empanada, Kilo, make the fucking video. It's just not the reality. And it's glossed over really quickly. I obviously don't know what the conversations between Sunday and Kilo look like. I've only got Kilo's snippets of. But I mean, Sunday said in Quima's chat, these are cut in a really weird way. I am interested as to why this is glossed over so much. And again, like, well, what were the fucking core disagreements? Where was Kilo like, yeah, fuck this, I can't do this? And if so, like, why continue the project? I should be clear as well, maybe I'm jaded. I've had things before where I've been wanting to work on a video and I've gone to Max and I've been like, hey, I want to do this video. I'd like to work with you on this video. You know, I pay you. And Max is like, I don't want to do that video. I have no interest in it. This happened with, actually, I'll tell you exactly the video it happened with. It's the dev video. I was like, I want to do a dev video. And Max was like, I don't fucking care, Beckett. I don't want to do a dev video. Fuck off. You know, Sunday doesn't own Kilo. He could have walked away from this and chose not to. He was excited for it. And like, again, I think...
Yeah, for what it's worth, I could have included that in the video. The interview with Kilo, obviously, I could have done that better, don't get me wrong. He did tell me that, though. I knew that he was happy to be there for the video. I think he even says that much in his own video, that he was happy to have taken part.
Sure. I mean... Yeah, it's an interesting one. Again, it's... As I said before, where Kilo's concerns lie, or concerns lay with the video, seem to be inconsistent with at least my memory of things. It's fine. My understanding is that he was unhappy with Sunday afterwards. And I mean, he shows a DM of Sunday apologizing to him. Well, Sunday put himself under a lot of pressure. I've had my own criticisms for how Sunday has handled certain parts of this and like the way he's gone about some. I've been very open about that. I've talked to Sunday publicly about it. But I'd also say, I guess my confusion is this. Clearly, from the fact that I can sit here, have criticisms of Sunday, and Sunday is not like trying to like bite my fucking head off. There are like other elements around this where it's like, yeah, clearly he's going to have different reactions to different people, but it's not like you can't disagree with him. And Kilo was in a working relationship with him.
Well, for Kilo, that might be the case. For me, though, that is absolutely not the case. So this is stupid and this is petty. It is what it is. I am able to talk to you, but that's because we've known each other for a pretty long time now, I want to say. I don't remember exactly when we first met, but like at the very least, we've been aware of one another. We've been in our DMs for fucking ages. In terms of me coming to you about Sunday, there are obvious reasons for why I decided not to do that. It's not like it just missed me. I didn't know to what extent I will be able to come to you and talk to you about it without Sunday finding out too early, so to say. This is not as like a slight on you. It's just I didn't know where you and Sunday were after the video. I was getting more and more comfortable with that notion the more I was finding out that like you apologized, for instance, and they still doubling down, all of that bollocks. But I explicitly can't talk to President Sunday. I can't ask him any questions. If I feel like he's done some kind of immoral failing and I'd like to see an answer to that, I have to do it through a video like this.
But my point is the fact that Kilo was in a working relationship where he seemed able to have these conversations and calls with Sunday. That's not my point. It's not you. My point is like Kilo was in that position. But anyway, let's continue on.
That Pixie is committing extortion?
It didn't come up during production of the video. He never mentioned having spoken to lawyers. I don't recall asking, but then afterwards he kind of shifted his answer over time. He said originally that, you know, when I was arguing with him about it, he said, you don't know what you're talking about. I pursued law in university and all this kind of stuff. You're not a lawyer, blah, blah, blah. And then later he was talking to Aiko and he said, I talk to people who know lawyers. And then later when he was talking with Willie Mack, he said, I spoke directly to lawyers. And so I genuinely, I don't think he spoke to lawyers. I can't prove it, but I don't think there's any way that happened.
I want to get ahead of a potential way for Sunday or like-minded people to weasel out of what I'm asking here. The reason why I'm asking Kilo this question isn't because not talking to a lawyer immediately means that you are wrong, much like how talking to a lawyer can still mean that you are still wrong. It's not the case of Sunday is wrong because he didn't talk to appropriately qualified people, but rather that I believe that there is a high probability that Sunday is wrong. He didn't make the case that he thinks he did, and he didn't do his due diligence on this, and I have doubts as to the expertise of the people he did speak to. There is a clip that you will have seen.
I mean, this is very much my overall criticism of like Twitch poll videos like this of like, well, where's the authority point? And this is the very reason I fucking got out of fucking politics conversations, because it's always who's your authority point, and people arguing. You know, like Wiz fucking DMing Queeman with a whole fucking legal breakdown. It's like, bro,
yeah, but
why?
if like I think that all of that is retarded. If we don't want to have those arguments, then don't bring up legality in your video. Like obviously you didn't, Sunday did, but I think the bit of this that is sort of baffling to me is, so like even now we've used Wiz as an example. Wiz knows someone who works in the legal field, who prepared an entire document for why they believe President Sunday is incorrect in his assertion that Pixie committed extortion. Sunday is, to the best of my understanding, a layman when it comes to law. He brings up the legal argument in his video, then somebody else brings expertise into the topic to say, hey, you're wrong, and then it's that somebody else is being shit on that nobody gives a fuck about law. Like, Sunday opened this door. He invited people to talk about this, and then when multiple people questioned him about who he spoke to, he's given different answers. Like, I understand that talking about law sucks major fucking cock. It's genuinely retarded. I don't know why the fuck would ever waste our time doing it, but Sunday's the one who brought up that Pixie has potentially committed a felony, and that's a legal term. You can't really open up that avenue and then be upset when people start exploring it.
Sure. And again, I wouldn't bring I wouldn't bring up the legal avenue. I suppose my overall point is the fact that we discussed.
I understand your overall point. To be clear, I think all of this is retarded as well. It's a fucking waste of time.
It feels like a hit at Sunday, because it's like the easiest route in is like, did you even talk to a lawyer? And my dismissal of this isn't, I don't care whether someone talked to a lawyer. My dismissal of this is, it sounds like Twitch poll from 2023, and I want to rip my eyeballs out. That's like my general reaction to it. So this is why I'm like critical of it. It's not, well, we can never talk to lawyers. It's like, I'm just sick. I feel like this is a conversation that came up constantly over like a 2-year period. I've just watched Connor go through his like whole fucking argument with Lav and Queeman about whether Destiny should be on the sex registry, and it just makes me suicidal, frankly.
Well, that had nothing to do with like even law. That was just Connor being absolutely moronic.
Yeah, and he was like, I care about the illegal possession. But this I'm not. But I should be clear. This is why I'm having I'm having a gut emotional reaction to this on this basis, rather than. And it stops me, and I think it stops other people from really wanting to like fucking engage with it. It's just painful. That's the problem.
I think that's fair, and ultimately, if somebody wants to not engage for that reason, one of the reasons why I timestamp my videos is so that if you specifically want to skip past a specific segment that you don't give a flying fuck about, you can. It's just that my problem is that people run with the idea that Pixie's extorting Steven, and now Destiny on Twitter is basically feeding that narrative by hinting at the fact that he's being extorted by Pixie. So that clearly sunk in, that clearly took a fucking bite, and that's clearly a relevant part of the conversation still, with Destiny himself now saying that he's being extorted. So, and also, this is a slight note, although I'm kind of curious where you stand on this. Sunday brought up a few times that Destiny doesn't take legal advice from him, or Destiny doesn't take legal advice from YouTube videos, or whatever the fuck. This video is the reason why Destiny's in so much shit right now. Well, it's the fact that he did what he did, but also like Sunday's video. So the idea that Destiny wouldn't have seen the video is just, it's a bit insane to me. Like, well, none of the sweepers saw the video. Nobody in his vicinity, we believe, saw the video and maybe suggested to him that Pixie's extorting him. It's just, it's stupid to me. He put the notion on the table, and it is what it is.
I suppose my disagreement would be the fact that I don't think Destiny needs Sunday to make that assertion. I think the fact
No,
that
but he does have Sunday in his corner. That's the problem. My issue isn't that he needs Sunday to make that argument. My issue is that now there is a narrative on which Destiny and the main person who called him out agree on, and that's that Pixie is extorting Steven for her own gain.
Okay, so there's two sides to this. Firstly, that doesn't help Destiny on any of the other fucking conversations. And secondly, like here's my issue with the extortion argument. I went and showed these to somebody who had no idea they existed over that weekend. No idea at all. And I just read them to them. And they went, so she's extorting Destiny to pay for her silence. They were just like, that's the instant take. That's the problem with the erudite DMs.
Sure, and this person randomly completely removed from all of this, that you asked that question, does that person have a profound online history, such as telling people not to make legal claims when they aren't 100% sure, saying that they have spoken to lawyers / been raised by lawyers / spoken to people who might have known lawyers, or has a history of chewing people out for making these kinds of arguments in the past? Or is this something that only applies to Sunday?
No, but we're asking about Destiny. Like that was the question you asked. And it's like Queen
but
said,
the reason why I'm asking, go on.
Queen says like Destiny doesn't need it, but it signals to DG Frink's talking points about attacking Pixie. And like I think there are arguments to make there. Again, I've said this publicly. The fact that I badly framed the Bad Empanada clip in my video is an issue. That clip is badly framed because it's like I'm framing Bad Empanada as a source of information as opposed to a source of rumor, which is really what I'm using him for. And the fact that he is able to twist the narrative in a way to get it so wrong just to attack Loaderbox is one of my issues. But I badly framed that, so I then had to respond to the fact that I badly framed that. I don't disagree with you there, but
I get that. Maybe I should make my arguments a little bit. Maybe I should just write these down before I say them out. The issue here isn't that like Destiny now has ammunition that he wouldn't otherwise. The issue is that this is something that I think directly harms Pixie, a person who at the time of these videos coming out was suicidal. And I don't understand why, when you've got a victim who's suicidal, that we know what Destiny did to her, you've got Destiny and Sunday both in the same corner going like, no, actually, she's not just not suicidal, but she's actually extorting me. I don't understand that angle. I don't see the point of it. I don't see the value in it. If anything, Sunday's pitbull tendencies had the perfect chance to shine, and he could have fucking gone in on Destiny as hard as he ever wished to, and for some reason he included a segment in his video where he accuses Pixie of committing a felony and reminds us all that Destiny is also a victim in all of this. What's the point of that? And again, I understand you're not Sunday.
Yeah, I'm not Sunday. I know Sunday's
responded
responded to this on stream, and I don't want to just start paraphrasing him or like sweeping for him. I think Sunday's responded to this on stream. I think Sunday's acknowledged the issues with it. Now, whether people want to accept those acknowledgements or just be like, with Sunday dodging accountability, whatever, is up to them. But like, yeah, listen, I see your argument. I see the point. I know Sunday's responded to it, but I feel like if I keep going down this route,
it'll feel like you're basically answering for him, and you might not
like, and
exactly
I just don't want to do that. But like, okay,
it's okay. We can chalk you up to being a sweeper for him and move on.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
Anytime.
But like, yeah, it's basically that. I don't want to sweep for him when he's like addressed these publicly already, and whether he, and people can take that in his. Like,
yeah, but I think that's perfectly fine. Yeah.
So cool. Right, let's continue.
We've spoken about that clip before. It's the clip where Sunday basically raises his hands and he goes like, I know we could have done better, but I was rushed, I was pressured, and we had to get it out as soon as possible. What do you make of that? Why do you think that he was pressured or rushed?
It wasn't really a secret. It was kind of the whole tone of our meetings over the weekends and during production and coordinating with Beckett. We were sort of self-imposing this pressure that someone else was going to break this story first if we didn't put out our video as quickly as possible. Specifically, they said Bad Empanada because he had done the stream on Loaderbox like the day prior to us getting together or something. So specifically, they were racing Bad Empanada, but I guess anyone, they just didn't want someone else to come out with the story because they knew these DM leaks were in circulation. They knew people were talking about it and sniffing around. So it's sort of a self-imposed pressure just to get the story out.
So what could be the potential reason for why he wanted to beat people like Bad Empanada, given that... also, what would be a potential reason why he wanted to beat them that wouldn't be focused on money?
I don't think there is one.
Okay, that's just... this is, like, just not true. Like, the idea that Sunday's only driving factor was money is unfair to him. Sunday was prepared to, like, burn certain things to the ground to get this video out. I think he wanted to release, but if he just wanted to release because he wanted to take the blow, like he was just rushing, he would have done it on the 8th. He would have done it on the 9th or the 10th. He wouldn't have waited 10 days or like a significant, like a whole week, to start pushing things out. Once he knew, like, or at least strongly suspected, Straighter Aid was pushing in Pixie in an opposite direction, he had every reason to. He loops Kilo in very, very fucking late. And at the same time, the stuff that was already out was being misconstrued. Now, again, we can debate Sunday's points. My point here isn't Sunday's arguments. My point is the fact you're in a conversation with Kilo, and I don't think this is I think this is a massively uncharitable take from Kilo. Because there were multiple conversations as to why.
I understand that it's uncharitable. I even understand why it's uncharitable. The problem that I have is that when it comes to Sunday's video broadly, I've only really seen two kinds of feedback to that video from people. It was the fact that the video needed to be made. They're happy that it was made, and they hope that Destiny basically will have to face the music. Obviously, there were people who were shitting on Sunday as well for, like, Giga fucking latched onto the balls DGGs. But, like, generally speaking, you had the people saying that, like, yeah, you've done good, this video needed to be made. And then you've had people who were criticizing him for the Pixie stuff. And when people like Aiko were talking to him, when people like Kid Not Kin were criticizing him to a point where Sunday left his Discord, all of that was over the fact that it seemed like at the forefront of this story was no room for anyone to care about the suicidal victim in all of this. And Sunday, in response to that, broadly speaking, said, I get we could have done better, but we were rushed. So when he says that he could have done better, my understanding of that statement is that he's talking specifically to his coverage of Pixie, in which case we've got, again, two options. He could have done better in that he could have not blasted her, or what is the more probable option based on the behavior that followed after he uploaded his video is when he said we could have done better, I think he meant that he could have made a better point in the video for why Pixie's committing extortion. At which point I'm looped back again to why am I watching a video where Destiny is being outed for recording women without consent? Well, actually, no, because that was afterwards. That was Cherry. But he's being outed for spreading the sex tapes of someone in his community who
we keep
trusted
looping
him.
back to this, but I'm not asking you about your takes. I'm asking you about Kilo's takes. This is my issue. You have Kilo in a video of an interview, and we can loop back to these things. I obviously don't share Sunday's opinions on some of these points, otherwise I would have made them myself. And I obviously, like, for those points where I was like, I think I was unfair in this, I just apologized for it. My problem is the fact that you have Kilo in a video, in an interview, just going, yeah, it was for money. And I'm like, and you're asking me what my criticisms of Kilo are or how I'm going to read this video. And it's like, well, Kilo's here saying it was for money. And he's in those conversations. And I think that is Kilo twisting a narrative in a way that he is doing because he is, like, pissed at Sunday, which is fine. But, like, from my perspective, I'm going to be critical of that. And you loop back to why Sunday did what he did.
For what it's worth, on that point specifically, because if Kilo's twisting a narrative, obviously I don't expect you to leak DMs or anything, but I can't confirm.
Well, how can I? He's fucking
narrative.
redacted everything. I couldn't even if I wanted to.
I mean, you would still have the stuff on your side of things, but admittedly, that's true. The fact that it's redacted creates a difficulty in that, like, I'm going to be able to
everyone
read the context.
else, I don't record all my calls or screenshot every DM. Like, fuck me, I just don't have that to hand. And that's...
Sure, but then at that point, the issue that I have is that what Kilo said. Now, admittedly, this is a bias on my part, which again, I don't go into those videos pretending they're objective. But what Kilo's saying is supporting the conclusion that I had. Does that make sense? Like Kilo saying that like Sunday did that for money.
But I think that's an issue.
I agree that that's an issue, but the problem is that I haven't still been given anything that changes my mind on this. Even the reasoning that you provide for me, it makes sense for me. Like I understand why you're telling me this. I understand why you think that. That doesn't explain anything Pixie related in that video.
Well, but I think this is why I don't want to keep coming back to Sunday, because I think Sunday has talked about
I think that's fair, yeah. It's just what I said earlier, that like, I should probably just take some criticism on the chin instead of trying to constantly like, explain my thoughts.
Sunday has actively talked about this, and it's one of those things where you can either accept or deny this. Okay, so here's like, I had a conversation with Sunday afterwards where I like, in fact, before I had to go live because he went live, I had a conversation with Sunday where he basically arrives to the conclusion before I do, and I'm about to say, I think the fucking extortion stuff with Pix was uncharitable. That's why I need to apologize for it. I say this in a call to Sunday, and like he's like, yeah, he's like beats me to the punch of it. It's like, yeah, I think it was an uncharitable take. His position moved as things were coming out. The pressure that he applied to himself and how quickly this moved was an issue. Now, I think it's fine to criticize those things. I'm not sat here saying I don't think Sunday should be criticized at all. I have literally been on stream with Sunday criticizing him for the shit that happened with Nick. I obviously had back and forth with him in conversations about talking to him. Like, clearly, if there are things that are worth criticizing or issues people have, I'm happy to bring those up. My issue and what we're talking about here, and I know that like we divert back to Sunday's position or like things, or you know, or Kilo's video and stuff, but my core, like you're asking me what my core issues with a video like this is, and the fact that you're using Kilo, it's like, well, I don't see another decent answer to why this could be. Well, Sunday has provided them. You can include those and dismiss them and be like, that's fucking bollocks. I don't believe it for a second. I think plenty of people will do that with Sunday's stream where he's talking about things. That's fine, but the fact that it's not here feels like the video is missing something, and the fact that it's not further challenged in the interview feels like the interview is missing things. I think that's a problem, and we keep coming back to Sunday. I'm not talking about Sunday directly. I'm talking about Kilo and Kilo's involvement. So
and for what it's worth, I will rewatch this obviously so I can take better notes because I'm trying to write things down as you say them to me. It's just the issue I have with moments like this is that I understand what you're saying. I'm just not entirely sure what I'm supposed to make of this, because you're telling me that Sunday said something that is contrary to Kilo's narrative in the arc of making this video that I should include, even if for the purpose of saying that I disagree with this, but that I obviously don't have access to. But you're also telling me in the cases where I do use Sunday explicitly saying something.
This is Sunday. This is Sunday directly talking openly about it on stream. This isn't Sunday talking about it privately. Sunday has answered questions about the extortion take and around his takes around Pixie openly on stream. He did a massive stream about it. It's actually the only live stream that is currently like up as a live that you can easily click on his page.
I feel like if that's not one that I've included clips of in the video, then that's obviously something I will watch later, and I'll be able to come back to you with it. But
we're just going to live. Actually, it's not up anymore. It was, but we'll go to those.
Oh, President Sunday.
Which one is it? It is addressing the Destiny cult. This stream. He talks at length about his takes with Pixie. And like his like process with the video. And this was 2 weeks ago. So and again, this is why I'm like, well, you've made a video on him, why isn't this included? And again, like I see Queen Bean, yes, and when Sunday did that, he used chat lawyers to make points who aren't real lawyers. Yeah, I think it's fine to criticize them, but it's like Sunday's answered those and talked about them. They should be included. They're relevant to like the core points you're making, like Kilo is making, and the conversations you're having. The fact that they're not there feels like a miss, and when you're having that interview with Kilo, it feels like a miss of, well, Kilo's like, I can't think of any fucking other answers as to why. It's like, well, you have been provided with them, Kilo. Those arguments were made to you. Again, you could say, I disagree. I think he's full of shit. I think he's lying to me. That's fine.
Wait, that's the same stream where he does the whole like, I know we could have, I get it, we could have done better, but we were rushed. And that's the same stream where he does the like, I sounded accusatory because I was ill. I use clips from that stream in my video.
Okay, but then why isn't that like further challenged with Kilo?
Why isn't that further challenged with Kilo in that?
In this section with the interview?
What do you mean? Why? So Kilo's saying that Sunday's motivation was to make money, and
yeah, and like you
what
can't
Sunday
think
said
of...
is that he was ill.
No, this is about
What would I have challenged?
Well, the challenge is like you can't think of any other reason Sunday would release this video other than to make money and wanted to get it out first. I mean, I can think of the immediate one, which is pretty obvious, in that Sunday was like prepared to go to any length to go after Destiny. It's like
the fact that Sunday was ready to go any length to go after Destiny is the point of this video, because the length he's gone to is to go after a suicidal victim and call her out and blast her. In my video, there is a segment. I don't remember which one it is off the top of my head. I'll get you. Hold on. I'll get you a link. No. Hold on. Because you're telling me that like what other reason could there have been? I've outlined what other reasons could have been, and why I don't believe that Sunday cared about any of those.
You've outlined other reasons, but you're in a conversation with Kilo where he's not outlining any other reasons. He's painting like Sunday just wants money, and then that's just left to like essentially that's just a statement that's sort of hanging there. You are taking Kilo as an authority point who knows Sunday, has worked for Sunday, and is making statements on him. And that again, we're talking about your conversation with Kilo and why the reaction to it is the way it is from someone like me. Like, you've got wider possible context for this conversation. Like, again, this is, part of this is I'm going to be like, well, why did you do this way? But if you look at the jar video, for example, I know I keep coming back to this, but I think it's a really good example of a video format in this like this. The jar video was essentially laid out. I had all the pieces of information I needed to know what that video was going to look like, and then I talked to Jar. So when I'm talking to Jar, I'm asking him specifically about like the VidCon stuff. I'm asking about the being creepy. I'm asking about the racism questions. I'm asking about the Cinebear stuff. I'm asking in order so that when it comes to the video, I can go and here's Jar's take. And so if you're looking at this and you've got an interview with Kilo where you're going, well, the only reason I can think of is money. It's like, well, that's not even that's not even another, what's a good way to put this? You've got this take of, well, it was just for money. It's like, well, there are obvious other things that I'm sure Kilo can think of as to why Sunday would have taken these measures. But Kilo chooses to say money and chooses to say the reason for publication was because Sunday wanted to make money from it. That is a choice that the person you're interviewing is making, and it probably should be maybe a point where you're like, that's a weird thing to say, Kilo.
See, if you're saying that I should have scrutinized them more, I understand that, I get that, and it's something I should definitely be more mindful of in the future. Part of the problem that I have with this video, apparently, is that I had a number of conversations with Kilo that I didn't record. I want to say 2 or 3 calls where we just spoke about the broader, like, what's the... I was basically asking him questions about this. Parts of those, the one that I recorded there at the end, where Kilo knew that I'm recording, are in the video. The other ones were not. If that is something, that's definitely something to take into account in the future, that I should probably scrutinize the person a little bit more. The issue that or maybe the reasoning for why I didn't, in hindsight, is like, I just thought of this like, it's an interview, it adds evidence to the argument that I'm making. I put that interview at like the 23, 22 minute mark. It's, I've asked Kilo for his opinion. I've said specifically I'm not treating him as a star witness. I've explored in an earlier section what other reasons Sunday could have had and why I don't believe those are valid. And then I kind of just moved on with my life. I should have probably scrutinized Kilo more. I get that. I just...
Sure, and this is the final product that I've got to look at, right? And it's like when we're talking about Sunday's
Sure, but you're not looking at the final product. And again, this is because you've got me on here and we're talking, and I appreciate that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not like chucking blame at you, but we're not looking at a final product. We're looking at the 23 to the 27-minute mark of a 40-minute video and sort of lambasting it for not including parts that it does include in earlier sections we haven't watched.
Well, yeah, but the earlier parts that you're including are part of the problem, because you're saying to me, well, I can't think of any other reasons except for money. Like, you said that to me, right? You're like, well, I don't accept any of the other arguments. So my immediate thing is to go to, well, what about the, like, earlier on when we're talking about Sunday, and I'm like, I don't want to like explain for Sunday because he does it in a stream. Well, he's done that. So when you say to me, well, what about Sunday's reasons for extortion? Like, how do you feel about those? It's like, well, there's an entire stream where he walks some of that back and says, I did this for this reason. It was poorly framed. I felt rushed or whatever. I mean, Kilo, like, in his video points out, well, he says rushed and then seems to disagree with it. It's like you're taking a minute point of a very long stream, and the point is, well, if Sunday is like holding fast to the extortion angle, he might be holding fast to like some of the legal stuff or the points of why he made it. He is explaining why he made those arguments. You can choose not to accept those. That's fine. But again, just going, well, I don't accept them, and then coming in with an interview with his editor who would know more than you of what you're seeing, and they're going, it was for money. You've just provided the answer to those earlier sections. They almost don't fucking matter. If you're like, well, I don't believe them, it's like, well, here you have his editor saying it was for money. If anyone's going to fucking know, it's the person who was employed by Sunday, right? That's an authority piece.
Sure, but that's explicitly why we go over the other reasonings earlier, right? That's like what I'm thinking when I'm making the video. Here are potential reasons for why it would make sense for me to Sunday to be rushed if he wasn't doing this for money.
My question is, why
and
would
this
you
is
know?
why these don't work.
But Chris, Chris, my question to you is, why is your opinion more valuable to me than Sunday's editor?
Well, to be fair, because you're on a Chris Speaks YouTube channel and you're watching my video on President Sunday, like at some point I have to consider that maybe people are in there for my take.
Yes, but this isn't just a take. This is an authority piece. In the same way, it's like, well, if somebody's there for your take, that's fine. But if you start like bringing on a lawyer or a doctor to talk about medical stuff or something, whatever your take is, like, I could listen to your take, but I'm probably going to sit there and listen to the legal expert. And if, you know, when we're looking at traditional hit pieces on like Xander Hall or Demon Mama, it's not, I want to hear the opinion of fucking Demon Mama on Xander Hall or West Side Tyler on Demon Mama. I want to hear like what their editors went through, because they've got the inside line.
See, and I understand that. And again, this roots back to the conversation that we had earlier. Obviously, there's a problem with the fact that I don't make these for a specific audience, and I certainly don't make them for content creators specifically. There is probably an angle that I could have played this better, and I understand why Kilo comes across the way he is. But other than turning this into a debate with Kilo where I grill him on the spot, I'm not entirely sure what I could have done in this specific segment to avoid the criticism that you're throwing my way.
Well, okay, so I think we'll come, like, if we keep playing, we'll come to the bit that made me go, oh, Jesus Christ. And there's a really leading question in this, which is why I'm having the reaction to the interview I am at core. So it's kind of leading up to those things. And again, you can see in my chat, there is going to be a mix here of people who are like, fuck Sunday, and people who are like, Sunday W. And it's like, people are going to, regardless of what's in your video, read it in a very particular way because Sunday's a very contentious individual.
I understand that. That's not really a problem. When I have these conversations with streamers, though, obviously there's going to be a huge portion of audience that's more primed to go with what you're saying because you're the content creator that they consume the content of. That's why I'm being defensive on some of these points. Like, if some random person in chat wants to, if some random person in chat wants to have some kind of an opinion that is, I don't know, unpleasant, hostile, I disagree with, that's sort of their own thing to do. But when I'm talking to you specifically, I'll have to defend bits and bobs of this.
Okay, so what I'd say then is like, let me heavily clarify for chat and for everyone. I like Chris. I think this video has issues, and I don't think Chris like ran out and was like, I need to make a fucking hit piece on Sunday because it's going to get 1 million views. I don't think Chris did that. I've never claimed that Chris did that. There's a reason I chose to watch Chris's video over Kilo's. And at the same time, my goal here as we go through this is because for those of you joining midway through the fucking conversation, it's been going for a fucking while. Chris wanted to, I was about to go into the video, Chris wanted to jump in and talk, and these are like how I am viewing this video and my reaction to it and why I had the visceral reaction I did to it. Not because I hate Chris or because I think he needs to be like fucking chased off. And I said multiple times, I think there are these points where it's like, this is a bad way to present this and it's causing this reaction and just needs improvement.
Irrespectively of how hostile you might want to be or might be, I'll be fine. You don't have to worry about that. We're okay, and if I'll have to go and lick my wounds by making a few Artcom videos laughing at retards, that's going to be perfectly fine. I'm A-okay.
That's fine. Okay, let's keep going.
I think it, so maybe not necessarily money specifically, but he does strike me as being very, I don't want to say clout. It's kind of clout, but it's also just sort of praise and admiration and stuff like that. He's very interested in pursuing that wherever he can. I think he wanted to be the guy who took down Destiny. I think he wanted to be known for that.
Did he know
this? The praise comment, I saw it in Kilos as well. I'm going to say this. This is actually a very, very smart angle for Kilo to take. It's a really, really, really fucking clever thing to do. Generally speaking, what you want to do is you want to go for people's like pure things that an audience will know them for. And Kilo going for Sunday wants praise is an undercut from Sunday's position of I just don't fucking care. Are you covering Sunday's response stream? I think I've already talked about it at length in like a 10-hour stream essentially. So I'm not going over it. I have already gone over sections of it and responded to it.
Know about the messages where Pixie outlines her suicide thoughts, or like her suicide in general, and do you believe that he took those seriously? And if not, then why?
No. So I can't really, this is just my opinion. I'm speaking to how I felt in speaking to him because I don't have receipts of this and I can't tell you exactly what he said. But conversations about Pixie's suicidality when we were compiling evidence and making the video were dismissive. Like I think I definitely remember him saying that he didn't think she was actually suicidal. Like he thought she was like using it as a weapon against them.
No, he just went live and he's claiming he has more receipts. Awesome. Let's fucking, jeez, fucking Christ. Oh, the joys. Fuck, maybe.
At least it's good content for you, yeah.
It sort of felt like the only way I could be convinced of that would be if I also thought that Pixie was not actually suicidal.
So it's sort of like the conclusion would be like you're not really trying to find out what the answer is. You're sort of trying to find evidence that fits what you already believe the answer to be.
Correct. That's what it felt like, yes.
Do you think it's fair to say that he sort of betrayed his own values throughout the whole thing because he was just blinded by the narrative that he already crafted in his head?
This is like a really leading question, Chris.
Yeah, it's supposed to be. That's the whole point of my video is that, yes, he has. And like if Kilo is, as you have already yourself pointed out, predisposed to shit on Sunday, everyone's already considering him to be the disgruntled employee. I could have phrased that question in an infinitely more balanced way. It wouldn't have changed that perspective remotely. Whereas the point of my video, the theme throughout is that Sunday has betrayed his own stated values.
Okay, but the problem is you've got Sunday's editor saying this, and it's like it sounds like a question to get a soundbite, and I mean it reads that way. So obviously my instant reaction is, well, Kilo's going after Sunday. He just released a video on him. He's in an interview with another content creator who's basically like, hey, do you think Sunday's betrayed his own values? You know, the thing you're stating in your video over and over again? And Kilo's got an opportunity to go, yeah, of course. So it's like...
Yeah, but that's a timeline thing. The timeline, my video came first, then Kilo's. It's like my question isn't, I'm not asking Kilo whether he...
But you do say in this
believes
video...
that Sunday...
Yeah, but you do say in this video that Kilo's releasing a video on this. You were aware of it. right?
Oh yeah, I know. I was fully aware. I'm just saying that like this isn't the case of Kilo made his video where he says Sunday betrayed his principles, and then I let him repeat it in my video. The point of my video is Sunday has betrayed his principles, and I've asked Kilo if he believes that to be the case. And to be fair, Kilo disagrees with me on this, so there is that. Irrespective of how leading of a question that is, he still disagrees.
Yeah, the issue I have around it is the fact that, what's a good way to put this? Your interview feels like you're just trying to get to a particular goal, as opposed to it's like the interview Keffels had with Chris Chan, where Keffels starts asking Chris Chan questions to try and get him to like condemn Kiwi farms. Like, well, what about when they convinced you that the dimensional merge was real? And Chris Chan's just like, well, they were right, it is real. And it's this really awkward thing where it's like, I know what you're doing, Keffels. I know what you're doing and why. And like, I have the same reaction to this. That's the issue with that. So
I mean, I understand what you're saying. I am trying to get to a specific goal. That's my video, and I'm not talking to a troglodyte who raped his mother. I'm talking to like a mentally sound, able-bodied person, as far as I'm aware. It's
I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know if we could claim that about anyone on the fucking internet.
Sure, but you understand what I'm saying. Like the parallel here that we're talking to someone like Christian is just the thing with Christian. If I remember correctly, what you're talking about specifically is that there was
No, it's not about Christian. It's about what Keffel's intentions were with the question, right? So I mean, you can sit here on stream to me and say, well, that was my intention. And I'm like, okay, cool. That's great that you own that position. But the fact that that was your intention, or that's what you did with this interview, is my criticism for you. Like, you can own the position. That's absolutely fine. That's great. I mean, I wouldn't expect any less from you. You're a very honest actor. But it doesn't change the fact that I'm critical of that. I don't think you should be doing it. I don't think that... I don't think that's a good way to go about it. It doesn't make me well disposed to the interview. It doesn't make the interview valuable. It just makes the interview a soundbite, because you're essentially augmenting your opinions with the authority of Kilo.
Sure, but the interview isn't valuable because Kilo, in your view, is a disgruntled employee who basically just wants to get back at Sunday, which means that irrespective of how I would have phrased any question at him, that criticism would have remained true.
Did you expect that to be? No, hold on. But that might be my read, because like Kilo came out with a fucking hit piece on his boss that was fucking terrible. But it doesn't change the fact that I may think that, and other people may react in that way. But not everyone reacts in that way, Chris. And by having Kilo there, the people who are like, well, this is a valuable thing because Kilo has worked for them, you know, people who aren't me, are going to treat that with more weight, right?
Yeah, of course.
So that's my criticism of you. Like, not you, like, but of the video. Like, that's my criticism. You've essentially inserted an interview with Kilo, which adds weight and authority to your takes because you've got his former employee there, but you're clearly guiding that former employee to the answer you want for your own takes, to like support your own position. Which
Sure, but the former employee disagrees with that leading question.
But that doesn't matter. It's not about whether Kilo agreed or disagreed with it. It's about your intention.
Well, yeah, but that's why it comes 23 minutes in. My intention's clear throughout. I understand what you're saying from like the point of view of a journalistic integrity. I shouldn't be asking leading questions, but I'm not a journalist, and I did ask.
It's not about journalistic integrity. God, like fucking, let's not do that again. Not with you, but like generally, like we're not journalists. But the point is, you're asking the audience to trust your takes on President Sunday, and the criticisms you have. But to do that, you've essentially taken lines which are, I want to be careful about how I say this. You've taken lines and positioned things like the Kilo interview and your stuff in an uncharitable light, which is fine. Most people do, but like watching through this, it's so obviously uncharitable that it becomes annoying to watch. And you're asking me what my criticisms of the video are. Well, I'm just giving you my criticisms of the video and my reaction to it.
I understand that. I just don't know that seems like a hurdle that I genuinely don't know how to jump over. Because when I ask the audience to trust my takes in this video, that's because I'm using past clips of Sunday to outline how like his own stated behavior doesn't align with his principles. And I don't know how I could invite. Again, I understand you said earlier that I shouldn't have I just basically shouldn't have worked with Kilo on this. But assuming that I am working with Kilo on this, I don't see a version of events where you watch the first 23 minutes and you somehow go into this interview part with someone who ended their relationship with Sunday over the fact that like over how Sunday essentially treated Pixie. And then like it's not leading us anywhere. It's just a very objective interview where we all share,
I mean, the way
you know what I mean?
The way you do it is you like, and this is like getting into sort of the nitty gritty of how you present things. The way you do it is essentially you augment your points throughout, and then you could have just included like a full interview with Kilo and let him talk, and you kind of go, well, I got stated questions or this, and you just people will just say things basically. The other thing that would have really helped is if you'd interviewed other people. Like, they don't have to be pro Sunday people by any fucking means. You could like have talked to other people from the Twitch politics community. You could have reached out to Sick. You could have reached out to fucking Mantis. You could have reached out to like a ton of fucking people. And again, those would have tomfoolery. Now, I'd have issues for how those people were, but like the general impression would be better because it's like when you've got like a range of takes about this video or about this person, because most of those people have had interactions. We're talking about Sunday's principles. We'll reach out to
do any of those people have good interactions like with Sunday?
But that's the point, isn't it? Like, I'm not
well,
asking...
sort of, but then am I not open to the general criticism that I've basically fucking created the league of disgruntled, like post-Sunday bad debate experienced fucking internet retards who are now in this video solely to say Sunday bad?
No, because you take the other line where you go, well, here's the drama that unfolded and why these people feel this way, and you leave it up to the audience, because no matter how you feel about Sick, you've lost the plot with content brain if you say Mantis. Sure, I'm just giving examples, Queen. Also, I'd love to see Mantis in a video like this. It'd be fucking hilarious. But like, for instance, you say this about like, let's take Sick. You take the whole drama with Sick and you explain everything that happened just very briefly as to why Sick feels the way he does, and then you play a clip of Sunday basically saying, hey Sick, didn't you rape your sister, and then leaving the call. And like, you then present that and then what Sick's interactions are with him, because that carries more weight, because you're not just displaying Sunday's a hypocrite or inconsistent. It's like, well, here are the previous ways Sunday has engaged with drama in a like fucked up manner. And it doesn't matter about the credibility of Sick, because it's not about Sick, it's about Sunday's actions towards him. For example.
Well, hold on. Yeah, but I just really quickly, on that note specifically, I couldn't disagree more. I understand what you're saying, and I understand the utility of what you're saying, but you're currently looking at a 39-minute video of mine about President Sunday in a call that we've been in for like over 2 hours, and all you care about is the Kilo interview. All we've spoken about is the Kilo interview. If I start including people like Sick, then I have to be cognizant of the fact that they might have reasons to be feeding me bullshit about President Sunday. And then I have to go over 7,000 dramas with people who like.
Well, yeah, this is why ACC
I don't see that angle there, because I'm not.
Okay, but this is why I've had to do this with ACC stuff, because Twitch poll is not that different from ACC. It's very, very in the weeds. You actually have to do that with Twitch poll drama. You constantly have to explain who side characters are, because none of this exists in like. None of these exist independently. It's all existing between an interconnected web of people's grievances that have been going on for years. So
sure. So with that specifically,
okay, let me put it this way. This is why I disagree with you. If you had included interviews with, say, Sick or Tomfoolery or Chud Logic or people who've fallen out with them, whatever, like let's say you could reach out to anyone, you including like Mr. Girl or like fucking or whatever. I would not be focusing on your interview with Kilo. I would be watching the entire video, and I would be like analyzing each point as it comes of Sunday's history. That's the difference. Whereas you included an interview with Kilo in a climate where the only thing I'm going to care about is your interview with Kilo.
That point I understand. Is just it's sort of difficult for me to square it in my head when I've never had to face the criticism before of like me saying that I've used specific clips from President Sunday's recent past, and you telling me that like sort of people change and things change and that might be not reliable. But like uncovering all of these like ancient fucking people from Twitch Ball, just like a bunch of people like myself, like 30 viewer Andys who might have been slighted by President Sunday one day when he told them they fucked their sister.
do Sunday's entire history, you need to do Sunday's entire history. It's not enough to do.
No, but I'm not doing Sunday's entire history. That's the thing. I'm being very specific with the criticism. Like, he's betrayed his own principles, and I show you a clip of him lambasting Smith for using Pixie's name, and then he uses Pixie's name. I'd show you a clip of him having.
But I can give you the answer to like that one. It's like I've seen the F-bombs comments or the like stuff with Mr. Girl. Like the obvious one to point to is the Anavoir situation. Like I can show you, like I can look at those, but I can also look at them in the time period. And the problem is that, again, because you have Kilo, I don't care about anything else. I opened this video, I looked at your timestamps, and I went and watched the interview with Kilo. That is how I experienced this video because of its timing and everything else. So, like, if, however, I had opened a video and I'd scrolled along it and I was like, Kilo, Sunday's ex-editor, sick, tomfoolery, those are what I would have gone to. Because those are, like, I want to hear the takes from other Twitch poll people who are involved in this. The minute you engage with Kilo, that becomes the star point of this video. And so that's what.
Sure, but there are no Twitch poll people who are engaged in this, right? There are none of those people. Like, we have clips from his conversation with Aiko. We have clips from like his own.
But I don't want clips with Aiko. I want conversations with people because you've included the clip with Kilo, the conversation with Kilo.
And if I sort of understand what you're saying, I think if the point is just to include more people, I just don't know how I feel about that.
Sure. I mean, again, you're asking me what my opinion is and why I interacted with it this way. I'm not talking about what chat thinks, because I know that like Queen's gonna have their own opinions about this video. I know that Hoz and like other people are going to. I know fucking Sunday's gonna have his own opinions. I know half my audience who are like, "Why the fuck are you talking about politics stuff again, Beckett? You promised us, we gave you money, you were gonna stop." Are gonna have their own fucking opinions. But I'm just telling you mine and like how I'm interacting with it and like why my reaction to it was to go to the interview because that's what I care about, right?
No, I understand that that's what you care about. I get that angle of it. It's just like again, when I make my videos, I don't make them with like that mentality in mind. Maybe that's something that will change in the future, but I truly cannot promise you that it will.
No, that is fine. And I'll be honest with you, if this had come out on its own without Kilo's video, I would not have the same reaction to it. Okay, I'll tell you exactly what if you had released this same video without Kilo's video coming out, my question would be can I see more of this interview with Kilo? Why is there not more of the interview with Kilo? That's what my reaction would have been. You know, and again, like I was going to sit down and watch the rest of it today before you called in. But what I pre-watched and what I'd gone through and kind of like what had engaged me enough to want to talk about your video was these two sections. Right?
Sure. So I'll be curious about your thoughts for the other sections then, because this Kilo stuff is sort of like I'm feeling very conflicted over what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and like I get that. I've got like can be a different matter of opinion. I'm just telling you. I suppose the best way to put it is I'm telling you why Jar didn't respond to my video and why he tried to respond around it and to everything else when he wrote his response. Like, you're asking me how could I have presented this in a way to make it more ironclad where the reaction would be different. I'm just explaining to you why. Because you're right, I do this. And I am actually quite careful about how I structure things. I don't do it randomly. There are bits and pieces that I'll put in certain places, but generally speaking, you know, I see Olive's position. Yeah, guys, it's really hard to watch a full 30-minute video. Streamers have the hardest job, by the way. Listen, I work like fucking a full-time job and do this on the side, and I cover multiple pieces of content. Yeah, sitting down and watching all of this video, like, I'm going to go to what interests me. I might watch the rest on stream, but that's what I'm going to because that's the
I think, I mean, I understand that. I just, without specifically making a video that accounts for people who consume content that way, I just don't know how to make videos that will be devoid of that criticism when I don't make content for people who consume content that way. You know what I mean? Like the thing that I definitely need to work on is the quality of the editing itself and the way how the narrative flows. Because the problem that I have is that generally speaking, I want people to consume the video as it was created, which is from 00 to the end of that video.
Okay,
you can
but-
skip the conclusion part,
But
the very end of
but
it.
my statements, I don't think change that much. The minute you have Kilo in there providing answers, Kilo's answers are what I care about.
Sure, I understand that, but I don't know if you'd have the same criticism that you have for the way how I answer how I ask those questions if you had watched the previous segment.
I mean, that's true.
That's the contention.
But that's true. But it also doesn't change the fact that I probably wouldn't care as much about your takes. I'm here for Kilo's takes.
I understand that, but that's because you're a content creator, right?
No,
when
I don't
made
think
that
that's
video,
true. No. I don't think that's true. Nobody is going to like. Let's say this video took off, or like this video is used by other people to like go after Sunday. The response isn't Chris Speaks has this opinion. This response is Kilo in Chris Speaks' video says this. That's the response, because Kilo's the authority point. He's the linchpin.
I get that, yeah.
So, yeah. But I mean, like, okay, we bleeped a lot. I do appreciate the conversation, like, genuinely.
So do I, don't get me wrong. I'm just, it's just a lot to make sense of, and I'm trying to take notes in real time as well.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. You know, and I understand, like, I get, like, people being pissed at Sunday, and it's no fucking mystery.
My issue isn't with people being pissed at Sunday, or I understand that people are, and I understand why people are. My surprise, and this is to do with me missing the town hall, like I said earlier. I think my big surprise is with the so what that comes at the end of this. I've looked at the timeline, and I know that Sunday had access to, for instance, the DM where Straight Raid messaged Pixie, and I know that he had access to all of this information before the video was released, and I've got a narrative which, like, from start to finish, from my point of view, obviously it makes sense. If someone's watching and it doesn't make sense, that's like a whole different thing. We can talk about how I phrase my arguments, but like I've got a narrative where Sunday was presented with a suicidal victim and did everything in his power to ensure that she kills herself, and people at the end are going like, yeah, and so what? But it's the so what bit that like throws me off like a motherfucker. Like that's just the part that I'm not used to that reaction.
I don't think it is, and so what? I think it's also potentially people coming late to this story, in that this was a conversation that happened within the first week of it. Like Diorio talked about this. It's like, the reason the reaction is so what is because you're not first to the story. You're not pointing out something that the general audience who's already pissed at Sunday doesn't know. It's, yeah, we know. We've kind of hit that point. And again, because the new information you're providing, what's like really valuable is Kilo. That's where the focus is going to be. Right, but small overstatement from Chris. Sure, like it's like the hyperbolic example, but like that's the point. It's kind of like already been discussed. Like, why release? Like Diorio talks about this in his stream on Sunday, where he's like, you know, why are we censoring these parts of the DMs when we're releasing everything else, and suicidality is in the fucking Pixie erudite DMs? So you know, you're just late to the narrative. So it's not, if you were the first person to come out and be like, here is evidence that Sunday just did not give a fuck about Pixie's suicidality. Yeah, that's true. But I was being asked questions about this on my live stream when I went live to talk about it. You know, I spoke about this with Bug Squander. You're just not new to it, so the conversation's already happened. That's why it's so what.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a rough thing to contend with. Because
sure, I get that. I get that. I suppose one of the general responses, like,
well, the usual response is yes, he did, not a so what. That's the bit that, like, sure. In this specifically, because a big part of my, and maybe this is just me, and maybe I should stop doing this. So ages ago, you'll remember this probably because you've been around for a while in like the internet fucking circles and shit. But do you remember there was a period in fucking online history where everyone would woke scold like a motherfucker, and then you'd look into the people woke scolding and they were like genuine pieces of shit?
Yeah, I'm familiar.
And so then, yeah, and then so then it kind of, we got to a point where we don't really want to woke scold anymore because that's just like a sort of a bad vibe. And then we went and somewhat overcorrected in that now it sometimes feels like I can see a situation where a dude is presented with a suicidal victim. He weaponizes the shit out of her, accuses her of a felony, calls it a day, moves on with his life. And I say like, hey, what in the actual fuck did I just hear? And someone in the corner is like, yo, bro, you have to stop with the woke scolding. Like, that's how the so what feels like.
Okay, I get that. I get that perspective. I mean, my view on it is this: everyone involved in every drama fucking sucks. I kind of approach pretty much everything from that line, until proven otherwise. I sort of assume everyone's a piece of shit. The other side is, and this is like a general issue with the conversation once it's moved past it. The question around the ethics of what people cover and why is a really difficult one because it's very in the moment. Let's take the Demon Mama Zanderhall stuff, right?
Just for a moment before we jump to these, because it's getting quite late here.
Just let me give you an example. Demon Mama Zanderhall. Demon Mama has DMs from Zanderhall about how he may be a danger to himself, his family. Demon Mama has gone to the extent of wellness checking Zanderhall, and to the level that Demon Mama is like concerned that fucking Zanderhall's a danger enough to do a fucking wellness check, and yet still goes ahead with the hit piece. And then when confronted with this by Sunday, funnily enough, she's like, well, I think it's fine. Like,
yeah, but why do you say funnily enough? Do you see that's the problem that I have. That's the bit that gets to me.
Yeah,
that
it's because
I don't know.
Okay,
maybe I am autistic. Like fuck me.
It's because the point everyone's at is like everyone sucks, and just the expectation is no one has any principles, which is a shit position to be in, but it is the expectation. It's why we've ended up.
I don't know. That's never the expectation from me. Maybe this is just because of how I consume content, and despite being a content creator in these spaces, I have very sparse like actual contact with people in these spaces by the time I actually go live. Like if I talk to you and you tell me that like, hey, I believe in X, Y, and Z, I'm not going to trust you with my life, but I am going to have certain expectations that I put on you when you tell me those things. Because one of the reasons why, like one of the things that is sort of cool about people who have been around for a while is that you have certain expectations of their behavior as a result of things that they directly say or do or values that they claim to uphold. And when you've got someone like President Sunday and then he does something that seemingly goes against his core value, and then you make a video saying like, hey, this is what Sunday said in the past, this is what he did, this is why it's hypocritical. And the response to that is like, yeah, look, we're at a point where everyone's bad, nothing ever happens, it's Trump's America now, fucking 420. Like, I don't know what to do with that.
Okay, so it's one of those where, like, again, I'm not trying to be like criticize or like move your position. You're asking me why the reaction's happening. I'm just telling you why the reaction's happening. And part of it, I guess you could put down to like the very reason Twitch poll itself died is because it was a load of people extorting values that they could not match. The minute push came, this is my criticism for Erudite, by the way. This is one of the reasons I got so fucked off with NSC over the last year. It's because I watched somebody who I personally believed had principles completely fucking throw them to the wind to become Destiny's groupie. And it, like, I get your frustration, Chris, because I've had it with NSC. But the thing is, like, you kind of have a choice where, like, you either get over that fact, and Sunday's brand, if you like, of getting over that is generally in his interactions with other people, and you can see this with Chud and everything. What else? What you didn't do about it, Chud logic kind of shit, is Sunday has reached a point with people where his brand is, yeah, I'm probably going to do this. It's whatever, right?
I get that part, yeah. And like I said, there is definitely, like, that's definitely something to be considered. And I understand that this is somewhat unique to President Sunday as well. It's just that the bit of this that is so surprising to me is, obviously, I'm extrapolating a little bit from the reactions to Kilo's video that I've seen, because most people who've watched Kilo's video have not seen my video. But like, I was watching, I think it was Queeman's coverage of, at least a part of Queeman's coverage of the Kilo video. And I was very surprised at, because what I'm guessing is if Queeman was to watch my video, he'd probably have a lot of the same criticisms and a lot of the same lambasting. But then he said yesterday, or it might have actually been someone in his chat, maybe it wasn't Queeman, I shouldn't put words in his mouth, but someone in his chat, I think, even used the exact quote that I've used earlier, that like Sunday would put his mother in a wood chipper for a good YouTube video. And it's weird to be on this roller coaster of eating shit when the people who are feeding me shit seem to actually agree with what I'm saying in the video. It's just old news. Like, yes, he is running out of family members, but for as long as there is electricity and humans, there is content to be made for that man. And you pointing that out is actually kind of weird, bro. Stop woke scolding. And I'm just here whiplashed like a motherfucker.
And again, I think this is why I keep coming back to the Kilo interview. I don't think that would be the case if you had released this without Kilo, and Kilo had never released anything, and it was just a Sunday has no principles video, and it entirely spoke to that Twitch poll audience. I don't think anyone would have even noticed it, and it certainly wouldn't be scrutinized the way it is, because it feels like a cool this video, because Kilo's in it and because Kilo knocks around the community, feels like a cool of, hey, actually, do you know what it feels like? It feels like, hey, Queeman, what are you going to do about this? That's what the video feels like. Not yours, but Kilo's. It feels like, hey, Queeman, what are you going to do about this? That's the feeling, and that's where the like reaction comes from, because we're not making things in a vacuum.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Ultimately, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to watch the full video, because I don't want to take too much of your time, it is getting quite late here, and I feel like I'm losing brain cells. Just
no, you're fine. It is. Listen,
to go
it's
to
late.
bed.
It's late here as well. I don't know. Apparently Sunday's going live. I might watch some of it and be like, fucking kill me. But when you go to bed, well, listen, we'll chat more. Like, yeah, I think that I like that you make videos, Chris. I've said this before about like posting links in my server and things. I think people should come and watch you. I like you. We've got like long-standing friendship. But yeah, we can chat more, and then next time you've got a project like this, just come fucking talk to me, man. I'll give you some pointers. Okay?
I appreciate that, and I just might. I am stepping up with the actual quality of the editing, so I'll probably hit you up about quite a few things in terms of the next few videos, but we'll see how that goes. Anywho, everyone in your chat should go and subscribe to me, obviously, and as always, I mean, I appreciate talking to you.
No worries, bro. Catch you in a bit.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Peace. Okay. I'm gonna rewatch the VOD. I appreciate that. How we fucking doing? It's nice to see Quinn in chat. Sunday's doing more receipts, apparently. Fucking kill me. Ugh. Oh, my name is at the end of this the video. Wait. Super Omni fans, based Hoz. Hoz isn't even molding for my channel. He's been my mod longer than fucking anybody else. Jesus. Okay, where's this fucking Sunday thing? Sunday going live. Sunday
actually,
hit
we had
feast.
2 full days, nothing but politics and literature stuff and philosophy stuff. I was on
What
my
do
way.
now? So, yeah, streams like Sunday. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Right, okay, listen, I need another drink. Fuck this. Are we locked in? Is this what we're doing? I can live respond to whatever fuck Sunday's talking about from his own fucking hit piece. I feel like this is a nice little, like, addendum. Like, I get to talk to Chris. I like Chris, obviously, okay? But, yeah. Oh, Chris puts my name in the video. Listen, you become a molding member and I will host. What am I going to do? Like, thanks to my head administrator. Yeah, listen, it's a mold. Listen, if you want your name at the end of Cope and Seed videos, become a molding member. It is an opportunity available to you. I try so hard. How do I call in? You just phone me, Leon. Just phone me. Just find me in now recording and just phone me. Actually, do you know what? Look. You want to phone in? Join the waiting room in now recording. Okay? Join the waiting room in now recording. I'm gonna go and get a drink. I'll wait for Liliana to fucking join. And I'll be back in like 2 fucking minutes because I need a drink, okay? I'm back. I'm back, and Liliana never joined waiting, so I can't do anything. Very sad. Very, very sad. Okay. Oh, okay, let's have a look. But the illness is taking me. Okay, let's talk about Sunday.
Or what is Kyloton? Kilotonics is the name of the channel of my editor, ex-editor, ex-friend. But that's okay. He is forgiven. And I mean that as not a joke. Because I'm going to be real. I mean, he can come back to work anytime. He doesn't even need to apologize. He can just come back to work. Because I'm going to be real. I was so happy watching that video. I was hurt a little bit, mostly because of the act of betrayal that it required, but it helped me so much. It's like, Sunday, you're like Tyler, no beefing with former staff. I never beef with former staff.
Oh my gosh.
If there's a very particular reason.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. That hit piece was a massive lifesaver.
I am, and you will actually see examples of this as we go through, because there are things I didn't say specifically.
New goal
in the course of all of this, for the purposes of protecting Kilo, and it's common sense stuff you wouldn't think about otherwise. But just to be clear, people have this notion that I record everybody and I publish stuff willy-nilly. That's not actually true. People who have a work relationship with me, or who have me in trust, or whatever, I do not. If I find out I'm being used, I will. If I find out I'm being lied to, I will. If this is somebody I don't have an established relationship of trust and I have particular reason to distrust them, as in the case with like Nick DeOrio or Willie Mack or whatever, I will. Absolutely. Absolutely. Certainly if I think you're doing something not above board. But I do not go after ex-staff. I do not talk ex ex-staff.
How much to block Sunday? No, this is the content now.
You can talk to
Damn it, Rocky.
editors. I'm not going to tell you who they are. People do know who they are. And they'll be able to confirm things I'm going to say today. I am generally very, very kind to my editors. Sometimes if things are late, or if mistakes are made, like, we'll have conversations. If things are really late, like, they'll be like, what's going on?
Okay. I don't care to hear Sunday talk about his editors. I only care about hearing myself talk about my editor, okay? That's all I give a shit about. God.
Or threaten to go after them publicly, or go after them publicly at all.
Can't have anything.
The only reason why we're talking about Kilo right now is because Kilo decided to go at me publicly, which, by the way, I would have been fine with if he didn't lie. If he didn't lie and didn't use recorded conversations, is right, in my humble opinion, but cut them dishonestly. And if he didn't misrepresent conversations that he didn't record, but which I did. So, we're going on a little bit of a journey, dear children. For some people, this will not be fun. But for me, it's just another Sunday.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Wait, it's Saturday. Fuck! I had that so well lined up, too. Okay. I knew I should have done this tomorrow. All right, so right off the bat, oh, we want to close that. Boom, 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 boom. Dun 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 dun. There we go. Right off the bat, this is just mean-spirited, really.
Hey! Thank you for
I
molding.
dig the aesthetic, but a missing tooth. So a bit of backstory for this.
What did Sunday do? Oh, fucking.
Just so
Where do
we're
I
all sort of on
start?
the same page about how this all went down. Okay. A little while ago, I forget the exact day. I make a video criticizing Nick to Oreo and Tom, Turkey Tom, after they go into Chud Logic stream a few days before, and start obscuring and attacking the victims of Destiny's porn leaks. Tom goes out of his way to say that Melina is untrustworthy, implies that because she's, you know, an OnlyFans chick.
I vehemently disagree with these fucking takes and have argued at length with Sunday about them. Fuck me.
Runs interference by saying, well, maybe she's talking about the Leafy, because Melina, they were referring to a clip in which Melina was saying, without naming names, just so you know, the thing people are talking about was not consensual. None of it was consensual, da-da-da-da. And Nick, who by this point knows very clearly this is to do with the Destiny leaks, of which she is featured heavily, says, well, maybe she's talking about the Leafy stuff from years ago. Maybe that's what she's talking about, yeah. And the reason for this is very simple. A whole lot of people, unbeknownst to me, knew about the, I mean, not unbeknownst to me entirely, knew about the
Can I have a
fact that
day when we're not talking about like Sunday's inclusion of Nick in this fucking video? Just a day. That'd be great. I'd appreciate that. Make me happy. It'd bring me joy, in fact.
with him. Because, well, they're buddy-buddy with Destiny. They're able to benefit from looking like they're part of, like, DGG. They're one of the cool kids. That's a pretty big deal for a lot of them. Or they're scared of the fallout. They're scared of people going after them. Just naked self-interest. However way you want to spin it. Nick comes into a DM with me. Says, hey, I saw your video. Saw you had some critiques. I'd like to clear the air. Okay. We have a call. You've heard that call. In the call, he establishes something that I didn't know they had. Because I go into that call intending to try and sway him. Like, look, this is the interaction that's taking place between Kyla and Pixie, right? Because I received this from Straight Raid. Aaron. But through that conversation, I find that he's actually got it already. And there's a little bit of confusion about this because he claimed later that he only had a single screenshot from ChudLogic. However, in that call, and you can see for yourself, he has to pick a section to test me on, to test my knowledge so we know we're not leaking anything new to each other. Which means he also had the scroll because he looked through it. It took him a little bit of time. So what I think happened is ChudLogic did indeed give him a single screenshot, and then he somehow got the full thing from somebody else. And I learned how he got the full thing from somebody else, if he did, or if he got the full scroll from ChudLogic and I was lied to, which I don't think so. I don't think ChudLogic would lie about that, although who knows. And I found out about that because I went to Straight Raid afterwards. because I had sorry, not immediately afterwards. I talked to Beckett about that call. And then I talked to ChudLogic, and I learned that ChudLogic got his copy of the thing from someone else. Someone else who Straight Raid talked to. I also learned from ChudLogic that someone else also mentioned that Straight Raid was the one who floated the law school tuition as a possible way that Destiny could settle, right?
Okay,
So
I've assumed this anyway, but sure, this
talking to
makes
Straight Raid,
sense.
she informs me that she sent these leaks to.
Is Sunday throwing Nick under the bus now? Again, yes, probably. I don't fucking know. Jesus.
So it's everywhere.
I think this take is
Me and Beckett planned to
really
do a
fucking
video.
annoying.
We talked about it for a little while.
Hold on.
Beckett only decided to do his own video later on. We plan to do one video collaboratively.
That's not true.
And I say, hey, are you okay with me bringing my editor on board? Beckett's like, sure. So
Oh,
I bring my
okay.
editor on board.
I should be
talked to him
clear.
first. And I like sort of.
I should be clear. What Sunday's saying about doing a video collaboratively, the framing there is a little bit fucking weird. I disagree with that. Sunday was doing a video, and he was offering me information to go live on a stream with. This was not me writing a video with Sunday. This was going through the evidence, discussing it, and then I was going to go and stream the wider fucking context, which I continue to gather evidence for. While he was working on this video, and then decided it needs to be a video, it needs to be uneditorialized after I did things like an optics check with Diesel. This was not like me fucking writing Sunday's video with him.
Thoughts from my conversation with Straight Raid, and make a video out of that. And I'm going to do the more structured short form thing that I initially planned. And so we make that. We work very closely together. I give Kilo and Beckett both access to my script document. I have Kilo rewrite and edit the script as we go through.
We believe you,
I
Sunday
tell Kilo
Orbiter.
in the call,
Thanks, Mimic.
Hey, write this thing down. Do this kind of thing. Check over this. Da 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 da.
Listen, I've been pretty transparent about this shit. If I wrote Sunday's video, it would be a very different fucking video, frankly. Sunday gonna throw Beckett under the bus. Just watch. Yeah, listen, this is what happens every fucking time. Every fucking time. That's why. Again, earlier in the stream, I said about like the script itself because it's come up through Kilo. I was sat in a call going through Kiwi Farms while they were writing the script. I've said this like 5 times on separate streams. And like the only section I've edited of that entire fucking video was when they were arguing about a fucking Destiny section. It's like a paragraph and it was annoying me. That's it. Other than that, I'm just fucking reading Kiwi Farms and grabbing clips. Fuck. If I need to, I'll show some of the DMs from it. It's whatever. At this point. I don't have the calls, obviously.
I do a recording once the script is finished. I do a final pass over it. We do a recording once the script is finished. Largely involving cutting stuff out to shorten it down. I talked with other people who are smarter.
We'd be able to tell from the typos, true.
And I cut it way, way down. I do a recording. I'm very sick, by the way. I'm like in the middle of COVID at the moment. You can hear in the recordings at the time, I sound really bad. There's a clip of me like my voice cracking horrifically. Horrifically on Queeman's channel. And I send Kilo the recording and he gets to work. I send Kilo the assets. The scroll, the scroll of the conversation with Pixie and Kyla. Relevant screenshots, video clips, all that stuff. It's the first time I used Discord Nitro, so I could actually upload things at scale. And Beckett gets his video done fairly quickly, largely because he's narrating over the clips. He doesn't have a script; he's just going over it. And Kilo's an artiste. Kilo's taking his time. And our plan was to upload our video, roughly the runtime of our video before Beckett's video. Why? So that it would raid into Beckett's video afterwards. That fell apart because Jenny decided to have some stuff censored from the DMs, which I agree with. I felt like at the point we were going to have the DMs, it didn't make any sense, but
that is true.
We all had disagreements about what was going to be in the video itself. Not so much Kilo, by the way. We'll get to that. But we all had disagreements about what would go into the video itself. Beckett was not convinced that the Nick recording was essential. I felt it was essential because I didn't trust Nick and I didn't want him to flip. I wanted to force his hand so that he would have to cover it and he would have to make a definite stance on it. I disagreed with some of the DMs that Beckett showed. I didn't think he needed to show them all. But our philosophy, or our approach to this was, we're independent. We're going to coordinate
that is actually kind of
our
true.
releases. We're going to consult with each other, but fundamentally, our videos are our own products. We are in full control of them. So whatever failings are in my video don't belong to Beckett. Whatever failings are in Beckett's video don't belong to me, and so on and so forth. We get up to the wire. Because Beckett's video is done in time, and they all go to work and go to bed.
Yeah, I believe this is basically what you said in Queen's stream last night, this bit that you're, like, referring to, Sniffy. Yeah, like, Sunday gave me a time when his video was going to be out. I just, like, I gave it to Max. Max edited the whole thing in 2 hours. I want to be clear about my video. My video was made in a total of 6 hours. That whole fucking video, 6 hours, okay? Start to finish. It was very tight. Max wanted to go to bed. I wanted to go to bed. We put it out. Sunday gave a time. And then that was that. And then Kilo was still editing. Right? Because the whole of the Sunday, I was not really around. I was working on my own shit. So I don't know what fucking Sunday and Kilo were doing or talking about. I wasn't involved at that point.
Kilo wants to do this perfectly. Perfectly. He takes a lot of time. The results, results speak for themselves. It was a well-edited video. But I think we published it. I think the final edit that we actually got up there, I think was almost like down to the hour. Almost down to the hour. And so it releases. We go to sleep. Or did we go to sleep? I think we stayed up all night. I think we stayed up all night just waiting to see the release. And our plan was to release these, get the conversation going, break this narrative that people are being responsible and protecting the victims by actually protecting the perpetrator from having the scandal talked about by people in his orbit. And then
He sounded like you were why he had those editing errors Kilos were talking about in his vid. I don't know if I heard it that way. I was like doing something else at the same time he was on, but sure. I mean, like Sunday ultimately had the say of when the video was released, not me. Like, just to be clear, I agreed with Sunday with the time pressure. I want to be clear. I agreed with Sunday with the time pressure. But if Sunday had said, I want to wait till Wednesday or something, I would have waited. And there was a point just after Bad Empanada's video came out where Sunday was like, do I just drop the Nick call? Maybe I should just drop the Nick call and force the conversations. We dropped the DMs and I was like, no, don't do that. That's fucking insane. What are you talking about? So like in that, I just stopped him doing that. That was fucking crazy. I should be clear as well that one of the original things I suggested was just putting the DMs out in a fucking tweet. But yeah, like ultimately Sunday's video would come first. Sunday had control of the upload, but we had agreed it beforehand. Kilo just wasn't done.
Then walk away. We did not want to be protagonists in this at all. That distracts from it. I burned every major connection I had in the process because I didn't want any part of this anymore. I don't want to talk to Straight Raid about the inner workings of what happens in Destiny Sphere. I don't want to hear about it. I'm done. I'm sick of it.
I don't understand why you had to follow Sunday's schedule, honestly. He was giving me his DMs to Straight Raid. I needed those. That was the condition. Sunday wanted to release. He wanted to release first. That's it. I have a general principle here, and for those of you who've watched me through the ACC stuff, you'll know this. If somebody else has some content coming out, I will let them, like, I will not jump the gun on their story. I don't do that. That's not how I function. The only things I ever release that I get from other people are stuff that I have permission to release. There is stuff from the ACC stuff that I never released because it never came out. Actually, fuck it. The Mali call's a good example of this. The Mali call and like the voice message with Jar is something that I had when I did the jar video. Mally gave me all of that. She just asked me not to release it, so I never did. Women kept going back to, it's your vid at the end of the day, and PS kept going back to, yeah, but the time difference says I'm working with other people, etc. It's a difficult one. I mean, again, like, my position is I'm responsible for my video. That's fair enough.
I'm sick of the attitude of these people. I was disgusted by how, by this perverse behavior that Straight Ray was engaging in, where she was giving advice to Pixie, legal and otherwise, in terms of how to respond to this, while simultaneously talking to Steven behind the scenes and telling him how poor Pixie was so he knew how much power he had over her. I didn't like that everybody was aware that Pixie and Kyla was talking to Pixie on behalf of her boss and entrapping her. Because Kyla is very clever in that conversation. She does something really evil, actually. In that conversation with Pixie, she says, wait, I thought you just wanted like justice and make sure this didn't happen anymore. Now I'm hearing you want something different. Now I'm hearing you want money. And she gets the conversation explicitly to talking about money. If you have an ask for money in conjunction with a threat of anything extra legal, that is extortion, period. Full stop. And the point is not that Pixie bad. The point is that Pixie's stuck. Because as soon as that was put in print, that's a tool they can use. And they do not need me to reveal this to them. They know. So I don't want to deal with these people anymore. I find them sickening, like just genuinely sickening, and I want it out. But before I get out, I wanted to make sure that this was not being covered up anymore. Beckett wanted to make sure that this wasn't being covered up anymore. Specifically, he was offended that this was not being talked about. There was a sort of unspoken covenant where we are not going to talk about this, guys.
That's true. I've said that publicly. It really fucking annoyed me.
So, a little while after the video launches, Kilo suddenly has issues. He has issues with the extortion angle. This is going to be very interesting very soon for reasons that we'll get into. Don't worry, okay? He has issues with the extortion angle, but not primarily the extortion angle, by the way, just to be clear. He has issues with me recording Nick, and he has issues with my characterization of Not So Erudite. He will emphasize in his video that we're going to see, which is 39 minutes and 27 seconds long. Oh god, this is going to suck, isn't it? He will emphasize his concern for Pixie. He will downplay everything else, and there's a very specific reason for this. Because Kilo didn't give a shit about Pixie in this, just to be clear. Just to be clear. And there's a difference between my response to Kilo and what Kilo said about me, and that I'm going to bring cut, but not altered, receipts. Because, well, I feel like I just want to get into it. I don't want to give away the game too early. I feel like we should have a little bit of fun with this. So without further ado, that is a nasty shot, isn't it? Oof. The black mold was not kind to me at the old place. But
I should be clear as well. Like, yeah, when Kilo brought up wanting to go to Erudite, both Sunday and I were like, what the fuck? Like, of all the people Kilo could have raised to go and fucking talk to, and to be clear, Sunday and I had a conversation about talking to Lonerbox, because I at one point wanted to go to Loner. This isn't like being like a defensive point, like, guys, actually I'm good, I want to go. Like, it was a conversation I was having, and that, obviously with the fact that I contacted Nick and talked to other people, I was of the opinion shopping bits of this around were worth doing. But yes, Kilo's reaction to this and seeing the DMs and hearing what was going to happen was, I think I should talk to Erudite. And both Sunday and I were like, the fuck? Why? Now, Kilo might disagree with, like, Erudite's culpability or, like, where Erudite sits. It's fine, he can do that. But obviously from, like, Sunday and my perspective, we're like, okay, well, it seems very likely that Sunday is going to go to NSC. Kilo's going to go to NSC. And I'd be lying if I said that that didn't also add to the time pressure feeling for both Sunday and I, frankly. But
here we go. Hold on to your butts.
Oh, I guess I am watching the Kilo video. Yay! Fucking kill me.
Your editor needs an editor, bro. My editor needs a therapist. What a weird intro. Well done, but what a weird intro. Wait, hang on. Can we see what his autocorrect was? His autofill was? An independent production. By the way, this is very important to him. It's an independent production. Let's very quickly, before we jump into this, look at the comments, okay? So this is Kilo here. Since this frantic rodent is already trying to poison the well before the video has even premiered, I'll clarify. Apparently it's been suggested that Not So Erudite had something to do with making this video. This is flatly untrue. I produced this entire video independently, and Erudite had nothing to do with it. As always, I completely disavow harassing President Sunday or his community members in any way. He will, however, link Westside Tyler. He will, however, show Westside Tyler in the thing specifically to get his attention. And lo and behold, I believe he's even in here, isn't he? Can I go to new? Sort by new? Yeah, there we go. There we go. There you are, you grizzly bastard.
God, why?
This is my comment. Glad I got clarification on that. Why did you delete all of your posts anywhere? This is going to come up in this video. And I think it's interesting because I think it reveals a little bit about his mindset. I don't think this video was very premeditated. I think he planned to do it for a little while, but I don't think he planned for it. Because he has DM screenshots between me and him in which all of his messages are deleted. And he uses this in order to just load in meaning to what I say. One of them made me really mad. We'll get that. We'll see that when we get there. But I think about a week ago, my timeline's not great on this. I wasn't paying a lot of attention to him. About a week ago, Kilo just deleted everything he did off the internet. This is not the first time he's done this. The first time was, I think, about a year ago when he was embarrassed because it had come out that he was sexting that 50-year-old lovely creature Mantis from Tomfoolery's channel, if you're familiar. And so he disappeared. I don't know why. I guess just whatever. Point is, very sensitive soul, not very big on, you know, standing up and defending what he says or does in public. But I think his plan was to do essentially what me and Beckett did, but to me and Beckett. Because there was another hit piece that also came out by this Chris Speaks person, didn't really do very well. But had an interview with Kilo, and they came out on the same day. So I think they did the same thing back. But very badly, because Chris is relying entirely on Kilo's testimony, which, as we will see, is not great. It's love, you idiot. Yeah, that's...
Ruby, everyone is everyone was distancing themselves from Destiny because of the rumor. Yes, they were. They absolutely were. Everyone was having this conversation about getting the fuck away from Destiny. And this is one of the big reasons I don't think Nick should have been fucking included. And I think questioning whether Nick, was sweeping for Destiny is absolutely fucking insane. Because I know those conversations, because I fucking had them with people. Everyone was distancing themselves. That is absolutely 100% true. You can even see it in the content Destiny put out over, the fucking later period where people are, pulling away from him.
Bill Brown, thanks for the €5. My soft, fluffy President Sunday. I am not fluffy. Thank you very much. I was like, I'm doing magic.
On January 17th, 2025, President Sunday message...
By the way, he keeps speeding up his audio. Did I speed this up? No. He keeps speeding up his audio. One of the reasons why the video took a little bit longer to get up and why we were kind of rushed at the end is that he'd sped up my voice, which wouldn't be a problem if I wasn't, inconsistent because I was sick. It was like, Kayla, why just speed up my voice? It sounds like I'm talking really fast at various parts of this. I'm talking really fast in other parts. I'm talking a little bit faster later on. It's like, ugh. I don't know. Why do people do this? Do people just not have, an attention span? I don't know. It just bugs me. The music choice is so weird. I dig the aesthetic. He's going for, a noir kind of Once Upon a Time in Mexico sort of vibe. I dig it. I'm not offended by the aesthetic. And the music. I just don't know why he speeds up his voice.
To me, asking if I'd like to work on a secret project. He teased that it was something related to Destiny, who was in the midst of a looming scandal about him non-consensually sharing pornography of some of his sexual partners. This was a topic I'd been keeping a close eye on since the Solo Tiny Leaks Kiwi Farms post at the end of November. I was honestly pretty disturbed by the situation, even with just the leaks to go off of and nothing else. I felt like I knew for a fact that Destiny did something seriously fucked up, and I routinely made half-serious comments in Shudlogic's spicy chat about waiting for Stephen Bonnell to be arrested. So needless to say, I was pretty excited at the opportunity to work on a project that was related to Destiny at the time, especially given the fact that Sunday had teased having some kind of a nuke. But to this point, most streamers and content creators...
By the way, I literally just made a Google Doc and put Destiny.
Not gonna lie, this hit piece felt off to me. One part of the call sounds spliced and he hides his messages in the DMs like the editor has something to hide. Sus. Fuck, do I just show you these? That's what we're doing. Fuck, I'm actually really tempted to just show you what this fucking chat looked like. We're massively behind where Sunday is. Give me a sec.
Nuke in the title and then send him a screenshot of that. Those together. Because there's an interview with Kilo in there that I haven't seen.
Come forward, it's perfectly sensible for creators to not want to force any of them to speak out publicly. Contrary to popular belief, Tom and Nick didn't have these Erudite and Pixie DMs during the New Year's Call of Duty stream. But even if they did...
Yeah, that's not true. I don't know about Tom, but I know that they at least had screenshots. I know Tom was at least told orally, and I know that Nick had to scroll through and find... He had to find a section to test me on, which means he did not just have a screenshot. Because if he just had a screenshot, it would just be the one bit. There would only be one thing to see. And the section that we confirmed was longer than one frame of that conversation, you see. Because I confirmed a later part, he asked for an earlier part, or vice. I think he asked for the earlier part. But I remember scrolling through and they took up too much space. Can I briefly interrupt while I stream snipe you? Cope and Seethe, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you stream? Unbelievable. What do you think this is? Not even a super chat. Not even gonna just gonna come
Don't
in
even
here
need
and just
super
steal
chat.
my thunder.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I see how it is. It too, Beckett.
Pixie, who we knew was struggling with suicidal ideation and was considering various private and legal options, had elected to remain silent and not confirm her presence in the leaks. And I think it's perfectly reasonable for creators to have respected that, not wanting to put someone's mental health or legal avenues at risk. This is also the route I chose. Most people, I think correctly,
This is not the route he chose.
chose to let the victims decide and stay silent. But then, 2 creators chose to come out and break the
Now-
story. On Saturday the 18th...
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, okay? Kilo had no objections until his friends were mad. We'll talk about his friends in a moment. Kilo had no objections to the video until his friends were mad.
Yeah, this is
And
live.
here I sit at the
Yeah, we're
end
doing
of
this
the
live.
chain of everyone violating each other's privacy, but I'm the bad guy.
See, I
Just
want to
to be
show
clear.
something, so I'm trying to get
Little
Sunday's permission
copy,
to show it
in my
before I throw it on
humble
screen.
Want to call you about something? I am, do you want to call me? I kind of want to go through this first. Did you want to, how long are we talking for the call? I don't want to give away the game too much. What do you have in mind? Okay, if I'm quiet about something, that's because I'm building up. This is like 3 minutes? I can do 3 minutes. I don't want to ruin my theater.
Hey, buddy. Hey, there. Okay,
I'm
so-
doing great. How are you?
I'm doing good.
How's your conversation with Crisco?
It was fine. Like, largely it's to do with, like, Chris's video structure and things. And I like Chris. Don't be mean to him. He's good. And, like, I wanted to get to the bottom of what had
I
happened.
don't know Chris. I've got nothing against him.
Yeah, sure. I wanted to get to the bottom of what happened. It kind of makes sense. I think there are some criticisms for how he structures his videos, but I think that's probably because I use a lot of interviews in my videos generally, so I'm probably a bit more versed in it. I'm looking through you talking about some of the Kilo stuff. I don't know what you're going to show or whatever. Like, I've been
Nothing about you, don't worry.
I appreciate that. One thing I am thinking about actually just talking through with chat.
In fact, I'm using you as an excuse for how I'm cutting it.
Well, I
you
actually
didn't
appreciate that. I'd like to come and my voice. I think I've been transparent. I just don't want to fucking deal with the fucking little clips.
Yep.
But I am, as Kilo has removed himself from this chat, the video chat, group chat, I'm thinking of just actually running through it on stream quickly. Because I think
the text group chat.
Yeah.
So I can still exist?
It does, but it's largely just screenshots of things that were shared between sources, and it's things like, for example, I just want to point out the fact of its, I think I can add some context here, which I think is valuable to this fucking conversation, and at some point a leak anyway. Kay's removed everything from it, but there's bits in it that I actually want to talk about. So, I see, I come and ask, like, if that's okay with you first. You can say no, it's fine, but like...
Well, I do the same thing with you. We've been recording our conversations for a little while, but here's the thing. It's like, my ethics around this is, if you're in a relationship of trust with someone, and they haven't betrayed you, you keep this stuff down. It's not even about there being like, God's going to punish you or something. It's just like, these are conditions of you being able to work with people. That's basically it. It also is just a not very nice thing to do if you have rapport with people. So it's like, as far as I'm concerned, be my guest. I think that's fine. I think it is really just a lot of like screenshots. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
But I think also Kilo's also been leaking DMs himself.
Well, I mean, of course,
while also deleting his
everything.
own DMs in the same conversations.
Yeah.
Which is like,
because I mean, like, the reason I'm talking about it is because I know I'm gonna get the fucking questions about it, and it's like I don't like stuff just randomly fucking out of context. But I'd rather like, if we're doing this, I'd rather just fucking like talk about the chat, because the question is, well, like, what's the involvement level with? So I'm just gonna fucking talk about it. Okay, cool. I'll let you get back to yours. Maybe we'll talk again later. Fucking have fun going through Kilo's video. I'll chat to you in a bit.
Take it easy.
Peace.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so we're gonna pause Sunday there, okay? I'm gonna talk about this fucking group chat. Right? what we're doing. It's what we're doing. I'm talking about this fucking group chat. Let me get it up. So that's where my thing is. So oh, that's nice and easy. Do. Ooh. Talk about group chat. Love talking about a group chat. Okay. So how are you still live? Good stuff. Hey, how you doing, bro? I'm all right. So let's talk about this group chat. As you know, Sunday came to me on the 17th. This group chat was started on the 18th, where Sunday wanted to include Kilo to put a video together. Okay. So I get added to this group. We start chatting about when people are starting work. The general process of this is Kilo and Sunday are working on the video script itself. I'm gathering all the additional stuff. To do this, I went through, I believe it was 111 pages of Destiny's Kiwi Farms. It was everything from like when this started to, well, not when it started, until after the leaks had been discussed, when basically Kiwi Farms was gathering their like further information and starting discussing the victims, the drama that was going on, particularly the stuff around like the reaction to it all. I was going through all of that because Kiwi Farms was posting a lot of clips. I have a folder full of stuff that I have not used, but like you've seen me put up the clip of like Erudite at Christmas, for example. That is that stuff that came from Kiwi Farms, because that's what I was broadly speaking gathering, because Sunday and myself were not just looking at the immediate context, but also of the wider stuff and the conversation that had been going on. There were a few bits there that Sunday wanted. So, for instance, like Destiny's like tirade trying to like threaten his ex-wife basically and be like, hey, she won't say anything because if she does, she's fucked. That kind of shit. Yeah. So this conversation starts. The first thing that gets posted is like Bad Empanadas, Lonerbots quits YouTube after criticism for Israel kind of thing. Looks like I was right about the timeline, and that is a reference to the fact that the timeline was not the timeline of like Lonerbox and Pixie, but the timeline of Lonerbox saying the stuff he was and getting the shit off Bad Empanada, and also like the escalation of information sharing. I then post this of like the Lonerbox stream, so you can see that's going. And so we assemble a review of resources, plan approach, compose script, I will record, Kilo will edit. So that's the plan, same boat, and then like we're getting things together. So the rest is like posting things like, for instance, this statement from Pixie that was coming out, the Straighter Aid DMs, this was being discussed, like Pixie's previous statements to Lav, because that is in the DMs of Straighter Aid. A doc is set up. I put in a ref for this because it's Destiny talking about leaking sex and nudes. Then you got things like the scroll. Interestingly, what you'll notice here is no Kilo, because Kilo's removed everything, but Kilo is also interacting with this chat. And then you've got like various other things, the Kiwi Farm stuff that I'm going through and conversations around that. Then on the next day, or like whatever the fuck this is, the 19th, like there's a, we're talking about like reconvening because everyone broke off. And then it's essentially just a, like no one was ready for anything. Sunday posts the thumbnail. I post this as a context for, fucking, what's her name? Kelly Jean bringing something up because I get it from Kiwi Farms. I grabbed the Fairy Queen messages, and then it's further just like stuff being posted for like Sunday's video. Then basically we move into like the start of the next day, and all this shit on the 19th. By this point, they're trying to get together and have a call. We're all running late. No one's getting anything together. They then have calls together. And I don't even know what the fuck this is in reference to. Kilo needs screenshots from Straight Trade DMs. Can you source him? I say probably because I'm the one like picking through those at the time because I'm using them. And yeah, that's like it. I never even post any of the screenshots. Kilo never requests them. So that's the fucking group chat, by the way. In the fucking Sunday calls, like the calls on Sunday on the 19th, I'm not even really fucking in them. But there you go. There is the fucking group chat thing. So if like, just to get it out the way, apparently. Because this is like, apparently what my life is now. Right? Does anyone have any questions? Any thoughts? Any random things? I'm getting like random tests. Beckett, I took 2 naps and you're still live. Are you okay? No, I'm getting dragged into things, but it's fine. Yes, I saw the Queeman post, by the way. British. Does anyone have any questions? Are we good? Is this good? Everyone's like... My thought is this frustration is the lumps you got to take if you choose to interact with Sunday. I think that's fair enough, Queen. And again, this is why Queen is somebody who I've interacted with for a long time. And as you can probably tell from my tone, has their criticisms for me, but I have like no problems with it, right? Like I understand where Queen is coming from. I get it. I will say this. My biggest frustration in this entire fucking drama, my biggest frustration is this. I try to be very, very transparent with all of you. Because I thought it would help avoid shit like this because I'm apparently a retard, but partly because that's just how I work. But the fact is that a lot of creators behind the scenes interact in this way. I'm just more honest about it. And because people, I think, partly because people aren't used to seeing that honesty, people are like, is that sus? It's like, no, you can clearly see from the fact that the way Sunday's interacting, and the way Nick interacts, the way Chud interacts, and actually Chud is very uninteractive, if I'm completely honest. But like, you know, Chris the Narc used to get this shit. I was talking to Chris about this yesterday. He's probably going to be like, I can't believe you fucking said this back. I'm going to fucking kill you. But, you know, Chris used to get this. Lots of people come to us with stories and information and what's going on. I'm just transparent about it. So I'm trying to be as transparent as possible without just fucking like putting out every fucking DM. Okay. Curious NASCAR. Time for the entertainment. I don't know. I've been confused while listening while working. I appreciate that. I hope you've had fun. I hope it's kept you like sane. Okay. Right. We're going back to the Sunday video. Okay. We're going back to the Sunday video. Or stream, or whatever the fuck it is. Oh, fuck.
Me, Beckett, and Kilo. Let's go back a couple seconds here.
Okay.
Most people, I think correctly, chose to let the victims decide and stay silent.
But Kilo's less of a whistleblower and more of an ankle biter. Oh, you have no idea.
Then, 2 creators chose to come out and break the story. On Saturday the 18th, Beckett of Krabs, myself, and President Sunday sat down to present evidence, put together a timeline.
He goes by Cope and Seethe and Beckett now, by the way.
And establish what the...
Thank you, Sunday. Unironically, people need to stop calling me Beckett of Krabs. It's starting to feel a little bit fucking weird. I haven't been Beckett of Krabs in quite a while. Though actually, no, fuck it. Fuck it, I take it back. Beckett of Krabs, it's staying. It's still my Twitter, for fuck's sake. To be fair, Chudley, the double life by day, and after he's drama by night, he's after... Jesus Christ, British. I'm not reading that.
The mission of the project was. I was a little anxious, but also excited to learn what President Sunday had, and I wanted to find out what the justification was for coming out with the story. The nuke.
The nuke.
But we started the meeting, and after only about 10 minutes, I interjected. Sunday didn't have a nuke. I'm not even sure Beckett had much of anything. And the only real reason for...
See, this annoyed me. Kilo came into my chat and asked me about this. Kilo doesn't know what I fucking have. It became less and less relevant. But the fact that I was like asking around, I fucking... Jesus Christ.
For publishing that was given to me was that because Pixie was supposedly trying to extort Destiny, she was somehow implicated in the cover-up efforts by Destiny and his associates, and therefore had forsaken her right to privacy, or something like that?
Nope.
I don't know.
It's Cope and Seether's not a name. To be fair, I like the way Diorio puts it. Beckett is a YouTuber, Cope and Seether's just a channel. This is just a channel that I work on. Like, Now Recording's also a channel that I work on. Like, so is Internet Explorers. One day I will get bored of Cope and Seether and I'll go and do something else.
It didn't really make sense to me. All I remember is both Beckett and President Sunday convincing me to keep working and echoing some form of this extortion argument. After a little bit of debate, I recall saying, I'm not sure about this, but let's just keep looking at evidence. I don't want to overstate how much I disagreed with the project.
Oh, no, you don't.
I obviously made the video, and when Sunday would check in on me during editing to make sure I was still good with
Because
everything,
the other
I
Beckett
did reluctantly
sucks,
tell him
that's
I was
true.
fine.
Okay, so just to be clear, there is a reason for me repeating, saying, hey, you doing okay? Da-da-da. And you'll notice something here, how this is cut. Hey, how are you doing? Tell me about it. Tell me about what? Tell me about what? Oh, not tell me about anything, because he removed all of his messages. He redacted every single message he sent me before making this. Very strange. Not really worried about that, just want to make sure you feel like you're in a good place with what we're doing. I make a deliberate effort to take counsel, so I'm not just shooting from the hip, so I appreciate the pushback earlier. Even if I'm frustrated, it's necessary to fully fleshing out what I'm doing and making sure I'm not missing an angle.
Last I checked, there was never a guy named
But
Rooster
I was also
Teeth.
pretty stressed
True.
and rushed and a little conflicted. I mean, I was his main editor at the time, and he was technically my boss. If I don't make the video,
So there's a power imbalance, you see.
Risking my professional relationship with him.
I actually very explicitly told him. Very explicitly. If there's anything, if you're not happy with any of this, you're fine. Your job is not affected. At all. At all. At no point have I ever even allowed the misunderstanding to take place that his job would be impacted if he disagreed with me. I did remove his editor perms after a conversation. There's a very specific reason for that we'll get into. But even then, like, I flatly said, like, look, this isn't permanent. This is really sensitive right now, and we're gonna address this later. We just need to, like, figure out, like, how we see eye to eye on certain things. And there's reasons for this. Very good reasons, which you will see.
Stay sane, Beckett.
Even if I don't like it, isn't Beckett still gonna do his?
Trusky.
Maybe I was just wrong about my perception of the events, and maybe Pixie.
Wait, what did you say?
If I don't make the video, am I risking my professional relationship with him?
No, you're not. In fact, I never told him he had to make the video at all. Ever. 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 I tapped his shoulder because he's a good editor. That's it.
Even if I don't make it, isn't Beckett still going to do his? Maybe I was just wrong.
Yes, Beckett would still do his even if he didn't make it. Beckett's been very clear about this, by the way. Beckett is his own guy. And for the record, once again, when we first started working together, Beckett was making the same video. This is why Beckett also had access to the script. Let me show you.
Yeah, that's not entirely true. That's not really a fair read, okay? Like, making the same video is a very like, we're going through the same evidence. That's not making the same video. I disagree with Sunday there. That said, Sunday is not wrong, and I've said this publicly. If Sunday wasn't making his video, I probably would have gone about this in a different way, but I would have absolutely forced the issue. I've said that publicly. Because I thought this should be out, and I would have done this differently. And the fact that Sunday was making a video kind of changes and wanted to bring it out with his timeline does change my position. But yes, I was obviously looking for these DMs. I was aware of their existence, and I was frustrated. That is not a secret. Gets out with a 5. This is going to be a good rewatch. We're playing Final Fantasy XIV tomorrow. I hope you enjoy. But yeah, and also I stated publicly I had access to the script. I've also said, I told this to Sunday after the fact. I barely fucking read the fucking thing. I've said earlier, my only edit on the entire fucking thing, I believe, is this fucking paragraph they were arguing about. It annoyed me. The way it was phrased was really weird. It doesn't matter. I don't think it's in the final video, but
here is a screenshot of the Google Doc. So here's a script here. And over here is a record of previous versions. And you will notice something about them. Going back to the 18th, Kilo had access to these. Why? Well, because Kilo helped to edit them. As for example here. So it's just like, dude, I do not force anyone to work for me. I surround myself with people who challenge me, and I allow them to do so. And I often regret it, but I do it anyways, because the alternative I have seen play out, and it results in two things. One, breakdown in...
Were any of these edits made during the voice calls, meaning the edits are a group effort? So, yes, the edits with Kilo and Sunday were during the group calls. They were literally sat there editing the script. They were going through it at the time. The edit I made in this was during the call while I was reading Kiwi Farms and got annoyed. That's it. But yeah, this whole script was done in a voice call over the 18th and 19th. On the 19th, I was not present for any of this. I was off doing my own fucking thing. But yes, Sunday and Kilo sat there and wrote the script in a voice call.
In morale and trust, and two, the person who's facilitating that goes crazy. The person who's shielding themselves from criticism goes nutso. I didn't do this. In fact, what you'll see later on in this video is Kilo showing...
So then how does he blame Kilo for doing it? He could have done what Sunday asked on the call. Okay. So what Sunday asked on the call was basically for Kilo to rewrite it. Now, again, Sunday might show evidence of that. You've kind of only got my word for it. But the general thing was Sunday was fucking stream of consciousing sections of this fucking video, and then Kilo was cleaning it up and working on the wording. This is why I don't like the narrative of, well, I didn't have any control. Kilo had a lot more control than he is claiming. And I think actually Chris confirms this, right? Like Chris in my conversation with him is talking about the fact that Kilo seems to be owning the positions, that he's not happy with how that turned out. But it's like, I don't think it's a fair driving thing of Sunday to be like, of Kilo to be like, well, Sunday just put it there and I just didn't have any choice. It's just not accurate. The video structure and what Sunday wants to say in it is Sunday's choice. But he gave a lot of that, I guess, tonal delivery control over to Kilo. And the editing, as far as I am aware, because obviously I was not there on the 19th, I've got no fucking idea, but the previous conversations that I heard was Sunday saying to Kilo, hey, make it look good, include these things. But like Kilo's editorial control of how the video looked is like, I think deeper than maybe it feels presented in Kilo's video.
Conversations, very poorly edited conversations that we had concerning things like the Nick leaks, the Nick recording, which he will decontextualize very badly, that I had with him, and then reassured him afterwards, you're fine, this doesn't mean anything, even though it got a bit heated. Very weird, convoluted philosophical debates, by the way. Because I allow people who work with me to challenge me. Sometimes I'll say, look, I can't do this right now. I'm noting your opinion. We can discuss this later. But I do not penalize people who work with me if they disagree with me. I'm very big on that. Cal, I also pay, and I don't think Cal has ever agreed with me on anything, by the way. There was never a risk to this person's career. I am actually offended at the implication. I'm actually seriously offended at this implication, because the evidence is going to show for this is that I let him challenge me. In fact, I'm actually kind of wondering, because I didn't bother to search for this.
Okay, we're gonna keep speeding this up. Maybe a little bit less.
I have to be careful what I show here. I talk business. You know, I'm gonna put this one on screen before he deleted that. A couple minutes before we get to it, to the import of this. But this is when I removed his editor perms. There's a reason for this. We'll get to it in a second. I removed editor perms while we sort this out. It's not personal. I'll be happy to give them back to you when we do, but I can't have someone I don't see eye to eye on with this. We'll talk about what this is in a moment, having that level of access. We'll discuss this later. In the meantime, I'm going to pay you out for all outstanding videos. I'm going to give you an additional $50 for the Destiny video. Again, this is temporary. We can discuss this later. This isn't reprisal for disagreeing with me. It's purely about security. I like you. I respect your issues on these matters if I radically disagree with your logic, and would like to continue to work with you in future. So just so we are clear, we are good. And then I break down the things he said, and you did verify this amount was correct.
about my perception of the events, and maybe Pixie was extorting a victim of revenge porn. Maybe.
Maybe. Hang on, let's hear this again.
Relationship with him, even if I don't make it, isn't Beckett still going to do his? Maybe I was just wrong about my perception of the events, and
By the way, very quickly before I miss it, 7G, thanks for the 20 memberships, appreciate it.
maybe Pixie was extorting a victim of revenge porn. Maybe. I didn't know. It was confusing, and Sunday was putting a lot of pressure on me to finish, so I did.
A lot of pressure on him. This is actually an abominable thing to misrepresent. The pressure was not, hey, I don't fucking care what you believe. You're going to publish that video now. The pressure was, I had timed, we had planned to time our video to raid into Beckett's, to help Beckett's get more traction. That was the point. Kilo wanted to be hyper-specific about the aesthetics and was taking a very long time. A long, long time, like hours and hours and hours. And I'm okay with that because it turned out well, but we were down to the wire. And, like, literally, like, this is at, like, what time is this at? This has to be, like, at midnight. I had to remind, like, look, it doesn't need to be perfect. We just need to get this out there. We're not making, like, an art piece, right? I wasn't rushing him.
Wait, did he say maybe she object? He's just using a sarcastic point. It's whatever. Look, I don't want to go back and forth over the fucking shit, like endlessly, because I'll throw myself off a bridge.
To make him make a decision. I was rushing him because we were late. We were late because Beckett's video was already up and timed, and they were not in a position to reschedule it. So it was down to us. I was expecting us to be finished first. Late at night, Beckett says, I'll be done in like an hour. Hour goes by.
Never bet against Max.
I'll be done very soon. Okay. Hey, what's going on? We doing okay? Hey, we're getting dangerously close to morning. This video will have to process. It's got a lot of parts. It's gonna have to upload. It's gonna have to, like, process again. How are we doing? That's what happened. There is no debate at this juncture about whether or not the video is worth going up. He's been going over it over and over again. He's added clips to it that I had to tell him, hey, we don't need this. Don't add this.
You said you would delay it? Okay, so I was asleep. That's the problem, Queen Bee. You can tell that you can tell that I'm happy to make edits to it because I took the fucking thing down and made an edit to it. I would have delayed it, yeah, but I was asleep at this time. The reason my video went down and got privated briefly while I made those edits is because I woke up like fucking 40 minutes before it was meant to go live. Saw an objection from Jenny when she looked over something, and she was like, I don't think you should have this in. I want it out. It's my channel as well. I want that gone. So that's why. So yes, I would have done, but Sunday was like, Beckett's asleep. Jenny only just caught me. So yeah. The problem isn't that I wouldn't delay it. The problem is that I was asleep.
He's found things I'm not even aware of. So I can't even see this. This is on a different computer, right? So it's like yeah, I'm pressuring him, quote unquote, in the sense of asking, like, hey, how are we doing? We almost there? We there? Because it's like, dude, we're running out of time here.
But before I uploaded the video, I pulled him into a call, and I told him, look, here's the video, upload if you want, but I don't think we should.
I have no memory of this.
I think this is a mistake. But as we all know, the videos were released in the morning on January 20th. Pixie published her statement.
In fact, actually, we did have several calls that night. Did we have that call? I actually have no memory of this. If he did, it would be pointless. It would be pointless because Beckett's video is already going up with all the same information. But I actually have no memory of him saying that. Does he have a recording of that call in here? Because that'd be helpful.
On Twitter later that day, Destiny made a horrendous response, and we're all more or less happy.
I have no idea if that's true or not.
With the results since then. So just so I'm clear, Destiny is a piece of shit, and he deserves everything that has happened and everything coming his way. But now that the dust has settled on that story, let's make some time to talk about a different piece of shit.
Okay.
After the video, my relationship
I've never gotten to talk to her, but I really respect Jenny. Jenny's fucking great.
with Sunday rapidly fell
He's
apart,
great.
and I resigned as his editor on Friday the 24th. Now, before anyone thinks that I'm a disgruntled former employee,
That's something a disgruntled former employee would say, by the way.
that's why I'm making this video, me and President Sunday had multiple long, mind-numbing arguments in private, and his behavior became...
Yeah, there we go. There was a heated convo earlier. Oh, yeah. Just by the way, remember, he's afraid of his job, right? Let's look at these comments quickly. Got to set to PC. This is on the 21st, so when is this one? Hang on. That was on the 22nd, so that was the day after. Okay. Okay.
Me and President Sunday had multiple long, mind-numbing arguments in private.
And this one's on the 22nd. Let's see. Hang on. So this one is... That'd help. You don't know if that's responding to because it's been deleted. If you have time tonight, I'd like to have a conversation so we understand each other a bit more going forward. I think we both have passionate attachments to certain principles and it makes us misinterpret each other. It'd help if we clear some air. That's fine. I don't know what this is responding to because he deleted it all. And I didn't save everything. So it's like...
Dan Beckett, how dare you sleep? You know the money you get is supposed to get you caffeine. Dude, I slept for like 2 hours. I was fucking dead. I was dead. This is one of the reasons I didn't want to go on people's streams and discuss things because I had not slept and I was... Okay, I'm going to level with you. I was incredibly fucking stressed about releasing these videos. Part of the reason that I've not pushed too hard back on criticism that I've got for like releasing a tool is because I do understand the fucking implications. I do understand the criticisms, and there is a DM. Maybe I'll grab it with somebody. I think it was between me and Zylie Gets Real, where Zylie was like, "Oh, you've got a video coming up, let's go," and I was like, "I think it's going to end my channel." That was my perspective on my Destiny video. I thought there was a good chance that video would end my channel. And because of the information in it, because I genuinely believed that information should be out, all the fucking conditions I thought about, I was prepared to do that. And it's one of the reasons that I don't get mad at people like Queen, for example, who've had criticisms for me, or like Morale, or like even Slug, or fucking Tommy C. I think the criticisms for me are completely understandable, and I think pretty valid in some cases.
Okay.
And his behavior became more and more erratic.
Erratic. That was a heated convo earlier, and mostly...
Let's be clear. I've said publicly a few times that I would almost never apologize publicly for anything I do as a kind of creator. So apologies generally don't help. They usually make things worse. So the fact that I'm doing that should probably give you an indication of my feelings towards this whole fucking thing.
My fault. I am not disposed to patience at the moment, but that's not your fault. Are we good? Can we have a calm conversation that's very short right now to sort out quickly how we're going to go for it? Is that erratic? Did he delete his reply? He deleted everything. Every comment in every server, every conversation with every person. He deleted everything. His Twitter's private. Everything is deleted. You can't see his side of the conversation. But I'm going to be real with you. When I look at this, I understand I have an obvious bias because it's about myself. Is this erratic behavior? Or is this saying, hey, we had a heated argument, and I wanted to make sure, after the conversation, that we're all good? Is that erratic behavior? That just sounds like maintaining a friendship or like being diplomatic. That's erratic? Really?
We're really doing another like fucking 11-hour stream or some shit. I'll fucking die.
You sound upset? I'm a little upset. I'm being lied about by someone I was pretty nice to, actually. We'll get to that, by the way. Oh, what was that comment that was deleted? What happened? What happened? Who said what? Oh, yeah. Guys, okay, look, just very quickly, just to be clear. Okay.
I will say this about the criticism. The person I possibly appreciate the most through all of this, other than Nick, I'll be honest, because Nick's been fucking great, but is Tommy C. Tommy C had some really, really strong criticisms for me. He was very pissed off, understandably. Tommy is very defensive of his friends. Still gave me the time and talked to me. And then even went and retracted some statements on stream and did a bit of a defense for me, which is something I did say to him he didn't need to do, but I do really appreciate it. And then he like came on and hung out and we talked about politics on like a fucking Warcraft stream. I really appreciate Tommy C. Absolutely fucking baller guy. Love Tommy for that. I don't blame him. Sunday thinks himself a spy master and will hold everything you say anywhere. I will say, I don't think Sunday, maybe Sunday's going to prove me wrong in this stream, but my understanding is Sunday did not record many of the calls with Kilo that he had after the fact. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I feel like we'd be seeing more, even at this early stage if he had, but God knows.
I know we've got a lot of new people here. No slurs, no references to race, etc., etc. I don't care if the target is a bad person. No sexism and so on and so forth. Just pretend you're surrounded by strangers who come from different backgrounds and have different norms and are sensitive to different things, because you are, okay? Just be normal for a few minutes. My mods will ban you if you are not, okay? Makes sense? All right.
Insecure and manipulative. Even after...
Oh, this one made me mad. This one actually made me mad.
Wait, I'm just being told that apparently Himpleton went live and screamed, "Where is the Beckett video?" Get Rex, I live rent-free in your head!
We'll see.
Removing my editing perms, and after officially resigning...
Okay, I want to get this one in one go, so I'm going to go back a little bit.
...former employee, and that's why I'm making this video. Me and President Sunday had multiple long, mind-numbing...
Fuck, do I shut... Oh, hold on. Fuck this shit. Give me a second.
I hate everyone here. I'm canceled. I'm evil. I'm really not doing... No, I haven't.
Hey guys, I want an open space for women to feel
Where is it?
Up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Who are the N-words? I don't really know. I haven't.
Hey guys, I want an open space for women to feel comfortable with coming forward about issues they have in the community. I know, ironic coming from me though.
What is this? What are you doing?
We chilling.
Flatly shaking my. Who said that? Who?
Wait, actually, yes, I am. Really not. I'm really not. Oh God, it's over.
Whoa, wait. When did you get the mustache?
The co-host now.
Are we gonna? Who's?
Where's the video, Beckett? Where is it? We're all waiting. Okay. I'm trying really hard to get my fucking mic.
Oh, we'll go back.
Probably. I mean, I hope. Beckett, where's the video, Beckett? There you go. Where's the video, Beckett? Where is it? We're all waiting.
I've been busy, mate. I've been busy. I've been doing other things. Okay, it's been a very busy time. The fuck, bro. Where I suggest community theatre. Oh Jesus, that's really funny. Fuck. Might make the listen. I did say that I'd make the video when he came back, so I'll make it. Fuck it. Whatever. I'll make the video.
Arguments in private, and his behavior became more and more erratic, insecure, and manipulative. Even after removing my editing perms, and after officially resigning, he still tried to woo me back with offers of emergency cash and pleas about how I'd be ashamed to jump ship so soon.
All right. First of all, those are two separate conversations, but second,
Even after removing my editing perms, and after officially resigning, he still tried to woo me back.
that's a lie. That is a lie, right here. And this is where him removing his comments is actually really foul. So let's read this. Everything all right?
Gay Joker
If you're in a tight spot,
lips.
let me know. I can shoot you some emergency cash.
Let's go.
What is this referring to? Well,
Yes, Sunday.
this is what. See, these are actually related. Okay?
I've got this sped up. Why are you pausing? What are you doing?
So,
okay.
What am I doing with the emergency cash comment? Well, I don't have his comments anymore, but I do have mine. And what that was in response to was me and Kayla were supposed to have a call after that heated.
Speaking of emergency cash, if you would like to part with some money to pay my editor Max, please don't forget that there is currently a goal to embrace crab. If you would like to embrace crab, please super chat. I've been going for a long time here. My shilling is somehow getting worse than normal, but also like and subscribe, and I appreciate all of you. You're all very based.
Convo post. Okay? So, that was a heated convo earlier, mostly my fault. Can we have a calm conversation? It's very short right now to sort quickly out how we're going forward. Okay, we'll do it later. Have a good night. And then I say, the next day on the 24th, would sometime in the next couple of hours work? Just like to get it out of the way. No pressure. Hello?
Hello, Rocky.
Everything all right? If you're in a tight spot, let me know. I can shoot you some emergency cash. And here's the part that informs you that something more is going on. How are you holding up? Something going on? Anything I should know about, or nothing bad is good? This is what he said before I offered him emergency cash. Sorry, I know we were supposed to call today, but I can't because something personal came up. It's just dealing with some serious personal shit. And I'm nice to my editors. I'm very nice to my editors, actually. You can ask my earlier editors. When they've been in trouble, I just sent them cash. This is the thing I have done before. My first editor, not going to give details, but one of my earlier editors, not my first editor, one of my earlier editors, I'm going to make it more ambiguous, one of my earlier editors, their car stalled in the road. They needed a cab. Something like that. I can't remember the details. I sent them money, and I sent them a little extra to get a bottle of wine.
Embrace crab. Thank you, Cloudy. Thank you for the two. The best.
This is not me wooing Kilo to come back to work for me. This is me saying, hey, if you need like $100 or something to get yourself out of a tight spot, let me know. So I'm a little offended at this, actually. Because I do not pressure people to work for me. There's only one editor that I have asked actively to get back to work for me, and that's the one before Kilo. Because that one was great. And I missed that one. By the way, there's an opening, just so you know. But that one was great. Sunday is actually a really great boss in my paid opinion. Yeah. That's what I pay you to say, exactly.
Jesus fucking Christ.
So, what he is characterizing here as me trying to woo him back to work is me trying to make sure that if he's suddenly in a situation where he needs, like, money for a cab, money for an ambulance, I don't know, money for groceries, whatever, he has it. That's it. So, not to toot my own horn, this is me being generous, and he's framing it as malice. which I think personally is a little fucked up.
With offers of emergency cash and pleas about how it'd be ashamed to jump
Hey, Sunday, I'll take the $100 if you're just handing it out. Jesus.
ship so soon.
See that one?
Pull me back with offers of
This is on the 24th?
emergency cash and pleas about.
This is on the 26th. This is a separate conversation. And we can't even see the original comment, but it went something like this. This is what Kilo actually said before. Let's show this on screen quickly, and I'll do my best to recollect what was said. So I say, okay, well, I was looking to switch away from edited segments altogether and do the video essay thing a la Short Fat Otaku. What am I saying okay to? I'm responding to something. So the workload would be studied, and we go to a percentage model. Percentage model meaning my editors up till this point had been like not consistently like my previous editor, who's also very good, was just...
Okay. I don't think I care about any of this. I don't think I care about any of this, like Sunday talking about the fact that he pays his editors. I don't care. I just... Listen, Kilo deleted his messages, he deleted his DMs, it makes them very hard to read. I've just shown you the fucking group chat for a fucking example of that. We get it.
We're moving to a model where you can like bang down on streams and focusing more on prepared content. World's most incurious lout. Incurious lout is something I cringily said to Not So Erudite in our first conversation. Our first conversation.
Sick. Beckett's still alive? Yeah, listen, I'm suffering. I'm suffering through fucking drama. And also, I brought it on myself because I talked about the Chris Speaks video. I did this to myself, man. Kilo didn't even really say Sunday was a bad boss besides the rushing. Yeah, it's the framing of like getting him back with money, but I think so. Yeah, I actually don't disagree with you. It's like Sunday's a bad person, not necessarily a bad boss. But this is, in Sunday's defense, it's one of those responses you have to give. If Max brought a hit piece out on me, I'd probably have to talk about it like this. I embrace Bird, but I'll support Crab. I appreciate that, Aska. Thank you for the two. Like, I get why Sunday's having to make these points. I just don't fucking care.
This will come to bear. It's very important to him that he knows, that you know, rather, that he produced this video by himself and Erudite had nothing to do with it. Now, I want to make sure that we didn't pass that point. So let's see. Recording. We are at 6 minutes. No, okay, so we're not there yet, but we're going to get there soon.
I was uncomfortable with just how much shit we leaked in the video. President Sunday, however, has made it clear to me that he only cares about privacy so long as the other party is useful to him.
If you see like a piece of information that is of use to you, you're under no obligation not to make use of that. Evil Morty, thanks for $10. The reason why we had this stuff for this video, for example, is because now actually I approve this cut because he actually shows that it was cut with a visual. Thank you, Evil Morty, for $10. Just remember Sunday, my only loyalty is to Cal, but the Whitey joke was funny. I will be very careful not to burn Cal then, won't I?
Has made it clear to me that he only cares about privacy so long as the other party is useful to him.
I only care about
To be clear, like Sunday said he disagrees with me on like putting all the DMs out. My argument was and remains that the drip feed of information is incredibly fucking damaging, and the conversation of how these DMs were spread and by like what fucking matters. Important. Like I think it is highly fucking relevant. Joy Lynn with a 20. Jesus, with a 20? I appreciate you. I appreciate you, especially at this time of fucking night. I don't know what time it is, but fuck it. You're a trooper back here. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Privacy as long as the other party is useful. Let's see if this clip actually bears up that content. If you see like a piece of information that is of use to you, you're under no obligation not to make use of that. The reason why we had this stuff for this video, for example, is because I had a line directly into Destiny's Inner Circle for like a solid couple of years now, I think, which is burned, but it also was dried up by this point. It doesn't mean anything anymore.
Bear in mind that...
Okay. Does that bear the content of, I think it's okay to leak something so long as the person isn't useful to you anymore? No.
Sunday's a fucking idiot for giving so much control over something Sunday viewed as this important. Kilo's not a bad editor. By any means. To be clear, I give Max an awful lot of control, but I also trust Max. Occasionally, like, so for instance, the video Max is currently working on, he's just done like an entire fucking draft of. And I'm like, there's a couple of things that need changing. But generally, I looked through it and he was like, oh, I don't know if I like this. And I was like, no, I think it's great. I just trust Max. So I can't blame Sunday for doing the same thing with Kilo. Kilo's not a bad editor.
No, I was making statements of fact.
By itself,
you're not under an obligation to not make use of information that falls into your lap that is useful to you. There are things that can happen to make it an obligation to not use it. That's true. And also, I got a lot of this information because I had a friend, quote unquote, who was in Destiny's Inner Circle and was leaking stuff to me for a very long time. At the point at which all this took place, she had been cut out. People weren't sending her stuff anymore. But it was a little bit worse than that. It turns out she was also informing on Pixie behind the scenes to Destiny, as well as helping to get her entrapped in a potential extortion case as well. This is something, by the way, that Kilo until very recently agreed with, but we'll press on.
Does everyone want the Himpleton video now? I'm getting so many DMs about the fucking Himpleton video. Maybe I'll throw it together next week.
This line Sunday is referring to is somebody who was a fan of his, became a friend of his, and confided in him for 2 years. So, President Sunday, now that you're no longer useful to me, I'm sure you can't possibly object to me leaking anything.
Nope, I can't at all. However, that cuts both ways, friendo.
It would be very out of character for you to not want other people to leak stuff of yours.
I remember this. Such a simpler time. Everyone, ChudLogic, is elected to start sharing private DMs. As a consequence of this, I'm forced to do so myself, which is true, but I don't see how this helps you, Kilo.
Good editor, bad person. I want to be clear as well. I don't think Kilo should have done this, but I don't think Kilo's like a fucking monster. I think Kilo is personally aggrieved, which, again, I understand. I've said this a few times. Kilo releasing this video and doing shit like this is part of the reason that, like, knowing that community, why I was so convinced these DMs were going to leak. Like, I feel like it's a vindication of my position, frankly. Because look what people in this fucking community do. I don't think Kilo's a bad person, though. I think he's just a fucking idiot for doing it this way. What Kilo should have done is taken everything he had and handed it to Willie Mack. That's what Kilo should have done. That would have, like, done... Willie Mack would have done infinitely more fucking damage to Sunday. And I'm talking about what Kilo's intentions are here. Should have given it to Willie Mack.
Because I didn't leak anything about you, and we'll see why very shortly. Because I could have. By the by, if I actually, like, was in any way hostilely disposed to this person, or was disposed to pressuring this person to hold their tongue or to not do anything, I could have. I could have. We argued about the stuff about the video after the video launched in Spicy Chat. That's a thing. I disagreed with him. That's a thing.
Surely. So first things first, President Sunday was reckless and dishonest in his publishing of Pixie's story. Now, I don't mean that he had a goal in mind and was willing to take risks to meet that goal.
But you published it.
Fuck, is that my computer doing that, or did his stream just freeze? Or did my thing just freeze? My thing just frozen. My thing just frozen. My thing just frozen. There we go. It's fucking Opera, like, fucking up and dying. Where are we at? Around here. Give Opera a minute to do the thing where it, like, fucking dies. Put my finger on the fucking streamy thing. There we go. Take your time. Fucking crash. I know you want to. Opera. You fucking piece of shit. And what is this? It's just frozen on me. Everything else works. I can still see chat doing stuff. Just Opera? Really? Come on. There we go. You can do it. I believe in you.
Production of the video. The tenor of the conversations surrounding Pixie and...
I didn't edit the video. He edited the video. It's you right there. Just...
Surely. So first things first. President Sunday was reckless and dishonest in...
I mean, it's different being a creator-editor, but doesn't everybody just expect their DMs to leak at any time? Yes and no. Yes and no is the answer. I sort of expect... Like, again, you can tell I'm not pissed that people are leaking my shit, right? It's, like, annoying, but I'm not like, I fucking hate all of you. Yes, yeah, you sort of, like, you should work on the basis that things are going to leak. There should be... It should be clear that the things you say privately... you should give grace to the things that people say privately, because obviously they're not for public consumption. They're not going to be thought out in the same way. But yes, broadly speaking, if you have a wildly different take in public to the one you have in private, people are going to have questions. In the same way I did this with Jar earlier, right? The original draft of this video is like wildly different. I'm like, what the fuck?
In his publishing of Pixie's story.
Opera's been very average lately. I switched to Opera because I was like, this is a low impact streaming thing. That's how it was sold to me. So I didn't buy it, but sold to me. And it's not doing that anymore. It's not just Opera. It's a problem with YouTube, but nonetheless, Opera is a bit shit now, and I'm not happy. I want a new browser.
Now, I don't mean that he had a goal in mind and was willing to take risks to meet that goal.
But you published it, Kilo. You edited it, you uploaded it, you helped edit and write the script.
Oh, I didn't say this earlier, by the way, but if you're still in chat, Slug, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it, buddy.
You did that. That's you,
my brain
Kilo.
Just switched on.
Just to be clear, that is you. See that handsome devil on the screen right now? Not the one with the glasses. That's you right there, just so you know. I didn't upload the video. He uploaded the video. I didn't edit the video. He edited the video. We both edited and wrote parts of the script. He was aware of every part of the script going in. He had my recording for hours and hours and hours before he uploaded the video, because that's what he was editing to put in the video itself. We had hours-long conversations going over the content before we even made it. I reassured him at multiple points, hey, it's okay, even if we disagree about stuff. That's fine. Your job is safe. I gotta pee. 1 sec.
Apparently, Himpleton's saying that I made dinosaur porn on Twitch. I think I've talked about this before. I read softcore dino porn on Twitch because it's funny. It's like this. It's just like insane. It's this insane brand of fanfic, and I've been alluding to it for like 2 years, so I finally read some of it. It's like taken by a pterodactyl and shit. Teddy with $9.99. This is why I only DM people good chicken pot pie recipes, because if it gets leaked, I can provide even more people with good chicken pot pie. So true. Listen, Himpleton's not the first person to bring that up, by the way. I completely own that. I'll do it again. I'll fucking do it again.
His current messaging is something to the effect of Destiny and the abuse machine surrounding him put people in bad positions, such as committing extortion to try to protect themselves.
Yes.
And this machine needs to be exposed to prevent it from happening to other people.
Yes, but don't take my word for it. Let's hear Kylo say it, okay? Let's hear Kilo say it.
Interesting. Okay.
All right, here we go. Watching. All right.
Oh, I forgot the guy who wrote Dino Erotica exists. Yeah, like the shit's fucking crazy. I talk about crazy shit on the internet. I'm obviously going to talk about it. It's like saying, hey, Mr. Medica talked about like Brent Spiner getting raped, and it's like Mr. Medica talked about Gale. That's not the same fucking thing. Don't make it weird. Don't make it weird.
This is from my conversation with Kilo before we even started editing, by the way.
Kylo, do you have anything additional to add?
I'm trying to think of what would be relevant. I think
honestly, anything that can be analyzed, because there might be things that aren't like obviously relevant, but that corroborate something else.
The thing with like part of the reason why this is important to not allow people to be facilitating blackmail and hush money payments and all this kind of stuff is because not just because it is of public interest, but because if there is any part of like Pixie or any of the victims or whatever that want to prevent this from happening to other people again, there are other people in the leaks that were compromised.
Yeah.
Like some of them were like fans.
And will not be compensated. Which include, by the way, his ex-wife who he's threatened. We need to include that. That's important. We need that clip of him threatening his ex-wife.
Now, there's a fan that has been identified.
That's Kilo.
I completely forgotten this fucking conversation happened. God, that whole fucking 2-day period is a fucking blur.
That's Kilo. That's what Kilo said. You want to hear that again?
Shadowversity? Yeah, I'll read some of more of his book at some point. But shit like this is why I'm sort of pushing back on the narrative that Kilo had no input, because Kilo's opinion was asked.
Other people, because facilitating part of the reason why this is important to not allow people to be facilitating blackmail and hush money payments and all this kind of stuff is because not just because it is of public interest, but because if there is any part of like Pixie or any of the victims or whatever that want to prevent this from happening to other people again, there are other people in.
That's Kilo. And yes, that was cut from a 5-hour long, 4-hour long, I can't remember. Very long call. But this is a self-contained segment. Kilo, do you have anything else you'd like to add? Boom. There it is. Where does it go further from that? We go back and forth and we start talking about the statement by Pixie, in which she talks about how there are 3 other people that this was done to.
Oh yeah, that's in the statement that I put in. Artemis, are you talking about Chuck Tingle? You should check out Pounded by the Pound, Turned Gay by the Socio-Economic Implications of Britain Leaving the European Union. Is that an actual book? Holy fuck, that's funny if that's real. Chat's back, chat lives.
Something like this, apparently, is what
I still had the... to reset the volume. There we go. Okay.
President Sunday was trying to demonstrate with the video.
I can't even see that. What is that? The point of talking about the extortion, this is so tiny. The point of talking about the extortion isn't to demonize Pixie, it's to show the mechanism by which victims are locked into silence and subjugation by means of their financial vulnerability on any day. I think Kylo put it better, actually, in the clip I just showed you.
And he's since tried to clarify that he wasn't trying to paint Pixie in a bad light or blame her for anything. But let me be clear, this is a lie.
By all means, show me.
This expanded, convoluted, and legally questionable explanation for...
Like, to be clear, and I'm gonna have full candor with this. Me and Beckett both were, like, not thrilled with the fact that people were seeking settlement at the expense of talking about other victims. Okay, like, selling silence in that way, I don't like that at all. I think it's pretty bad. However, the point was not to demonize Pixie, and we were both on the same page with that. The point was to show, like, this is the mechanism by which people's emotions, people's situations lead them to make decisions that entrap them into a machine that is then allowed to continue looping. More victims are allowed to be made. More people who might, for example, not reach out and might just kill themselves. Just as an example.
That is, again, the fucking little bit hyperbolic at the end. I don't know if I'd go that fucking emotional with it. But yes, yeah, especially when you've got to take into account, and I keep saying this, these DMs do not exist in a vacuum. They exist in the, like, context of the way they were presented by Straighterade to Sunday and others. And yeah, I thought the idea that, like, someone could just, I don't know, what's a good way to put this? The idea that this never comes out and Destiny keeps doing it and people keep sweeping for it and the people who are orbiting keep getting to, like, clean his fucking image. Yeah, I thought it was fucking gross. I've said this multiple times publicly. It annoyed me. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. But at the same time, again, my clarification is I apologized to Pixie. I think the read on here was uncharitable. Again, there's reasons for that. It doesn't change the fact that I gave an uncharitable read. Deserves an apology. Even if I didn't put that in my video, really. I tried to, my video is uneditorialized. At the same time, it annoyed me. It did annoy me. I found this shit painful to go through. I hate the moral flagging bullshit. We have to be careful within reason, not beyond all reason. I mean, listen, it's whatever, but as it comes up, I'm reacting to this because then I can get the fucking shit out of the way.
Right.
So
it's a bit more complicated than that.
Mal Killjoy.
We weren't happy with that. That doesn't mean our goal was to demonize Pixie. That's wrong. We weren't happy with that. That doesn't mean
yeah, that's what I was going to say. I don't care if Pixie gets paid, and I've never cared if Pixie gets paid. I don't give a shit. I do think Pixie asking for $1 million is a little bit fucking crazy if she actually did that, but it doesn't. But I think that sounds like a lie from Straighterade, which again doesn't present Pixie in a very charitable light. If Straighterade is sat there talking to Sunday, being like, Pixie wants $1 million, like, okay, Pixie's gone through something horrific, but it's like when you're talking about like $1 million, that's more than Matt Pitt's gonna get for losing a fucking leg. Do you know what I mean? Like. Yes, Pixie should get paid. If Pixie wants to get, like, paid out, good. Good. I hope she takes Destiny to the fucking cleaners, but still, whatever.
Justification was that Pixie was bad, just to be clear. Just to be clear.
Running the story is nothing like what was established during the
production. She was trying to extort. She was. And you know who else said that Pixie was trying to extort him? Kilo. I'm gonna play it for you again. Some of you are having some trouble with this. That's not what you said in the video, but it is though. It is, though. Here.
The hush money payments and all black.
This is Kilo, once again. I'm going to play it for you one more time. I'm going to show you the window, okay? Let me boost this a little bit. One more time, just for the people in the back.
Why this is important to not allow people to be facilitating.
In fact, let's go back further, okay? Just so you have the full context for people who are having trouble with this. That aren't, like, obviously relevant, but that corroborates something else.
The thing with, like, part of the reason why this is important to not allow people to be facilitating blackmail and hush money payments and all this kind of stuff is because not just because it is of public interest, but because if there is any part of like Pixie or any of the victims or whatever that want to prevent this from happening to other people again, there are other people in the leaks.
That's Kilo. That's Kilo. Just to be clear. That's him being asked, hey Kilo, anything you'd like to add?
Production of the video. The tenor of the conversations surrounding Pixie and claims of extortion on January 18th were very much indicting of Pixie.
Why at that late stage in the conversation when we're asking if you have anything to add, you say positively, this is important to talk about, not just for public interest reasons, but for the people who are also implicated, who are also involved in these leaks, in case there's any part of Pixie or Melina or whatever that cares about there being more victims.
Toss Beckett under the bus. What the fuck is this, C-Money? It's very hurtful. Is this not a recorded call he said he did not do, or am I missing something? He didn't, to my understanding, he didn't record the calls between him and Kilo that Kilo puts in this, but he recorded the fucking, like, editing session. I don't know. What am I meant to do at this point? Am I meant to be fucking mad that I got recorded by Sunday again? Sunday's apparently clipping this to keep my fucking comments out, because I'm just sick of people, like, taking sound bites of me. Fucking being like, Becky did that. I'm like, fucking admit to this. I'm showing you the DMs. I've been really transparent. I'm just really sick of the fucking sound bites, okay? Beckett needs to read the Onion article. Why do all the homos keep sucking my dick at the gym? Yeah. Sunday recorded the editing calls, apparently. It's like, it's whatever. I get why. Like, I do get why.
So Kilo is saying that's important to point out Pixie's attempted blackmail and to thwart it, actually, by the way.
Now, I don't have any recordings or logs of these conversations.
No, I guess you should have thought about that, dipshit.
But I distinctly recall the script being written in a way to paint Pixie in a less sympathetic light, which I now kind of believe was so that people wouldn't question the choice to publish the video so much.
On what evidence? On what evidence? Just gonna take your word for it? You deleted your half of the conversation to decontextualize stuff that I said. On what evidence?
But you don't have to take my word for it. We can just review the script. First.
We can. You know what we can see in the script, Kilo? You know what we can see in the script? We can see that you helped write it. Right here. Look.
Preheat the oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. Combine chicken, mixed vegetables, condensed soup, and milk in a bowl. Pour the mixture into the bottom of pie crust. Cover with the second crust. Seal the edges and poke holes in the top crust. Thank you for the 1999 Teddy. Very based. Very based. I'm sure that sounds fucking good, actually. I'm quite hungry.
Look at all that. And you didn't just help write it. You didn't just help write it. You helped write this part. Quote. Well, today, we do have enough information. No more using the victims as a shield to protect Destiny. No more pretending we don't know what is actually going on. No more allowing Destiny to continue to get away with serious
Hold on. Go the scan on. That's what. Listen, I'm gonna fucking level with you guys. Do you know I've never watched the whole of Sunday's video? I've only ever watched Sunday's video through the context of other streamers, and because I don't sit there and watch all their streams, I never actually read it. But core of this scandal and was ultimately purpose of making videos to concerted efforts by Destiny's friends decision to conceal and hide his wrongdoings by any and all means. This includes deleting any mention of leaks on Discord and Reddit.
discretions out of personal convenience and financial benefit. At the core of this, I'm sorry, Kilo. That's not my writing style. It's also purple, and you're purple. I'm green. Just so you know.
First, the claim that Pixie was trying to extort Destiny. Let's listen to the way that it's phrased in the video.
This would seem to imply that Pixie's decision to not go public is not because she is afraid of the repercussions, or else she wouldn't be threatening Destiny directly with legal action or public denunciations, but because she wants to profit personally off of extorting Destiny, who also, it must be remembered, is a victim of revenge porn.
You'll notice a lot of deliberate choices of words in that clip. She wants to profit.
I don't see why this matters if Kilo ultimately said he didn't want to publish the video. I'd need to see some evidence of that. I just need to see some evidence of that. If that's true, that's one thing, but like Kilo was like wanted to be involved in this. He said this in like his video and when talking to Chris. Why does Sunday look like a concerned grouper? Thank you for the 2 potato. Like, Kilo wanted to be involved. Like, I don't know. He can say, like, oh, I didn't want to publish it, but, like, there was times to do that. I just, it's the mix, right? Like, why delete all the messages? Why, like, present it in this way? I'm obviously saying what I think Kilo should have done is go to Willie Mack with this, right? I'm not saying Kilo shouldn't have done anything. I've not said Kilo's a bad person. In fact, when British said that in chat, I pushed back on it. I don't think Kilo's a bad person, but I do think the way this has been presented is, like, a little bit shit, to say the least.
Personally, despite offering
She does.
for the money to go to charity, which
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
we didn't put in the video.
Just to be clear, people are very confused about this. The definition of extortion is that you're using extra legal threats to compel somebody to do something. That is all. That can be you're going to kill yourself. That can be you're going to go public. That can be any number of things that are not, I'm going to take you to court. That's
Okay,
it.
okay, I'm not doing this again. I don't care. That said, with the, like, you can give it to charity stuff, there is a read of that which is very, very uncharitable, which is that Pixie is putting that in so it doesn't look like extortion. That is a read of those DMs. I know somebody else who saw these DMs and had that read of that line. I don't know why it wasn't included in the video. I don't know what the fuck Sunday or Kilo's conversation was about it. I don't want to have another fucking extortion conversation.
That's all. Wasn't Brooks, by the way, just to be clear. He's not a lawyer. But said it very well, okay? Here, I didn't get any new information from Beckett or from Kilo or from Nick. They didn't supply me with leaks. In fact, I believe Beckett's going over a group conversation right now in which I am supplying the lion's share of quotes. Why did I wait till now? Because until now, until when we made the video, I didn't realize that everybody already had the information. Unfortunately, it turns out that Straight Raid is a leaky ship, and she was sharing it with everyone. And she's the only one that I know about. It's distinctly possible that Pixie was also sharing it with other people too. Who even knows? But it was everywhere. And by the time we made our video, people were already starting to come out with content about this. And they weren't going after Destiny, they were attacking the victims directly. What's Bad Imp and Not his video about? It's about Destiny, to be clear, but that's not his focus. His focus is on, why is Lonerbox leaving the internet? Well, he's leaving the internet because Destiny cucked Lonerbox. That's what that is. Everybody in commentary had this. Everybody did, and they were attacking people who were victims. Like, this is really simple, and I really have to stress this really, like, strongly, okay?
I'm voicing my vague disagreement with that fucking take because it's along the lines of the whole kind of Nick, Tom, whoever is fucking sweeping, which I vehemently fucking disagree with, but really don't want to get fucking dragged into this over and over again. But yes, actually just fucking disagreement. Like, people within commentary were not using this to attack people, and that wasn't ever my concern. I don't think this was going to come out and then fucking Turkey Tom or something was going to use the DMs to paint fucking Pixie in a bad light. That's never been my concern. And I don't think Turkey Tom is a sweeper at all. I don't. I don't know Tom well, but I would go to bat for Tom over this fucking drama.
The loser crew around the people who are really upset about they're very stupid. Like, violently stupid. Just to be clear. And I do not care about you. Just to be clear. We'll get into more of this soon. Don't worry. There's still stuff. I got stuff under my sleeve.
Why does it matter that he's a victim? Couldn't we have just made the same?
Oh, sorry. Exhibit A is to their stupidity.
You'll notice a lot of deliberate choices of words in that clip. She wants to profit personally, despite offering for the money to go to charity, which we didn't put in the video. Extorting Destiny.
Why did the editor dump this out anyway? Because they fell out. It's the only reason I can really understand. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't.
Who is also a victim. Why does it matter that he's a victim?
He said blackmail. Kilo said blackmail in that leak. By the way, just a little bit of trivia. Do you know who the first person was to describe what Pixie was doing as blackmail? Who was the first person to describe it as blackmail? It wasn't me. It was Nick. Nick the Oreo. In our call. You can go look at it. It's on my channel. You know what she was trying to do, right? Yeah, there's a little bit of blackmail in there. That's not me. Stuff under your sleeve. Did you chop it more?
To be clear, that was literally everybody. That was literally everybody. I don't like this whole kind of fucking pin things on Nick thing. Fuck. No, actually, that's also not true. That's also not true. That's also not true. That is Sunday being a bit unfair, because actually the first person to describe this as blackmail was Sunday in his conversation in DMs with Straight Raid, to be clear. Do I need to bring that up? Do I actually need to show the first person? Because like Straight Raid comes to Sunday, explains this to him, and Sunday's like, "You shouldn't do that. That's blackmail." I'd have to get the DM, but I believe his words are blackmail. So it's not like Nick was the first person to ever say this. It's just not true.
Recordings with Nicholas D'Oreo. This is also something else that bothers me a little bit. Nicholas seemed to be implying that I chopped up those that I cut rather the beginning and end off of my conversation with Nicholas D'Oreo maliciously. But there's a second call I have with Nicholas D'Oreo that's on my channel, in which I tell him explicitly, "Hey, just so you know, me and Beckett talked. We wanted to warn you in advance that we're using a clip of you in our video."
Okay. I'm going to back a second, but also, Opera's really struggling today. Unsurprising as shit. Describing something as blackmail in a private call is not the same as publishing a hit piece against a huge creator. True, Queen Bee. Agree with you, but it's also like, this isn't Sunday's point. Sunday's point is that he's not the only one with the like extortion take. That's what he's trying to get across, but it also doesn't fucking matter. And I'm just trying to clarify the timeline. Tom still has to defend himself for the bad video he did years ago on Pyro. Unless Tom has evidence that was banged to rights, he was never coming out with a video on the leaks. Yes, absolutely, 100%. And I have said this to Sunday. Close the browser out of memory. No, it's literally just Opera doing it with YouTube. It does this sometimes. It's just shit. Yes, absolutely. I have said this to Sunday. Tom is incredibly fucking hesitant because of the French girl allegations. He will not do anything without ironclad information because of what happened to him previously, because that nearly fucking destroyed his career. It is completely reasonable for Turkey Tom to have interacted with this in the way it does. It makes perfect sense. It does not make him a Destiny sweeper. He just operates with an abundance of caution, which is completely reasonable.
Hey, just so you know, me and Beckett talked. We wanted to warn you in advance that we're using a clip of you in our video. We're framing you in a positive light. We're cutting out the first little bit, and that's what we're using. We told him this. And he was fine with it. He had no objections. That's it. Nick complained about you recording him without permission or knowledge. Well, he recorded you without permission or knowledge. Nick is also known for doing this regularly. Let's
Better watch out. Beckett disagree with Sunday too much, and he'll try and you go. I have had these conversations with Sunday publicly on stream, and I've had these conversations. I have been very open with the fact that I've had these conversations privately with Sunday. Like if I disagree with Sunday, I'll just tell you. Teddy with the 4.99. Beckett, you didn't cover the many rapes of Tyrant. I know. I need to get around to it. I'm sorry, Teddy.
Let's be real for a second. Nick knew he was being recorded, and he intended me to use this. 100% this was to launder his position. Why? Because he knew this was escalating, and he knew that up to this point he'd been silent about something. That's it. He's not as like light on his feet as he thinks he is.
No, that's not entirely true. Though I do think that Nick is fully aware that like that conversation may lead to a trigger pull. But I don't think it's Nick trying to launder his position by any means.
Couldn't we have just made the same point without trying to make Destiny sound like a sympathetic figure?
Oh, okay, this is actually just Kilo being stupid. So, genuinely, like, very stupid Kilo. He thinks that I referred to Destiny as a victim of revenge porn to make Destiny seem like a sympathetic figure.
He knew he was being recorded? Okay. Sunday never tells Nick that he's being recorded, but Sunday, Nick's not stupid. Nick's not dumb. Nick will have known that Sunday recorded him. Nick recorded Sunday for the same reasons. Nick's just not stupid. Like in the second call, you can hear them joking about. Do you know the person who didn't record any of these fucking calls? Me. I just stand by what I say, generally speaking, and then my shit gets leaked. I have to fucking answer a ton of questions about it.
Video condemning Destiny.
I don't know.
A lot of sense, does it? What if I'm just stating a fact? What if the fact of the matter is, as will be presented
Ultimate
before a judge,
rape review, Olivia.
That what Pixie was extorting was also a victim of revenge porn. And she was using the occasion of revenge porn concerning him also being leaked to attack him personally and get money from him. That would be a defense that Destiny could use. You wouldn't need to get it from me. That's an obvious angle.
Man, I'm thinking a lot less of Sunday for him trying to pin a lot of shit on Nick. I mean, they're just fighting at the moment. It's whatever. But look, I'm very publicly opposed to this, and it's caused me a lot of annoyance because I like Nick. He's my friend. And I've said before, if I think Nick was at fault, if I think Nick was sweeping, I'd just fucking say so. I said during the Boblax drama, like right at the start, I think Nick is sweeping for Boblax, and I think Nick has been sweeping for Boblax for a significant amount of time. You know? If I have criticisms of Nick Diorio, I will tell you. I have disagreed with Nick Diorio multiple fucking times. It's not an issue for me. I'm not worried about getting kicked out of the house if I do so. I'm just telling you what I can believe. Right? The other thing to keep in mind about me is, I know it's really easy to say this, but like I was getting shit on Chud's chat the other day for the stuff about like Lewis McClung. Like Diesel and I have a position of Lewis that doesn't match up with everyone else. Like I know it doesn't match up with Nick's. Still my position. There's reasons for that, and again, like I didn't have an interview with Lewis McClung. I spoke to him for like 15 minutes about this stuff because he wanted to talk to somebody and Diesel asked me to. It's not like a detailed interview. But what moved my position on Lewis McClung is not Lewis McClung, it's Diesel. Because I trust Diesel, and Diesel has a good rationale for the position he's taking. And if Nick and Chud disagree with me, I'm not going to just bow down and be like, well, Nick and Chud disagree. What if they stop liking me? It's just not how I work. It's not how they work either. I'm not worried about having a differing opinion to Chud or Nick. It doesn't matter. It's fine. There isn't actually a fucking mind control, like, cabal shit where, like, you have to be in line with whatever fucking Nick says. It's just not the reality. Nick in the past has been sweeping for Manchi. Jesus Christ. I think Nick, I think Nick was sweeping for Boblax. And then I don't think he was sweeping as much as, I think he was annoyed at Boblax, but I think ultimately, like, the entire, like, fucking system with Oggy RFC protected Boblax. Sunday seems to be making assumptions of who Tom/Nick are based on current interactions they may have had with Destiny, and isn't willing to actually learn who they are or what their stances are. Yeah, he doesn't know them. He doesn't know them. I've obviously spoken to Nick long before I spoke to Sunday about this. Right? It's good that people don't form echo chambers and have different opinions and can get on. It's rare, but a good thing. Yeah, like, listen, Chud may think my take's retarded or something. I've disagreed with Chud about fucking cam nuggets. Like, ironically, I thought this was kind of funny. Like, Chud's feelings towards Lewis McClung and the fact that, like, other people are now like, oh, it's not that bad, like, or, like, he's apologized or whatever. Chud's like, I think Lewis is manipulating you. And my take is, isn't this what I was saying about fucking cam nuggets? And you were like, he's a retard, what do you expect? I'm like, Lewis is a retard. He's like, he's borderline homeschooled with his, like, mentality. He had, like, no friends. He's a retard. What do you expect? So yeah, like, we can disagree. I've disagreed with Chud's takes. I think he was way too soft on fucking cam nuggets and Quinthio. It's fine. We can disagree. It's whatever. It's not like, well, it's not world-ending shit. We've disagreed before. Yeah, I laugh at the cabal thing because I don't think half the people who use the name know where it originated. Yeah, very true. Very true. It's all Oggy's fault. Also, he fucked off and left us to deal. I like Oggy. Oggy's good. Listen, I've not had any bad interactions with Oggy, and anytime he shake the piss out of me, it's made me laugh. So I like him. Lewis wasn't homeschooled. He was like, he was a very bullied kid, and he's very sheltered, and yeah, that's where a lot of my takes come. And the truth is, he's apologized and trying to own the position. As long as he's trying to, like, change and grow, yeah. Based. If he doesn't, then he doesn't, right? But I trust Diesel. Diesel, and Diesel brought me around on it. It really is that simple.
Angle, by the way. Really obvious angle. Really obvious.
Even in the very next line, President Sunday tries to soften what Destiny did because he wants to try to get you to shift some blame in the situation towards Pixie.
No, I didn't. But just to be clear, this is the video you edited, Kilo. This is the script you edited, Kilo. You didn't just edit, you wrote parts of it, Kilo.
somebody. President Sunday's a vindictive rat, ain't he? I think he's certainly grinding an axe right now with Nick, and I don't think he should, but that's just my opinion. I don't control him.
Destiny may be the one responsible for the leaker having the images in the first place, but he shared them recklessly, not maliciously. Why does that matter? Well, it matters because Pixie is not retaliating against someone who's guilty of sharing revenge porn, which is a fact. That's a fact. He didn't share the stuff with intention to harm people. He shared it because he didn't give a shit and he was stupid. That's different. That's not revenge porn. Revenge porn is very particular. Revenge porn is when you maliciously, i.e. with intent to harm, share pornographic images of other people without permission. That is what revenge porn is. Destiny is not guilty of revenge porn. That's it. I'm sorry. That's it. He's not guilty of murder either. He's not guilty of extortion in this context. He could be, for all we know, secretly, but I haven't seen any evidence of it yet. He's not guilty of, like, whatever. Why? Because he just didn't do those things. Crimes are particular sets of actions. That's it. This is really dumb. This shows a tremendous lack of understanding of, like, life. And of course, he has endured public humiliation as well for this.
He wanted you to be thinking, man, Pixie, that is fucked up for you to try to profit off of someone else who was also a victim.
No, I wanted you to be thinking, just to be clear, this doesn't look very good. You're not just extorting someone, you're extorting someone who's also a fellow victim of revenge porn. Let's take Pixie out of the equation, okay? Let's pretend she wasn't in those clips at all. What is the basis? What is the basis? Okay. Where do I want to put this? Let's remove Pixie from the equation. Let's talk about everybody else involved, okay? Who did Destiny try to harm by sharing these images? Nobody. Nobody. He didn't try to harm anybody.
Sunday refuses to stop talking about extortion. It's getting annoying. He'll fucking kill me. He absolutely was downplaying Destiny's actions. He can't be genius and stupid at the same time. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so here's my take, I guess. Fuck, what's it? I don't want to speak for Sunday. My personal opinion is if you're going to make those arguments, the reason you'd make them is because then it presents your position as perhaps more charitable than it actually is, because you're like, well, I'm acknowledging that Destiny is a victim of, you know, revenge porn. You can kind of tell where my priorities are in the video, from my video, right? I don't mention that. I don't fucking, like, right? I don't bring it up. Because I think the origin point of that story and the fact that Destiny is a victim of revenge porn, that is true. Right now isn't the thing I'm talking about. So that's what I feel about it.
He did harm them, but he didn't try to. That's intent. That's important. Why? Well, because at some point down the chain, every single person who shares revenge porn was given the porn at some point, right? That stands to reason. So was the crime being given the porn?
Building a defense of your enemy isn't incompetent. Like, I'll build the defenses of my enemies. Generally because I'm charitable. But also sometimes so people can't accuse me of not being charitable. It's a mix. It's not revenge porn, but it still can definitely be prosecuted in civil court. He negligently but personally spread these images and recordings. Yes, but the point... Okay, I don't want to get too bogged down into one guidance, but... Sunday wants to point this out. So I can do whatever. Like, that's fine.
No, the crime is sharing it to hurt them. Let's say Destiny had given had the permission of everybody involved. Let's say Destiny had everyone's permission to share this stuff with this person. The person who shares it to harm those people or to harm Destiny is still guilty of revenge porn. Is Destiny guilty of revenge porn? No. No. And lest we forget, the premise of Tom and Nick sweeping for Destiny was that they didn't know if the leaks were non-consensual. They had no confirmation that Destiny sharing this material was without their consent. That's why Tom was saying, isn't this something they always do? Do you trust Melina? Maybe Melina's talking about the Leafy case. That's the point. Because the issue is not whether Destiny leaked porn. The issue is whether or not Destiny leaked porn without consent. Kilo was poring over the script and the recording for days.
I hate to say this, but that's actually not a bad point. You've got to remember the conversations that were occurring on Just Ilks and everything else was, we know the leaks have happened, but we don't know whether it was consensual or not. Just Ilk was starting to lean towards them being non-consensual, like, more recently. But yeah, the question is the consensual nature of Destiny sharing those images, and the question around Melina is they have an open relationship. Would Melina have consented to that? Now Melina said, "Oh yeah, I didn't consent." I think the question is, well, could she be lying to her ex-husband? And you know, I've got my own opinions about those fucking takes, but yes, like, this is the conversation that was happening at the time. I don't know, fucking linger on stuff like this for Sunday is, I don't know, this fucking particularly smart player, but
Days. Kilo published it. I never had possession of the video until it was on my channel. He's in a different country. I don't have access to his computer. So you were saying you did demonize Pixie, but she deserves it because it wasn't actually revenge porn, she's a liar. Did you not listen to a word I just said? Mouth breathers, Jesus Christ.
There is no other reason to present the information this way. And by the way, Sunday, sharing non-consensual pornography is not reckless, it is malicious.
I am aware that half the people who watch me, actually well over half the people who watch me, don't give a fuck about any of this drama, and you can tell the difference in my chat movement when I start covering shit like this to everything else. Can you see why I don't want to fucking build an audience based off the fucking Destiny stuff? The only reason I'm covering this, to be clear, and the reason I'm doing it at the end of like a fucking 9-hour, well, when we started, like, what, 8-hour stream, is because I know most of the audience who gives a fuck what I have to say is not going to care about any of this shit. They're going to come for the jar content and turn off. And or the ACC content, or when I'm talking about anything that's not this fucking space.
That depends. That depends, Kilo. That depends. What do you think malicious means? Okay, let's do a little dictionary searching, okay? Because it's not the legal definition, just to be clear. That's why there's a difference between illicit, like non-consensual sharing of pornography and revenge porn. There are different laws on the books for them. For example, in 2022, and this is what I sent to Straightaway, who sent it to Pixie, who put it into her statement.
Next stream, we'll do the Himpleton stream. We'll go over the Himpleton stream next stream, I promise you guys, okay?
There was a violence against, I think it's called the Violence Against Women's something, act or whatever, that gave opportunity for people whose porn was shared.
I feel like I'm the only one in chat that really knows what's going on. Special stream for Queen Bee. Yeah. Listen, I know I'm going to be asked about it, so I might as well just fucking get out of the way. Here's me reacting to this shit. Here are my fucking takes. Most of this, I can't think of anything in this other than, like, no, do you know what? I can't think of anything in this that I'm like, oh, guys, there was a thing I forgot to tell you. This is just like, yeah, it's about the clarification shit. That's exactly what I didn't want to have to do. And I said this in my, like, 10-hour stream talking about this fucking drama. I didn't want to do this like this. I think this is a bad way to do things, but Sunday keeps going live and talking about stuff and responding, and it sort of forced my hand a little bit. Now, that's fine. He can do what he wants. I'm not mad at him or anything, but it does put me in, like, this position, which is whatever. Though today it is my fault. I started this. I started going over Chris stuff. I didn't have to do that.
Recklessly to get up to $150,000 in recompense. That's the thing that happened.
Also, I want to see this without giving him my views on that.
Yeah. He's been uploading my segments for a while. He uploaded the Destiny video. Twice. I wasn't happy with the audio the first time. Twice. Malice. Characterized by malice, intending or intended to do harm.
Oh, okay. Fuck me, no.
So did he intend to do harm to Pixie? Was Steven motivated to hurt Pixie by sharing the porn? No. He wanted to look desirable to a random e-girl. This is basic.
Do you think Destiny didn't understand what he was doing?
No, I think he didn't care. Reckless, that's what that means.
It was just an oopsie?
It wasn't oopsie. He didn't intend for it to get leaked. The leaks hurt him. Hurt him real bad. He did not intend those to get leaked. He's just...
I don't know if I agree with this. I don't know if I agree with this at all. Okay, like, I agree with the... okay. I don't know if I agree with Sunday here. I don't know if reckless is the right take, because it's not just reckless, it's deeply negligent. It is also, like, it's reckless in the case where he's like, well, this doesn't, I don't know, what do I care? It's to do with the fact that Destiny isn't just doing an oopsie, he is actively engaging what he knows to be deeply unethical behavior, and potentially illegal behavior to get his fucking rocks off. That is more than reckless frankly. That's more than reckless. I'd say I don't think it's malicious because it's not designed to hurt Pixie, but I don't think reckless is the right word. Does that make sense to people?
Stupid. He thinks he's untouchable. He didn't care. He probably didn't care if they got leaked at the time. He probably wasn't even thinking about that.
Destiny knew it was wrong. Yeah, this is part of the problem. It goes beyond just reckless. There's a part of the Destiny Guna brain that wanted it to be leaked. Same with Bo Black's dress pics. I don't want to go into like pathologizing the guy, but and he was making fun of Pixie to the other girl too. I actually didn't see that, Devaney, but interesting. I'll take your word for it. Depraved indifference. I like that, Jack. There's a level at which recklessness is viewed as indifferent and thereby malicious. I think malicious needs intent. It's whatever. I mean, we're arguing over semantics. I just think this is the wrong way to phrase it. Just my position.
Definition of reckless. Okay. Like Sesame Street here. Yeah. Definition of reckless. Without thinking or caring about the consequences of an action. For example, reckless driving. Have we all learned basic English today? I'm glad. Let's move on.
The video moves on to essentially chastise.
Yeah, I just don't think it's enough of a word, or why what Destiny did is bad, like super bad. It's like, okay, here's the difference. And I guess I will ask specifically whether Queen Bee disagrees with this, because I value their opinion on this. There is a difference between recklessly driving drunk and recklessly driving drunk with a passenger, right? The level of risk you are incurring and why, and like the context in which you are taking those actions are very different. If I say this dude was recklessly driving drunk, that's like, yeah, he got in a car, he was pissed, and he like fucking crashed or whatever. If I said that he was doing that with his kid in the car, the reaction and the reason and like the emotional attachments, the ethical issues, the culpability become a much different level to just like being reckless. We wouldn't be describing that as reckless in the non-malicious sense, or it goes beyond that. Wait, disagree? You could hit another car. You can hit another car, but I don't disagree with that. I'm talking about just purely on the basis of being in the car.
Chastising Pixie for seemingly having accepted hush money.
Pixie has since. I'm going to show the Kylo clip again. I apologize for people like women who hate redundancy, but I don't. I love it.
Part of like Pixie, but because it is of public interest, but because
again, this is Kilo. Is the audio on that all the way up? It seems very low. No, it is all the way up. Okay, it's a low recording. That's okay. I'll boost.
Thank you,
boost
Queen.
the audio.
I'm getting tired now.
This is important to.
Or something else.
The thing with like, part of the reason why this is important to not allow people to be facilitating blackmail and hush money payments and all this kind of stuff is because, not just because it is of public interest, but because if there is any part of like Pixie.
His words. Just to be clear. As far as that part's concerned, he was not a conscientious objector. Said nothing publicly. There has been no evidence of legal proceedings being pursued, and she has seemingly ceased communications with the people she was previously working with. All right, this part's going to be kind of interesting. Interesting to me, at least, okay?
Bad.
I know what's coming up.
Okay. We'll keep going ahead then. Yeah.
I know what's coming up here. But I'm prepared for it. Because this is
I get what you mean. It's the level of I don't care what happens to me versus I don't care what happens to anybody. Yeah. God, that's a much better simplification. Thank you, Corvus.
This is interesting. This one's actually kind of interesting. instead posting on X about taking the LSAT in pursuit of law school. It appears as though her attempt to extort Destiny has probably paid off, albeit at the expense of every other person Destiny has victimized in the past and will victimize in the future. By the way, just to emphasize how much time Kilo spent with the script and listening to this thing in particular, listen to that background noise. I didn't ask for that. He just dwelt on it and got the aesthetic perfect. Listen to that ticking clock. I didn't even think of that. It's brilliant. At the expense of every other person Destiny has victimized in the past and will victimize in the future.
This claim would...
He dwelt on that line for a length of time.
Hey, look, it's Beckett's most hated creator, Wick. Wick did something recently which kind of is repairing the bridge a little bit. I'll be honest with you. I'm a bit better disposed. I've been a bit better disposed to Wick over the last, like, 2 months. Funnily enough, since he stopped working with PV. Interesting, that. But he did something recently that makes me a bit better disposed to him, so we're being nice to Wick at the moment.
For a significant length of time. Just so you know.
Was barely investigated. It seems that President Sunday heard Nicholas Dorio say this.
The rumor I've heard, I have no evidence for this, but the rumor I've heard is that he's going to pay for her law school.
Interesting.
He then asked Straight about it, but all she said was that it was one of several possible options. So he essentially coupled this gossip with Pixie's tweet about the LSAT and decided that was enough to go off of.
Not exactly. I had this little tidbit that I didn't actually put into my video, but which Beckett put into his. Nobody seems to have put 2 and 2 together. So let's look at it together. These are 3 parts of our conversation we had. On the 14th of January. If she's going full steam ahead with her original plan, there won't be anything public for like a month. All I can ask is for patience. She seemed adamant about doing it, but her plan could take a month or 2. I'll try my best to speed that up. There's bluntly no reason for it to take even a month unless she's negotiating for...
Yeah, I actually said this because somebody, I think Morale asked me about this on a gaming stream. It's like, well, why didn't you just wait? Like, Pixie looked like she was going to go live. Well, the information Sunday was getting through DMs was this wasn't going to come out for months. That's again, the insane. And at this point, Sunday's position, I guess, was, well, okay, like, Pixie's being paid into silence. That was, because that's how Straight Raid seemed to be presenting it.
For a payoff. Now, she had a response to this. In fact, let me get the actual context of this quickly. We'll call this file context. Boom, 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 boom. And we'll get that one. That'll actually help. Put the whole one on there. There it is. Okay. This is that full part of the conversation. There's bluntly no reason for it to take even a month unless she's negotiating for a payoff. Responding directly to that, preaching to the choir. Now, why is that relevant? Listen to what Kilo says here.
However, the LSAT needs to be scheduled months in advance, meaning Pixie likely registered before the leaks even dropped on November 29th.
Indeed, she probably did. So then she takes the LSAT. Why? To see if she qualifies for law school. Why? Let me show you something. And this is, of course, conjecture, but I think it's informed conjecture. LSAT scoring. Here we are on the website, okay? Please note that processing can take up to 3 weeks from the date you complete LSAT argumentative writing, depending on volume and any flagged issues. What that means is that if, for example, Pixie is entertaining the idea of settling with Destiny in exchange for money for law school tuition, she will have roughly 3 weeks to a month to know if she even has a law school to go to. She doesn't know if she can receive law school tuition for a month. Which begs the question, why is she waiting for a month? Why is she waiting for a month to come out publicly?
I don't care about informed conjecture right now. We've had enough informed conjecture. I'm skipping over this. If anyone has any fucking issues with it, like, I fucking deal with that. I don't know, I'm not a lawyer. I don't want any more informed conjecture or fucking guesses or assumptions other than my own. My own assumptions and guesses are the only thing I'm prepared to own or defend, right?
Jesus Christ.
Is that fair? Is that fair? Is that me being fair? I just don't want to, because otherwise I'm just talking about things that are Sunday's opinions, and I don't fucking care. I haven't thought about it myself.
Brainlets. Actual brainlets.
Which means this tweet has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not Pixie had accepted money.
Except that it satisfies the conditions under which it would even make sense for her to accept a specific sum of money that we know for certain fact was being floated around as an option. Sunday is wrong here? No, I'm not. Based on what? You were saying you released it because you assumed she'll get paid off. I literally never say that. You're an idiot. Be gone.
This tweet has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not Pixie had accepted money. The only other explanation that President Sunday gave me for running with this idea that Pixie took money for law school was that Aaron had apparently stopped hearing from Pixie as much in the week.
Please, God, feel free to skip over anything you want. Thanks. I appreciate that. I'm just like, yeah, again, I don't want to get looped into a conversation of like either defending or like disagreeing with Sunday over things that I've not really thought about. Aiden Project's son or Bo Black's daughter? Aiden Project's son. I like Aiden. I'm really open about the fact that I like Aiden.
Nope, that's how I knew that Aaron was cut off and was no longer getting any new information. Probably, if I had to guess, because it had reached Pixie's ears that Stray Raid was leaking this to everybody and their grandmother.
What doesn't apply C money? Just so like again, I don't think it's relevant. Well, it might just be my opinion. The point is that the wider conversation was occurring, which matters more to me right now than Sunday's opinion of why he held the position he did. The wider conversation was happening about law school and payoffs and not payoffs. Fuck, I don't want to use that language, or payments or compensation, shall we say? I think compensation's a better word to use. Towards Pixie. And those conversations, as it turned out, seemed to largely be driven by Straightoid towards Destiny. So at least we know why Straightoid was giving fucking takes like this. It's very... I will say this about Kalu's video. It's very interesting that we don't seem to go into in-depth of what the fuck Aaron was doing at the time, because I do think Aaron doing all this informed Sunday's position, as it informed many other people's positions. It's one of the reasons that I think that Aaron getting criticism and shit for this is pretty fucking reasonable. Because I don't... If Aaron had handled this differently, if Aaron hadn't... Well, frankly, if Aaron hadn't leaked this shit, none of this would be happening right now. Aaron is that link. And once they start leaking things and it starts hitting other people, they lose control of it and evidently did not give a shit about that happening.
Or two leading up to the video. But President Sunday also conveniently seemed to gloss over the fact that Aaron also specifically...
No, we get it, Lamau. It almost feels like he's trying to talk in circles there for a bit. Yeah. It must be nice having a black and white view of reality like Sunday. Life must be less stressful. Listen, it's all shades of grey. Everyone sucks. Sunday's position on extortion is based on California law, not on Florida law. Do you understand the difference of laws being different places, Cope and Seath? Yeah, sure. I just don't care. Seemingly, I just don't care about the legal argument. I literally don't give a shit. I do not fucking care. I cannot stress this enough. I don't care. That's my problem. I'm not a lawyer. I have no position on legal stuff. I don't care. I will go and ask a lawyer if I need a legal position, which is what I've done in every drama where I needed a legal position. I've just gone and talked to a lawyer.
specifically says that if Pixie did take money, she 100% would have told her.
But she wouldn't have 100% been told. She was wrong. She was wrong. Straight Raid is out of the loop. Straight Raid is also compromised, because amidst all of these conversations, she is telling Destiny how poor Pixie is.
Sorry, if I sound angry, it's because I'm tired. I'm not angry. I'm just like, I just don't care. It's not my bag. And you can go back over these videos. In fact, Lyo's in chat. You can go and look at the Lyo drama when he's talking to fucking whatever her name is, Barbie. And I'm like, I don't care about any of Lyo's conversations with Barbie. I don't care about Lyo talking to a lawyer. I don't give a shit. This is internet drama. I don't care about fucking the legal opinions in this. I just don't give a shit. It doesn't matter to me. Doesn't matter to me. It's never mattered to me.
Why? Because she's a pervert. She's a pervert. A lot of perverts around here. You see a lot of weird types on the internet, especially in this circle, this sphere. There are different kinds. There are people who do content as a job. Those people you can sort of rely on to be minimally sane. People like Chud Logic, people like Queeman, etc. Like those people. Even if you disagree with them, even if you disagree with them harshly, you can rely on them to be sane. Why? Because they're there to do a job. There are people who do it for fun. There's your Beckett's. There's your Nick de Oreos, your tipsters. They do it for fun. Okay. Then there are people who don't make content. There are people who just get really high off of being in the tailwinds of people who get attention and who seem to have power. You see a lot of those people as well. Those are your well, you know the type. The weirdos who sort of lubricate and cause drama.
Stop litigating Barbie in my chat, Lyo.
Just posting and people clash. Dan's an example of this, and Straight Raid's an example of this. Here's a question. Whose side in this whole issue is Straight Raid on? Is she on Pixie's or on Destiny's? The answer is neither. Straight Raid really likes talking to these people. You'll notice. This is her trajectory. Debates Destiny on a college campus. Starts talking to me, starts talking to Destiny. Goes to live with Destiny. hooks up with Lycan, who's a major Destiny orbiter. Starts living with Lycan while Lycan is the chef of Destiny. While they're arguing with him about him.
No. I'm actually shutting this fucking conversation down. Do not debate whether Barbie is a lawyer in my fucking chat, please. I understand that there might be questions about that, but I am taking the very rare action of stopping that fucking conversation before it starts. We're not doing this. Okay. Fuck. I think the worst thing about the ACC drama is that it made me like liar. Oh, fuck.
His program of defending what they think is a genocide. Amidst this person defending a genocide, you have Lycan going on stream going like, hey, if you read a little bit of Finkelstein's book here, I'll cook you up a little treat, Steven. The creepiest shit ever. But what's going on here is these are very weak-minded people who get a sense of fullness from being in the tailwinds of people that they feel have power. These are people you never trust. It's one of the reasons why I was like very strongly encouraging Straight Raid to make a channel and to do her own content. Why? Because it would turn her into an entity that has her own identity, who's someone I can sort of trust. Because if you're not your own entity, you're somebody else's. Like Kilo is. Kilo is also a pervert. We'll get into this in a moment. Also weak-minded. We'll get into that in a moment.
Oh, Sunday, you really gonna fucking nuke Kilo from orbit? Bro. Okay.
So there wasn't even circumstance.
We might end up skipping over that. I'm not sure I want to fucking airtime Sunday nuking Kilo. I'll see when we get there.
Substantial evidence pointing to Pixie having accepted any payout.
But there was tremendous circumstantial evidence. The exact time span that was causing her to freeze up releasing a statement that was released immediately after her video went public, that you published, Kilo.
Listen, I'm not moral flagging. I just personally don't want to engage in it. I just can't be bothered. Okay, fucking, I'm just. I just don't think it's necessary.
Changed, minus the reference to Dan. And the reason given was that she needed a month. Why? Well, the only thing that was taking place.
We found a thing that makes Beckett mod. Yes, talking about people's actual professions is going to like make me mod. I don't want that in my chat. It's one of the few things I actually don't like. People's credentials to me don't fucking matter. We're on the internet. I don't fucking care what you. If you want to, here's my position. If you want to talk from your professional perspective in a debate sense where people should listen to you, my position is you should present your credentials or people can question you. I have never presented either my theology degree or my master's degree to the wider internet. If people want to claim I do not have a master's degree, it is completely their right to do so. I will never get mad at somebody for doing it. I'll probably end the conversation and be like, you're accusing me of being a liar, but I'm like, that's your right. Don't just believe people. And if people want to take these fucking authority positions, then you need to actually like plant your feet on the ground and tell people what your credentials are and where they're from, because otherwise I just don't care.
A month, and her putting up her statement was.
But we're not questioning it in my chat, okay?
She took the LSAT. How long does it take for LSAT results to come in? About a month. Does this mean me donating to Pixie's legal fund was a lie? I cannot tell you that.
Wait, want to really make Beckett mad? Tell him Thomas the Tank Engine isn't a mech? Lio, fuck you. Right, Lio and I had a fucking huge argument about this. This is so gay, but like, we ended up arguing about this at one point, and he vehemently fucking disagreed with me when I was like, Thomas the Tank Engine is a mecha. Stupid fucking argument, but now he has owned this position to like 5 different people, and I keep hearing about it. I'm like, fuck you, you stole my take, and have told people to come and argue with me about it. Fuck you, bro. Dickhead. What the fuck?
I cannot tell you that. Don't know. I don't know. My inclination is to say believe it and support her, because even if she does settle, her having a legal fund will give her more of a position to settle from, right? It'll give her more bargaining power. It'll make her scarier. But if I was pressed, my guess is she's going to settle. I'm 100% they're going to settle out of court. Why? Because there's a potential criminal case on the horizon against Destiny. Because the Pixie one, that's not revenge porn by Destiny. But you know it is, and moreover, it's not an illegal recording because Pixie clearly knew about the recording. But the Cherry one, where he had an audio recording of her without her consent, without her knowledge, that is very illegal. That's a felony, actually. Pixie might spend money on lawyers, but they'll probably tell her she has no case. Well, they've already told her she has no case vis-a-vis revenge porn. That's what Straight Ray told me. Her case is against the leaker on Kiwi Farms. Which vis-a-vis revenge.
Oh, now you will wake up in chat. You don't give a fuck about this Sunday shit. Or the fact that I have to respond. I don't have to respond to anything. But the minute we start talking about fucking Mecha, everyone suddenly wakes back up.
And it's true. It's true. Because Destiny didn't leak that stuff to hurt their reputations.
I will agree with whoever pays the most in super chats on their Mecha take. Okay, you want me to agree with your Mecha take? Pay me the super chats. Highest amount wins.
I did in the past. You could frame it that way. Good luck. I don't think she has taste.
Buy a membership.
With respect to reckless leaking of stuff, because
fucking go, man.
is that when you're talking about online stuff, access, not the original posting date, but accessibility.
It's Thomas and Mecha. I don't know. I'll see what super chat says.
Anyways, I digress. Let's keep going.
It's just conjecture based off of almost nothing. But President Sunday still used it to point the finger at Pixie, essentially claiming that her selfishness will cost future victims of abuse.
Okay, I'm going to do this one more time. This is the last time I'm doing this tonight, but it's relevant. This is, once again, Kilo in his own words, blasted up.
Because event this from...
Stray Raid said that. That's where I got it from. And communication had broken down by that point.
It's going around.
Kilo appeared to be a wee bit of a liar. Oh, it gets better. We're only 11 minutes into this, guys. You've been streaming for 2.5 hours. I'm like Ugly Sonic. I go slow.
And as if all this lazy and dishonest reporting of the story wasn't bad enough, President Sunday also made sure to cast doubt on whether or not Pixie was actually suicidal.
Note. No, I didn't. Stray Raid has also explicitly said that she did not consider the situation serious enough to warrant a wellness check. Yes, why does this matter? Well, it matters because all of the people surrounding Pixie did not consider her suicidality to be an imminent concern. That's why. Pixie herself in her conversation with Kyla said, don't worry, nothing's happening right now. My reactions are conditioned on if Steven does something I can accept. What are his options? Monetary. There. So here's I'm going to be blunt. Okay? This is just a blunt fact of the case. This is how I'm operating here. The fact that one victim said they were suicidal at some point is not an excuse to obscure an infinite rape machine forever. Period. I'm sorry, that's not how this works. That's not how this works. You can't show that this person was being entrapped in an extortion scheme by her abuser's employee because she said she was suicidal at one point. Therefore, this can never be talked about. I'm sorry. This was going to be talked about. This was everywhere. Everyone had this. Kilo had it apparently at the same time I did. Who else does? We don't even know. It's like, how stupid are these people?
Again, there is no reason to present this information in the video aside from casting aspersions on Pixie's suicidality.
Sorry, I'm just like, I've gone over this tonight already.
No, it's casting aspersions on how other people are viewing the situation.
I'm just like, yeah, sure, fucking around, whatever. I've talked about it.
Not so erudite. We'll get back to her. She actually plays a bigger role in this team, I think. Not so erudite. Mental health expert. Her response is to haggle. What do you mean? I thought haggle and entrap. I thought Pixie, that you wanted justice. You wanted to make sure this didn't happen again. Now it seems you want money. Fucking diabolical.
And painting her as someone who is dishonestly trying to profit off of the situation. But
she's not dishonestly trying to profit off the situation. She's just trying to profit off the situation. And frankly, I hope she does. But here's the problem. If you extort somebody, i.e. if you threaten any extra legal repercussions for not paying you, you've committed a crime, really serious one, which means you are now in danger of being...
No, shut up.
Pixie said she's suicidal at one point, therefore we can't talk about this at all because any mention of this at all might be the trigger that kills Pixie. Are you fucking insane?
Beckett, is there a different topic you'd like to cover more than this? Yes, many. Frankly, I prefer to cover the fucking Himpleton stream. Because I'm bored and getting a headache. Yeah. And listen, I know. You're all being very patient with me. I actually appreciate it. I listen, right now, this is you guys keeping me company. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Are you insane?
Yeah, I feel it. I
am not liking this line of questioning. Neither am I. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. What if Pixie was crushed by a Zamboni machine during the Stanley Cup?
I'm very curious about that Dino Softcore stuff, Becca. I'll send you, like, a fucking link. You can read it on stream for a change.
Pixie said to Steven, I'm going to kill myself and leave a note.
Okay, do you know what? Fuck it. You're asking about the Dino stuff? Let's read some Dino porn quotes. So, core porn books. Read the Dino Smut, you coward. Yes. Okay, so fuck, I can't bring up those ones. Because they'll fucking like show my shit. There's things like, oh, where are they? I need the list. There's like a list of them with a load of fucking quotes in it. Right, okay. I'm gonna fucking flashbang you because this page isn't white. Okay. Dinosaur erotica? Seriously? Oh yes, and it sells. Taken by the T-Rex, running from the raptor in the Velociraptor's nest. Ooh. I'll read some quotes. She wasn't sure if her sudden arousal was because of her earlier thwarted climax in the cool stream, or if she was just desperate for one last pleasant sensation before being torn limb from limb by the great scaly beast. Either way, Azog relished the rasp of its tongue, hot and rough, on her sensitive skin. These are actual books. Oh, fuck me. Can we watch Paso Double to set the mood? It's a dance. I don't know what the fuck that is, but sure, I'll Google it. Fuck me. We'll go back to Sunday for a second as well, but I'll bring this up. What the fuck is a Pascal double? What the fuck is this shit? I don't know if I can watch any of it. It's not going to get me copyrighted, unfortunately. Maybe later. I'll have a look for some clips. Crab dance is playing in my head. How the fuck does this sell? Yeah, they're fucking crazy. Do you know what? Fucking Hoz posted something the other day. You want a quick break? Why don't we give a quick break? Why am I getting tired? Fucking Hoz. You want to see some old Beckett stuff, like really old Beckett stuff? Where the fuck is it? I need to search from. Damn it. Search from. Come here. Where are we? What are you? Discord, why'd you do this to me? Discord is so fucking useless. Sometimes it's like, yeah, you'd like to do this thing, let me help you do that. And then other times it's just like, I'm not gonna do that at all. I'm gonna fuck you over. Now I'm suffering from the fact that my Discord's too active. Let's go back to her. See if I think it was around here. You can tell what point of the night we fucking hit, where it's just like Beckett scrolled through the Discord. What a fucking time to be alive. Beckett, why'd you get quarantined in Guac? What? I don't know. I haven't been in Guac in ages. Lizzie Goldberg with the 499. I just got back. What the hell are you doing to my dinosaurs and how and why? I'm looking for something. I want to find something. Determined to find something. Where the fuck is it? Because like Hoz posted something from fuck it. I'll let this play and I'll find it.
Publicly timed note saying everything that happened. Pixie apparently earlier on was floating the idea, apparently encouraged by Lauren De Laguna, of getting $1 million payout from Steven. Was arguing with Straighteraid about $1 million.
Sounds like something that Lauren De Laguna would fucking post. Also, like, their 10th super chat on a live stream. Congratulations, Lizzie. Beckett, can you make a VTuber goal? Not for tonight, but I will. I just literally I was not feeling up to it.
Payout from Steven. All of this is in print. It is saved. It exists. It was shared between people. Other people have records of this. She goes into a chat with Destiny, deletes a message, says, I don't know if you'll be able to even pay, if you'll be even willing to pay the amount I'll ask for. Goes to talk to his employee, starts saying, no, I think he needs money to learn. Let's talk about hypotheticals. What if she settled and settled low because she has very few cards and she's broke and she's now directly like liable for extortion. And what if as a result of this, something bad happens later? Only now there is no recourse. There's nothing to do. Here's the brute fact of the matter.
Okay, right. I'm going to give you a palate cleanser, which is the weirdest thing ever. This is something that someone made for me when I was still a fucking Twitch streamer, okay? So I'm going to show you this. This is what I was looking for. This has had more build-up than it fucking needed. Oh, fuck. Me at the tab. That's not good. That's not good. Right.
Stream, but you still ain't get views. When I turn on, my stream go, suck B. A lot of hoes want to see my sunbeam. I got a new outfit, then I stay with a scar. Cringe, LOL cows, I'm ready to barf. Real British streamer, can't do wrong. Base, Beckett is fair, thank you Tom. Fuck your favourite streamer, better than Moist. Gotta be British like me to drive a Rolls Royce. Some of these streamers got no choice. Meat in their throat, that's no voice. I'm British, I'm lit. A bitch gone, suck this dick. I'm fresh, I'm hood. I look good, I look like Beckett. Damn, I look like Beckett.
I blame Hods. I blame Hods for reminding me this existed.
Damn, I look like Beckett.
I need to break this out more.
Goddamn, damn, my outfit looked like a king crab. You don't know another streamer that's lit like this. No one changes opinion when I press them on shit. I don't give a fuck, so I'm not doing this right. Took a bitch on a date, did a stream later that night. She got a tier 3 like bi streamer. Good, I'm trying to be your side streamer. I'm handsome, I'm fly, I'm British, that guy, I'm smooth, no lie, Twitch poll boo, you dry. They say I look good, wanna hear it again. If nobody saw my scar, I'ma wear it again. Cause I don't give a fuck. I look good, I look good, I look like Beckett. You don't know another streamer that's lit like this. I look like Beckett. I look like Beckett.
Okay, that's probably enough. Anyway, right, okay. I missed the Twitch. Listen, it's got me. This watching all this shit unfold's got me nostalgic. Okay, these are all the same picture. Fucking kill me. Okay, let's go.
Pixie hasn't killed herself.
What fucking time to what fucking. Oh, Jesus. Sunday, bro, what are you fucking doing?
Pixie made a public statement condemning Destiny. She was willing to go public earlier, but for the fact that she was still negotiating something that he could do instead. That's it. That's it. That is what happened. We do not know what happens if none of this goes public, but we do know what could happen. Here's a hypothetical. Let's say,
Sunbeam stream, we should do, yeah, buy the toaster. Buy the fucking Sunbeam toaster. True. We bring it back. We're bringing it back, okay?
Let's say Pixie managed to settle with Steven, okay? Who abused her, is now negotiating a way to keep her quiet. And they're doing...
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. We're going to start skipping ahead to him talking about Kilo. I feel like I've taught this to death. Listen, I have so many fucking statements on this fucking drama. I just don't want to keep doing this, okay? We are going to start skipping.
So in such a way that she is very likely going to be legally in...
Part of the reason why this is important to not allow people to be facilitating blackmail and hush money payments and all this kind of stuff is because, not just because it is of public interest, but because if there is any part of like Pixie or any of the victims or whatever that want to prevent this from happening to other people again, It's been stated by multiple people that Pixie was especially concerned about her parents finding out about the scandal, and at the risk of being a bit insensitive, I've heard that Pixie also had acquired the means of ending her life, and at one point had begun distancing herself from close friends and others.
Where'd she find out this information, one wonders? Where'd you get this information? Where'd you get this information from? I've got another little bomb here, by the way. It's not the only clip I took.
Both of which, according to various risk evaluations, point to legitimate suicidal intentions. Which means, President Sunday, that you were made aware of a victim of sex abuse who was expressing suicidal thoughts.
Actually, you know more than me. I didn't get that information, Kilo. That's news to me. I didn't get information that she was hoarding means to kill herself. You knew that. Where did you get that information? What's your in? What's your source, Kilo?
Whose friends were concerned would kill herself if her parents found out, who had acquired the means of ending her life, and who checked off multiple other boxes for suicide risk assessment. And you published a dishonest, lazy investigative video about them.
That's not true, actually, Kilo. Just to be clear, you published it. You published it. In fact, I wonder. It didn't even occur to me to look at this. Hang on, let's see.
No, no. Hold on. Max published my video on the Destiny stuff. Max publishes all my videos. They're my videos. What? Wasn't the bottle of pills known? I don't know, actually. Give me a second. Let me let this play and let me check, Queen.
Let me see something. I wonder, does YouTube actually keep a record of that? They must. I wonder.
Yeah, the bottle of pills thing became public, but I'm not sure when. Give me a moment.
Well, that'd be useful. It's sort of implied anyways. I don't need the specifics, but that would be interesting. Advanced mode.
Where's my DMs with... Where are my erudite DMs?
Now, unfortunately, it doesn't show me that, but Kilo was the editor. I didn't edit the final video. Kilo did. Kilo, you published it. You uploaded and published the video, Kilo. A video whose script you had pored over for hours, days. You had helped to write. You had discussed in advance. You published it. Under my name, as my editor, you published it.
In which you smear them as a selfish, lying, manipulative extortionist who
No, I don't.
wanted to profit personally off of taking advantage of another victim.
Listen, I'm only flipping through the my eyes are getting strained. I'm only flipping through the not so erudite DMs very, very quickly. But Sunday just said he didn't know until Kilo said it in the video. Yeah, I feel like that was known. I feel like that's been known before the publication of this video because I think NSC talked about it on the fucking Turkey Tom interview. Won't be long before Sunday's swatting at hallucinations of bats, Jesus. I think Opblock is right. It was known by already known by erudite public statement with Turkey Tom. Yeah, I think that's correct.
That's how it would be seen. Destiny's not guilty of revenge porn. Solo is. Who Pixie is getting recompense for is not someone who's guilty of revenge porn. It's someone who's guilty of leaking stuff without her consent. These are different crimes. One of them's not even necessarily a crime depending on where you are. You can pursue damages, but it's not a felony.
Do you think that the way you portrayed Pixie in your video might have anything to do with the harassment she's been receiving on social media the last couple of weeks?
No. This stuff was everywhere. This stuff was everywhere.
I genuinely believe, in my heart of...
That's just a mean-spirited shot. I was like really bloaty back then. I'm still kind of bad. But we had black mold in the place. It was not good.
Hearts that this gelatinous freak...
I think it was between Aaron and Kyla Beckett. Okay. I don't know. But yes, I feel like the bottle of pill things and hoarding like the means was something that was known. Like...
would have stepped over Pixie's dead body.
Sorry, I am starting to lag. I've been like for like 10 hours, okay?
If it meant he got to be the guy to take down Destiny.
But you made the video, Kilo, and you were paid for it.
He is that content and cloud obsessed.
Then why did I burn all of my big channel connections? I was in communication with Nick DeOrio. I burned that one. I had connections through Straight Array to a bunch of those people. I burned her. What clout did I get? What connections did I build? How did I get clout from this?
But what's worse, President Sunday doesn't even have the balls to admit that that's what he was doing.
because I did stuff that's directly contrary to that. That doesn't make any sense. You, on the other hand, were directly paid by me to produce this, and you helped edit the script, and you spent an exorbitant amount of time, more so than was asked, to edit it. Like, really? Don't get me wrong. Clout's great. I love Clout. I did not make decisions in this video that would assist me in gaining more clout.
I believe Solo's the leaker, or whatever. Because, like, you don't have to produce revenge porn to be guilty of revenge porn, right? I mean, I don't fucking know. Do you know what? I'm not a lawyer. I'm getting sick of that. I don't fucking know. Whatever. Fucking kill me.
So, President Sunday's video about Destiny clearly threw the victim at the center of the story under the bus, and his current explanations for why he did this
are identical to yours, just to be clear. Identical to yours.
Get to bed,
really
bitch. Yeah, no, listen. We need to get through this. We need to get through this.
That's the point, is that I laid out how
I'm
this
just
looks.
start letting it play.
And this is a case with legal repercussions. I assumed it was obvious. What is the point to emphasizing in a video that's specifically targeting Destiny for running a sex abuse and intimidation racket for making Destiny look sympathetic? Because if Destiny can be framed to look sympathetic by me, he can be framed to look sympathetic in a courtroom. This is so fucking obvious. This is so obvious. Did he suggest to you he expressed he didn't want to upload it after it was done? I don't remember. I don't think he did. We had calls where he was like, "Hey, look, I'm working on it. I'm almost done. Okay, I'm almost done." I don't think that ever happened. You want to know what his principal objection was? You want to know what his biggest issue was with getting this video out early on? Find out after I come back from peeing again. Dear God, I drink too many liquids. I'll be right back.
Let's go ahead.
Sunday has received a little bit of pushback since the videos came out, and there's three main questions people have been asking.
Wait, what even is that? Destiny's victim was exposed against your will prison. Who's this? Is that Nick? Is that Nick? Maybe Melina was actually talking about the leafy thing to Oreo. Is that Nick? Is that Nick's video?
Received a little bit of pushback since the videos came out, and there's three main questions people have been asking. First, why did he feel justified in publishing so many private communications? Second, did Pixie...
Most of the communications I had were between me and Straight Away. The only one I had from Pixie was the ones between her and Destiny, which Destiny also leaked afterwards, which apparently had stuff removed from it, by the way, and the ones between Pixie and Kyla, which were important because they show threats, asks, threats, and asks. Threats for asks. Thank you, Kyla, for clarifying that, you wretch. Threats and asks. Who leaked the NSC Pixie DMs? Pixie leaked to Straight Rate and possibly to other people. Straight Rate leaked to fucking everybody.
Pixie actually extort Destiny? And most importantly, why ignore Pixie's wishes to remain private? Or
because this stuff wasn't private, it was in circulation. I again refer back to why didn't I go forward earlier? I had all this information. I went forward, I went public at the exact moment that I realized that everybody that Pixie was conferring with was stabbing her in the back and leaking to everybody else. That's when. Because up till that point, up till I talked to Nick, I thought I had stuff that was secret. That's why.
Or at the very least, why not warn her that the story was going to break?
Well, that's an interesting question. Why not warn Pixie that the story's going to break? Well, for one, I'm not in communication with Pixie. But secondly, Pixie is convinced that people who are directly acting against her interest are her friends. Pixie's surrounded by people who have personal entanglements with her and abuse her. Economic, personal.
Okay. Yeah, like, fuck, okay. Sure. We've worked over all of this. I want to see Sunday talk about the Kilo stuff.
That were very, as some people would say, very autistic. And I told Kilo, this reasoning is dumb. I don't want to spoil it too much. We're not even halfway through.
Him to immediately approach me, usually to debate about it in private. I found this weird because I was...
We'll go back a little bit.
I'm going to be blunt.
Sunday might answer these questions and see what it can tell us about his moral compass. After the video, as I watched ongoing coverage, any...
Kaylee, I didn't forget. There's going to be a prompt for it soon. Don't worry.
Public comment that I made that even mildly questioned Sunday's actions prompted...
What's this? I'm too tired to attack that, but I may talk about it later. Just don't. There's not even basic critical thinking. Kayla was making very stupid arguments. I'm going to be blunt. In fact, I'm going to make a bold statement, but it's not so bold. You know why this video came out? This video came out, Kayla made this video because we had philosophical arguments about sharing leaked stuff. Most specifically around Nick to Oreo's leaks. That were very, as some people would say, very autistic. And I told Kilo, this reasoning is dumb. I don't want to spoil it too much. We're not even halfway through.
Him to immediately approach me, usually to debate about it in private. I found this weird because I was mostly anonymous as his editor, and he had agreed to keep it that way, including not mentioning my involvement in the Destiny video.
And I did keep it that way. But check this out. Kilo was arguing against my video that he edited and helped write in public servers. And one time when we were arguing, without me mentioning that he was the editor, because I'm nice like that, I keep my friends' secrets secret, he said this. Respectfully, I'm not interested in hearing you talk about ethical responsibilities right now. Note, this is the first comment from this day, as you can see from here. Respectfully, I'm not interested in hearing you talk about ethical responsibilities right now. You believe in conflicts of interest and subscribe to the idea that there's an ethical obligation for others to adhere to them. But when it comes to privacy expectations, you decline to say that anyone should care and everything is up to the individual and nobody needs to do anything. I have it in good authority that Kyla doesn't really think conflicts of interest exist. So what do you do then? Why would she have to adhere to your ethical framework? Of course, I reply that makes her an idiot, Kilo. This has aged in a very interesting way. Again, because Kilo has taken personal offense to the idea that any influence of Kyla was responsible for his video coming out. Do you know what Kilo's actual primary objection was? Because he did have one. What his primary concern was. Didn't really amount to an objection. What his primary concern was when we were premeditating making the video. You know what his actual concern was? Let's hear him directly. I make a recommendation.
Yeah.
Let's make this first.
Okay.
And then let's reach out. Let's get the script down first. Let's decide on specifically what. Okay, important context. Beckett, at this point in the call, is saying he wants to inform Nick DeOrio in advance of us putting the video together.
Just to be very clear, Sunday objected to this by the fact that I DM'd Nick on the 18th. Even against Sunday's objections, you can hear us having this conversation here. I still fucking did it. I still fucking did it. Okay?
I disagree, okay? I make a recommendation.
Yeah.
Let's make this first.
Okay.
And then let's reach out. Let's get the script down first. Let's decide on specifically what's going in there. Because we may find as we go that certain things strengthen it or not, and we'll need to know. What do you think Kilo's issue is going to be?
Did it anyway. Did it anyway. You can see from, like, I showed these on Twitter. We were disagreeing. I did it anyway.
Take a guess in chat.
I'm looping. I'm
what
really
do you think
tired.
Kilo is going to want to do or say before we make this video? What do you guess? What do you think? What we're warning people about, yeah.
I think I am going to need to talk to Kyla as well, but it can wait.
You want to talk to Kyla?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I don't think that there's a way. I've told you that I've been biding my time.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's a way for me to avoid once this stuff comes out. I will not be included in any part of the video, obviously, but I don't think there's a way for me to completely separate myself from it, and I don't want it to be apparent that I was like trying to obscure something or whatever. I don't want it to. Here's
what you should do. Okay. Beckett, I want your judgment on this as well.
To be clear, as well, I want to be clear on another thing. This wasn't just about Nick being in the video. This was about the video coming out at all. I wanted to talk to Nick.
Sure.
Okay. If you are dealing with someone who has a millionaire behind them, who is negotiating their being extorted for money by a victim of sexual abuse, do not show them your cards. Do not show them you're involved. Do not talk to them. Have you signed an NDA with Kyla?
Well, no.
Okay, do you have any legal obligation to Kyla?
No legal obligation.
Does she know anything about your association with me or with Beckett?
I suspect that she probably has an idea that I'm editing for you.
Doesn't matter. I want to know if she knows. Does she know you're working on this? Okay.
I don't know that she knows.
I have 2 editors. This was done by another editor, okay? It would be exceedingly dangerous and unwise. Does Kyla know who you are? Has she paid you?
She knows my full name.
Okay, do not talk to Kyla. That would be extremely unwise. She also works for somebody, by the way, lest we forget, whose immediate reaction to me reading out the Lauren Southern DMs was to say my full name on stream.
Yeah, that's true.
You know where you got the full name from?
I'm assuming Nico.
Yeah, do you know why Nico wasn't blacklisted anymore?
Because he gave it to him?
Because he started defending Destiny and he gave it to that to him. Do you know what he did to get blacklisted?
No.
He shared revenge porn revenge porn with Peaches and Destiny.
Right.
Okay. Trust me, do not talk to these people. And that's why I put to space out these 2 clips, by the way, because this following one is him talking about the public interest reasons for leaking these. Let's hear it again.
Do you have anything additional?
Do you have anything additional to add? Okay, this is what he says.
I'm trying to think of what would be relevant. I think.
Honestly, anything that can be analyzed, because there might be things that aren't like obviously relevant, but that corroborate something else.
The thing with like part of the reason why this is important to not allow people to be facilitating blackmail and hush money payments and all this kind of stuff is because not just because it is a public interest, but because if there is any part of like Pixie or any of the victims or whatever.
You should just denounce Sunday with your full chest. Let me be very clear. On the points where I disagree with Sunday, even over this, even during this stream, I will tell you where I disagree with Sunday. But in dramas like this, it is very fucking easy for somebody just to pass blame off and criticism off and go, I'm going to fucking turn on the person who I was elsewhere involved and is getting more shit and lots of people hate. And then like fucking try and walk away from it. I personally think that's a shitty thing to do. I don't want to dodge criticism or blame for my actions in this. And so, like, while I have disagreements with Sunday, and I say them publicly, and I, again, like, focus on the Nick shit, like one of the major ones that we're clearly, even fucking early on, disagreeing on pretty vehemently. But no, I don't, like, I'm not just going to sit here and be like, yeah, fuck Sunday, because it's just the only real read of that, I think, when I see people do this in dramas, is you want to, like, fucking distance yourself so you don't get shit, so you can, like, pin everything on another person. You know, I've obviously got my own opinions on stuff. But yeah, I'm not into just burning people to try and save my own fucking skin or some shit, or that's because of what an audience wants. It's just not how I function.
So Kilo, his first impulse, just to be clear, was not to argue against the contents of the video, was not to argue against the contents of the script that he helped write and edit, was not to take a moral stance against the video he edited, which he poured over multiple times, and he spent a lot of time crafting for maximum effect. Okay? His issue was he wanted to go inform Kyla, not so erudite, the person who was negotiating with Pixie, to make sure there was a record of Pixie asking for money on pain of threats of going public.
Beckett, did Kilo want to talk to Kyla to confirm info about extortion or something else? Kilo just wanted to run to Kyla. Hey, F-Forms, by the way. This is why I was annoyed with Kilo's video. Because Kilo never mentions talking to Pixie or going to anyone else. The only person like Kilo wants to go and talk to is NSC.
And to dissuade her from trying to go after cash from her employer.
Yeah, obviously, like, people can say what they want about Sunday in chat. About Sunday in this fucking chat. I'm not fucking silencing anybody, and, like, people have very strong opinions on Sunday. I don't fucking blame you. I think I've been pretty open of the fact that the shit that's happened post this has annoyed me.
So are you going to address my donation? Hey, Sunday, can you show me where in the Florida case law, extortion, and anti-slap law is applicable to your video's claims? The Florida case law, it's literally an extortion case. Are you an idiot? But thank you for the $5. What a dumb reason to blow money. I'll do it again, by all means. And note,
yeah,
all these
I know.
conversations
I have a
about
problem,
the Pixie extortion thing, which he endorsed in our conversation. He specifically said, this is a public interest thing. We can't let them blackmail Steven. Not just for public interest reasons, but because of the other victims being hung out to dry. That's him. That's a direct quote, not a direct quote. That's a paraphrase.
This is all a mess. I hate you all, but usually all I care about is the truth. That's the start. Well, you know what, F-Bombs? You and I have had our disagreements over the years, but I will say this. I mean, I've said this earlier while going through this. Watching people, like, not talk about this and the way this was, like, being handled, and certain people sort of sweeping and trying to clean Destiny's image, people like NSC, obviously fucking got to me to the point where I wanted to talk about this. And I am not a politics channel, F-Bombs. You can tell from the speed of my chat tonight. Right now, what is it? The people who are in my chat right now are largely quiet because they are, like, you know, when I was talking about Jar earlier, my chat's moving very quickly. We're having a conversation about it. We're laughing at it. My audience is not interested in this topic. Frankly, they are humoring me as I fucking spiral into annoyance talking about this again. I'm not a politics channel, but, like, I was in the politics scene, knowing the people. Yeah, this all fucking annoyed me. I do not want to become a Destiny hate channel. I don't want to become a politics channel. I've got no fucking interest. Frankly, I was going to talk about some random Twitch poll drama that was fucking that I've heard about, but now after watching this, I'm probably not going to do it because I just don't want to fucking deal with it. I don't know. We'll see. So,
is a direct quote. So you can scroll.
We're listening.
Yeah,
I know. Listen, and I love you guys. You know that.
Times, I think it's enough.
This isn't politics. It's politics drama. F-bombs.
Kyla also knows his full name and identity. This means Steven knows his full name and identity. He only had an objection to this when all of his friends got mad. There is a running theme here where Kilo is a very weak-minded and impressionable
content right now. Yeah, German-based.
And in our conversation, he was talking to me and Beckett. And then afterwards, he was talking to all these other people.
I'm pointing him react to the video. I fucking hate this video.
That was his hang-up. That was his big hang-up. He didn't want to go behind not so erudite's back.
Paid for dino, it's not a smut. True.
That was his big issue. This is all bullshit. This is all bullshit.
So he shouldn't have felt like he
Oh
couldn't
dear, I need to put my volume back down.
have his editor publicly disagreeing with him because no one really knew. But he seemed to need to argue with me, almost compulsively. First, we talked about leaking Aaron, Pixie, and Nick's private conversations.
That's actually primarily what we argued about. This was the major issue. This was the major thing we argued about. The extortion stuff was fairly minor. That was the last argument we had. Most of the issues he had were to do with leaks and to do with Kyla being represented negatively. It was very important that Kyla was not represented negatively. He was very offended at this afterwards. And before, as it turns out.
This conversation was extremely weird. Sunday continually dodged, shifted positions erratically, and refused to concede anything, even when his arguments started to become kind of ridiculous.
With all due respect, I'm not sure you think you know what you're saying when you say you have to, because when you
I didn't say have.
Listen to how this is cut, by the way. The previous one, he had like a visual cue to show where he had cut the audio. Listen to this one.
Ridiculous?
With all due respect, I'm not sure you think you know what you're saying when you say you have to, because when you
I didn't say have to. I didn't say that. You said that. I said you have an expectation.
Wait, you hear that crackling? Hear that crackling effect? Do you know why people put that crackling effect into an audio recording? It's the height where he cuts it.
Arguments started to become kind of ridiculous.
With all due respect, I'm not sure you think you know what you're saying when you say you have to, because when you
I didn't say have to. I didn't say that. You said that. I said you have an expectation. You said, well, I don't have to do that. I'm not saying you have to do anything. I'm saying there's an expectation that you do this thing. When you're communicating with someone in private, they're expecting that you're not going to show that to other people without asking them first.
Okay, but if they're asleep, they're not expecting, are they?
If they're asleep?
They're asleep, yeah. If people are asleep, they're not expecting anything. They're kind of just out, right?
Are you trolling me right now?
No, I'm actually making a serious point. Okay. Now, what you don't see, because he cut this really weirdly, because it was a very long...
Teddy with a 999, Becca, I think the real reason you're sick is because you're watching President Sunday for long. I only seen an hour of him and I already getting the sniffles.
Long and very weird conversation. Was that Keela was trying to argue that it was immoral for me to record and publish my conversation with...
As long as Beckett's providing the commentary and or funnies, I'm happy. Oh, Butters, thank you. Appreciate that.
Nick. Why? Well, because there's a social expectation that people don't record conversations. That amounts to a moral argument for him. That's it. And so we got into the weeds. Like, okay, why is that compelling? Why? Well, because people expect it. But expectations die all the time. They're not a thing that floats above human consciousness. They're a thing that is...
I didn't realize how much these are cut, to be fair.
Human conscious. We expect things. It's a disposition of mind, right? So we had an argument about that. Because that's just how I roll. I'm a weirdo that way, okay? I like those philosophical types of arguments.
We nearly got confetti. Oh yeah, we're really close.
Yeah, but apparently
confetti.
because my principles allow me to record people, therefore they're now his principles. Which is strange because it suggests that he doesn't have any principles or personality of his own, contrary to what is ostensibly the entire purpose of this video. Very odd. Very odd. But I'm not offended. I'm just offended at the ineptness because he didn't even pick stuff that sounds bad. It just doesn't make any sense without context. It just literally makes no sense. Like, what was the point of this? What did that establish?
Ultimately, we already knew Sunday just doesn't care about other people's expectation of confidence, which is like, okay, whatever. But I found it kind of surprising that...
That was literally his primary issue.
Daddy with the 99p. 99 cents. Thank you.
Confidence from his end. In fact, he said he expected people to record because he records everything. I don't know what to tell you guys. Do you think we're just not going to respond? I think he thought I didn't have anything. Which, by the way, I don't have recordings of these conversations because he was someone who was working for me.
Joke around.
Scummy.
Like, it's one of my favorites. Fucking go.
Anything he publishes could be completely edited to shit, and I have no counter. Because I don't record people who I'm in a relationship of trust with. I don't record my conversations with friends or people who work for me. I don't record my conversations with my editors. I don't record them. That's it. He was very mad that I recorded a conversation with someone.
Sapien, as long as you're live, I'm here, even if I'm not active in chat. Thank you, bro. Oh, fuck, I love messages like that. Thank you for the 5. Congratulations on the goal. Embrace crab. Let's fucking go. Okay, we're gonna get through this. I will do another stream. Probably Monday, by the way. Going through the Himpleton stuff. That's the reward. That's the reward for getting through this shit.
Who is aggressively
we can do this.
Obfuscating Melina's claims to not having consent. Melina, by the way, this is especially egregious. People downplay this because, well, Tom said that Melina's untrustworthy. Nick only said, well, maybe she's talking about the Nick Doria said maybe Melina's only talking about the Leafy case from a couple years ago when she's talking about there was no consent with respect to all these things. When Destiny divorced Melina, more specifically when Melina separated from Destiny, Destiny went on stream. I have this in my video. Destiny went on stream and said Melina will never come forward with anything because she knows that I have dirt on her. And that when my reputation is already in the dirt, hers isn't, and I can ruin her. It'll really hurt. So what Nick was doing was requiring...
New goal, lower amounts, more super chats, but I will eat after stream. My voice is breaking out. I'll eat something after stream. Let's go.
That a victim of revenge porn endanger herself to be more explicit when she had been directly publicly threatened by the person who leaked the stuff in the first place.
Yeah, Teddy, send me a link. DM me on... DM me on Twitter.
Probably.
Potato with the 5, counting the wrinkles on my ball sack instead of listening to Sunday. I was right to mock his alcoholism. Jesus. Becca, I posted a picture for you in color and art in Discord. Something to do while you recover.
He's friendly with Kyla and her husband behind the scenes. And he's stupid, so he probably told them he worked on it. People probably knew. That's my guess. Your streaming seems to be a job/business, so I would definitely record conversations from now on. Sensitive ones, I'm going to. I'm going to have to. I have to. Too many people have lied about conversations. I don't like it. But no, I didn't record you, Lakeside Miners. I'm gonna do that, but I do appreciate the tool you made. Lakeside Miners is the one who designed this.
Tagged me.
Not the Hellbent designed the bottom panel, the Doom thing, but Lakeside Miners is the one who rigged it so that we get the we can like, just input the precise values for the theory and the drama meters.
That he can't even just come out and say that. He'd rather make himself look stupid by trying to pretend that the expectation doesn't even exist.
What?
This pattern continued for a few days.
The expectation doesn't exist. It depends on who you're talking to. The expectation between content creators when you're talking about stuff like this is that it will be recorded.
On Twitter, Teddy.
You don't have that expectation.
On
You're
Twitter,
stupid. You're
so
too
I
stupid to
can
do it.
find it again without
Sorry,
going
that's
through this
Thing I said
chat.
publicly, Sunday seemed to take note of, and he would quickly confront me wanting to debate about it.
Quickly, what? Oh, yeah. Kilo, this was a mistake. This is a mistake, buddy. Look at what the thing this is responding to says. This is the tenor of our conversations. Where in these texts is Kyla in italics, specifically angling for trying to keep things quiet on her own and not on behalf of Pixie? Where are you, her attorney, lol? Again, Kilo's consistent issue is with the framing of Kyla, Jesus, these names, Kyla, not Kilo and Kyla, of Not So Erudite. When we're planning the video, he wants to inform Not So Erudite. When we're talking about the video afterwards, he wants to defend Not So Erudite. Like, why would you even include this? You delete, like, this is what's crazy, actually. He deleted all of his messages, but he kept this one. Was this one in a public server, maybe? I wonder, actually. I wonder if that's what happened. I wonder if that's what happened. I'm curious. No, he deleted all of them in server anyways. They're all gone. He didn't just delete his private messages with me. He deleted everything. But, yeah, oh, yeah, this is DMs. This is from Spicy Chat. So, where in these texts? See, he's defending Kyla in public. That's what's going on here. Where in these texts is Kyla specifically angling for trying to keep things quiet on her own and on behalf of Pixie? Where are you, her attorney? He's obsessively defending Not So Erudite. Obsessively.
I missed that. That is an interesting point. So to be clear, this is Kilo trying to talk about the legal arguments for extortion, but is actually talking about that's fucking dumb.
This has been his actual issue for the entire time. His issue was not, just to be clear, concern for Pixie. He confirmed verbally to me and Beckett directly. There's a public interest reason to not cover up blackmail.
Oh, it's a picture of a kid getting attacked back in. Oh, that one. Did you draw that? Good, I like it. I'll send it to Mitch.
Period. Like,
oh,
that's
a
what he
picture
said.
to color.
And before
I'm
that,
with you.
his first issue
I'll send
was,
that to
I need to go
Mitch.
talk to Kyla. I need to go talk to Not So Erudite. I need to tell her this is happening. Because he loves her. That's it. He has a deep affection for Not So Erudite, the person who is entrapping Pixie, the person who is winding her down from a large payment ask from her employer, the person who's been using Pixie as a human shield for Destiny. That's his issue, is her looking bad. Kyla Maxwell looking bad. That's his concern. There's an additional factor to this, by the way. It's been talked about how we were rushed to make the video. This isn't something that came up in explicit.
Okay. I know what Sonny's going to say here, but just very quickly. I know people have different feelings about Not So Erudite's involvement or culpability or whatever. My read of Not So Erudite is not charitable. If you want my general opinions, I've talked about it. Or if you want my, like, fucking the feelings in my soul, go and watch Nick react to Erudite's conversation with Tom. Because I'm pretty sure it's just like Nick being my spirit animal, apparently. Yeah, I think the idea that Not So Erudite is just an innocent person just trying to fucking help Pixie and was on the side of both of her friends, and that's why she got involved. I think it's bollocks. I think it's insane fucking cope. I don't think it's fucking true. I think it's completely insane to say stuff like that. Erudite has provided no evidence at all that she's pushed back on Destiny. She's just said it, and other people have been like, yeah, that's she's come out and said it, and I don't care. I don't care. I think Erudite, and even in the DMs that Erudite has released with Destiny, she seems to be managing the situation with the end goal of Destiny being able to walk away from this. That is my core criticism of Erudite. It has not gone anywhere. It is completely the fucking same.
It's a conversation. It is something that me and Becca talked about. The fact that we knew that, and I didn't know this before bringing him on, by the way. I didn't know he had this relationship with Kyle, which is why I had to ask, like, do you have like an NDA signed with her? Does she know your name? She does. She knows his full name. We said, look, we're getting this out fast anyway, so it's okay, but we just got to get this out because we have to assume that everything we say is being relayed back to Kyla. Now we're on the clock. Why? Because I was stupid. That was my fault. I was naive. I brought in someone who I trusted because he did a good job as my editor, and that was not a sufficient reason to trust them. That was a mistake. So at that point, it's like, we have to assume, even if it's not so, we don't know. We have to assume that Kyla, and therefore quite likely Destiny.
Nick watched Ryan Beard's video today and he was blown away and learned a lot. I haven't seen Ryan Beard's video. You can tell me what he learned in particular, though, F-bombs. That would be helpful.
He knows that this video is coming out. Do you trust your current editor, Sunday? Not to get things out on time, but yes, on a personal level, I trust my current editor. I do trust my current editor. Just not her punctuality, which is good.
Anything I said publicly, Sunday seemed to take note of, and he would quickly confirm.
I did. I'm attentive that way. I pay attention to things. When you say things that suggest conflicts of interest or motives, I pay attention. I log them away.
From me wanting to debate about it. His behavior started striking me as very weird and insecure. There was an evening he fought me for an hour to try to stop me from telling people that I worked on the video.
Oh yeah, by the way, this was the premise of me removing his perms. Let's read this together. On the 22nd, I'm going to let some people know about my involvement in making the video. Is there anything about the motivations behind publishing or your investigation process that you'd like me to keep in mind before I say anything else about it? Let's have a call today and talk. We had all agreed that our goal in this was to open up the conversations that people could not hide behind the victims as a shield, so that they could cover for protecting Destiny's reputation so they could continue to benefit from it. It was a very convoluted way of saying we wanted to make sure that people couldn't hide this anymore and then back off and let other people pick it up, which I think we were largely successful at. This is all completely undermined if I go on stream and talk about it and make content about it. It'll probably help me grow my channel, but what will happen is I'll now become a protagonist and this will become drama. And now all that will have to happen is I will have to slip up and say something wrong, and then all of a sudden all of the attention is on me, or on Beckett, or on anybody else around us. So when Kilo says, I'm going to let people know about my involvement in making the video, I'm like...
Interesting. 1.0 hours and not a piece of fat, everything hit. Interesting. What is it? What is Ryan Beard's video? Hold on, we'll pause it. I'll have a look. We're not going to watch by any means all of it. I just want to have a quick look.
I don't wish to bring anybody any more harassment than they've already received, but you have to
Own
understand
children.
that at this point, I'm kind of being pushed into playing my entire hand. There will be no vague allegations today.
Okay. So it's that kind of video. Based. Okay, cool. Cool.
Like, that seems like a bad idea. Why? Well, because nobody cares about Kilo. But if the editor of the video is now leaking information about the video, that may be a good indirect way to drag me in. I'm specifically trying to avoid being dragged in. So we have a conversation. And the conversation essentially goes like this. I say exactly what I just said now. Look, I don't care what positions you take. Make videos criticizing my video if you want. Okay, do whatever you want. I can't stop you. I can't even stop you from saying you're my editor. Be like, at the end of the day, like, you're your own guy. And I repeat this. But I think this would be a very bad idea for a couple of reasons. One, you will be used as a proxy to try and drag me into drama about this. That will be used as a distraction from the main issue, which is Destiny has been unambiguously leaking porn without people's consent. Now there is proof. Nobody can hide behind there not being proof anymore. There was proof before, but it's not ambiguous. There's no way to like obstruct.
This is what I meant, and Sunday fucking up with using Kilo for this. He didn't know Kilo well enough to entrust something that's important to him. Yeah. Like, I trust Max entirely with something like this. I would trust Max 100% with something like this. Because I know Max has a line when something starts and like matters. Max understands priorities.
Screw it anymore. Like it's over.
Destiny content covers basically everything bad. Interesting. I might have a watch in my own time. We won't watch it on stream.
2. Depending on how this goes.
Okay, yeah, I'm good. How bad?
I'm paying you with the revenue from my channel. If your interest is in the success of the channel, this seems like a bad idea. People have a personal and revenge-based reason to try.
We're doing a lot of very long streams at the moment. I swear I'll stop. Okay, I swear I'll stop. But things keep happening. I'm fucking
my revenue streams. My revenue streams are your
We'll get
revenue
there.
streams. This seems like a bad idea. 3. Why? What's the benefit? You can just argue against the video publicly without outing yourself as one of the people who made it. And also, we've already talked earlier about the fact that they know who you are. And to out yourself as someone who made the video is now to tell all those people that you are also an enemy of them. Why would you do so? Why? And then at the end of the conversation, I reiterated, look, you can do whatever you want. I'm just saying I don't like it. I don't want you to do it. Your job's not in danger. I just don't want you to do it. That's it. Because why? It's dumb. I specifically, deliberately was not making content about it. You'll notice, I didn't publish anything on Destiny since the Destiny video dropped. That's it.
True, Shaddy.
I had one stream to clarify things because Nick DeOrio was being a weasel and trying to torch me to cover over for the fact that he was covering for Destiny until the very last minute when he couldn't anymore.
That's not true. That's not true. Fucking kill me. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Becca's trying to weather the storm head on. That's so true. Listen. So true. I fucking...
I wonder if Bro's a former editor first. I don't know. He's dumb enough. He might have just given...
I will say this. this idea that Sunday wanted like Kilo to hold a particular narrative or something is a like I don't think Sunday really cares that much. I think his concern was people going on stream and talking about it. That's true. But also really early on in this conversation, Sunday was like, you know, you don't have to say you're involved, Beckett. You don't have to necessarily say. I'm like, well, I am. I've got your fucking DMs. Why lie about it? It's just dumb. Just dumb. It's like, it's obvious that we've spoken Sunday. You know? So, like, I will say this. The conversation of Kilo coming forward and being involved in saying things publicly, to my knowledge, well, certainly it was never a conversation I had any knowledge of, okay? Kilo was just the editor.
His name voluntarily. You have to understand, this is someone who was sexting tomfoolery's 50-year-old girlfriend, okay? He's a little down bad. A little desperate. That's why he left the internet originally. Yeah, this is before he worked for me. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Which I think is funny.
Teddy with a 9.99. Sorry, I'm not even commenting on the fucking Kilo sexting shit. I don't care. Teddy with the 9.99. Began wants to do short streams, but he just can't stop when President Sunday is involved. Sunday's raw wit and charisma just fascinates Beckett to a level that once he started, he just can't stop. So fucking true.
I thought this was really odd because he previously had left the decision.
Run that back. No, we're not going over Kilo's fucking spicy, but yeah, it's Queen Bee puts it, spicy chat gossip. Yeah, I'm not dwelling on it.
To me, and even after the video,
frankly, if I wasn't looking at something else at the time he said that, I would have skipped it.
Video came out, said it was a shame I wouldn't take credit.
Well, yes, take credit in the sense of put your name on the video and use it as like part of your portfolio. Right? Not weeks later or days later when this is now turning into a giant thing. Because like not putting your name on the video at the beginning means that you are not bearing the consequences of it going out. Saying that you're the editor later in an attempt to
flirted with Mantis a while back. I mean, apparently fucking everyone did. I don't know. Who cares?
I don't know. Assuage your guilty conscience for doing something you 100% agreed with. Just to be clear. After the fact doesn't help you. Now you're just decrying your own work. To the end of undermining
spicy
any positive
Kilo moving on loop. Jesus.
That's like that's not weird. This is common sense.
The only thing that was different now was that Sunday knew I was somewhat critical of the decisions we made. But instead of just saying, I can't have my editor publicly attacking me, he again frantically latched on to any argument he could.
Well, that's because if you're critical of me, then there's now an immediate interest in going after you. Because if you are not critical of me, if you're publicly in agreement with the video that you helped write and edited independently, by the way, and published, now you're a point of interest. Now it's like, oh, look, even Sunday's editor disagrees with this. That's a great way to get back at me. That's a great way to drag me into the public discussion. It's the only reason, in fact.
Could to avoid.
What's wrong with being attracted to someone who's a little older? None, except Mantis is insane.
Avoid conceding anything.
Why the fuck are you adding extra risks to this? We're already in enough danger as is.
You think we're in danger? I don't think
we're in tremendous danger. So you don't think, for example, if you said something that was able to be effectively spun by someone like Nick to Oreo that managed to get some traction that cast aspersions on my entire channel, that income plummeted, so I can't pay you. That doesn't affect you?
You think Nicholas de Oreo could say something that would cast enough aspersions on your channel based on just
no? Let me level you for a second. We don't know what our audience composition is.
What you just described is an impossibility.
Did you hear that? Hear that cut there? That was a weird cut. He didn't show that cut. He just cut it. That's not an impossibility. It happens all the time. All the time.
Who's been sunk by something someone said that got misinterpreted? Like, can you describe?
I'm sure at the very least, Beckett, this will make you more selective about who you do a project with in the future. Because, like, I don't know if everyone's seen this, but here is my fucking stated stance. People come and ask my opinion on a semi-regular basis these days. My stated opinion is this. If you come and ask for my opinion on something, don't fucking listen to me and then start saying my name and things. I'm going to throw you under a bus. I do not care. I am fucking done with this shit. As for working on people with projects, I am not doing this anymore. I'm actually just not doing this anymore. I'm not interested in collaborations like this. If I'm doing a collaboration with somebody, it is going to be me in their video or them in mine. Okay? I'm just not interested anymore because it's happened several times in the last couple of months, And generally, most of my dramas are down to people fucking talking to me and asking me things, and then somehow I get dragged in, even when my opinion is completely fucking ignored, and I'm tired of it. I can only own the positions that are my fucking positions. I do not want to try and have to defend or talk about other people's... It's not me! It's not me! And because so many people come and talk to me and then fucking apparently lean on me and go, well, Beckett said, and I'm like, dude, fuck off. I'm a little sick of it. I am a little sick of it.
Even as cut, by the way, Kilo is so stupid here.
I have a situation you can think of that's
There's the
similar.
girl.
Yeah, go ahead.
I did that, as a matter of fact.
No, that's not what happened.
I had a pretty big impact on that one, actually.
I disagree. Mr. Girl was already banned on YouTube when you guys had that conversation.
Banning on YouTube took place afterwards. His reputation was in the pits after the Wick and the conversation with me.
We were talking about losing income. He already lost it. This pattern culminated in a heated argument between us on Thursday the 23rd about whether or not what Pixie did constituted extortion, which is important because, again, this was President Sunday's entire justification behind the project.
And yours. And yours.
Not just because it is of public interest, but because blackmail and why this is important to not allow people to be facilitating blackmail and hush money payments.
That's you. That's you, Kilo. Sorry, again, I apologize.
In this debate, President Sunday immediately said blatantly untrue things, like saying that private settlements require lawyers present, which they do not.
I actually misspoke, and I said earlier on in the conversation, I think as well, that I'm really sick. So just to be clear, this is my final word. I just want to clear this up. By the way, just to be clear, you are very strongly encouraged to have lawyers present for any kind of...
Bennett with a 4.99. I restarted the stream and ended up falling asleep. That was 4 hours ago, and you're still live. Grab a coffee or energy drink. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot.
Private settlement. But secondly, you are not allowed to threaten, and even by implication, anything extra legal at all.
No, shut up.
Like, what are
He insulted my intelligence multiple times, and he repeatedly insisted that I didn't know what I was talking
We're
about.
not doing it. We're not doing extortion conversations more.
It is.
That conversation ended without resolution, and both of us pretty pissed off. But afterwards, President Sunday sent me this message. It contained a screenshot of someone else live coaching him on talking points about extortion.
Yeah, because I was frustrated with the conversation. I was like, I can't get through this guy. This guy doesn't understand anything. And this other person was putting it in fairly good terms, fairly good words. They had a clear way of expressing it. Easy. Then ask if what Destiny was extortion. He didn't say outright blackmail. If you don't do X, I won't release news. But there's not. This is referring to the conversation with Tom Foolery. If you don't do X, I won't release news. There's an ongoing reality of soft power, in which she applied it, saying she wouldn't release anything with me. She knows I have stuff on her. That's blackmail too. Apparently, Redditor disagrees. Blackmail is simple. Pixie said, out of both sides of her mouth, as she learned from the best, hey, I would hate to ruin your life. If you just give me money, we can be whole. Hey, lovely shop you got here. Would be ashamed if it caught on fire. What's the difference in terms of rhetorical effect? His implication.
While he was debating me, his lowly editor that apparently had no idea what he was talking about.
Because I'm allowing you to challenge me, and I'm respecting your opinion, arguing with you, because I'm not treating you like a bug you are, Kilo. That's why.
This is when I started to realize that Sunday never actually had a good reason for publishing this video. This was potentially a pretty serious issue. We had just exposed a major sex scandal involving a huge political streamer. Every detail mattered, even in Sunday's own words.
Like, working with you means that you're exposing details of the backroom process of how we're working, when I think it was pretty clear when we were talking there that was very sensitive. It's like...
It was sensitive because we didn't want people to have the story break early. It wasn't sensitive because we were doing something.
No, it was sensitive because every little detail can be pried apart and analyzed from a million different angles and spun any different number of ways in advance.
Thank you, Ash. I appreciate that. I want to die.
So doing that research, I would tread very lightly with making claims of that sort for a couple of reasons. First of all, because accusations of illegal activity.
Like it might be something.
Hang on, did he say coercively or covertly? Because those mean very different
He
things.
might have been covert.
Okay.
Someone just super chatted that apparently Kino Casino called Sunday the Kino Casino of the left. Is that true? Is that true? And a friend of their show. Is that true? Did Kino Casino really say that? That's fucking hilarious.
Okay, that's important because coercively implies coercion. Okay, gotta be careful here. You gotta be careful with this. If you're gonna accuse people of lying specifically, you need to have like these specific.
I am being very. Now it's funny that the rest of the community doesn't really need that standard, but.
So I tried to look back and find where this extortion take came from. The first mention I can find of it comes from this message.
Comes from what? Oh my god, no. The first. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is so stupid.
Straight away says that Dan told Pixie, ask Steven for a reasonable amount of money and he'd probably pay it.
Okay, what's the context of asking Steven for a reasonable amount of money? Oh, she talked to Steven and said she's going to publicize what he did. So let's play this out. This is a private conversation between me and Straight Away. Why would this be blackmail? Well, how would she introduce this? After talking to Steven and saying she's going to kill herself and leave a timed message, but she probably will ask for too much, she's going to say, hey, can I have a reasonable sum of money, Steven? That's blackmail. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can talk to lawyers, you can try to take them to court, and then you can say, hey, I'd rather just have you pay me out X amount of money, and we don't need to go to court. You can do that. You cannot threaten to go public with embarrassing information if they do not pay you. That is extortion. That is a felony. The fact that that's a felony means that for the rest of her life, so long as Steven has the record of this, he can now hold this over her head. This is so basic. And the worst part about this is, every single person who is running around saying, hey, this is totally fine to do, is now telling a whole bunch of other women, hey, it's totally safe to do this. This is a valid option. Endangering them. This is bad fucking advice. This is dangerous.
Sunday immediately and confidently states that this is blackmail.
Yes.
I don't know why he keeps pretending that private settlements don't exist.
Because you can settle privately. You cannot settle privately with threats at all.
Okay,
Period. And by
I don't care. I don't care.
This is so hard for people. They are brainless.
I've been at work for 8 hours, 07. Type for your service. Go get a coffee or at least take a smoke break, bro. Thanks, Nesca. Thank you for the 5. I might have a cigarette, actually.
And they will pass away. There's waves of morons like this all the time. They pass away. It's okay. They come and they go.
Maybe it's a Canadian thing, but here in America...
No, you can settle at a court in Canada too.
You are allowed to seek compensation for damages privately without going to court.
Yes, but you're not allowed to threaten anything besides going to court. You are not allowed to threaten anything besides going to court. You yourself characterized it as blackmail, Kilo. You told us, when you were asked, do you have anything you want to add, that there is a public interest in stopping this blackmail from being allowed to happen. Your words. The only point at which you started to have an issue with this was when all of your friends, specifically Not So Erudite, who by the way is now complicit in that extortion, because
I don't know about anyone else, but I'd like to know what happened to make his editor fall out with Sunday. I mean, the only person who has those recordings are Kilo. Is Kilo for the wider things. So I don't know what to fucking tell you. My read is the fact that they fell out on a personal level. That's my read. Again, I'm not sat here calling Kilo a bad person. I've been very clear about this. This is completely normal. In fact, I'll say it again. The most fascinating thing about the Destiny drama from the side of Twitch politics is watching everyone go over their fucking, like, grievances from the last 2 years. Viv going after Wick, Kilo going after Connor, fucking people going after Brianna Wu, Sick and tomfoolery going at it. People have used this drama to air their grievances for years and years ago. And I can't fucking blame them. I understand what that space is like. That's one of the reasons I fucking left it.
she was facilitating it. The only point at which you had an issue with this was when your real life friends started to have a problem with it. That's it. That is it. This is now on record.
So far, there is no threat, no leverage or coercion being applied. He literally just sees Dan.
But there is. There is.
Suggesting that Pixie asks Steven for money and thinks blackmail.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. You say, hey, I'm going to do these drastic things. And Dan says, oh, just go ask Steven for money. What's the motive? Why is Dan telling Pixie to ask Steven for money? Because she said she's going to do drastic things, which involve publicizing what Steven did.
Okay, no, I actually just don't trust. I don't trust Straight Raid's retelling here. I think that needs clarification. I don't know what Dan said to Pixie. No one knows what Dan said to Pixie. I don't know fucking idea.
To be clear, in no way does this exchange constitute blackmail. A few days after the video came out, Sunday mentioned that he wanted to put out another video, clarifying that he wasn't trying to demonize Pixie, which is obviously not true, but also expanding on the—
Telling someone you're suicidal is not blackmail. Telling someone you're going to kill yourself if they don't give you money is blackmail. Telling someone you're going to kill yourself and leave a timed note publicizing what that person did is blackmail. Telling someone that unless they punish themselves by donating a certain amount of money either to you or to someone else is blackmail. Period. Now, in some cases, blackmail is not even on the books. So, for example, in Canada, we just call it extortion. Okay. Of any kind. Reason why I had that case law link in there. Won't, because this. President, what is your supposed motivation?
I'm not just saving you. I'm not just saving like you guys from these endless conversations about the legal definition of extortion. I'm saving myself.
For demonizing Pixie. I'm actually unclear about that. Apparently, I just hate Pixie. I suppose. I hate Pixie, and I want to make Destiny look sympathetic, but why? I actually don't know.
This extortion argument. By this point, I think Sunday probably started to notice quite a bit of criticism directed towards him because he had begun posting long, autistic ramblings about what extortion is and claiming he wasn't trying to make Pixie look bad.
Yep.
He also put this post in a comment under the video, and in it, he links to some case law that supposedly supports his argument. But if you take even one look at it, it has nothing to do with Pixie's situation.
Except it does. Here, I'll show you, okay? And I'm agreeing with Queen on this, okay? YouTube lawyers are morons, but let's bring this up. So, this is a story all about how my life got flipped turned upside down. Case law example. Why are we looking at this? What's the relevance? Well,
don't cap.
Extortion is a federal crime in the United States. Just to be clear. This is not complicated.
Listen, I can see the questions about like Sunday's goals and everything else. I don't want to speak for Sunday's goals. Sunday can speak for Sunday's goals. I'm just sick of the extortion argument.
Was it interstate? Extortion is a federal crime if it uses wireless communication. So if it's an email, it's federal.
Because not only did the perpetrator explicitly make a threat, which Pixie did not, but the demands were under threat of reporting them to law enforcement for committing a crime. Destiny's likely not guilty of a crime, meaning Pixie was under no obligation to report him to the authorities. She was simply weighing getting privately compensated versus choosing to sue him.
Was she weighing getting privately compensated? Okay. Was she weighing getting privately compensated while threats were hanging of going public? Yes, and there you go. So they may be overestimating the severity of the situation by focusing on its criminal label rather than evaluating a broader Florida law for extortion. It's his or her will.
We have the legal arguments now. Have we caught up
That
that
should put on the
much?
screen, wouldn't it? I've added a fourth course of action. Settle out of court without threats so that you can't be coerced in future. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, what? Really? And what's the point of saying that?
Taken, which is privately settling, when the video originally only had the first 3. So by this...
So what? So what?
Time I'm starting to see this really detailed picture of Sunday deciding on a course of action.
Hang on, I need to understand the point of this. I'm very confused. Hang on, okay. Sorry, this is retarded apparently.
And all of this is in addition
I'm about to give up on this. I'm sorry. I don't blame you, Rocky.
to the fact that I knew Sunday's story was sort of changing over time, because originally he did want to more or less blame Pixie for helping Destiny keep future victims quiet. Notice...
On what evidence? I wanted to blame... Why? On what evidence? By the way, Sir Shot, I apologize. I missed your super chat for the $20. Thank you. I'm also trying to understand the video as generously as possible. So his problem is he thinks recording Nicholas Oreo was unfair and characterizing what Pixie said as potential blackmail and fairly villainized her on purpose. Well, here's the thing. He specifically brought up in the clip I showed you that he thinks this needs to be exposed because it is blackmail and that's bad. And also because, quote, if there's any part of him that wants the other victims, the other 3 at least, to get any justice for themselves, he's clear about this. His main issue has consistently been leaking Nick's call and not making Not So Erudite look good. He's been out there defending Not So Erudite. And I have a suspicion that one of the reasons why he deleted all of his posts everywhere was because he knows that he's overcommitted to certain things very vocally, and it's kind of screwed him. But he's not very smart because he included that quote in his video, which is just like mind-boggling to me.
specifically that in his long clarification post, Sunday has silently added a 4th course of action Pixie could have taken, which is privately settling.
I am assuming that given the context of the call, that privately settling without going through a lawyer is an impossibility. Why? Because unless Steven offers money and she just accepts it, she cannot ask for more because it is in the presence of threats. She has said she's going to go public. She has said she wants to punish...
Why is Sunday reiterating his points over and over and over again? I don't know. Listen, I can't be too critical. I've been doing it myself, but I have been live for nearly 11 hours. Teddy with the 99 Beckett here. Beckett, here, I was trying to get you to watch something, yet I never asked you why you're self-harming yourself with President Sunday. Do I need to hire a therapist for you? Is this a cry for help? Apparently so. Listen, I'd be lying if I said this drama hasn't stressed me out. This drama has been the most stressful drama I've had to deal with and the most annoying that I've had to deal with in the entire time I've been making content. And again, that's not a sympathy thing. You don't need to be sympathetic to me for this. I did it to myself, but that's just how I'm feeling about it.
Punished even by taking his money. It doesn't matter if she wants to take his money and send it to charity. And I give the example of, imagine if we flipped it around and Pixie was not capable of greed. Let's say, for example, that Destiny was poor and Pixie was rich. So that Destiny doesn't have money to give her, and all she wants to do is punish him. Well, if she wanted to punish him by taking a proportionate amount of money, that would still have the same effect. And she did so by threatening him. I will go public and ruin your reputation, and that would still be extortion. Period. The issue is not that she is motivated by vice. The issue is plain and simply that it is illegal. It being illegal means that it can now be used against her. It being used against her to keep her silent. This would be an example, for instance, of how maybe other people are looped into behaviors by being embedded in friendships with people like Not So Erudite who give them bad advice and make them and compromise them and make it so that they are in a situation where even if they're completely within the right, they have no basis to get justice anymore because the other person has the money, the resources, etc., to destroy them.
When the video originally only had the first 3. So by this time, I'm starting to see this really detailed picture of Sunday.
And Dan did that too. Dan and Kyla, just demonic people. By the way, to give an illustration of how stupid Kilo is, by the way, okay? I'll never go after an editor like this, but he's decided to lie about me and slander me on behalf of somebody else who's actively predating upon a victim.
Which is crazy since you delved into the entire ACC and SCC drama that's still lingering on this day. You know, after I covered the Jar and Mally call, I had a call with Jenny the next day, and she'd watched some of the stream back. And she said, you know, it's a night and day difference watching you cover ACC stuff. You're like energetic. You obviously enjoy it more than talking about any of this shit, and it was nice to see. I love covering ACC stuff, okay? I really do. But I also know with this, I'm gonna get asked questions, so I might as well just don't know.
I had to tell him, no, Kilo, we are not giving Dan Saltman a big nose for the thumbnail. That won't look very good. We cannot give Dan Saltman a giant nose in our thumbnail, Kilo. Figure out why. Yeah. It's like a Pinocchio nose, like he's a liar.
Deciding on a course of action, and then coming up with the reasons and justifications for it afterwards. Ever since the leaks dropped, he desperately wanted the story to go public, and he started messaging Erin immediately, pushing her in certain directions or...
Wait, what's this?
wanted the story to go public, and he started
I'm sorry, you saw these when we made the video. This isn't new information to you. Why are you showing these like this is a revelation? I don't know if you're following this, but someone dumped all the sex tapes.
I enjoyed the call with Chris earlier, but the rest has been rough and tiring. I like talking to Chris.
pushing her in certain directions or suggesting that Pixie make a video about her statement. And when none of these things worked, he took matters into his own hands.
That's the post after my video, Kilo. The video you helped make.
And decided he'd settle on this abstract extortion argument. But
I didn't settle on the abstract extortion argument. The extortion argument was a demonstration of how people get entrapped. There's no purpose to it otherwise. I don't care if Pixie gets money illegally. I care about Pixie being put into a situation where she is now compromised for the rest of her life, and maybe that is held over her head to prevent her from getting justice for other people, or from being kept in perpetual danger herself. That's it.
It's just more boring to cover for me.
He's a good editor. He's a good editor. He's just a very bad and weak person.
I don't think he really thought
it's not.
He claims he's consulted lawyers about this. Originally, he told me, Kilo, you're not a lawyer.
He's not a lawyer.
I was raised by one. And
I was raised,
took law courses in university.
Yeah.
But then when he was talking to Aiko, she asked if he spoke to lawyers, and he said, I spoke to people who know lawyers.
It's
Who did you speak to?
Several people I can't name, but
But
just
lawyers,
trust me on this.
lawyers.
I asked someone to ask a lawyer. People who... I'm not telling you who it is. It's people I trust. No lawyers.
But then, when he was talking with Willie Mack, he said he spoke directly to lawyers, but won't mention who. And for some reason, he puts the S in parentheses.
Yeah, because I'm being ambiguous. I don't want you to know who I'm talking about or how many. But you know what the great thing is? And I told this to Willie Mack himself. I said, are you stupid? Because you know what you can do? Just go talk to a lawyer. Get an opinion. Because lawyers aren't judges. They don't decide. They don't decide the outcomes. They give you an opinion. That's how it works. No, I'm not naming names. These aren't public people.
Was it one or
You don't have to take my word for it. You can just go ask somebody. You can literally just go ask somebody. Hey, is saying you're going to go public with information about something really bad that somebody did.
Yeah, we need to do a law stream soon.
And they will tell you. Take a wild guess. Take a wild guess.
Multiple Sunday. That's fucking weird.
If you go this to the cops, they'd laugh at you. You wouldn't go to the cops with this. You might file a police report. You wouldn't go to the cops with this.
He also leaked his entire DM history with Nicholas Dorio after Nick called him out for some of this bullshit.
Yeah, he's really mad about that for some reason.
He leaked all of Willie Mack's DMs with him on stream for seemingly no reason.
No, just showing the novelty of the interview.
And then he began arguing with random chatters in Discord servers and then leaking their DMs and had to ask to be timed out for a week.
Yeah, he didn't say why I leaked the DMs though, by the way.
Chatters in Discord servers and then
I leaked the DM because this guy was yelling at me in a Discord server, and then I tried to provide clarification in DMs, and he just insulted me and blocked me. And it was funny because it's a community in which that's kind of a silly thing to do.
And leaking their DMs and had to ask to be
like this guy, by the way. Let's see, Queen Bee.
And then he began arguing with random chatters in Discord servers.
And no hard feelings, but this isn't like a random chatter. This guy has gone to every single Discord I've seen I'm in and just started arguing this, like everywhere. That's why. Because I'm kind of a small bean, like these randos. And I do argue with them sometimes. I didn't read your super chat. Did you have a super chat? What was your super chat? Come on, YouTube. YouTube's been shitting the bed lately. It's actually like freezing when I try to click the fan funding thing. Come on.
Leave Queen alone. Queen's fine. Like, it's spicy chat. It's spicy chat. Fuck me. Was that a reason to leave my DMs? Jesus.
When I started the stream earlier, it wasn't even showing on. Cool boy, thank you for the $4.99. Kino Casino called you the Kino Casino of the left and a friend of their show. Comment. Let me weigh this. Let me weigh this out. Do I want to talk to Kino Casino? Depends on how much money they give me, okay?
And then leaking their DMs and had to ask to be timed out for a week, seemingly because he couldn't stop arguing with random chatters.
I think Sunday and PPP would really get on. Like, unironically. Why are you doing this? Because of fucking, I don't know anymore. It's like, I feel like I've responded to fucking most of this shit. We'll keep going, but like, cause I'm invested, but I feel like I'm at the point where I've kind of responded to pretty much anything that needs to be like talked about in this.
I'm out for a week. I love these people too much. Let me get you the actual quote because it's funny. It's actually not funny. What are we arguing about here? Oh yeah, because I was debating with people and I was like, I'd say like, this is my final word on this forever. And then I kept debating with people. I'm argumentative. It's how it's my vice. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Just trying to save me from chats.
I'm sorry. Look, this is what was actually said. Just to be clear.
Probably because, if you haven't put it together by now, this guy is absolutely crashing out.
Rules? Oh shit, I'm probably gonna get banned, whatever.
He is insecure, erratic,
I forgot, I'm sorry.
Defensive, and behaving like a total weirdo in the aftermath of this video coming out. This flies in the...
Sunday has shown no evidence, got a bunch of jumbled up text. I actually showed, like, literal video evidence of Kilo saying things, so I kind of do. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, buddy.
Face of the image that he wants to present as a streamer. The guy who calls out other people for poor behavior, who holds people...
He's so mad about not so erudite. It's like he just loves her.
That he wants to present as a streamer. The guy who...
The first thing there, and yes, not so erudite is unethical and dangerous. I think this has been borne out. I'm right again. I'm right again. I was correct.
Calls out other people for poor behavior, who holds people accountable for taking the correct and ethical...
Wait, correct? What?
The guy who calls out other people for poor behavior, who holds people accountable for taking the correct and ethical path.
Keffels?
Calls out other people for poor behavior, who holds people accountable...
Keffel's the correct and ethical path. She lied about losing all of her equipment in order to put on crocodile tears and get $100,000, which ostensibly for a legal case, which he then fucked off with to Europe, went on vacation, and blew it all on like toys and food and friends. Really?
Accountable for taking the correct and ethical path?
He didn't take Mr. Girl did not take the correct and ethical path. Mr. Girl, I apologize to because I misunderstood, given his what I learned was well-motivated hesitance to confirm whether he had consent to publish directly received victim testimony that only he had. It turns out actually that the person in question was being two-faced, apologized herself for it, and he just didn't want to burn them for that. That's what happened. Because these people are morons. Steven was able to have a DM conversation with his victim that it had been established he was smearing on screen, get her to say, yeah, everything's fine, Max is crazy, and people ate it up because they just really want to keep watching Destiny without a guilty conscience. That's it. Max didn't make a good decision, though. Max made himself the main character. This is something that I have specifically avoided. Sir Shot, our next stream is going to be theory, so don't even worry about it. Don't even ignore the number on the screen. Assume it's 100. We're doing theory next time. But, like, my issues regarding the format and the way he went about it stand. My judgments concerning his character changed. I think he made the wrong decisions in a lot of places. My apology to Mr. Girl was that I learned after the fact recently that, in fact, despite the fact that he made wrong decisions, and I think I made right decisions, nonetheless they led us to a place where the truth of the matter was obscured. His motivations were misrepresented. I misrepresented them or facilitated that misrepresentation, and I felt bad about that. Not because anybody on any side was malicious. Like, that's really important here. You can do things without evil intentions and still do them wrong in a way that compromises the truth or compromises victims.
I want to be really clear on my position of Mr. Gull. I vehemently, deeply dislike Mr. Gull and always have. And the Destiny Manifesto was a shit show. I don't like this whole Max gets to come out of the woodwork now and talk about this as though he's like taking a win and he was always right. I don't like this shit. I will continue to shit talk Mr. Girl. I don't really give a fuck what anyone else's opinions on him are. No, I don't fucking care. In fact, I fucking hate that dude.
This is the issue with Pixie. The issue with Pixie is not that Pixie is bad. The issue with Pixie is that she's being given bad advice, and as a result, she's entrapping herself. This is really simple. Joshua, thanks for the $20 US. I'm sorry I made you mad Sunday.
Mr. Girl made a hit piece on Destiny because he got bullied by Redditors. I will own that position until the day I fucking die, okay?
Talking earlier about the law. It's don't worry about it. I'm okay. I'm a passionate individual. It happens.
Sunday has a smug self-assuredness about his...
I do not. I am full of anxiety, and I keep my books here because it looks cool. But I have no illusions. I am not super smart.
Teddy, please, Beckett, show the doll where President Sunday touched you. It's going to be your first therapy session with therapist Teddy. Fuck.
I am not super smart, okay? I have no illusions about that.
Presentation, and he pretty much never walks anything back or admits to any wrongdoing.
That's not true. In fact, I specifically did with Mr. Girl, and I talked about it. I did with Keffels, by the way. You all don't know this because I took it down because Keffels escalated things afterwards. But when I initially had that beef with Keffels, because her audience dogpiled me when I criticized her for, trying to bully people because they were criticizing her for using a trans woman's death as a bludgeon against other people for criticizing her other activities. I felt like
I can skip ahead. That's nice.
System of abuse.
Okay, now we're at
because
live.
I would love, by the way, to just be able to go, even though I don't think I have to. I would love to be able to just go, Pixie, I'm really sorry, okay? I'm really sorry about all this. I feel bad. I'd love to do that, but I can't do that. You know why? Because if I do that, that will now be blood in the water. That will now be used to drag me in as a spectacle, which will then be used to distract from the issue. And the issue is this. Destiny's still out there sharing nudes of people. He's still out there bringing in women who are relying on exposure through him to other people and on stream for business, and then using his clout and his audience and his framing to use them, throw them out, and then keep them silent on pain of under intimidation. That's it. And
okay, I will say on this, I get that I get this position, of never apologize. You'll just get dragged if you do because it's admitting culpability or guilt or whatever. Totally fucking, I understand that position. It's a position I've held in many, many fucking dramas. You're seeing this right now with certain other dramas that are going on where someone apologizes and people go, well, you're only doing this because you want to like vindicate yourself and you want to like people to leave you alone. I get that position. At the same time, I apologize to Pixie. I didn't do it in a vacuum. I spoke to people and then I reflected and I thought I needed to apologize to Pixie. That's why I did it. And I was very clear during that stream. It does not exonerate me from any guilt just because I have taken that action. Okay, but I think it is fine if you mean something to apologize. Personally speaking,
said this a million times. If you are trying to make fucking me, bad phrasing. If you are trying to make a fucking loser like me who means
you have to believe there's a reason to apologize. Completely agree.
Nothing in all of this. The center of attention in any aspect of this whatsoever, when we are talking about a millionaire with a literal cabal of large content creators around him who are covering for him as he sexually abuses women and exposes them to immense danger. If you're trying to make me the center of attention, you are part of the problem. Period. You inserted yourself. I'm the only.
Go to bed, Beckett. Listen, I'm gonna be realistic with you. As long as Sunday is live, I'm gonna be watching this because I feel like I need to at this point. So, fuck, you're stuck with me. Okay, look, I want to go to bed. I'm with you, but here we are. President Sunday seems like the type to bring up obscure authors randomly in conversation, then have to explain how witty the reference was to you. No, I'm not gonna leak any of the conversations I've had with Sunday about authors. Chat, let's riot. Sunday sucks, and that's not Beckett's fault. Listen, you can riot all you want, guys. Why? Because every time I go to sleep when something like this happens, I wake up to like 20 DMs about it, and I'd rather just deal with it now.
Only one who was going to fucking expose it, you idiot. Inserted yourself. Insert yourself.
Listen, I think it's probably a good sign that the chat's general take is sympathetic to the fact that I'm still awake dealing with this shit. Okay, I appreciate that,
sir.
Yeah, I need to talk about the route to drama as well. We are going to go over that.
He
not
doesn't
tonight,
actually make
but I will go over
videos
that.
on things that he thinks are wrong. He just guesses what other people might think is wrong and makes videos about that. You have made videos about people who are doing wrong things to people.
Yeah, but typically when I say wrong things to people, I've got a particular understanding. Oh, this one's good. This one's good. I hope he releases this whole one, actually. Let's see. Yeah, but
Okay.
hang on, let's get the whole
You
thing.
have made videos about people.
Okay, let's get the whole context here.
He just guesses what other people might think is wrong and makes videos
Do
about
not
that.
go and bully
You
Sunday
have
so
made
I can go to
videos
bed,
about people
Rocky.
who are doing wrong
Thank
things
you,
to
though.
people.
Yeah,
Don't do
but
that.
typically when I say wrong things to people, I've
I'm not
got a
sympathetic
particular
for Sean,
understanding of that.
Jesus.
Namely, these people have avowed these principles. These people are defying those principles by acting in this particular way. Therefore, according to their own lights, they are doing wrong.
You're not interested in talking about Destiny because of how he tries to portray himself and actually
And he's
he's
set
not
endurance
living
run.
to those values.
Point of fact, I didn't actually make a moral judgment in that video. That's such a weird cut. Why cut it?
And you a trooper? I am. Like and subscribe.
Why cut it? Why? Never once.
Do you think abuse is bad?
Well, abuse is bad by definition, but what I mean by abuse in the case of sexual abuse is like quite literally a legal term. Like you're taking intimate photos of someone, leaking them without their consent, and causing them public humiliation and social damage, and potentially putting them in danger.
If you're making an accusation, towards Destiny or whoever, that somebody that they are harming somebody.
Look, I'll tell you what, okay? You show me evidence of me sharing nudes with people without their consent, and you can make me the center of attention, all right? You find that, I'll let you publish it on my channel, okay?
You're not just holding them to their own moral standard. You're saying they're doing something that I don't like, and I'm calling that out, which is harming people.
That motivates me to call it out, but specifically what I'm doing in that video is pointing out things that other people don't like.
How long since his last super chat with the two? It's been a little while. I appreciate you, Potato.
All right, I'm gonna spell this out for you, okay? Because he edited this weird, and it's a really simple point I'm making. What's the motive for making a video about Destiny bad? Is it because I think I'm the avatar of some mystical principle of justice? No. It's because Destiny's doing stuff that is dangerous and repugnant and harmful to other people. We all have a common interest in this being pointed out. That's it. So I don't make videos about stuff that I find personally repugnant, that I think other people won't. I make videos about stuff that concern, get this, people who watch videos. Crazy, right? Insane. I make videos, I post things on social media for social reasons. Wake up, everybody. Society of the spectacle.
I'm now pretty convinced that this guy has no morals or guiding principles whatsoever, and he's basically just a leftist grifter.
Oh, I bet Sunday. Oh, he's just not updating the counter.
Burn all of my connections? Why did
He's
I
made a lot of money tonight.
Take any effort
He's made a lot of money
profit
tonight
from the situation? Why did I immediately pivot to other content? That was my first 100K view video in 4 years. That's my first one. You know how much money and audience I could have built if I just hammered in? Even if it fucked the entire case, even if, for example, it'll have no bearing on the legal case because that's completely separate. But even if I fucked the entire like public narrative and I gave Steven a total out, just by keeping that tension on and being the guy, I could have made so much money. I could have made so much money, guys. I could have had such a big audience by now. You think that didn't occur to me? I could have made so much fucking money from this. That doesn't work. I'm sorry. Okay, I can be accused of a lot of shit. Selling out my story for clout, it's not there. That ain't there. You did, though? Andrew, you want to call in? I actually am curious. I want to hear your argument for this, for how I did. Please. Discord or ban. That's how we roll. We are old school here. Andrew, call in. It's your time to shine.
Oh, fuck it. I'm actually kind of interested if you get someone to call in and argue with them.
Call in, call in, call in, call in.
Oh my god.
Dog piled me more chat. Well, you're gonna call in or what? No? I mean, you can, I think you can do it. I think you can do it, Andrew. I think you got it in you. You got that fight. I do not care about a ban. Well, very well. Godspeed. Everyone pay your respects to Andrew, okay? Space Cowboy.
He doesn't even think audiences care about the truth. If money is the only reason you ever talk about it.
Audiences don't care about the truth. Destiny still has an audience of 6,000 people. Concurrence. Audiences don't care about the truth. You idiot. Of course they don't care about the truth. A few weirdos care about the truth. Audiences don't care about the truth. Sorry.
Becky, you must start doing cocaine to stay awake.
I've had a realization, because Kilo, and this is somewhat instructive, it's not an indictment on Mr. Girl, but Kilo used to be is a Mr. Girl fan, okay? It's not Mr. Girl's fault, I'm not imputing him with anything. But Mr. Girl is very charismatic, and he's often misunderstood.
Fuck Max.
Largely
not my
because
Max.
Mr. Girl normalizes icky conversations about things that
my Max is based.
Well, are normally very embarrassing for people. Like, for example, being a pedophile is one. And there's a whole lot of people in that community who are sort of bought into this notion that it's not important to be correct. What's important is how you feel, okay? And they envision themselves like in a bad sentimental movie where somebody stands up and just is defiant for no reason. No, I won't sit down. And then they're bulldozed over and it's like, yay. But they've forgotten that it's a movie, and that the swelling music and the framing and all of the characters admiring them are placed there by a director to achieve a certain emotional effect in the audience. And so they all think of themselves as being the hero of a movie when they are engaging in the most egotistical and self-destructive behavior possible. Because they're children. No, Mr. Girl is not a pedophile. That's a common misconception. He's not a pedophile.
No, Mr. Girl's the sort of person who will embrace the idea publicly that he might be a pedophile because the things that are actually fucking wrong with him are things he is more ashamed of. Fucking hate Mr. Girl. Okay. Yeah, fuck.
Mr. Girl is, I think Beckett more or less set out what he wanted to do, which was expose the
Okay, hold on. We're talking about me again.
Well, happen. It was just a matter of how. We tried leaving streaming. We'd already had his was already swirling about that long in advance. I'm going to remind you, the only thing that switched for me was the realization that everybody had this information, that this was already swirling about, that every major content creator had it, and that it was only a matter of time until it got into someone's hands. And we'd already seen the examples of how people were using it. Bad Empanada was already going forward talking about it, talking about how Lonerbox was cucked by Destiny, and that's why he's leaving streaming. We'd already had Hassan Piker talking about it. It was going to happen. It was just a matter of how. We tried to do it well. That's it. We tried to do it well, and we failed, but we tried to do it well and in a way that would make it so that people could not sweep this under the rug anymore. And by we, I mean me and Kilo, because I think Beckett more or less set out what he wanted to do, which was expose the DMs and just make.
There are definitely, listen, if I could do it over, there are things that I would do differently. I think the Bad Empanada clip in my video is like really badly framed, for example. There's a couple of other things I'd probably change if I wasn't making the entire thing in 6 hours. But yeah, broadly speaking, my video achieved what I wanted it to achieve. I stand by my video. I've said that before.
Make them available.
If a creator doesn't think their audience cares about the truth, then there's nothing stopping them from lying to you.
No, my audience cares about the truth, but my audience is tiny. Tiny, tiny, tiny. And I don't even think most of my audience cares about the truth. I think a respectable chunk of my audience, which is still in the vast minority, cares about the truth. These are very different things.
Which makes the answer to the...
I'd like to say, I think my audience cares about the truth and regularly challenges me when they disagree with me. And like have had fights with me when they disagree with me. I think generally speaking, my audience is pretty diverse in opinion. I have sort of tried to cultivate it in that direction, and I appreciate it for that because that's what I want.
Final question, obvious. Why didn't we get Pixie's consent, or at least warn her? Simply because President Sunday doesn't give a fuck. And actually warning Pixie would have been detrimental to his mission, which would...
No, warning Pixie would have meant warning Not So Erudite. You're mad that I didn't let you warn Not So Erudite. By the way. Again.
Was to be the first one to publish the story. If we had warned Pixie, she probably would have just published her statement, meaning we...
If we had warned Pixie, she would probably just publish her statement. Well, then it didn't matter. Publishing was identical to her publishing her statement. Did Kilo delete his Discord? Kilo deleted everything. Every single thing he has said is gone. This is a very parasocial argument he's making. He's just, this guy is not. He's a very parasocial guy.
We no longer had breaking news. In fact, explicitly, during...
But we didn't have breaking news. That's the point. We weren't trying to beat Bad Empanada to talking about this. We were trying to beat Bad Empanada framing this. Bad Empanada had already talked about this. This was already there.
During our meetings on January 18th, both Beckett and Sunday told me that they specifically wanted to beat Bad Empanada, who had been sniffing around the...
Honestly, Beckett, in 15 years of watching streams like this, you've managed to cultivate the most sane chat I've ever seen. Yeah, it's because no one gets banned for anything. Have you seen my moderators? My moderators don't moderate, and that's not because they're lazy. It's because I genuinely tell them not to do anything. Everyone's opinion is fucking welcome in this chat. The only thing you'll get banned for is spanning or when I specifically say don't talk about something. I've got right-wingers, left-wingers, people who don't care about politics, artists, everything, because that's the point. Anyone can come and hang out here, and everyone is fucking welcome. Even people who fucking hate me don't get fucking timed out. They get fucking, like honestly, I've defended people in this chat who have been having a go at me.
Story in days prior, and be the first ones to break it. This is probably why the justification.
No, we were talking about him already doing that. We wanted to beat Bad and Pinata to framing.
Treat chat like adults, they'll act like adults.
That's it. Why would it be? Why would we care about beating Bad and Pinata? We don't have the same audiences. Why would we care? Well, because the way in which these things are leaked can have different effects. Like, for example, it can tip off people in a particular kind of way so that they can obscure evidence before they have to respond to it. The way we did it meant that Destiny was making bad decisions when he was flying back. And he made a very terrible document that exposed more. Okay? But let's say, for example, that Bad and Pinata is more concerned with, justly, showing how disgusting the people are who are defending Zionism. Well, he might emphasize then the grossness. He might talk about how gross and backstabby these people are, and give a lot of room for people to frame all of this as hatred of Stephen. Because he's done this before. All the evidence with the Anna stuff was out there for a long time. Why was he able to get away with it? Framing. Framing is everything. Framing is everything.
For publishing were really weak, and why the editorializing is fairly inaccurate.
What editorializing?
A few days ago, Sunday.
You edited the video, Kilo. You helped write the script.
It even mentions that we were rushed, but he realizes it sounds bad right as it leaves his mouth, and then he tries to fix it.
No, we were rushed because of constraints that were based on the environment. I clarify that we weren't rushing it, that we were rushed, that we were on a deadline. And we were for a couple of reasons. And you, Kilo, were one of them. A new one, in fact. Why? Well, because if this is all swirling around, it's possible Destiny gets wind of it first and decides to start cleaning up house and plan. Because there's an additional factor to all of this, which is people having time to think about how they're going to respond means they're going to respond in a way that is to their advantage. They're not going to leak things and reveal more. Destiny panicked because we got it in fast when he was on the back foot and not prepared. When he was in flight, that was a lucky accident. And as a result, he wasn't able to prepare in time, and so he made mistakes in responding to it. If he knows in advance, he can prep for how he's going to respond to it as it drops, maybe even in advance. There's a second reason. If someone like Bad and Pinata gets a hold of it, or Hassan, they can botch it in a way that also gives him cover. And or causes the victims more harm. Or, let's say, let's say Kilo, who loves Not So Erudite, and is very offended that he can't leak what we're doing to her in advance, and is really offended that she's being framed badly. What if he leaks it to Not So Erudite first? Well, maybe she gives it to Destiny, but maybe she also covers her own bases too. Maybe she even talks to the victims and tries to arrange for them to do things that are advantageous to herself and to Destiny. This has happened before. This is what happened with Anna. Remember, Destiny's alibi with Anna was he got a DM with Anna saying to her abuser, yeah, it's all good. We don't know what conversations happened around that thing. But there you go. This is someone who he threatened to leak the nudes of, by the way, while he was gaslighting his audience about being in a relationship with her and saying she was crazy.
I will never call you a pause Andy ever again.
Want to know how dark this is? Check this out.
I will just say, because this is a conversation about like whether Kilo was potentially a let's say a flight risk. Yes, yeah. Both Sunday and I felt that. That is true. That is true. Sunday, like Kilo's instant reaction to I should tell Not So Erudite, frankly freaked both I and Sunday out. It was such a weird thing to fucking say that we were both like, yeah, he's going to tell not to swear tonight. That was like, we expected that was what was going to happen. And that did add some pressure to it.
This is how Lonerbox responded to Destiny telling him that he had leaked his Lonerbox's girlfriend.
I hate fucking okay. Loner is in it. Fuck it. As somebody whose relationship became content for like 3 fucking years, I completely understand Lonerbox's reaction to all of this. I think it is completely reasonable, and I don't like the lines of attack on Lonerbox from anybody. I think Loner's been put in a really shit situation, and I don't think it's necessary. The Lonerbox's response to Destiny in these fucking DMs are completely rational responses.
Nudes?
In the bottom line, which your stance on this,
I position. Put her into a position.
Need to go to bed.
Hey, so obviously due to my
this is why I'm still watching it. It's things like this, because I feel like I need to make my positions clear on these things if they're being brought up. Because I get, well, what's your opinion on Lonerbox? I said this earlier. There was a point in the conversation during this, like, the fucking weekend where I was like, maybe I should go and talk to Loner. Maybe I should reach out to Lonerbox. So I'm just giving you my positions as they come up, so I don't have to do it later.
Actions, I have put someone near you in an incredibly shitty / horrible position. If this impacts your desire to do any contact with me or anything like that going forward, I 100% understand. I'd never be retaliatory in any way or anything like that. I know they're only words, but I am super sorry about any extra trouble or strain any of this has caused or is causing. Okay, I won't say anything publicly. Your dirty secret is safe with me, Steven, and I appreciate you reaching out, but I don't think I'll be showing up for content.
See, that's not fair for me. I won't say anything publicly. I appreciate you reaching out, but I don't think I'll be showing up for content for a little bit. This is, I read this as pretty dismissive. Bro, you've just like, fucking, I didn't even know about any of this, and the news of my partner have just fucking leaked. I'm not sure I want anything to do with you.
Content.
No, Lonerbox was not cucked by Destiny. This happened long before Lonerbox, I think, had even met Pixie. Was that when Sunday was still pretending to care about journalistic pretended beef, or thought he might care about the reply, referring to Kilo wanting to contact NSC? No, I don't know. I don't know what you mean by that. I've never had a conversation with Sunday about journalistic ethics. I'm not a fucking journalist. When, like, you know, this is a minor point with the fucking Tyler thing, but Tyler being like, Beckett did bad journalism. I'm not a fucking journalist. I'm a shit poster on the internet. I've never pretended to be a journalist, and I've actively on multiple streams rejected anybody who's tried to call me a journalist. Fuck that shit.
For a little while. I'll be back later, but not right now. Thank you. Thank you for telling me, oh great Lord. Thank you, you generous God. I appreciate you reaching out and telling me about how you leaked porn of my girlfriend, endangering her forever. But don't worry, I won't say anything publicly. Your secret's safe with me. It's okay. I got your back, Steve-O. These are the people that Pixie is confiding in. These are the people who are advising her.
What was your favorite journalist? Sorry, Olivia.
I could have done better. I get it. I was tired. I was sick. We were rushing. We didn't know how long we had. I was really fucking sick. We weren't rushing. We stayed up all night for multiple nights. It was a miserable couple of days. Yeah, we weren't rushing. We were just in a rush. Subtle but different. We were on a limited time constraint. We didn't know.
Tyler, but back at Drama Channel's report the news. I fuck that shit. It's like saying the guy in the pub telling you fucking gossip. I am a gossip channel. Okay? This is the thing when people are like, I hate when this person's a gossiper, guys. They like, I'm a fucking Drama Channel, of course. Listen, I am the guy in the pub telling you fucking rumors and stories that I've heard. I just have like, listen, I just try and verify things more. But essentially, I'm just a dude in a pub. There was a point when Sunday pretended to care for the beef, and Kylo might have bought into it because he didn't realize Sunday was a liar. No, I completely reject that. Listen, even if Kilo bought into that, and sure, that's possible, but that's not why Kilo was bringing up NSE. It wasn't journalistic integrity. It's because Kilo wanted to tell NSE. It was not journalistic integrity. That's not just a charitable read. That's an insane read. I'm not saying you're insane. I'm just saying that I was there. That's just not what it was.
Know how short it was.
So clearly, Sunday wanted to be the guy to take down Destiny.
No, I didn't. That's why
You're
I
a
stopped
tabloid
posting
channel
about
with
it as soon as I
better
made the
fact-checking.
video. That's why I didn't want you to drag me into future encounters about it. That's why all of us backed the fuck away. We didn't want to be the guy about anything. We wanted this to stop getting brushed under the rug.
Desperately. So much so that he was willing to rush and throw together a half-assed, flimsy justification for doing.
You made the video, Kilo! You edited the script. You wrote parts of it. You edited the video itself. We talked about it for days. This is your product, Kilo.
Doing a bunch of insane.
You actually did more work than I did on the video itself. I had all the stuff for a long time in advance. I just recorded my reading of the script. You put this together.
Shit. While slandering and endangering a sex abuse.
I don't know if you know this, but anything in
Kilo is
stream
amazing.
after 12-hour
Kilo
mark
is
is deleted and
amazingly
processing. That's fine.
Oh
if
my
we go,
God. What a fucking rat.
If we go past the 12-hour mark, I'm not fucking. It's just dead. It's just lost media. Okay. Listen, I'm talking about this now. You guys are my witnesses. If we go past the 12-hour mark and it vanishes, then it vanishes.
What a dumb man.
And now he's frantically morphing his arguments as time goes on to defend himself.
Frantically, but you only showed one thing.
Both
You've shown these already. How is this frantic? I clarified a thing in the video that was being misrepresented, that you agreed with, by the way, in its misrepresentation.
He is self-conscious, and also because his brand requires that he maintain the image of being morally
such a simple time. I remember that.
and ethically superior. And seeing how irresponsible he was with Pixie made me realize something.
Oh yeah?
That he's been this way the entire time.
I need some water. One sec. I'll be right back.
Principles. We would be remiss if we didn't try to hold him accountable for his own, or lack thereof. Not too long ago, Sunday lambasted Westside Tyler for mishandling and misreporting a grooming victim's story. Tyler ran a hit piece on larger creator Demon Mama, related to one of her moderators sending inappropriate messages and images to a minor. Tyler spoke with the victim for his video, and made a series of journalistic and ethical errors in the process.
There you go. So shut up. What's your problem? He made journalistic and ethical errors. What are you, an idiot? There you go. There's my reason.
An iceberg
I'm
video one
justified.
day.
Fuck you.
I remembered what Sunday had to say about it at the time.
It's kind of just laying it bare. Like, this is not about, there's nothing here to do with actually protecting the victim. This is about clout and building connections with bigger streamers and making a big hit piece on like Vosh, etc. That's all this is about. Which means that we never got their testimony. We got a corrupted story that was molded by you. You abused because he asked leading questions and imposed terms on the conversation that the witness did not bring up themselves, which meant that this was essentially a conversation molded by Tyler. So we didn't actually get what their testimony would have been without his interference. That's the point. Victim of abuse in order to spin content for your channel. Actually disgraceful. It's actually the most disgraceful thing you can do. I've got a victim of child abuse giving me a scoop, giving me first-hand testimony. I better make a mid-YouTube video about it. Fucking unreal. Yeah, but that's because he also said the video was mid. He said the video was mid. It was his expose, and he said it was mid.
This video would be 2 hours long if I included all the clips of Sunday telling on himself from that stream, but I think you get the idea. Going further back...
What did I tell on myself for? I didn't do this for clout. I didn't connect with anybody after this. I didn't build any connections. I didn't make any further content. I'm only responding to you, Kilo.
Visited Sunday harshly attacked Chud Logic because of Chud's editor DK.
I thought it was at least good that he was watching his hit piece on stream since no one else seemed to want to, but that's a crazy lie. Like, fuck, are we talking about the Sunday not wanting or wanting to be or not wanting to be the person who takes down Destiny? I don't know, man. Like, this is a fucking, there's a lot of looping and shit. I don't know what to tell you. I will say this, okay, from Sunday's perspective, as from many people, they wanted this out, that's the primary thing. But the fact that Sunday essentially, even by the way he's structuring this, wants to get people like, Sunday wanted to force Diorio's hand into getting involved, right? he wanted commentary to cover to like run with this, knowing it was going to, well, at least I assume knowing it, because I constantly told him it would be to his detriment if he put it in. He wanted Destiny hit. Sunday doesn't care if he's the one like holding the knife. Sunday wanted to produce the knife. It's a slight difference. I don't know why it's relevant. I don't know why. Yeah, again, I kind of agree with you guys. Sorry, it's been a very long stream. Yeah, I just own the position, right? In the same way as like I wanted to force the issue. I didn't really care who the person was, but like fuck, if I wanted it pulled, just own the position.
Because, as Sunday puts it, DK was making threats to dox and harass members of the Discord server.
Did you read something for me?
Yeah, go for it.
All right.
And if it doesn't, that's fine. I respect the decision of the majority, but then I'll be happy to dig up anything I can find on anyone on the server, since it's precedent that is now allowed, such not bannable.
Okay, so in your judgment, there is a context that justifies this, right?
Yeah.
Go fuck yourself. Time for bed, everyone. God, I'm still cringe. I was so fucking cringe back then. I like Queeman now. He's grown on me. That was a different time. I was in a different headspace. What I'm given to understand, with the benefit of more knowledge now, is that this was mistaken. Someone was A-logging DK, bringing up stuff from his past, and he was...
I don't...
But sure enough...
I don't want to go through the DK drama. I just... Listen. I like DK. I've got a prior relationship of liking DK. And I like Queen, so whatever.
Sunday again wound up attacking Chud over his community, and points out how difficult online harassment can be to deal with, which he believed was being facilitated by Spice.
Queen was shit back then. Queeman was full of potential back then, potential that he has very fully realized. I'm very pleased for him.
Chat.
And it wears on you. Like it just the sheer numbers, it does stuff to you. And I can weather it. I would not expect the average person to be able to weather this.
I wonder if Sunday still feels that way about online harassment. He also went on to admonish Chud for not taking more control over his Discord server, claiming that someone was going to kill themselves one day because of that community.
One thing he said that was included was, I'm surprised that Chud doesn't have a suicide on his hands.
It's only a matter of time until somebody kills themselves as a result of the massive amount of it. I mean, to be clear, like, they were exposing people who were like having embarrassing calls, exposing personal details of their lives and whatnot, and I can see something bad happening from that. I maintain that. You're playing with fire there. I think even Diesel flat out said that recently. IRL Diesel, or FPS Diesel, whatever he's called. The Diesel guy, he was talking about this, and he was talking about how, like, this is content. When you're talking about this stuff, it's distinctly possible this happens. Like, this is just a fact. Do I think it's on Chud? No, but I think it's a fact. It's a thing to consider. Of horrendously negative attention that these people are getting. What normal people will see is a weird obsessive person. Search out, thanks for the $10. DK tried to frame a streamer who is a teacher IRL as a pedo for a goof. I don't give a fuck who maligns DK, true or not. Yeah, I don't remember that. I'll take your word for it. DK does not talk very... Joshua, thanks for the $20. Sunday, you have nice hair. Now be my slave.
We're just gonna go to live.
Give you mindless zombie. Yes, master. So did you get permission from all parties to publish private messages?
No comment.
Did you have permission to publish X, Y, and Z? If you did you acquire that permission in an ethical way? Did you acquire the things in an unethical way if you didn't acquire permission? The stuff that you do, by the way, by implication, there's an ethical way to acquire it without getting permission, by the way. You cite for this, like the DMs, as far as I'm aware, these were not supplied with her consent. We have no idea what the result of this will be for her in the long run. I turn the question back to you. Do you care about Anna?
The shamelessness Sunday must have to have so aggressively torn someone else apart for...
He knew about all this, by the way, and published the video which he helped edit and helped write. Anyways, just a reminder.
Publishing an abuse victim's private messages and testimony without their consent, and then less than 2 years later, do that exact...
That's a wild take. This is my editor's video. Yeah, again, I don't want to fucking loop on it, but we're responsible for the things that go up on our channel. I've argued with Max over this. We've disagreed on a take. Max has been really gun-ho about it. And, like, because Max has helped with kind of structuring videos that we've put out. And we just argue about it. But ultimately, when a section of a take is something that I'm like, I'm not entirely 100% on, I'd have disagreements with this. You can see this in the Mudahar video, where, like, the argument I present in the mood, one of the arguments, not obviously all of it, but one of the arguments I present in the Mudahar video is Max's argument, so his name's on it, because it's not just entirely my take. But at the same time, I'm the one who put that in the video. I'm the one, who recorded that, who greenlit it. It is Max is my editor. He uploads things, he edits them, but they're my videos. They're things that I'd have to defend if questioned.
Exact same thing is absolutely despicable. Sunday prides himself on this interview. We heard him take credit for harming Mr. Girl's reputation earlier in this video.
I don't take pride in this interview. I apologize to Mr. Girl for this interview. That interview was a mistake, and I did a bad thing unwittingly, and I thought I was doing a good thing. I did my best, but I did a bad thing, and I'm sorry for it.
Stuff is because, not just because it is of public interest, but because if there is any part of Pixie or any of the victims or whatever that want to prevent this from happening to other people again, there are other people in the leaks. Really familiar. Wasn't someone just doing that recently?
I have realized that by withholding what I know of the situation, I am playing directly into Destiny's game. Someone needs to break the chain, or people are going to continue to be hurt.
Wow. And even if you can somehow justify this insane hypocrisy, Sunday went a step further. He gave all of the private information he had to someone else, specifically for them to publish it also, including Pixie's unpublished statement that was never meant to be broadcast. Sunday had one of the...
Wait, was it never meant to be broadcast, or was she about to broadcast it? I can't keep track anymore. I just can't keep track. It's all so confusing.
Criticism from Mr. Girl that I think is worth noting.
I think being careful and being quiet and making sure that the right people got this in the right way. I think you need to do that, and you didn't.
Anytime you see the clock effect, in case you thought Kilo was just rushing through this, that's added by Kilo. I didn't ask him to do that. He spent time to time it, to make it extra impactful. I'm gonna turn my heat up. It's really cold in here. One sec.
So I want to go to bed. Fuck.
Realizing very powerfully that I'm still sick, so I'm gonna endure through this, but dear God.
And I think he wanted to be the man, and I think that was a mistake.
Seeing as it's common knowledge that Sunday has had a gigantic vendetta against Destiny for years, and Sunday is guilty of all the things he criticized Mr. Girl for, ask yourself, did Sunday tear down Mr. Girl because he wanted to be the man to take down Destiny?
Yeah, that's why I took down Mr. Girl. Get rid of the competition. This is my kill. Nobody takes down Destiny but me. Yeah, that's it. That's it, Kilo. That's what I did.
Now, you can say this stuff is all old, and time has passed since a lot of these things, and maybe Sunday's changed his mind. People are allowed to learn and change their minds about things, of course. But first of all, this stuff isn't that old. And second of all...
Well, I mean, some of that stuff's
You want to call for 2 minutes? You can call me, Dale.
How many chances does one person get before it's obvious?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Fucking call me, Gilded. Phone me. Phone me, you fat southern fuck. To add some spice, please don't come on my stream and say slurs. Or if you're gonna do it after the fucking 12-hour mark so it gets fucking wiped. Where's fucking Gilded? Hold on. Hey, Gilded.
How are you not suicidal right now? This guy is so boring. I'm so bored of this guy. Like, oh my God. I don't even spurg. Okay. What is your take? Because, like, I'm going to be honest here. I think President Sunday is coming off like a disingenuous fuck.
My take is that Sunday is responding to a hit piece in a video by responding to all the criticisms towards, like, the Destiny video itself, which is kind of pointless, frankly, because the focus of the video, the focus of Sunday's response that I'd expect or I think would be valuable is a conversation purely about Kilo. Talking about the video or Sunday's intentions, and I've maintained this throughout. I don't want to over-explain intentions because like explanations very quickly become excuses. So Sunday is looping a lot of takes, some of which I'm not even sure that like it feels like he'd entirely own if he was reflecting more on this. Getting hit by your fucking editor is a very stressful thing to happen, so I get why he's doing it. I mean, my take is the fact that like I feel like there are things in this stream that have been talked about tonight that if I don't stay alive and talk about, I mean, I have to do it fucking tomorrow or the day after.
Yeah, I understand.
And I don't want to. That's my take. It's just annoying. But I get why Sunday's doing it. Like, it's just, I personally don't think this is a good approach. But at the same time, that's been my general take with a lot of this stuff. Because Sunday's angle of he didn't want Kilo to go on streams to talk about things, and he didn't want to go on streams and talk about things, is actually a take that I completely fucking agree with. I wish he'd stuck to it. Because I just wanted to shut up about this.
I want to admit to a couple things. One, I am not hip to all the information.
Sure.
Okay. But what I do want to say is that I think, and it's just my take from what little I'm seeing here, is that President Sunday is responding the way that he is because the editor is right. Not about everything, but about the general synopsis of President Sunday. Like one thing that really bothered me, like, and this is killing me, okay, is he's just sitting there pretending like he didn't want to be the guy to take down Destiny. Of course he does. You know, there's not a single person that makes YouTube content that wouldn't want to be that guy to take down the guy that basically invented political streaming. That's like, who here would want to take down Medicare? It's the same thing, right? Like, of course you would, especially if you're the little guy as he describes himself as. So no, I totally believe it was for clout. Why is he even bothered? Why even deny that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'd say this. I personally, so I released my video and it was covered alongside Sunday's. I personally don't want to be known as the guy who took. I don't fucking care. But like, there were obviously like motivating things that I'm pretty honest about. I absolutely wanted to. I absolutely saw the fucking ecosystem around Destiny and the way people were sweeping to protect their own careers, like Erudite, for example, and was quite happy to be the person who fucking like blew a fucking hole in that because I found it disgusting. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's a deflection. It's a deflection that I just don't think is helpful. Yeah, I mean,
well, the thing is, he's trying way too hard to make these arbitrary moral arguments for his justification for why he did it, right? Which you know what? Maybe some morals play into it. Maybe he is upset that Destiny is doing things that the average person would find disgusting. Fair, but like to say that he wasn't ready, he wasn't Johnny on the spot, he wasn't excited to do it. I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty sure, actually, he's hated Destiny for a while.
Oh yeah, he's got very good reasons to. Destiny, like, immediately was like, you know, saying his name on stream and stuff, and like, Sunday has reasons to hate Destiny.
Yeah, but he's boring.
Sure.
Like, no, I can't take the guy seriously because he's boring. Like, he is so profoundly boring. And what's funny is, it's almost like whenever he gets a little bit more animated, that's his tell that he's not being entirely genuine.
I don't watch enough Sunday to have that tape, but I see what you do. I mean, I'm trying very hard here not to give like too much of my opinion on where Sunday's motivations are, because again, I don't want to just sit here and like, I can see like TK in chat earlier being like, just say you fucking hate Sunday with your full chest. I don't hate Sunday. And also, I want to be cautious of being like, yeah, Sunday's wrong here, because it just looks like, well, Sunday's getting criticism, so I can get weight. Like, I don't want to do that. It's just
I understand where you're coming from. Number one, you kind of in some arbitrary communication with him or whatever, right? I get that. I also get that it's that most people, like you included, are probably not willing to go entirely hard on the paint this early. I get that. Because the risk of coming off as a what's the word, verbose blowhard, yeah. It would look really, it was not something you're trying to cultivate.
I think it's also the fact that there are obviously points at which I agree with Sunday, with the stuff around these videos. Obviously, I mean, it'd be crazy to say otherwise.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I'm not saying he's Hitler.
Yeah, so it's like it's always a difficult one to sort of talk about something like this, which you like have involvement in, which is why it's sort of painful and why I've kind of like to avoid the topic. I felt like I wanted to talk about Chris's video and felt like, I don't know, I feel some pressure to talk about this because I think it's kind of weird if I fucking don't. I think it's weird to have released a video on Destiny and then be like, yeah, but I'm not going to mention at all any of the stuff that's happened around it since. I think that's a fucking crazy thing to do.
Well, I understand where like at first I was gonna call Queen Bee retarded for whining about DM leaks, right? Because I don't really care about that crap, and so at first I was kind of like, yeah, that's kind of stupid. But to take a different angle on that, it's also kind of annoying whenever you see this guy who is being a smug, pretentious ass sit there and whine about his moral superiority in various conversations clipped by his editor. And then that same guy leak DMs. I'm really confused on where his morals lie, but also it seems to be the case that he's falling into the trap, the moral trap, as I call it, where like if you present yourself as like this kind of quasi-moral arbiter in whatever specific situation, and then you find yourself being called out.
Well, this is, I mean, you and I have had this conversation like a million times over Lyra, right? It's like, I was talking about this earlier with the jar stuff and like talking back to our early streams on the topic. Neither of us would have had anywhere near the issue we did with Lyra if he wasn't like moral flagging about everything every 5 fucking minutes.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the issue I'm having with President Sunday here. I think I said this earlier on. Like this seems like the guy that was bullied very heavily in school, and in order to get back at them, he had to be like the pedantic moral nerd on the internet. You know, like that's what it seems like. Like it seems like this guy didn't get beat up enough in high school. That's like my immediate impression.
What I'm going to say is I'm going to get back to this, but we haven't spoken on stream in a while, and you should come talk to me about the router stuff next week.
Okay.
Based. Okay,
right.
cool.
Have fun.
Thank you.
Go to sleep.
I appreciate you, Golden,
Bye.
as always. Peace, man.
They're just completely full of shit.
I don't know. Maybe we should ask Not So Erudite who you're doing all of this for, lest we forget. Maybe.
I don't think you can evidence that, Sunday. I don't. Listen, I've got my own suspicions, but like, I do think there should be some evidence that fucking NSE was involved in any way with Kilo's video. I suppose that's an uncharitable read. He could just be saying this is like oh, look at Erudite, I'm coming out against it. Sure, whatever. Maybe I'm probably being uncharitable with that take.
We should let you in on the threesome though, Kilo. Maybe. I don't know, she won't. Hold out hope. And has now legal repercussions hanging over her potentially. So a part of breaking this, a part of making this blackmail not able to happen, or of getting rid of defusing it by making it public, making it so that there are no threats to levy anymore, is that there's now no motive in either direction. That's diffused, and so now free actions can take place apart from that. It diffuses that element of it. That would be probably the argument going, I'm really sick right now. I probably shouldn't be weighing in on this because I'm realizing I'm feeling like, ugh, you can hear my breathing. But don't stream for 5 hours angrily, loudly. When you're recovering from COVID, dear children, it'll come back like a monster.
Do I have COVID? Do I need to get a test? Maybe I have COVID. Fuck.
In my judgment, vis-a-vis the harm that it does to a thing that I assumed we shared a common regard for, or that other people share a common regard for that I do care about as well. I'm treating that thing as such.
Okay.
I have no idea what the fuck I'm saying here, but he cut it in a way I don't think we'll ever know.
Hey, dude. A few quick notes before we go. First, I couldn't get in touch with any lawyers, but I actually did talk to someone who has a master's in justice, law, and society.
Yeah, let me tell you something, Kilo. There's a legal term for people who aren't lawyers, but who have a degree in justice, law, and society. There's a technical term for them, okay? It's called not a lawyer. So you found somebody on Discord who said they have a master's degree. Case closed.
And I asked them if what Pixie did was extortion. They flatly and confidently said no.
Okay. Good for you.
Sunday, maybe you should just keep having your orbiters.
By the way, this didn't come from Brooks. Brooks is in my chat. Brooks sent me some case law. This didn't come from Brooks. I asked someone who has a lawyer who they know, and they confirmed. And I asked them to say it in these terms.
Explain this in dinosaurs?
Hey,
no. I wish.
If I tell someone that I'm going to go public with a bad thing they did, if they don't lose a significant amount of money, either by giving it to me or donating it to charity, as self-punishment, is that extortion? They said, obviously. I asked someone else, too, a little bit more close to this, but I can tell you who they are. They said something similar. Okay?
Okay, well, he's doing this, and because the VOD might get cut off, just to give, like, a take that's recorded and exists. I don't hate Sunday. There are elements where I am very clearly and publicly disagreeing with Sunday on certain things. We are independent actors. There are elements where I agree with Sunday. I'm doing this because it fucking... I'm going to have to do this at some point. And when I disagree with Sunday on points, you will know, because I will tell you. That's like the thing in case the VOD dies, okay? It's like fucking near the end of it.
That's it. How are you going to cover him such a visceral smackdown Sunday? By myself, I'm killing my lungs right now.
Send you case law. I'm sure eventually one of them will be convincing.
The problem is, you'll notice I've never argued against that. I've specifically said it doesn't matter. There's a reason for this. I didn't want any part of that call hidden. I told Kilo very specifically, put the whole scroll in. Beckett's going to cover these in detail and going to go over the notes. We don't need to read them. Just put them in and put the scroll. He cut it. He chose to cut it that way. All that was his decision. My fault.
I'm not starting a new fucking stream. We're not doing that.
But his decision. If he, for example, had snuck CP into my video, be my fault. I didn't look, but it was his decision. To impute intentionality to me would be perverse.
Did you add to the
when
script?
In fact it was somebody who was a defender of not so erudite who said this.
Did you add facts to the script, or did you add like arguments, or?
As far as the script writing, I seem to recall just...
What is this edit? Look at this cut. It's like he just cuts to him talking.
How things came across in the video.
Did you add to the script? Did you add facts to the script, or did you add like arguments, or?
As far as the script writing, I seem to recall just editing primarily.
You did a little bit of editing, yeah.
He also says he hasn't looked since he told me what to put in the video. But here he is, the day of release, complimenting the video and saying I nailed it.
Because it was doing well. It was doing well.
Seems like he watched it. What a Weasley little liar, dude. And finally...
Yeah, but I didn't look at the clip, because again, that was just included as a scroll. I didn't read through it. I wasn't paying attention, very close attention to every little thing. I didn't think he would cut that. That'd be dumb. There'd be no point.
President Sunday did reach out and apologize to me shortly before this video came out.
Because our debates were heated. And I wanted to be nice. And I like maintaining friendships. That's how I do.
But I've seen too much now to see this as anything other than, Kilo, I haven't posted a video in over 2 weeks, please forgive me.
I didn't ask you to post a video in that time. In fact, for a while after that, I didn't make content at all. Like what?
See this as anything other than...
Kilo, I have another editor. I have an editor. I don't need you. I had people volunteer to be editors in the time you were working for me. I've had people volunteer to be my editor since you published this video. You're good. I like your work. I don't need you. I can edit my own work. I have an editor. What do you think I did before? I had an editor before for years. By the way, you can still have your job back. I won't even ask you to apologize because you helped me. You helped clarify a lot. We got Queeman schooling a whole bunch of people on no. Anyone who says that this isn't, in his words, not mine, disavow. Anyone who thinks this obviously isn't blackmail is retarded. Quote. All you e-lawyers are morons. His words, not mine. I would never. Unless I was really mad, I would never.
Elo, I haven't posted a video in over 2 weeks. Please forgive me.
To be clear, I want to clarify this. This is because the fucking information evidence that Sunday had was with the DMs with... Sorry, fuck. With Straighterade. And because of the way Erin framed it, that's not an insane read. There is a question about framing here, and I feel like that's getting lost in translation. I fucking hate this extortion conversation. Kill me.
What's funny is that I didn't...
And why wait?
I cared that we did something wrong. And maybe if Sunday had the balls to admit his wrongdoing, I'd get over it. But until that happens, for now, all I'll see when I look at President Sunday is a dishonest, groveling, self-conscious worm. I'm no longer clapping. I'm pointing and laughing.
Hey, Beckett is almost at 6k subs. I know, what an exciting time. I need to release another video. If I release another video, we'll get to 6k.
900 grams short of a kilo, this one. But I'm laughing, to be honest, because you know what? This is what you did. You outed yourself as weak and impressionable and incapable of making decisions or of holding to a path. You showed that you are motivated by your friend groups and will back down on things that you claimed and things that you worked on based on disapproval. And 3, you're a liar. You're a liar. You will clip things out of context. You will misrepresent people's attempts to do good by you. For petty vengeance. And 4, you had a job that was going to pay really well, and you're out of it. All to show that you're a weak loser who can't stand by what you say, who scrubs his past history, and who lies and misrepresents things in order to feel a little bit big. And I think that's sad. But you can still have the last one.
12 more hours?
I'm not even joking. You can still have your job back. Because I don't fucking care. This didn't hurt me. I'm fine. I'm going to go out and get a nice dessert. I'm thinking bread pudding. And I'm going to eat healthy for the next week because it's been a bad month. But in the meantime, my other editor is going to be getting paid a lot more instead. So, how many views did that video get? How many views did his video get? This was your reward, Kilo. This is what your reputation and your finances and your dignity got you. Less than 3,000. Let's update it. Maybe it went up. Maybe it's more. Okay, it's been a few hours. Let's see where are we at now.
They ended up killing themselves as a result of the.
Oh boy, big leagues. Just hit 3,000. 3,000. We're in the big leagues, boys. Well done. Well done. Well, I'm physically dying. So maybe he won anyways. Maybe I'll just collapse after this. Thanks everybody for joining me for this fucking nightmare. Go subscribe to Echo Rules, who's a much nicer person than me. This is my last word on the topic.
Thank God.
Now get out.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, God. Right. Ooh, coming in just under the 12-hour mark. Oh, fucking... What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. Okay. Beckett, you can still continue hate on Aiden. I'm not gonna... What? I'm on Paladin. Okay. I hope I pray that this is my last word on the fucking topic. This will not be Sunny's last word on the topic. Okay, listen. I pray it is. In fact, I might clip that and send it to him if he ever fucking talks about it again. What are you doing, bro? Okay. Right. This has been a stream. I love a stream. I'm gonna find someone to raid you guys to. Should I send you to? Morale is covering this. I don't know if I want to do that to you. Fucking, what's Oggy doing?
Holy shit.
Fuck it, go hang out with Oggy. He's playing poker. This has been a whole fucking thing that we've done that's existed.